The air crackles with unseen energy, a prelude to devastation. A once proud castle stands scarred against a fiery sky, a testament to the brutal conflict. The very air vibrates with the echoes of destruction, a symphony of chaos. On the blood-soaked earth, soldiers clash in a desperate struggle for survival, their movements a whirlwind of steel and fury. A lone figure stands amidst the carnage, his sword dripping with the crimson testament of fallen foes. His face is a mask of grim determination, a warrior forged in the fires of war. The blade hums with latent power, a conduit for the warrior's burning resolve. Golden light flares around the weapon, promising swift and decisive action. Steel meets steel in a blinding flash, the clash echoing across the ravaged landscape. His eyes narrow, focused on the enemy before him, a predator sizing up its prey. A surge of power ignites within him, his eyes glowing with an unearthly light as he prepares to unleash his full potential. Crimson energy crackles around a figure cloaked in shadow, their eyes glowing with an ominous red light. A blade gleams in the darkness, reflecting the orange light of an unseen fire. The warrior's face is illuminated by the golden light, revealing a grim determination amidst the chaos of battle. The Ragnar clan. A grand ducal clan that guards the empire at the northernmost end of the continent. A fortress stands tall against a backdrop of snow-covered mountains. The reason why the Ragnar clan were able to solidify themselves as the enemy's northern wall for over 1,000 years. A lone figure stands atop a snowy peak, overlooking a battlefield littered with the wreckage of war. Is because of a special constitution. A scene of carnage unfolds, bodies strewn across the frozen ground. A bloody blade drips crimson onto the snow, a testament to the brutal battles fought. Drops of blood hang suspended in the air, reflecting the dark red light. Said to have inherited dragon's blood. A monstrous figure emerges from the darkness, its eyes burning with a primal rage. Every one of the Ragnar bloodline are born with exceptional magic power, stamina, and swordsmanship talent. The power surges, a visible manifestation of their inherent gifts. Honed and refined, swordsmanship becomes second nature. Everyone, except me. A figure, bloodied and battered, struggles to rise. The crimson streaks paint a grim picture of defeat. Even at the end, you never learn. There are things that you cannot do, no matter how much effort you put in. People refer to that as having no talent. What? Not inheriting talent despite being of the Ragnar lineage. An aged face, etched with disappointment, observes the scene. A hand clenches tightly. Young Master Theo's face is etched with bitterness. A voice questions, Arindon, why are you? Rendon Harvey's voice drips with disdain. You know, seeing you train tirelessly every morning despite your lack of talent was a pitiable sight indeed. The voice continues, laced with cruelty, especially when it's not like hard work will get you anywhere. A close-up reveals the speaker's sneering expression. A figure stands cloaked in shadow, a mask obscuring their features. The masked figure continues, you should have just hid away, you talentless hack. It was laughable seeing you struggle, trying to make something of yourself. Theo's face contorts in anguish. No, Rendon. A sword gleams, reflecting the harsh light. Rendon's voice echoes, filled with resentment. And teach me all those useless sword techniques, just to sell out the Rose Palace. A figure screams, Palace. A voice echoes with rage, declaring, to these damn bastards? Rendon Harvey faces young Master Theo amidst a fiery backdrop, their swords clashing in a fierce duel. A scream pierces the air, a sound of agony and despair. Rendon Harvey, his expression grim, asks, why do you fault me, young master? A sword plunges downward, a swift and brutal strike. A voice filled with accusation declares, because of you. Why can you not see that? Rendon Harvey stands over the wounded young Master Theo, his face a mask of cold indifference. Rendon Harvey repeats his question, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. Why do you fault me, young master? A voice commands, look, this all happened. The Rose Palace burns, consumed by raging flames. A desperate plea echoes amidst the destruction. Why are your household members dying? The Rose Palace burns, its skeletal remains reaching towards the smoke-choked sky. A figure in dark clothing walks away from the carnage, leaving a blonde-haired figure lying prone amidst the debris. The cloaked figure continues their departure, their back turned to the fallen warrior. A voice echoes, a rhetorical question hanging in the air, become a cold, lifeless corpse? The fallen figure's face is bloodied, their expression unreadable. A voice asks, why has your mother? The camera focuses on the fallen figure's face, streaked with blood and ash, their eyes closed. The voice continues, the words dripping with contempt. Because you were the imbecile of. The cloaked figure stands over the fallen warrior, who is now identified as Ragnar. Ragnar lies defeated, surrounded by the ruins of the Rose Palace. A close-up reveals Ragnar's bloodshot eyes, staring blankly ahead. In the clan predicated by the rule of the strong. Ragnar's face is covered in blood, his expression one of shock and disbelief. The voice concludes, the final insult delivered. You were the weakest. The clash of steel echoes in the air as the battle rages on. Rendon's face is marred with blood and grime. The sound of metal scraping against metal fills the air. A desperate cry pierces the din. Rendon. A figure slashes with a sword, the blade a blur of motion. The sword gleams with a deadly light. The sword pierces through flesh, drawing a cry of pain. Apologies are offered amidst the chaos. A voice cuts through the noise. You talk too much. A plea to end the fight echoes. Rinden, bleeding and battered, murmurs. I was just going down memory lane. A final declaration hangs in the air. I'm almost done. Is this it? Is this how it ends? He couldn't protect or accomplish anything, only to see all of it burn away. Is this truly the end? Talent. If only he possessed talent. Would things have been different? You have died. A cascade of blue light descends. A system message appears. Theo Ragnar's trait has activated, returning him to the regression point. The blue light continues to fall. The blue light continues to fall. The blue light continues to fall. A blurry image comes into focus. The image sharpens, revealing a figure. Red eyes stare out. He looks up at the sky, a concerned expression on his face. Rendon Harvey observes, you seem tired. Rendon Harvey continues, all right, we can finish our lesson here today. Theo Ragnar looks back, a question in his eyes. He stands in the arena with Rendon, flags snapping in the wind. Theo muses on his own absent-mindedness. The world flickers, and a system message intrudes. What the? Didn't he just die? Theo wonders if he's having flashbacks of his life. Rendon's voice echoes from the past, calling him young master. Theo's mind flashes back to Rendon's face, a face he's apparently supposed to punch. With a sigh, Theo stares at the screen, the system's cruel hand guiding his fate even in these final moments. Huh. Rendon stands before him, a question in his eyes. The screen displays a clear objective, punch Rendon in the face. Theo is confused by the tutorial quest. What the hell is this? Is this how flashbacks are supposed to work? Theo doesn't think Rendon can see this. Back in the arena, Rendon asks what's wrong. He reached for the dropped stick, his fingers closing around the smooth wood. Rendon looked on, confusion etched on his face. I don't know what's going on, he muttered. Maybe this is a gift from God. Gripping the stick tightly, Theo prepared to strike, giving me a chance to let out my frustrations before I go. His eyes glowing with an unnatural intensity, Theo vowed. It might be a dream, but I'll give you a pummeling. Rendon's eyes widened in shock. Theo struck, the stick whistling through the air. The blow landed, and Rendon grunted in pain. A cruel smile spread across Theo's face. Staggering, Rendon wondered, why is this dream so realistic? For my punch to be so soft. Theo struck again, the stick a blur of motion. He followed up with a kick, sending Rendon flying. Rendon crashed to the ground. I thought I said our lesson was over, he groaned. He sits, cross-legged, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. What is he supposed to experience in a dream? Pain? Rendon sighs, the sound heavy with disappointment. The instructor's voice echoes, laced with frustration. He understands Theo's frustration. The awakening ceremony is fast approaching, and yet he is seeing no progress despite his efforts. Theo's crimson eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance in their depths. But even so, he cannot forgive a student. Rendon continues, his gaze unwavering. And who lashes out against their master? The instructor clicks his tongue, chiding Theo. As a Ragnar, he should have used a sword, not his fist. Theo turns away, his expression unreadable. He shall see him at their next lesson. From a distance, other students observe the exchange. What's going on? One student snickers, whispering, imbecile. Why is he faulting his master when he's the talentless moron? Two students share a knowing look, their amusement evident. The observing students continue to whisper amongst themselves. Is he really even a Ragnar? He's too incompetent. Theo's expression hardens, his eyes glowing with suppressed rage. Even for an illegitimate child, if that's all he can do with the work he's put in. A disembodied voice echoes in his mind. Theo, sweat beading on his brow, whispers, I don't believe it. The clear pain he's feeling right now is undeniable. This realistic sensation, it's overwhelming. He stares at his hand, now covered in what looks like ash. It isn't a flashback. Rain lashes down on a scene of devastation. It's real. The awakening ceremony would be 10 years ago. Does that mean I've returned to when I was 17? A screen flickers to life before him. Congratulations. You have successfully completed tutorial. He stands. The words completed tutorial quest number 1 displayed before him. A new notification appears. As a reward, Ragnar's talent has activated. His eye glows with an intense light as he wonders what this could mean. The system prompts him. Will he receive the reward now? He reaches out, his fingers hovering over the yes option. He selects yes. A surge of energy envelopes him, the power of the reward washing over him. The sensation is overwhelming. The system confirms. He has received the reward. He glows with power, the energy radiating from his very core. Another system message appears. All his stats will now increase at a tremendous speed. The world blurs as his power surges. A blinding light fills the area. A voice echoes, filled with confusion. What the hell is going on? The Rose Palace stands tall against the sky. A hand sets down a teacup. A voice muses, I see. Yes, to be honest, I have never seen someone this talentless. Theo's swordsmanship tutor, Rendon Harvey, sits at the table, his hands clasped in front of him. Rendon declares, but that is why I am here. The true teacher, Rendon. I will teach him the best I can. Rendon chuckles. I will make him strong enough for the awakening ceremony in 5 months at least. A woman replies, yes. I will leave him to you, Rendon. Lady of the Rose Palace, Cecilia Ragnar, sits across from Rendon. A voice requests, please give him a bit more. Hands exchange something. Cecilia assures, of course. I'm planning on teaching him day and night. Do not worry. I'm not worried. She believes in her Theo. You will. Theo walks down the hallway, thinking he has to worry. Although he is not being taught properly, it's true that he is completely lacking in talent. Concubine, like mother, like son indeed. That blood won't go anywhere. Let's see anyway. Ragnar will be my benefactor. Although he is not teaching him, it's an exceptional pay, and the title of being the tutor of the Ragnar's direct line. As the reward for disclosing information about Theo and meddling with his growth, that person has guaranteed my future. Looks like the imbecile of. Theo walks down the hallway. HM. He clenches his fist, a snarl twisting his lips as he thinks, imbecile. He continues to run, his boots pounding against the stone floor. Rendon Harvey watches him go, a bag of coins in his hand. Remington Narcio sighs, thinking, seriously that. Theo's thoughts echo with the taunt, loser. He continues his headlong flight through the halls. Cecilia Ragnar stands with Remington Narcio, bathed in the warm light of the room. Cecilia looks off with a worried expression. Cecilia thinks, son? Cecilia watches as Theo runs away. Cecilia thinks, you must be tired training today as well. Cecilia embraces Theo, a look of concern etched on her face. He is embraced by Cecilia, who asks, her voice laced with concern, son, why are you? Tears stream down Theo's face as he clutches his mother tightly. I've really returned. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to 10 years in the past, where a younger Theo is embraced by Cecilia. A battlefield unfolds, littered with bodies. A younger Theo stands victorious, his sword dripping with blood. A close-up reveals a face smeared with blood, the eyes closed in what could be exhaustion or death. Another bloodied face stares blankly ahead, the horrors of war etched into its features. Theo's face, streaked with grime and blood, shows a flicker of something akin to a smile. The embrace continues, a silent promise of protection and love. Cecilia's expression is soft, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she looks at her son. Cecilia stands, her expression unreadable as she thinks, I need to change the future. He reflects, I'm weak without anything to my name right now. Theo's eyes narrow, but if that mysterious message window is real. A blinding light erupts from his chest, a surge of power coursing through him. The words echo in his mind, I can be stronger. He remembers sitting on a throne of corpses, a grim reminder of his past. And he remembers Cecilia, a moment of solace amidst the chaos. His expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Elsewhere, Remington hums a tune, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil within Theo. He vows, strong enough to take revenge against Rendon. He seethed, the desire for revenge against Rendon burning within him. But Theo knew he could accomplish nothing with his current, weak body. He needed to focus on getting stronger. He pushed himself, training to become stronger, faster. Theo reflected on his past life, remembering the agency he had dipped his toes into. He recalled being relegated to the information team because he lacked skill, never expecting he would be using the information he obtained then like this. The potion greatly empowers the body. The Bloody Sword Emperor's elixir. The secrets contained within these ancient tomes promise to reveal their true worth in the future. And most importantly, the secret manual. He pushes himself to the extreme. Training he had given up on because of his lack of talent. The training grounds stand bathed in the warm light of the rising sun. He steps forward, determination etched on his face. Because he has Ragnar's talent. The message window was real. How many laps has he done without taking a break? Was he always that fit? With this, he will run as much as he couldn't. He swings his weapon with incredible force, kicking up dust and creating a powerful gust of wind. He continues to swing, putting every ounce of his strength into each strike. The weapon cuts through the air, a testament to his growing power. Then he can. He thinks to himself that he will really become powerful this time. A system message appears. Tutorial quest number 2. Train your body to the limit. 65/100%. A few days later, the training grounds are seen from afar. A woman yawns, smoke escaping her lips. The manager of training ground number 4 is Evelyn Nereville. She exhales a plume of smoke, a cigarette dangling from her lips. Evelyn muses on the imbecile of Ragnar. A pregnant pause hangs in the air. Evelyn's expression hardens, her gaze intense. She wonders if he is truly talentless. Elsewhere, Theo grits his teeth, swinging a wooden sword with all his might. He thinks he's going to die. As the tutorial quest demands, he train his body to the limit, currently at 97/100%. The sword blurs through the air as he pushes himself harder. He is having to train his body to its limit. It is yesterday night. Collapsing to the ground, Theo gasps for air, his progress now at 90/100%. His percentage drops. He never expected the percentage to decrease just because he rested a little. Rising to his feet, Theo's eyes glow with a fierce red light, his determination burning brighter than ever. Crimson energy crackles around him as he pushes himself to the limit. Now that he's been goaded, he vows not to stop until the end. A system message displays his progress, 98%. He continues to push forward, the air blurring around him as he moves. He thinks to himself that he's nearly there. Pushing himself a little more, he feels the strain. More. The system message now reads 99%. He grits his teeth, pushing through the pain. Just a bit more, he tells himself, until he can't breathe anymore. A figure with pink hair watches with a concerned expression. The system message displays 99/100%. His eyes glow red as he pushes past his limits. The system interface displays a completed status, 100/100%. His eyes glow a fierce red, tears welling as he grits his teeth against the strain. Congratulations. The system announces the successful completion of tutorial quest number 2. He stares ahead, a grim determination etched on his face. The system rewards him with the dragon heart and a bonus of 10 annuals of his past life's magic power. Theo lies prone, the cold stone floor pressing against his back as exhaustion claims him. Will you receive the rewards now? The system prompts, offering a choice. His face is a mask of pain, each breath a ragged gasp. Red eyes burning, he stares up at the system interface, a sheen of sweat coating his brow. With a trembling finger, he selects yes. Receiving rewards. The system announces. The strain intensifies, his features contorted in a silent scream. He lay submerged in a pool of water, the remnants of his training clinging to him. Evelyn stood in a similar pool, her expression unreadable. The sky was visible through a nearby window. The window offered a glimpse of the outside world. Theo lay on his side, his eyes open. He pushed himself up, a question forming in his mind. This is... Evelyn stood in the doorway of training ground number 4. Even a Ragnar will collapse if you push yourself like that. Evelyn reminded him. You remember me. I am the manager of training ground number 4, Evelyn Narraville. You lost consciousness while training alone in the morning, so I moved you here for the time being. Theo exhales a plume of smoke from the thin pipe between his lips, his expression unreadable. The dark-haired figure across from him watches, his red eyes gleaming in the dim light. I see, he murmurs. Theo offers a curt nod. Thanks. A gloved hand sets down a steaming mug. But young master, a voice says. The dark-haired man holds the mug, his gaze steady. You do know that within the Ragnar clan, opening your mana hall before the awakening ceremony is forbidden, right? Theo replies, of course. Then you should also know what happens if you break this rule. The man takes a sip from the mug, his red eyes never leaving Theo. Theo's expression hardens. Right before you lost consciousness. A disembodied voice explains. A mana wave occurred that aligns with the opening of a mana hall. The dark-haired man's red eyes narrow. A sense of unease hangs in the air. A voice echoed, laced with suspicion. Did you perhaps open your mana hall? The speaker, a tall figure with crimson hair, stood over Theo. The question hung in the air. Young Master Theo Ragnar? Theo paused, a mug in his hand, his expression unreadable. He retorted, what do you mean my mana hall? If I did, I wouldn't be alive. A surge of energy erupted around him, catching him off guard. The world dissolved into a swirling vortex of light and shadow. Theo began to fall, his eyes wide with shock. A system message appeared. As a bonus reward for a fast clear, you have received less than 10 annuals of your past life's magic power. He landed hard, sprawled on the ground, a gasp escaping his lips. My goodness. His face contorted in a mixture of surprise and dawning horror. A single tear traced a path down his cheek as the implication sank in. He seemed surprised by something, a thought bubble forming near him. Dragon heart. Dragon heart. A mana hall can be placed within a dragon's heart. Placing a mana hall in the heart makes it operate more efficiently, but humans, who are not dragons, place them in the lower abdomen. A barrier shatters. Because the human heart cannot handle a mana hall, that is why every warrior like Ragnar longs for a dragon's heart. Many long for a dragon's heart. It is an easy way to become overwhelmingly powerful. However, humans have not been able to overcome their human limitations. But now that dragon heart has been given to me. Theo holds a glowing heart in his hand. Quest rewards are amazing. But thanks to that, Evelyn Narraville stands in full armor, a faint glow emanating from her form. She finds herself in an awkward situation. The narrative identifies her as Evelyn Narraville, a high-rank swordswoman. The text reveals that she retired after losing her left arm. A portrait shows Evelyn in profile, her expression serious. She was the commanding officer of the white-armored dragon cavalry, so skilled that even the demon dragon of the cavalry adored her. Also, she was known as a fiercely principled person. A close-up shows her legs and the lower part of her armor. She wasn't the type to think about status or strength, and she couldn't tolerate dishonesty or cowardice. A close-up reveals her intense gaze. She relinquished her position as Theo's direct master. Theo thinks to himself, in other words, if she figures out about my dragon heart's mana hall, I will. The decree echoes with chilling finality, immediately be executed. A shadowy figure looms, a silent promise of violence. A faint whisper escapes his lips, barely audible. He asks, a hint of challenge in his tone, can you handle it? A dangerous thought surfaces, what if he doesn't get caught? Theo muses, talking about immediately executing me just because of your momentary feeling. The question hangs in the air. Can you handle the consequences? A figure exhales a plume of smoke, his expression unreadable. A plan forms in his mind. He can use that against her. Theo declares, a glint in his eye. I also am an heir of Ragnar. The consequences are laid bare. If baseless suspicions are discovered, it could be seen as defiling the Ragnar name. Theo, cigarette dangling from his lips, states that those are the rules. Then, Cecilia Ragnar's eyes widen, a flicker of concern crossing her face. A dark aura surrounds Cecilia as she asks if he knows what the punishment is for humiliating an heir. Cecilia's gaze intensifies, her expression unreadable. Good you. Theo asks why she doesn't go ahead and check. Cecilia wonders what this feeling is and if he was this kind of person. Cecilia, surrounded by a blue aura, asks to be excused, even if he is of Ragnar's bloodline. Cecilia's hand glows with power. Rules are rules. A woman's face is illuminated by a blue glow, her eyes blazing with power. She declares, with no exceptions. Two figures stand in a dimly lit room, the silence hanging heavy between them. A question hangs in the air, unanswered. A quiet rustling can be heard. A hand reaches out, as a voice questions how someone could not have a manor hall. A close-up of a man's eye reveals his shock and disbelief. He thinks to himself that he was wrong, and that it's not possible. A man with glowing red eyes asks, so? The words, no manor hall, are displayed prominently. A figure kneels, begging to be executed. It appears that he was wrong. He will pay for his sin with his lowly life. One man stands over another who is kneeling. He thinks to himself that there can't be one. Dragon hearts are different from ordinary manor halls. The existence of a dragon heart's manor hall. A crystalline object glows with an inner light, its power described as being freely controlled by its user. The young master, eyes gleaming with crimson light, declares that he can hide his mana at will. In a classroom setting, the instructor points to a diagram on the board, emphasizing the fact that humans can possess a dragon heart. A voice echoes, stating that this truth will only be revealed a few years from now, and that she would never guess he has a dragon heart. A hand reaches out, fingers spread, as if grasping for something just out of reach. A hand clenches tightly around an unseen object, knuckles white with strain. A close-up reveals an eye, reflecting an intense, inner turmoil. The young master asks if he is wrong, his expression unreadable in the shadows. A voice muses that there aren't many who would risk their life to demand the truth from an heir. A voice declares that Evelyn is one of the strongest, and that it will be to his benefit if he gets rid of her debt. Moreover, the reason the opening of manor halls is restricted before the opening ceremony, out of worry for the manor hall overflowing. For you to be concerned about me, the bastard of Ragnar, overflowing my manor hall. It kinda makes me happy. Thank you for taking care of me, Evelyn. Theo sits alone, reflecting on the events that have transpired. A cigarette hangs from his lips as he contemplates his situation. His gaze is distant, lost in thought. A heavy silence fills the air. A dragon heart and a 10 annuals, or 10 years' worth, of magic power from my past life. A figure with glowing red eyes walks down a long corridor. I can become overwhelmingly powerful in this life. A few days later, Rendon's face contorts in frustration. No, that's not it, he barks. The instructor gestures emphatically, his hand hovering near Theo's chest. You have to swing it a bit more to the right here. Theo practices the sword techniques, but thinks to himself, it's nice that I'm getting stronger, but pretending to be weak while listening to Rendon teach is tough. Rendon's eyes narrow, a dark suspicion clouding his gaze. Rendon, you bastard, he mutters under his breath. Theo continues to practice, thinking, he's subtly but deliberately teaching me weird sword techniques. Theo swings his sword, trying to incorporate Rendon's advice. Make it more like a right, Rendon instructs. Rendon watches Theo's movements, his expression thoughtful. I'm becoming more certain that there's a mastermind behind Rendon's actions, he thinks. A flashback shows a figure falling, consumed by flames. Theo thinks, I must find out their identity. The memory lingers, a haunting reminder. The person who killed me, Theo thinks. He stares intently, his red eyes narrowed. A smirk plays on his lips. Theo thinks to himself, right, I can do that. Rendon's name is spoken. A voice booms, reminding the young master that chatting during lessons is prohibited. Theo declares, I can't listen to your lesson anymore because it's utter trash. Rendon is asked, how did you become a mid-rank swordsman with your skill level? The commission Rendon received is mentioned. Theo continues, I feel like you'd even struggle against low-rank demonic beasts. Rendon thinks to himself, must have been to act as my instructor to keep an eye on me. Then, Rendon asks, are you deaf? Theo retorts, your skills are utter trash. He is told that he will just have to make someone resign from their position. Young Master Theo's name is displayed. An older man looks on with a stern expression. If things go wrong for him, then he'll have to contact the mastermind. Meanwhile, the Camellia Palace is shown. A view of the city and the palace. Elsewhere, Axion shouts. Someone asks if they have heard yet. The bastard of Ragnar is going to have a duel with my master next week. A glass of liquor is held. It seems he was blaming his instructor for his lack of talent. He might be left half disabled after the duel. A duel is about to begin. A blinding flash erupts, sending shards of debris scattering through the air. Axion Ragnar reels back, a grunt escaping his lips as the force of the unseen attack hits him. Another figure is sent flying backward, crashing to the ground as Remington Narcio watches with a grim expression. Ragnar's eyes glow with an ominous red light, his expression twisted in fury. Dark Tiger's voice drips with disdain. What does it matter to me if a bastard becomes half-disabled? A voice echoes, filled with certainty. It should. Dark Tiger stands over a prone figure, blood pooling around them on the stone floor. Remington Narcio extends his hands, his expression unreadable. Another body lies broken on the ground, a dark figure looming over them. In a dimly lit bar, one man remarks, "TCH, that's only true with people who have talent." His companion replies, "You worry too much, uncle." A candle flame flickers in the dim light. Axion Ragnar stands tall, his red eyes gleaming. He wonders aloud, "Why are you worrying about that bastard?" A voice declares that unprecedented things can happen from even the slightest possibility. The candle flame is described as a flame in the wind, even that can light a blaze at any time. A figure walks away from the candle. Someone states that this is a good thing. An instructor is mentioned. Someone says that they should take care of it for us. The camera pans up to reveal a massive training ground. Meanwhile, a week later, at training ground number 4, a group of trainees stand at attention. Another group of trainees are present. Remington stands on a snow-covered balcony, the wind whipping around him. His hand rests on the hilt of his sword. He grits his teeth. Shit. Remington reflects on his situation. He just wanted to get him fired after humiliating him, but the sword gleams in the pale light. He thinks to himself, things have gotten out of hand. A long pause. But it's already like this, so? Rendon's eyes glow red with fury as he grips his sword. He vows, "I'll get revenge, Rendon." Young Master Theo's gaze pierces Rendon. He declares that Rendon's skills are like trash. The tension is palpable as Theo's hand grips the staff tightly. Theo fires Rendon, telling him to get lost. Theo's voice booms as he shouts Rendon's name. Rendon thinks to himself that he cannot accept this, as there is still a ton of time left on his contract term. Rendon questions the contract term. Theo responds that if the employer says you're fired, that's that. Theo considers that, considering his past life, he wants to immediately beat Rendon to death, but he's not confident enough in his skills yet. Theo's eyes glow with an ominous light. Rendon expresses his frustration. Rendon thinks to himself that he must convince him somehow, as this is going against the rules, and if he gets fired like this, his mission ends in failure. He begs young Master Theo to wait. Theo and Rendon stand facing each other, the air thick with tension. A holographic notification appears, stating, Tutorial Quest Number 03, Fight and Win against Rendon. A question mark punctuates the message. A disbelieving what? Echoes in the air. Remington Narcio gestures, urging, do this. Theo states, let's resolve this the Ragnar way. A sword hilt is visible. Theo asks, Evelyn, by the Ragnar way you mean? The text reads, the rule of the strong. Theo stands before a group of people. The text reads, sword match. There's no need to go as far as the tribunal. We should just follow the will of the victor. An old man exclaims, that's a great idea. The heavens are helping me. A dark-haired man thinks, the day will be a week from today? Theo asks, that's all right, right? He thinks to himself that he can't even beat Kindun yet. Of course not. Rendon Harvey stands with a wooden sword over his shoulder, facing Theo. 1 week later, the arena awaits. From what they've heard, Theo can't even swing his sword properly yet. One of the men asks how that's possible. One of the men asks if he is still a Ragnar at the very least. One of the men says he wouldn't have said that if Theo was a normal Ragnar. He's Ragnar's cripple. There's no way he can beat a mid-rank swordsman. Rendon Harvey, a mid-rank swordsman, tells Theo that if he apologizes right now, he can treat this as if nothing happened. Rendon continues, saying there's no need to risk his life over his pride. Theo Ragnar, an apprentice swordsman, thinks to himself that's what he should be saying. Rendon's eyes glow with a menacing light as he vows to fight until the very end. He considers overlooking Theo's weakness, but decides it's too late. He resolves to kill him under the guise of an accident. Rendon's eyes gleam as he realizes the match's predetermined outcome is actually better this way. Theo and Rendon face each other in the courtyard, swords drawn. The young master offers his teacher the first strike. A flurry of motion as the blades meet, blurring in a whirlwind of steel. Theo grips his sword tightly, his stance firm. He refuses to back down. Rendon holds his sword, his expression grim. He is ready to strike. The sound of steel echoes as their swords clash. A man watches the fight with wide eyes, muttering in disbelief. The observer's shock intensifies as he struggles to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. How could this be? A voice cries out, pointing towards the ongoing battle. Look at that. The swords of Theo and Rendon clash, the impact echoing through the training grounds. As expected, the imbecile is losing. He really is someone who doesn't know how to swing a sword. Rendon presses his attack, his blade a blur of motion. At this rate, he might really die? What happened, young master? Rendon continues his relentless assault, his voice laced with disdain. You can't do anything against the mid-rank swordsman you were looking down on. The fight continues, the outcome seemingly inevitable. This is the obvious result. Theo Ragnar isn't even a low-rank swordsman, but an apprentice swordsman. A voice analyzes the situation, noting Theo's recent improvements, but deeming them insufficient. Recently, his skills may have strangely improved a bit, but that isn't enough. If he were at least at the level of the Four Hounds of the North, that would be a different story. Rendon's face contorts into a cruel grin, his eyes gleaming with malice. The clash of steel continues, Rendon's confidence unwavering. But there's no way the imbecile of Ragnar could beat me. Evelyn, watching the fight from afar, expresses her frustration. Evelyn, what were you thinking when you suggested a match? She states that she was helping him, and that if the other person wants to cut him out, they need to be thorough about it. It appears he has someone backing him, so just firing him won't solve this. Evelyn asks how the other person knew about that, since he was teaching her a weird sword style. The other person reveals that they had someone secretly investigate him. Meanwhile, Theo grunts as he trains. Rendon instructs him to make it more like a right angle. Rendon questions if a right angle is a bit too excessive, wondering where the hell Theo came from. Evelyn didn't catch this in her past life. Elsewhere, Theo wonders if it is because he's caught her interest due to the Mana Hall incident. From his investigation, lead back to Camellia Palace. He is taken aback. Theo thinks to himself, Camellia Palace. Was this all because of the miserable war for the throne? He grits his teeth, thinking, those damned bastards. However, Theo reflects, it's surprising you've discovered this much. He continues his internal monologue, but with my skills, I still can't beat Rendon yet. A voice echoes, what will you do now? You can beat him. Cecilia Ragnar smiles, thinking, you're underestimating. The voice continues, your potential too much, young master. The mysterious figure laughs maniacally. The figure says, if you kneel right now and beg, I might just forgive you. The figure stands poised with swords. The silver-haired man reels back, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Wait, something's off. His crimson eyes narrowed. Theo Ragnar advanced, his movements now carrying a newfound confidence. The clash of steel echoed through the training grounds as their blades met, sparks flying from the point of impact. The silver-haired man gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his ground. He's been fending off all of my attacks for a while. The force of their next collision sent tremors through the air, the sound like thunder rolling across the sky. What is this all of a sudden? The silver-haired man's eyes widened in disbelief. This isn't the Theo Ragnar I know. The silver-haired man staggered back, struggling to comprehend the sudden shift in power. How did his skills grow this much? The silver-haired man gasped, his breath catching in his throat. What? Meanwhile, two figures watched the fight, their faces etched with concern. Is he really being pushed back? Another spectator observed the fight with a critical eye. Doesn't it seem like he's fending him off properly? Elsewhere, 1 week. A blonde-haired woman spoke with determination. If I personally train you for 1 week. He knew he would easily be able to suppress someone like her. Rendon thought to himself that while ignoring the teacher and teaching him was going against the rules. Theo considered Rendon a bastard who had no rights as a teacher, after all. Rendon thought to himself that things would work out like this. Theo smirked, thinking like you. Rendon mused that it was worth having Evelyn in his debt. Theo wondered what her reason was for going so far to help him. Was it because of what happened last time? Rendon thought to himself that there was that as well, but also because there was someone he knew who would. Theo knew that he was obsessed with collecting talent, you see. Remington prepares to strike, energy crackling around him. The swords clash, creating sparks and a visible impact. From the beginning, he had no talent, so how? Or could it be that all this time, he was just acting like an idiot? But why? Rendon asks who is backing him. Theo asks what Rendon means by backing him. Theo kicks. How absurd. Do you know how hard I worked to? Theo wonders if it was Camellia Palace. Rendon asks how. It's good that you're honest. Rendon, do you know what it feels like? He stares in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. To have your arm chopped off? A silver blade flashes, arcing through the air with lethal speed. The sword bites deep, cleaving through flesh and bone in a spray of crimson. The sound of the blade echoes, a sickening shick that reverberates through the air. A geyser of blood erupts as the severed limb is sent flying. The sound of the blade echoes, a sickening shick that reverberates through the air. Theo stands over the severed arm, blood dripping from his blade. He towers over Rendon, the fallen man's blood staining the ground around him. His eyes glow with an eerie light as he gazes down at his defeated foe. The onlookers gasp, their faces etched with horror at the brutal display. Rendon's face contorts in agony as he unleashes a primal scream. The scream echoes, a raw and desperate sound that pierces the air. He stood over Rendon, the snow-stained crimson around the fallen instructor. Rendon screamed, the sound raw with agony. My arm, my arm. The pain was a white-hot brand searing through his nerves. Rendon's legs trembled beneath him. Fucking imbecile dares. With this, I'm certain. I've become stronger. Rendon gasped, disbelief warring with agony. There's no way. This is impossible. How? And I can become even stronger. Theo's eyes narrowed, remembering. What did you say to me last time? It was my fault that things had come to this. Rendon's face contorted in a silent scream. What do you mean? It's your fault that you're dying here today. Meanwhile, Theo drew his weapon, a crimson light bathing the blade as he prepared to strike again. He stares intensely, his eyes glowing with a crimson light. The crimson light intensifies, burning with power. Rendon's face contorts in disbelief as he hears the words, "You were the very weakest." The words echo in Rendon's mind. "You are the weakest." Rendon cries out, "W8." Theo unleashes a flurry of attacks, his blade a blur of motion. The sword slashes through the air, leaving trails of crimson in its wake. The blade finds its mark, striking Rendon's leg with brutal force. Theo delivers the final blow, ending the fight. Meanwhile, Theo stands victorious beside Cecilia, having successfully completed tutorial quest number 03. Cecilia Ragnar sits on a rooftop, overlooking the city. A body falls from the sky, blood splattering. A sword stands planted in the ground, surrounded by blood. Impact lines fill the air. Theo's eyes glow red, blood dripping from his face. The young master stands over his defeated foe, the snow swirling around him. One of the onlookers mutters that the imbecile won. Another comments on the apprentice swordsman defeating a mid-tier swordsman. A voice wonders how this could have happened. Theo looks down at the body, thinking how uselessly weak his opponent was. He reflects on suffering at the hands of someone like this in his past life. Theo vows that things will be different from now on, his eyes glowing red. The ability observation has been activated as a reward. As an additional reward, 1 year of magic power has been attained. Theo thinks, "Oh, magic power." Theo hums. A surge of energy crackles through the air. Bathed in the ethereal glow, Theo stands firm. His stance is unwavering, a sword held ready. The ground beneath him cracks under the weight of anticipation. A voice booms, shattering the silence. Theo Ragnar. Theo's gaze sharpens, a storm brewing in his crimson eyes. A figure clad in white-armored dragon cavalry armor stands tall, a spear held firmly in hand. The armor gleams, reflecting the harsh light of the battlefield. The text declares, "The demon dragon Julios Ragnar, commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry." A close-up reveals Theo's shocked expression. How is he here? How long has he been watching? Disbelief ripples through the ranks of the dragon cavalry. Why is one of the 9 dragons? One of the dragon cavalry members laments, "Commander, you've completely destroyed the flooring." A voice cuts through the air, laced with annoyance. Is it so hard to come in normally? The figure strides forward, their footsteps echoing in the space. He pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. What is this? What did I do? A silent, contemplative gaze. A burst of unrestrained laughter fills the air. The laughter continues, punctuated by shouts of excitement. Wahaha! How exciting! Nice, nice. The two figures stand facing each other, the air thick with unspoken tension. Remington Narcio exclaims, his voice laced with surprise. I was certainly surprised. You're carrying around this kind of thing? Has the student surpassed the master? Theo retorts, a hint of defiance in his tone. No, it's a little bit disrespectful since you killed him, right? Remington Narcio responds, his expression thoughtful. Though, from what I've heard, that kind of guy deserved it. Lord Julius? Remington Narcio dismisses the thought with a shrug. Welp, who cares? A close-up reveals Remington Narcio's nonchalant expression. Theo Ragnar's name is shouted. A hand grips someone's face. The white-armored dragon cavalry is mentioned. A close-up of armor is shown. A character smirks. Someone exclaims in disbelief, questioning if the imbecile of Ragnar was scouted into the white-armored knights, no matter how well he fought. Someone says, why? Someone asks if there has ever been a case where an apprentice swordsman, one who hasn't even undergone the awakening ceremony, has been scouted. Someone says they don't know of any such case. Someone states that of course there hasn't been. While their mana hall is closed, a hooded figure kneels in the shadows. Even if their swordsmanship was exceptional, their magic power could be lacking. How great Julius Ragnar is, even he can't be sure. But, could the demon dragon see that kind of potential? To take that kind of chance with me, perhaps? Theo Ragnar. I must decline. A figure with long black hair stares intently. Huh. 3 figures look on with surprise. The man sits on a throne, overlooking the kingdom. A body lies dead on the ground, blood pooling around it. Have you heard? The imbecile of young Master Theo? I heard that he destroyed his own master. Is that really okay? Well, that just means his master was weak. He seemed kinda useless. Actually. And after witnessing it, the demon dragon tried to directly scout him into the white-armored dragon cavalry. The young master declined because he felt like his skills weren't enough. A knight stands guard in front of a building. A humble Ragnar? You don't see that every day? Camellia Palace. A grand building stands tall, its windows reflecting the pale light of the sky. A woman's voice cuts through the silence. Things have become complicated. The woman continues, her tone laced with disbelief. I can't believe he killed Rendon. Emil Ragnar, the lady of the Camellia Palace, stands with her arms crossed, a contemplative expression on her face. Emil Ragnar is approached by another woman. Please do not worry, my lady. Did you not assign Rendon to him? The first woman speaks again, her voice tinged with concern. His awful skills? The death of someone like him is of no concern to us. A single word hangs in the air. Brother. Ed Troyven, the sky dragon, stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze distant. A voice booms, filled with a sense of foreboding. The demon dragon reached out to him personally. What's more, Emil Ragnar stands with a man, listening intently. It means that we can't even interfere anymore by assigning him a new master. The woman from before speaks, her voice barely a whisper. Stand out. A voice questions, laced with concern. Why are you worrying so much? The man states that there's no way the clan head is going to allow it. A voice declares that they will take interest in this, and their plans can proceed normally. Someone explains that the best way to take control of the Rose Palace is without offending the clan leader. A voice questions if Theo is to remain powerless, confirming that is the plan. The man reiterates that the imbecile is still powerless. The man wonders how much someone like him could have really changed, noting that Evelyn and the demon dragon have always been interested in the underdogs. Axian's name is spoken. The man thinks that he should have said not to make any rash decisions. A voice says very well, since mother and uncle worry so much. A voice declares that he'll just play with him a little. The man with the red eyes holds a letter, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A grand structure stands beneath a sky heavy with clouds. Evelyn stands before a figure, addressing him as master. Evelyn is thanked by the figure. He notes that learning from her is different from learning from a proper master. The figure suggests it would have been better if Evelyn had joined the white-armored dragon cavalry. The figure wonders why exactly he declined the white-armored dragon cavalry. The figure admits he would be lying if he said he didn't regret it a little. The figure reflects that joining the white-armored dragon cavalry was his dream in his past life. The figure thinks that joining it now would be bad. Since there's no reason to limit himself this early, the figure thinks. The figure stands amidst a golden glow. The figure thinks about the privileges that will be showered upon the top performer of the awakening ceremony, stating that getting into the white-armored dragon cavalry can't compare. The figure still thinks that he's not enough, but he is satisfied with Evelyn training him for the awakening ceremony. Okay. The commander will be disappointed. Observation. Observing Evelyn Narraville. Evelyn Narraville, age 24, female. Former deputy commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry, high-rank swordsman. She admires Theo's humility and character, and feels energy for the first time in a long while teaching Theo. She misses the white-armored dragon cavalry. This observation skill is definitely very useful. I'll definitely be able to take advantage of this later on. HM. Oh, pardon me, young Master Theo. I come from the Southern Inspection Post. My name is Sibaldry. There is something I must discuss with you. With me? He looks scary. Who is he? Observation. Sibaldry is under observation. A sinister figure grins, confirming something with a chilling certainty. Information about Sibaldry flashes on screen. A 17-year-old male, the dunce of the Southern Inspection Post, an apprentice swordsman with unwavering loyalty and a strong desire to spar with Theo. A voice wonders, longing for a spar. Someone, taken aback by a certain look, questions if it's directed at them. The system announces that the last tutorial quest has begun. The tutorial quest objective appears. Discard the title Imbecile of Ragnar. A voice echoes, expressing a desire to follow young Master Theo. Another voice admits to having ignored everyone until now. A close-up reveals a bandaged arm. Someone curses, calling someone else a bastard. Theo is told to come out every morning and train harder than anyone else. The result of such efforts. Theo states that he believed the title of Ragnar's imbecile fit. Theo stands with another figure. A blurred background. Someone acknowledges Theo's miraculous growth, which they were able to see firsthand. Theo stands with another figure, listening. Someone shouts, declaring Theo as their idol. The moment he appeared, the speaker had wanted to give up on himself after being called the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office. The man begs for the opportunity to clash swords with Theo. Two figures stand together, one with pink hair and the other with black hair. Theo thinks that normally, he would doubt his true intentions. Sibaldry, a 17-year-old male, is introduced as the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office, an apprentice swordsman who strongly respects Theo and desires to spar against him. But it looks like he's being genuine. After taking down Rendon, and as the rumor of him receiving Lord Julius' attention spread, Theo thought people overwhelmed by their inferiority complex would swarm to test him. A crowd of people stand before Sibaldry. Theo never expected that there would be people who are willing to follow him instead. He guesses it means everyone still has the pride of Ragnar at least. Sure, he'll need people of his own in the end. The glint of steel catches the light as the thought solidifies to become the clan head of Ragnar, after all. And this quest is the final tutorial. The title he was never able to escape. With this new opportunity, he will completely abandon it in this life. Theo turns to Sibaldry. Evelyn, could we have a moment? Theo Ragnar. The apprentice swordsman of the Rose Palace awaiting the awakening ceremony. His master is Evelyn. A new resolve hardens his gaze. Sibaldry, an apprentice swordsman of the Southern Inspection, turns to face him. He inherited the swordsmanship of the Karai clan and is proficient with the quicksword. Let's have a good spar. A fierce yell echoes through the training grounds. The clash of steel rings out as two figures engage in a furious sword fight, the impact sending sparks flying. The air crackles with energy as the swordsmen exchange blows. The swords blur as they move with incredible speed, each strike carrying deadly intent. Even though he is called the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office, he thinks to himself that his opponent is quick, but he is still confident in his speed. A whirlwind of steel fills the air as the two warriors continue their deadly dance. It is said that young Master Theo's skill is the real deal. He wonders if his opponent is an idiot, and if this was in his previous life, he would have struggled to take even a few hits. But of course, the final strike lands, the force of the blow echoing through the air. Theo falls from the sky, a blue light enveloping him. He thinks to himself that this is easy for him now. Theo grunts. He lands hard. Expected of young Master Theo, he thinks, as he admits to himself that he lost. Theo reflects that he learned a lot, and that it was a good fight. He stands with his sword. Theo's eyes are seen through a screen. He wonders if he can use observation on himself. The screen reads, observing Theo Ragnar. Theo realizes that it works. A screen displays Theo Ragnar's stats. Stats will now be notated with numbers. The abilities are categorized under talent, which means if he keeps doing these quests, will he be able to get 4 more of these? Theo can even personally check his own stat values. It looks like his magic power stat is high thanks to his past life's magic and the dragon heart. But what's with the negative luck? Theo wonders if he is cursed or something. Theo reflects on his magic power and luck. Was he being unlucky in his previous life all because of this? Theo thinks he'll need to look for a way to increase his luck for now. Theo wonders what's with it. Theo stands before a crowd. No matter how weak Rendon was, he's still a mid-rank swordsman. Young Master Theo defeated Rendon. He's even received the approval of the commander. With its rule of the strong motto, there are 2 reactions from Ragnar. It's either they become envious of him, or he becomes their subject of admiration. And the ones gathered here seem to be of the latter. The rumors were true. One of the observers wonders if he would have even been able to block Theo's sword. Another observer exclaims that he wants to spar with him as well. Yodi Nalen, a pillar of the Naren Viscounty, a low-ranked swordsman with passion and perseverance, yearns to spar against Theo. Yodi Nalen smiles, his red eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yodi Nalen. Yodi Nalen calls out, telling him to come forward. He declares, let's spar. He declares himself Yodi Nalen, 3rd son of Viscount Nalen, and master of the swordsmanship technique, Double Ascension. The air crackles with anticipation as the duel begins. Yodi Nalen's eyes glow with determination. The sound of steel echoes as the swords clash. The swords meet, sparks flying as basic swordsmanship proficiency increases. Theo prepares to strike, his movements precise and deadly. Yodi Nalen leaps back, narrowly avoiding the blow. The force of the near miss sends a shockwave through the air. The swords sing as they dance together. The energy intensifies with each strike. The swords clash once more, as Changing Heart swordsmanship proficiency has increased. Both warriors are surprised by the other's skill, a mutual respect beginning to form. A system message declares that it's his loss. The system indicates that luck has increased by 1 for Yodi Nalen. He wonders if an approval increased his luck. The system informs that some experience points have been gained. He wonders if it also tracks his reputation. The system displays a visual effect. The system indicates that the approval has been gained. He resolves to keep fighting. The system announces that the approval of Binat Ramiro has been gained. The system indicates that luck has increased by 1. The system announces that the approval of Eric Moran has been gained. A sword is swung with immense force. The system announces that the approval of Manfred Nonbert has been gained. The system indicates that luck has increased by 1. The system grants the approval of Manuel Noir. The system grants the approval of Vero Perenk, and luck increases by 1. Luck increases by 1. The system grants the approval of Daniel Riemann. Luck increases. Luck increases by 1. A soft chuckle escapes him. Next, the scene shifts to a group of people. Some sit, some stand, all exhausted. He sighs, the weight of battles passed heavy on his mind. He thinks, I've fought so much at this point. The tutorial quest shows only a minimal increase. He wonders if the increase is due to the people who already approve of him. It seems he needs to fight stronger foes or show off when there are some. He needs a different event. Someone comments that Theo looks exhausted and asks if he will be all right. Theo says he will rest when he needs to, but not yet. If they say so, then he will. Meanwhile, Remington Narcio is asked to request a spar this time. Silver Lion Remington Narcio. Remington, one of the 4 hounds of the north. Elsewhere, Hulkus Lank. Remington Narcio stands ready, his gaze fixed on an unseen point. The intricate details of his armor gleam in the dim light. Elsewhere, Axion Ragnar, of Camellia Palace, prepares. It's a title that refers to the 4 strongest people within the Awakening Ceremony generation under the Ragnar clan. Remington Narcio's name echoes in the air. Remington states that he came early to see the swordsmanship of Lord Ragnar. Before the Awakening Ceremony, Remington Narcio is being observed. A voice expresses thanks for fulfilling a wish. Remington Narcio, deputy clan head of Narcio, Silver Lion, and one of the 4 hounds of the north, is surprised at the appearance of a rival he never expected. Theo Ragnar is also present. The 31st son of the great guardian of the north, Kyle Ragnar, and an apprentice, stands ready. At the Awakening Ceremony, Theo reflects that he never expected to meet the sword genius Remington, whom he respected, while proceeding with the quest. He considered it an honor to cross swords against the famed deputy clan head of Narcio. Theo just wanted to fight against him with everything he currently possessed. He looked forward to a great battle. Could his current self? A surge of blue energy began to coalesce around him, the air crackling with unseen power. Theo stood bathed in the azure light, his sword gleaming with newfound energy. He advanced, his boots pounding against the unseen ground, the promise of battle drawing ever closer. Defeat the Remington. The blue energy intensified, swirling around him like a vortex of raw power. A contrasting surge of orange and red energy erupted, a fiery counterpoint to the cool blue. Steel met steel, the clash echoing through the unseen arena as Theo engaged his opponent. The fiery energy pulsed, a final surge of power before the true battle began. A blinding flash of energy erupts, the air crackling with unseen power. Eyes narrowed, a figure grips his sword, prepared for what comes next. Another warrior stands ready, his own blade gleaming in the light. The sword, a blur of motion, cuts through the air. The warrior's gaze remains fixed, unwavering. A trio of onlookers watch with bated breath. Steel clashes against steel, the sound echoing through the battlefield. A surge of power emanates from the point of impact. The two warriors stand poised, ready to strike again. Young Master Theo struggles to comprehend the situation. One of the onlookers refuses to believe what he's seeing. His companion states that it's the obvious result. No matter how much young Master Theo has grown, it's impossible for him to beat the four hounds, the strongest of this generation. A warrior stands tall, his armor gleaming in the fading light. But the fighting spirit the young master demonstrated. It is my loss. Theo looks up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Thank you for the good duel. The sword you were using was already worn out. Not to mention, you were already exhausted. This duel is my defeat. It was my loss the moment I lost my sword. Theo's expression softens, a hint of respect in his gaze. A firm grip seals their mutual respect. I hope we can have a proper duel next time. I hope the same. He had been acknowledged by one of the four hounds. A voice declares that young Master Theo is different as the tutorial quest shows progress. Theo's expression hardens, a subtle shift in his resolve. A voice acknowledges his strength. Theo's gaze is intense, focused on an unseen point. By obtaining talent and secret manuals through quests, he reflects on how he's become incomparably stronger than in his past life. But he felt at the moment their swords clashed. Theo acknowledges that he is still greatly lacking. Theo's expression is shadowed, hinting at his inner turmoil. It's a shame the duel fizzled out, but he still gained a lot. Not only did his luck increase by 10, but his reputation has greatly improved as the tutorial quest shows progress. He reflects that it's a shame the quest progress hasn't increased much, but he can always look for other methods. Young Master Theo wonders what would be a stage for him to gain approval. A voice booms, stating that truthfully, he did not come here today simply to duel him. The armored figure holds out an invitation. Theo's eyes widen slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The invitation is to the Scaled Dragon Society. The invitation is presented against a backdrop of shadowy figures. The words "the Scaled Dragon Society" are exclaimed. The figure explains that it is the high society group that only those who have been selected can join. The invitation is sealed with a red emblem. He is to be invited to the Scaled Dragon Society. Theo wonders why someone like him would be invited to participate, given that his group is famous. Someone off-panel dismisses the thought, stating that he is more than qualified and that the group isn't that serious. It's simply a social group for peers for the upcoming awakening ceremony. Another character wonders why they are not being invited and expresses a desire to cry. Theo admits he doesn't know Remington's motive for inviting him. He reflects that the Scaled Dragon Society is centered around Axion. The society is filled with guys that look down on him. Theo thinks that it's the perfect environment for him to progress his quest. It will also allow him to do some recon on Axion and the Camellia Palace. Theo sees no reason to refuse the invitation. He thanks the person offering the invitation and states that he will participate. Theo examines a holographic display with a smirk. A tutorial quest appears. Escape the tidal Imbecile of Ragnar. The progress is at 36/100%. A voice remarks, "Good thinking." Two figures walk away, one saying, "If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask." A voice states that the next meeting will be in 2 weeks. A figure smokes a cigarette, lost in thought. A close-up shows a hand resting on a chest. Moments later, the Rose Palace comes into view. Sounds of excitement fill the air. A woman exclaims, "My dear son." Theo responds, "Oh, mother." Theo is greeted by his mother and a crowd of servants. He wonders what all this is. He is informed that he has been invited to the Scaled Dragon Society. Emil Ragnar beams, her hands clasped together in excitement. The narration explains that the Scaled Dragon Society includes Axion, the son of the cunning Emil, and brilliant talents like Remington. Rendon Harvey and Evelyn Nereville assist as he is fitted with new clothes. Everything, from how he dresses to how he composes himself, will be scrutinized. The Scaled Dragon Society itself, it will all be scrutinized. Emil knows that he will show no fault with his etiquette. But attire and demeanor are different matters entirely, Emil states. Fortunately, this is something she can help him with. Lest he forget, This mother of his used to be an actress. He thinks to himself that he is glad she can be of assistance to him, his dear son. The illegitimate child of a commoner concubine. Mother. She always felt guilty for giving him such a label, even though it was not her fault. In the cold Ragnar clan. The imposing silhouette of the Ragnar clan castle loomed against the wintry sky, a constant reminder of the expectations and legacy that weighed heavily on Theo. He wondered how hard it must have been for her to have a lacking son. My dear son. A memory flickered, the back of a familiar red coat, a symbol of the woman who had always believed in him. Your mother believes in you. You can do it. Theo's crimson eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination igniting within them. He would not let her down. A comforting pat on the shoulder, a silent promise of support. There's no need to worry anymore, mother. A gathering of people fills a grand hall, their conversations a low hum. A man's face is shadowed, a sinister smile playing on his lips. My son is joining the Scaled Dragon Society. I'm going to pulverize the Scaled Dragon Society. 2 weeks later, the snow falls softly on a distant mountain town. Night has fallen on the Scaled Dragon Society banquet. A figure stands before an ornate carriage, the air crisp with winter's bite. A young man's expression is one of quiet determination. Footsteps echo in the cold night. The man is dressed in formal attire, his gaze sharp and focused. Boots crunch on the snow-covered ground. A faint smile graces his lips, a hint of what's to come. Is that really you, young Master Theo? You look like a new person. The man with white hair asks. Even you're teasing me, Sir Remington? Sir Remington gestures forward, saying, after you. Theo reflects. He does have a point. Not only have I grown taller, my muscles are more developed. This is the result of 2 whole weeks of diligent training. A flashback shows Remington training Theo, saying, young Master Theo, let's train together. During that time, Remington came to see me every day. Theo thinks, we've become pretty close now, not to mention all the followers I gained. The training continues, the sound of clashing steel echoing through the training grounds. Theo sighs, I only wanted to teach. Theo reflects, young Master Theo for a short interim. How did I end up with all this hassle? The training intensifies, the group moving in perfect synchronization. Theo thinks, it was a tiring 2 weeks. Remington says, I heard this is your first formal banquet. Remington reassures him, yes. No need to be so nervous. Remington smiles, I know you'll do well. The only thing is. He narrows his eyes, a flicker of suspicion dancing within their crimson depths. A voice echoes, speaking of a mischievous friend. My friend Axion, he can be very mischievous. Theo listens intently as Rendon continues, but it was actually Axion who gave me an invitation, saying he wanted to meet you. So I hope you won't think too harshly of him. The voice adds, he even prepared this banquet all for you. Theo's thoughts swirl, a silent question forming. It wasn't Remington that invited me, but Axion? He lets out a soft huh, his suspicion deepening. The voice muses, this is going a bit too well. The voice concludes, I'm looking forward to it. A carriage rolls along a cobblestone path, carrying Theo toward the banquet. He thinks, I'll be able to be greatly insulted. A hand, adorned with a dark sleeve, holds a glass filled with amber liquid and ice. A voice whispers, imbecile of Ragnar. Axion Ragnar smirks, holding a glass of amber liquid. The text reads, 4 hounds of the north Axion Ragnar. An unseen figure muses, a predatory gleam in their voice. I'm excited to have a fun new toy. A grand building stands tall against the clear sky. The wheel of a carriage turns, its polished surface gleaming. A foot steps down from the carriage, landing on the stone pavement. Theo exits the carriage, followed by another figure. Theo's gaze is intense, his red eyes sharp. The Camellia Palace looms in the distance, its spires reaching towards the heavens. Theo stands before the palace, its grandeur surrounding him. The Camellia Palace. The one. The palace stretches into the sky, a testament to power and history. Who instigated Rendon to interfere with my growth, and the ones who finally consumed me, my mother, and the entirety of the Rose Palace. The palace walls are imposing, hinting at the secrets within. The other figure asks, we enter? Theo responds, yes. He received word that Axion would personally come out and greet him. He should be waiting at the entrance. It's obvious why Axion invited him. Since the imbecile of Ragnar is acting up, he's probably trying to halt him in his tracks. But he didn't come here without a plan either. He'll make you understand who you're trying to trample on, Axion. Theo's gaze hardens, a glint of determination in his red eyes. That is, the blue light of the quest? Is there a quest inside Camellia Palace? Young Master Theo. Theo stands with another figure, his expression unreadable as the other shouts. Theo strides forward, his destination the looming palace ahead. Young Master Theo. He's fine. A cloud of flour hangs in the air. Covered in flour, a figure demands, what do you think you're doing? The figure, dusted in white, thinks, I wouldn't have been able to dodge and just gotten hit if this was my previous life. Remington Narcoy, confused by the unexpected situation, thinks, I thought Remington was in on this as well, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Remington walks away, thinking, welcoming me with flour. Evelyn Nerville and Remington watch him leave. Evelyn thinks, the ones who would do something like this are. Remington asks, what do you think? Remington states, that's basic courtesy, no? Remington asks, a greeting? What do you? A figure with glowing red eyes asks, what? Are you actually angry? The figure states, just take this as a greeting between brothers. Axion Ragnar, the Dark Tiger, apprentice swordsman, is expectant at having found a new toy to play with. He gazes off into the distance, his expression unreadable. His eyes narrow, a hint of something brewing behind them. Axion Ragnar's gaze hardens, his red eyes gleaming with an unknown intensity. Thanks, he says, dripping with sarcasm. Sure, with how welcoming you are to me, naturally I'd be thankful. A wide, unsettling smile spreads across Axion Ragnar's face. I'm looking forward to the party today. His expression darkens, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. The corners of his lips twitch upward into a sinister grin. You? His voice drips with menace. You've gotten really fun while I haven't seen you. Meanwhile, a grand chandelier hangs above a lavish ballroom, casting a warm glow on the scene below. Two figures stand in conversation, their voices hushed. The ballroom is filled with elegantly dressed guests, milling about and engaging in polite conversation. Just what is Axion thinking? One of the figures wonders, his expression troubled. Footsteps echo on the polished floor, the sound hinting at a purposeful stride. Axion Ragnar stands with another man, the latter observing. Didn't you see before? He's treating him like a toy. Young Master Theo, I apologize once again. They aren't usually like this. Theo responds, it's fine. I'm honestly more grateful. Theo says, talk as much as you want. You all need to badmouth me at least this much so I can crush you later. The view shifts to the building's exterior, the narrator noting, by the way, it looks like the location of that blue light I saw from outside is in this direction. Theo thinks, I'm pretty sure it's a quest, but I don't have a natural way to approach it. A voice asks, how is it? Enjoying the party. Axion strides forward, his expression unreadable. Footsteps ascend the stairs, the sound growing louder as Axion approaches. Axion thinks, calm down. Just do as planned. Axion, now face to face with others, responds, of course. Thanks for the invite. Right? Sorry about what happened before. I went a bit overboard. A disembodied voice declares, you'll accept my apology. Emil Ragnar stares intently, a sinister smile playing on his lips as another man looks on. The question hangs in the air, right? Evelyn Nereville looks on, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. She wonders why he would apologize. The man with long black hair watches with a slight smirk. Emil Ragnar's expression hardens. Evelyn Nereville is taken aback. What, she asks. Emil Ragnar laughs, putting his arm around the other man. Pahaha. Wow, look at our Theo. You're fun. I never knew you were like this. Evelyn Nereville watches the pair. I'm liking you more and more. A soldier observes. Look at that. He's just smiling and acting like Axion's bitch. Another soldier whispers, noble blood of Troyven. That's true. Even as Ragnar's, they're on different levels. He stood with another figure, the setting sun casting long shadows. A voice echoed. Yeah. There's no way you can compare Troyven, the noble swordsmanship clan from the east, and a random woman from who knows where. Emil Ragnar smiled faintly, his expression unreadable. In a dimly lit room, a man with sunglasses questioned, but why is Remington fluttering about that imbecile? Another responded, well if... A warning flashed. You look into it, Remington is actually also illegitimate. Hey, be careful what you say. Emil's gaze intensified, a subtle shift in his demeanor. Emil walked away, his thoughts hidden behind a veil of silence. Two figures stood together, their expressions serious as they watched Emil depart. A character's eyes narrowed, a decision forming in their mind. I was thinking of observing for a little longer, but that won't do. Emil stood in the foreground, two figures behind him, their conversation inaudible. A voice declared, I should greet my new friends as well, right? A figure held a glass, the contents swirling within, their intentions unclear. Emil stood among a crowd, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. He held up a bottle of wine, the dark liquid sloshing within. Emil offered the bottle to Rendon, a seemingly innocent gesture in the grand hall. Without warning, Emil swung the bottle with brutal force. The bottle connected with Rendon's head, the sound of shattering glass echoing through the hall. A wave of shock rippled through the onlookers. Rendon's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted in pain and confusion. Emil stood over the fallen Rendon, his expression unreadable. Rendon crashed to the floor, a strangled cry escaping his lips. Blood streamed down Rendon's face, his eyes filled with rage. You fucking bastard, you dare. His hand trembled as he reached up to touch the wound. Emil remained impassive, the shattered wine bottle still clutched in his hand. A crimson splatter stained the pristine floor. He strides away, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the hall. Rendon lies prone, a dark stain blooming on the floor beneath him. A bubble of rage flickers in his mind. Bastard? Emil stands over him, a dark silhouette against the light. I only gave you a little greeting, he says, his tone laced with disdain. That's hurtful to say. Rendon coughs, blood flecking his lips. A tutorial quest window appears. Escape the title, Imbecile of Ragnar. Emil wonders, what just happened? Emil's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Young Master Theo isn't someone who would do that, he thinks. Wait, was it for me? Emil turns and walks away, leaving Rendon on the floor. Rendon remains on the ground, struggling to breathe. With that, I think I've given you my welcome greeting. Emil, his back to Rendon, says, so now I should say my goodbyes as well, right? Rendon's hand clenches into a fist, his knuckles white with strain. Rendon gasps, W8. His hand glows with a fierce, red energy. Two figures in uniform stand at attention, their expressions unreadable. The two figures stand in the background as the camera focuses on Emil. Tutorial quest number 04. Escape the tidal imbecile of Ragnar. 58/100%. Tutorial quest number 04. Escape the tidal imbecile of Ragnar. 59/100%. Emil asks, anyone else want to say hello? Tutorial quest number 04. Escape the tidal imbecile of Ragnar. 66/100%. With blinding speed, Emil draws two swords simultaneously. Leaping forward, he prepares to strike with both blades. His grip tightens on the hilts, knuckles white with anticipation. Emil stands poised, the crossed swords reflecting the light. The sin of hurting the young master. A voice declares that they are paid for in death, their face obscured by shadow. The question hangs in the air. Who is this guy? The speaker is identified as the third young master of the Hanavi clan, young Master Ian. Hanavi. This is the reason I came to the Scaled Dragon Society, which is filled with enemies. The figure reveals that they are one of the 6 snow clans that support Ragnar, the Hanavi clan. The voice continues, stating that these guys wouldn't sit by and watch, especially when the imbecile they'd always looked down on suddenly started acting up. A voice responds with a dismissive, so what? Ian's expression twitches, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. The figure declares that they will no longer. The scene shifts to reveal the speaker standing over young Master Ian, sword drawn. The challenge rings out. Dare demand my death? A dark aura emanates as the figure asks if Ian can take responsibility for those words. His eyes flared with crimson light, the intensity of his gaze promising retribution. A declaration echoes in the air. Tolerate disrespect. Two armored figures stand face to face, the tension palpable between them. The armored men remain locked in place, the air thick with unspoken words. A close-up reveals a figure with long, flowing black hair and piercing red eyes, a hint of menace in their gaze. A voice questions if this is truly the imbecile of Ragnar they know. It's revealed that this individual also possesses the right of succession to the throne, being a direct blood relative of Ragnar. Furthermore, Ragnar is the Lord of the North, the ruler of the 6 snow clans. Chess pieces stand ominously, a silent declaration of a deadly game. Dragon as usually. Darkness descends, obscuring the scene in shadow. A sin so great, the destruction of an entire clan would be a reasonable punishment. It just hasn't been applicable to this guy for such a long time. Theo's face contorted in rage, but it wouldn't do anymore. A voice declared, we'll need to apologize first. Kill them. A figure stood in the background, the sound of their footsteps echoing. A sword swung downwards with blinding speed. The blade continued its descent, a flash of blue light accompanying it. The figure wielding the sword moved with deadly precision, blood splattering. The sword continued its dance, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. The swordsman's eyes narrowed, their focus absolute as they wielded their weapon. A figure lay prone on the ground, defeated. Someone ascended the stairs, their silhouette framed by the light. Another body crashed to the floor, the sound echoing through the halls. A tutorial quest box appeared. Escape the tidal imbecile of Ragnar. Theo stares intently, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A voice cries out in shock, Evelyn. Evelyn Narraville turns her head, a sly smile playing on her lips. When did you realize I followed you? Rendon Harvey stands with his arms crossed, a knowing smirk on his face. Theo thinks to himself, I don't know why, but thanks to her following me, I'll be able to turn the tables without a worry. A lone figure stands amidst a battlefield littered with fallen soldiers. The sound of something shattering echoes in the air. Rendon's words hang in the air. You said you wouldn't take in disciples anymore. Rendon Harvey, holding a bottle, asks, so, is your new swordsmanship disciple to your liking? A white-haired guard stands before someone, saying, you have someplace to be? You've only ever stayed outside before I retired. Rendon chuckles. My joy in life recently has been tormenting you. So what's your answer? A voice responds, that's expensive. A gruff voice rumbles, yeah, so what's your answer? A sigh follows, then a softer voice says, never mind. The first voice continues, stating that someone was beyond expectations. He adds that he's considering just his attitude and talent. The gruff man drinks deeply from a bottle. He wonders if Axion didn't pass through his hands as well, before declaring that this guy is the best. Evelyn speaks, agreeing when considering his potential. Evelyn states that he is beyond even young Master Axion, adding that these are not empty words she is speaking. The gruff man chuckles, saying that since she has 2 eyes, she would see things better than he can. Evelyn replies that a person can't change that drastically, adding that it seems to be the case. Evelyn continues, saying that it's odd that someone who has hidden his true strength all this time has suddenly started showing it off. Rendon speaks, wondering if he hid his strength all this time. Rendon continues, saying that hasty in one's steps makes one bound to trip, but it seemed like he was being chased by something. Rendon concludes, stating that's why he's worried about his attendance at the Scaled Dragon Society this time as well. The gruff man says to follow after him if she's so worried. He reassured Evelyn, stating that things might be different from what she was worried about, but something would happen. Rendon thought to himself, when wolf cubs who are actively searching for blood gather together. He continued, they start to solidify their hierarchy. Well, while you're there, try and tempt that Theo guy a little as well. A hand carefully placed a folded white coat on the table. Meanwhile, Theo's eyes narrowed, a spark of determination flickering within them. He thought to himself, and get him to join the white-armored dragon cavalry. Rendon walked away, his back to Evelyn, as she watched him. Evelyn questioned, do you think you can retire just because you can't ride a dragon? Rendon responded, come back and take responsibility for the one you introduced. I'll be going. Elsewhere, Theo savored the wine, thinking to himself that it was great. The folded white coat sat on the table next to the half-empty bottle of wine. A voice commented, good because it's expensive. Later that night, the camera panned across a grand building, bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight. A woman stands in a grand hall, her sword drawn amidst fallen bodies. He reflects that he noticed that someone followed him and orchestrated this situation on purpose. He thought that maybe he joined the Scaled Dragon Society while aiming for this in the first place, and that he was someone he didn't need to worry about to begin with. She wonders since when he noticed her presence. It is thought that he's definitely not ordinary. She sensed him the moment he got in her carriage, the possessor of a dragon heart. The cloaked figure can unleash their energy perception, also called a sixth sense. Anyway, thanks to that, the stage has been set. Now, the woman with the sword stands near a man with long hair. Most of the people here have shown disrespect to a successor candidate. What is the punishment for such a crime? What? Depending on the clan laws. His gaze is sharp, focused on the task ahead. Immediate execution is also possible. The thought echoes in the air as Emil stands over the fallen. A cruel smile plays on his lips. Since they are all children who haven't even done their awakening ceremony, take only one of their arms and end it there. Emil swings his blade, ready to carry out the order. Understood. Someone shouts, W8. The second son of the Byron clan falls victim to the blade. The first son of the Red and White Mercenary Corps meets his end. The fourth daughter of the Ceres Merchant Guild and the third son of the Clark clan are slain. The first daughter of the Howard clan is next. The tutorial quest to escape the title of Imbecile of Ragnar progresses. A man on the floor begs, pleading with Emil to spare him. An unseen force strikes, and the man cries out in pain. Emil states that this is just a greeting. Another unseen attack lands, and the man screams. The unseen force continues its assault. The attacks continue to rain down. Emil stands over the body of the man, Evelyn at his side. First son of the Parenk family. A final scream echoes through the room. Emil and Evelyn stand together, observing the aftermath. Emil says, I never expected to meet you again like this, Evelyn. Evelyn responds, it has been a while, young master. A tutorial quest notification appears. Escape the title. The progress is at 82/100%. He only aimed for the ones who made comments about the bloodline. He's made it so that even as a fellow successor candidate, he couldn't stop her. Also, Emil states, I have cut the right arms of the 14 people you have ordered me to. A voice asks, good work. What's their status? The voice continues, if they take their arm to a priest right now, they will be able to reattach them. Emil states, though, their life as swordsmen will be a different matter. Evelyn responds, perfect. A voice asks, young Master Theo, are you alright? It is noted that both Remington and Evelyn got drunk on him at some point. Theo Ragnar, the imbecile of the Rose Palace, has truly changed. Kakik. Emil's expression hardens, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Emil declares, I want to crush you underfoot. Emil states, let's go now, Evelyn, Remington. Someone responds, yes. A voice calls out, inviting someone to go together. Theo Ragnar's eyes narrow, a flicker of determination in their depths. His gaze remains intense, focused on an unseen point. Theo Ragnar walks down a hallway with another figure. A fist clenches tightly, knuckles white with suppressed emotion. Theo Ragnar states that he had fun, Axion. Theo Ragnar stands before a notification. Tutorial quest number 04. Escape the title Imbecile of Ragnars. A health bar reads 100/100. Someone says they'll see you later. A man's face contorts in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. The words Theo Ragnar explode across the sky. A message appears, declaring that all tutorial quests have been completed. Now, no one will call him the Imbecile of Ragnar. With that, the quest is complete. Theo Ragnar stands with two companions. The trio stands before a grand building. But his true revenge starts now. Receiving rewards. An experience elixir, type, potion, effect, 5 level ups, requirement, below level 30. The sun sets, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold. Light streams through a grand window. A woman writes in a book, her brow furrowed in concentration. A woman stands before a man in a dimly lit room. The woman continues to write, the man watching her intently. Axion's Scaled Dragon Society was. A man raises his glass, his voice booming with cheer. Here, here, in celebration of young Master Theo's unbelievable high society debut. A chorus of voices responds, glasses clinking together in a resounding cheers. The crowd erupts in cheers, their voices a wave of celebration. The revelers gather around tables, raising their drinks in continued merriment. Sipping from his glass, Theo wonders, done in by that imbecile Theo? The celebration continues, the air thick with the scent of ale and camaraderie. The Camellia Palace stood tall, its architecture imposing against the dark sky. The heavy doors creaked open, revealing the interior. A woman with gray hair and a stern expression spoke, her voice sharp. Not only did you give that imbecile bastard justification, you even let your people's arms get. Theo's face was etched with a mix of defiance and weariness, the scars on his face a testament to battles fought. Theo responded, his voice low. Yes. Do you really believe that makes any sense? I warned you over and over not to take things lightly. The gray-haired woman stood with her back to Theo, her posture radiating authority. Forget pressuring him into submission. You've just given him the grounds to go wild. A man's voice boomed, filled with frustration. Theo Ragnar begins to stand out. It'll be much more difficult to take over the Rose Palace. Theo reassured. You do not have to worry. I'll. The unseen man retorted, his tone dismissive. I don't want to hear it. Go and reflect on what you've done. You need to reflect on almost ruining our great. Theo's expression hardened as he listened. Plan, due to you chasing such shallow enjoyment. Theo concluded, his voice calm but firm. I'll keep that in mind. Evelyn Narraville stands in a grand hall, a delicate fan held in her hand. Rendon Harvey sked, wondering who Theo takes after to be so impulsive. Yodi Nayland remarked that Theo completely resembles Rendon when he was young. Rendon's eyes narrowed. Rendon questioned if that was supposed to be a joke, asking Evelyn not to be so angry, stating that this incident might not be all that bad. Yodi Nayland asked why that was. Yodi Nayland explained that as the Rose Palace has been a part of the clan head's harem, it was very difficult to obtain ownership over it. Yodi Nayland continued, saying that while it has been outside of the clan head's interests as a place where riffraffs are gathered, it basically. Rendon stated that they still had the backing of the clan head, therefore, what they needed was. Rendon clenched his fist, a sign of justification. Thankfully, Theo created quite the chaos at the Scaled Dragon Society meeting. Theo is slowly becoming the representative of the Rose Palace, so using the Scaled Dragon Society incident as justification. He proposes using legal procedures to suppress him. The reason why he found Theo becoming stronger unsettling was because he feared that their influence would expand if the clan had paid more attention to the Rose Palace. But by using Theo, who has become stronger, they can take over. If the Camellia Palace uses proper legal procedures to sweep them away, the Rose Palace will naturally have no choice but to submit to the Troivans. Hence, they can take over. The Rose Palace, without a sound. A woman asks how long it will take to prepare. Preparations. Tomorrow morning, when you wake up, you will hear some uplifting news. A man tells her to enjoy a bath and get a good night's sleep tonight, my lady. He says he has even prepared an aromatic candle for her, from the South Akron volcanic region. With great difficulty. A voice acknowledges the actions of an elder brother, expressing a sense of expectation. A declaration of love is made, tinged with a sense of inevitability. A voice expresses shock, hinting at a surprising revelation. The speaker admits they didn't realize young Master Theo cared so much. A question hangs in the air, followed by murmurs about the Scaled Dragon Society and a query about orange juice. The speaker recalls a moment when young Master Theo stood up for them, even enduring insults. A voice expresses embarrassment at being unable to do anything themselves. The speaker reflects on Theo's surprising nature, noting how he endured being looked down upon as an illegitimate child. Yet, he still ended up as a strong person, not to mention, even against opponents who don't have the strength to win against him, he has the willpower to eke out a complete win. Against the Camellia Palace, who no one could go against, he had the courage to wield his sword without any hesitation. Remington Narcio thinks to himself, all that, just for me. He is greatly touched because he believes Theo cares a lot for him. Theo remains silent, his expression unreadable. It seems he's greatly misunderstood something. A different idea. I wish to follow you, Sir Theo. The man sits down, his expression thoughtful. Oh, as expected. The strong recognize the strong. The two of you are awesome. No, wait. I think you're misunderstanding. Just let him be. Telepathy? The crowd cheers, their faces filled with excitement. It's not like it's a bad misunderstanding, the pink-haired woman thinks with a smirk. Elsewhere, two men laugh together. It may be that everyone just wants to get along with you, young master. I'm not anyone special, Theo thinks. In a way, it might all be due to this message window. The message window displays Theo Ragnar's stats. I wonder what this is. At first, I believe this to be the fragments of my regret. But seeing how detailed this is, I don't think that's the case. I do get a vague sense of déjà vu. Well, whatever it is, it's helping me, so it doesn't matter. It seems that once I level up, it gives me points that can be used to raise my stats, so I believe I can increase my abilities however I want. How? Shining future that I, who has become much stronger, will bring. He considers his next move. First, he must prepare for the Camellia Palace's counterattack. Rendon says, Remy, since you've mentioned it, would you help me with something? Theo replies, of course, Master Theo. Ask me anything. Theo looks surprised. A card glows in Rendon's hand. Rendon thinks, the war for the throne between me and Axion will become fiercer soon. Rendon holds the card and thinks, to prepare for when that time comes. Please help me. Theo is surprised by the request. In the future, Remington becomes the clan head of the Narshio clan. Rendon thinks, and their forces become powerful enough to confront the Ragnars. Theo thinks, I should use this opportunity to completely bring Remington to my side. Rendon says, take this, Remington. The card is passed over. He smiles, holding a card in his hand. A voice pledges to follow young Master Theo, promising to help with anything. Another man smiles, offering his thanks. The man notes that he was just called Remy in a friendly manner. Theo Ragnar's name echoes through the room. A loud crash resonates. Armored figures march forward. A woman reacts in shock, exclaiming about the swords of law. An armored figure holds up a document bearing the name Theo Ragnar. A woman is informed that she is under arrest for threat, assault, and intimidation, and she questions the nonsense of it all. A man attempts to calm the situation, saying, it's all right. Calm down. An armored figure states, let's see. It's a real warrant. The ink hasn't even dried yet. They sure were in a rush. A figure in armor says, let's go. Hands are shown in shackles. Armored figures stand guard as someone exclaims, why young Master Theo? A man nods in agreement. Two figures react with surprise. A man holds up a card, with another figure in the background. Someone walks away. The Rose Palace stands tall. The woman asks, shocked, where Theo is being taken. The man states that it is the tribunal. The man says it's all right, wondering what he is being charged with. The woman says that it seems to be because of the Scaled Dragon Society. The woman is shocked. The man says that they are accusing him of inciting a rebellion, and he believes they will go to trial with this since he completely destroyed the Scaled Dragon Society. A voice says that this won't end easily, wondering who would have thought that him being invited to the Scaled Dragon Society would lead to this. The woman says that he will get through this. A voice says that is the kind of kid their Theo is. The man and woman are seen through a doorway, as a voice pleads for them to come back. Confined, Theo sits between armored guards, his expression unreadable. A quiet sigh escapes him. Theo reflects, it's been a while since I've been here. Meanwhile, a carriage approaches the imposing structure of the tribunal. He thinks, since I completely destroyed the Scaled Dragon Society, this won't just end with simple imprisonment. A voice declares, they'll definitely go to trial with this. The voice continues, bringing Ragnar's successor before the tribunal means. The carriage wheels creak to a halt. They want to question my qualification as successor. A horse-drawn carriage makes its way toward a grand hall, its imposing architecture a testament to the power within. He considers that they probably want to crush him completely this time. Theo is escorted by a guard, his expression unreadable as he is led through the halls. A smirk plays on his lips. That's exactly what he's hoping for. The sound of armored feet echoes through the halls. Theo and his escorts approach massive doors, their imposing size a clear indication of the power and authority that lies beyond. The doors creak open, revealing a blinding light. A voice booms from the depths of the hall, commanding them to bring him inside. Theo's eyes gleam with anticipation. Yes, if he's going to take out what he has prepared. On a stage of this magnitude, the long hall stretches before them, an endless path leading to an unknown destination. Theo is ready. Julius Ragnar, captain of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, is among those gathered. There sure are some amazing people gathered here. Ed Trovian, director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, is one of the 4 of the 9 dragons who protect Ragnar. If this were his past life, he would have been so overwhelmed that he could have hardly breathed. Osa Ragnar, lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, is also present. Wolfgang Ragnar, head counselor, is also in attendance. Ragnar's name echoes in the halls. A figure responds, acknowledging Wolfgang, the head counselor, and noting that it has been a while. He didn't expect to see him in this place, though. Wolfgang values bloodlines. Wolfgang states that enough is enough with the greetings. He reminds the person that they were summoned to answer for their crimes. The Byron clan, the Ceres Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenary Corps, and even the Hanavi clan are all clamoring to cut ties with the main family because of his foolish actions. Wolfgang asks if he, a bastard, can bear the damage he caused. He listens intently, his gaze fixed on someone out of sight. Emil Ragnar states that he has listened to their opinion. Ed Troiven acknowledges that in theory, what was said is correct, but he trails off with a sense of foreboding. Emil Ragnar counters, stating that while the Ragnar family is strong, it isn't truly great. A voice echoes, warning that if they don't listen to the voices of their vassals and knights, they would inevitably fall. Ed Troiven insists that one cannot rule this world with just tyranny. The man named Ed Troiven reflects internally, noting that the first wife of the clan head, the best swordsman in the north, the Sword Dragon, doesn't seem hostile towards him. Still, a vision of a ruined landscape flashes before them, a stark reminder of the consequences of their actions. Ed Troiven hopes that Emil Ragnar understands that the punishment he will receive is justified. The man named Ed Troiven assures that he'll make sure to keep that in mind. A voice declares a sentence of 3 months of probation. Ed Troiven adds that the awakening ceremony is in just 2 months. Emil Ragnar explodes, demanding how dare he talk back. It has been decided that he will be allowed to participate in next year's awakening ceremony. It has also been decided that the 15 children injured by his hand will participate. Ed Troyven grunts in response to the decision. The meeting continues. The speaker believes this isn't too bad, as having the awakening ceremony delayed brings great dishonor upon Theo within Ragnar. For the one representing the Rose Palace to carry such dishonor will give ample justification for the Camellia Palace to overtake the Rose Palace. Once their plan is put in motion, he won't be able to do anything about it anymore. All he can do is accept it. If he foolishly tries to appeal, they could just kill him. But Ed Troyven doesn't think he would be that foolish. Theo declares he wants to appeal. The others are shocked by this statement. Ed Troyven calls him a fool. Emil Ragnar says his arrogance really knows no limits, but this makes things easier for them though. Ed Troyven asks if he even knows what it means to appeal. Theo responds, of course. He knows that this isn't something that usually can be resolved with just 3 months of probation. Ed Troyven says it's nothing but a slap on the wrist. The demon dragon probably pulled some strings. In the strong and proud Ragnar, appealing means. The air crackles with tension as the word war explodes from a crimson speech bubble, its ominous presence filling the grand hall. He stands alone on the platform, a solitary figure against the vast expanse. A declaration echoes, resolute and unwavering. But I have no intention of accepting even that slap on the wrist. The man's expression is one of grim satisfaction. He muses, in the end, only the victor speaks the truth. On the contrary, I expect to be rewarded. A system message flashes, entering main scenario. Meanwhile, the air is thick with the stench of smoke and blood. The sounds of battle echo in the distance. He stands amidst the carnage, a lone warrior silhouetted against the fiery sky. His sword drips with the blood of his enemies, a testament to the brutal conflict. A fallen foe lies impaled, a grim reminder of the battle's ferocity. The ground is littered with broken weapons and shattered armor. The air shimmers with heat, the aftermath of a devastating clash. The warrior surveys the battlefield, a silent sentinel amidst the destruction. The weight of victory hangs heavy in the air. The battlefield crackles with heat as Theo, cloaked and hooded, observes the scene with a straw dangling from his lips. A voice echoes across the battlefield, declaring, "It's just as young Lord Theo said." A knight stands victorious amidst the carnage, his armor gleaming in the firelight, a fallen foe lying at his feet. From behind, Theo watches the night, the fiery landscape painting a dramatic backdrop. A disembodied voice announces, "Troyven's Camellia Palace is finished now." A sinister grin spreads across a man's face, his eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. Figures sit upon ornate thrones within a grand hall, the weight of unspoken decisions hanging heavy in the air. A lone figure stands before a massive doorway, his back to the viewer, contemplating the path ahead. The man's expression is unreadable, but the silence speaks volumes. The voice questions the escalation of a minor issue, taking it into a war. The unseen speaker declares someone beyond arrogant. The man with braided hair states that something is something he will need to handle. The voice questions if making appeals through proxy battles is normal in cases where there is a huge difference in power. The voice states that usually, appeals mean deciding the winner and loser through war. The voice continues, stating that in cases where war is nearly impossible due to the sheer difference in power, each force will send a representative, and the winner will be decided in a 1:1 sword duel. That is a proxy battle. The implication is clear. The representative of the defendant will naturally be Theo. The odds favor the representative of the plaintiff being Axion. If that happens, it is all but guaranteed that Theo will lose. The man with the eye patch wonders why he is making this choice, and if he has something up his sleeve. If he's believing that either Evelyn or I will step forward as his representative, he will be gravely disappointed. As the rules say, they'll decide on the representatives and have the proxy battle in a week. How's that? Having the demon dragon or Evelyn as his proxy. It's an obvious tactic. But by their personalities, those two wouldn't do that. You'll have to fight personally, Theo Ragnar. Axion declares he'll send Axion and make him understand his place through death. Theo simply replies, "Sure." Then for the representatives, "I thought you were a quiet child." A series of faces are shown, all with red eyes. A close-up of a face with red eyes shows a look of shock. A door creaks open. A figure with long black hair speaks, "But you are adept at making such sly schemes." A voice booms, "You have changed a lot since the last time I saw you, my son." A stern-looking man with glowing red eyes is shown. The man descends the stairs. The text reads, "Clan head Kyle Ragnar." People kneel before Kyle Ragnar. A speech bubble reads, "We greet the clan head." The people continue to kneel before Kyle Ragnar. Apprentice swordsman Theo Ragnar greets the incarnation of the great dragon god. A digital chime echoes as a notification appears before him. The notification declares a new scenario quest, Path of the Successor. The objective, take over Camellia Palace and uncover its secret. The quest is his first since the tutorial. The secret of Camellia Palace? He wonders if this is what that blue light was. It's been hectic, so he'd forgotten about it. Theo tells himself that now is not the time to be distracted by that. He steels his resolve. The doors to the Camellia Palace open, revealing Kyle Ragnar. Theo knows he needs to take care of this first. An insane variable just appeared, and his plan could go awry. Kyle Ragnar asks why his father came here, telling him to stand. Kyle Ragnar says he heard about his situation by chance on his way here, and it seems he is in a complicated position. He also heard Theo wanted to make an appeal through a proxy battle. Theo remains silent. A deep voice rumbles, affirming the previous statement. That's right. A figure with a neatly trimmed gray beard holds a book, explaining the situation. If that's the case, it will be difficult for you to enter the proxy battle yourself. A stern face, framed by a gray beard, peers down. Red eyes narrow as he asks, who were you planning on selecting as your proxy to stand in your place? A close-up of a sharp, red eye. The figure declares, this is a test. A figure with long, purple hair reacts with shock, lightning crackling around them. Wait, is this? Standing in a grand hall, a figure in a long coat declares, someone to stand in my place? No one like that exists. He continues, I was naturally thinking of stepping up myself for the appeal. The man's red eyes narrow, a hint of a sneer playing on his lips. A single, intense red eye stares out, filled with determination. A figure stands in a hall, a determined look on their face. A figure stands firm, declaring, even if I am forced to bend, I will not lower myself willingly. A maniacal laugh echoes through the halls. Gahaha. A figure in heavy armor proclaims, did you all hear that? These words of my son. There is no better way to describe Ragnar than this. Rendon states that there is no better way to describe Ragnar than this. Your attitude has truly satisfied me. Theo thanks Rendon for his praise. The proxy battle is only bait. I'm not thinking of fighting. So it's nice that I can say the truth without holding back. Evelyn and Remington's work is the proof of Camellia Palace's treasonous conspiracy. If I have that, I can get a victory without even fighting. Then I personally wish to give you an opportunity. As the master of Ragnar, I, Kyle Ragnar. Kyle Ragnar stands before another character. The other character is surprised. Forget about the trial. If you can endure a single strike, I will absolve you of all your charges. Come outside now. Clan head, that cannot be done. Rendon stands beside Kyle Ragnar, the air thick with unspoken tension. Testing his single strike against him means he approves of his opponent. If he survives it, he'll become someone who has received the approval of the clan head. Theo stands before a massive, fiery dragon. He thinks, I don't think that Theo bastard will be able to endure it. But just in case, if he somehow does. No, I need to stop him from looking favorable in the eyes of the clan head. How could those vassals and bannermen dare to comment on the blood of your son? As is the rule, proceeding with the proxy battle would be. Kyle Ragnar's eyes burn with a fierce intensity. Theo remains silent, his expression unreadable. Kyle Ragnar observes the scene, his one visible eye gleaming with amusement. A subordinate dismisses the clan head's interest as nothing of consequence. Kyle Ragnar rebuffs the comment, calling it nonsense. The clan head cuts off the small talk, pressing Theo for an answer. Theo realizes his plan has crumbled. A sinister smile spreads across Theo's face. But a change like this is always welcome. He admits that something is too heavy for him to bear, his hand resting over his heart. A disembodied voice questions how one could compare a single strike with a proxy war against vassals and bannermen. A stern-faced man with a neatly trimmed beard stares intently, his expression unreadable. Another voice challenges, questioning if someone is refusing to act. Crimson eyes gleam with sinister intent, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. A voice expresses a wish to convey how unfair a transfer is, followed by a questioning unfair. Since the trial has become stricter, a voice wonders if their compensation shouldn't also be increased, ending with a questioning, ho. A figure asks such as, during a conversation. Theo stands silently before a taller figure, his expression unreadable. Two men stand in a grand hall, their conversation unheard. A close-up reveals a sinister smirk, the eyes gleaming with dark amusement. A shocked face stares wide-eyed, the words the Camellia Palace hanging in the air. A figure with long, dark hair and piercing red eyes contemplates, to something like. The words the Camellia Palace hang in the air as a close-up reveals a character with stark white hair and intense purple eyes. Tears stream down a face contorted in anguish, the silence broken only by an unspoken scream. A stern-looking man with a neatly trimmed beard and spectacles exclaims, that brat. What madness! To propose a deal with the clan head. A close-up of a face reveals a simmering rage as the thought echoes, this half-blood doesn't know his place. The disembodied voice declares, a deal is conducted under the premise that both parties are equal. His arrogance will be his downfall. Before a final, resolute fine. Two figures stand in a grand hall, one smaller than the other, as the taller one questions with surprise. The stern man continues, if you are aiming to become the successor, you'll need at least this much gumption. He then asks, any objections, Sky Dragon? One of the figures in the hall responds, how could I dare to comment on your decision? A voice declares, good, then prepare the stage right away. A figure stands in a vast, sunlit hall, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the space. A man strides forward, his expression unreadable beneath the shadow of his brow. A close-up reveals a face etched with determination, the red eyes hinting at a hidden intensity. The camera pans across the ornate architecture, hinting at the grandeur of the setting. Figures move in the distance, their purpose unclear. Intricate mechanisms and structures fill the frame, suggesting a complex and perhaps dangerous environment. Frustration boils over. The trap set to catch Theo has turned. A voice echoes in the mind. There's no need to be anxious. He is being elevated into a stage. Even if that brat is stronger now, there's no way he can withstand a single strike from the clan head, a feat even high-ranked swordsmen would find difficult. Theo will die here. He has to die here. He thought to himself that he knew what the other person was thinking. The man with the dark gray hair stands in the distance. He thinks to himself that unfortunately for Theo, that's not what's going to happen, thanks to a tutorial reward he received. The man wonders if Theo consumed an elixir while he wasn't looking. He thinks that even if he had, such a rapid change would be on. The man strokes his beard, lost in thought. Theo thinks to himself that it doesn't matter much to him how the man got stronger. The man asks Theo if he is all warmed up. Theo responds with a simple, yes. The man draws his sword. The man says that normally, he'd use his great sword, but since Theo doesn't even know how to use mana yet, he'll use this rusty steel sword. The man is surrounded by red energy. He says, all right, well then. The man is surrounded by red energy. The man is surrounded by red energy. He smirks, a spark of anticipation in his eyes. Let's begin. Red energy surges around him, crackling with raw power. A voice echoes, surprised at his resilience. I'm surprised you're still standing. His eyes glow with newfound strength, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Of course, the surge of power is palpable. His strength stat has almost tripled, a reward from clearing the tutorial. An experience elixir shimmers before him, promising a significant boost. Theo grins, the elixir's effects already taking hold. Using it gave him 5 levels, and he poured all the allocatable stats into strength. Theo Ragnar feels a surge of liberation, leaving the realm of the ordinary and stepping into the realm of the extraordinary. His strength stat reads 52. With this much strength, Theo thinks he should be able to block a single strike from his father. A blade descends, a flash of steel against the red-tinged air. Theo braces himself, ready to meet the challenge. His eyes narrow, focusing on the approaching strike. Time seems to slow as he prepares to block. Muscles tense, he prepares to meet the force of the blow. The weight of the impending strike is immense. The impact reverberates, a shockwave of force exploding outwards. He grips his sword tightly, preparing to block the incoming attack. Ed Troiven's eyes narrow, a crimson glow intensifying within them. The Sky Dragon's vision sharpens. I can see it. Red energy crackles around him, a prelude to the impending strike. The energy explodes outward, a wave of destructive force. Debris and dust are thrown into the air, obscuring the battlefield. The ground trembles as the force of the attack intensifies. Ed Troiven pauses, a moment of contemplation before unleashing his full power. Theo braces himself, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword. A sinister grin spreads across Ed Troiven's face. It's been a while. The blade of a sword gleams ominously, ready to strike. Amidst the shattering of glass, Theo wields his weapon. A voice booms, declaring that a decent son has been found. Theo Ragnar has proven his innocence through his will, a man states with a sinister smile. The trial has concluded. A system notification appears. Theo has successfully completed the sudden quest, Single Strike of Kyle Ragnar. A new reward is granted, Authority. Theo obtains a blue key as a reward. Meanwhile, Theo lies unconscious in a lavishly decorated room. He stirs, his eyes fluttering open. Theo wonders where he is, as a voice declares that he is finally awake. A woman stands over Theo, exclaiming that he fainted while standing up. A woman with auburn hair holds Theo's hand, her face etched with worry. He reassures her, telling her to calm down. His eyes flutter open, and he wonders where he is. Elsewhere, a stern voice declares an order from the clan head. The speaker stands before a window, the room where Theo lies visible in the distance. A man with an eye patch reports that Axion and the Director of Intelligence have vacated their positions. Evelyn and Theo exchange a look. Evelyn confirms the information. The man with the eye patch smirks. A text bubble identifies the location. This is the Camellia Palace. The scenario has been updated. A blue screen displays the mission objective. Take over Camellia Palace and uncover its secret. Camellia Palace is at January 1st, and the secret is at 0/1. The Camellia Palace garden is lush with greenery and white flowers. A woman's heel grinds into the earth, crushing small stones. Amel's face is contorted with rage. She roars, demanding why she, the rightful master of this palace, should be forced to vacate her own property. Amel is told to calm herself. Several figures stand in a hallway, seemingly pleading with someone out of view. Axion stands with another man, their conversation unheard. Theo Ragnar's eyes glow with an eerie light as he is commanded to kill Theo Ragnar. The man states that he plans to take his arm during the awakening ceremony, but another voice insists on taking his head. The command echoes, you must take his head. Theo Ragnar's expression is grim, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The Camellia Palace stands tall. Things went in a completely different direction than he had planned. But this is a far better result. Theo Ragnar managed to obtain the Camellia Palace without using his trump card. On top of that, he obtained a second authority. He opens his inventory. A blue light emanates from the inventory screen. A blue key appears. Theo Ragnar takes a bite out of an apple. But it'll come in handy, he thinks. Theo Ragnar touches the inventory screen. This blue key is of type miscellaneous, effect dungeon opening, requirement matching dungeon gate. This key is undoubtedly. A door opens with a flash of blue light. He held the blue key aloft, a sense of connection resonating within him. It felt related to this place. The keyhole on the door shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow, awaiting the key's insertion. A card clicks into place. Theo Ragnar stands before a doorway, a strange energy emanating from within. The doorway crackles with power. That's, Theo muses, a cave? In a room at Camellia Palace? This must be another quest of some kind. Theo declares, whatever this is, I'll clear it. Theo thinks, can't miss out on the doubled experience. Theo affirms, right. Theo considers, I shouldn't go empty-handed. A grand building stands tall. A screen displays a selection of swords, each glowing with potential. He declares, all right, let's check it out. Theo ventures deeper into the dungeon, his sword and shield at the ready. The dungeon stretches before him, a path of stone and shadow. A massive wolf, its fur the color of frost, emerges from the darkness. A wolf, Theo wonders. He observes, quite a big one at that. Theo realizes, big enough to be a demonic beast. The demonic wolf lunges, its red eyes burning with savage intent. Reacting instantly, Theo raises his shield, the metal groaning under the force of the impact. Bracing himself, he holds the shield firm, the demonic wolf's weight pressing against it. Claws flash, raking across the shield's surface as the wolf attempts to tear through his defenses. Theo grits his teeth, a silent vow forming in his mind. He won't lose in a battle of strength. The demonic wolf lunges again, a blur of fur and fangs aimed at his throat. Sword raised, Theo prepares to meet the beast's attack with a counterstrike. A guttural roar tears from the wolf's throat, a sound that echoes through the dungeon. Theo slashes, the blade singing as it cuts through the air. The sword blurs, a silver arc aimed at the demonic wolf's flank. Again, the shield absorbs the impact, deflecting the wolf's relentless assault. The battle rages on, a desperate dance of steel and fang in the heart of the dungeon. He presses the attack, his blade a blur against the demonic wolf. The hide's pretty thick, and it's fast. Half-hearted attacks won't be enough to injure it. The demonic wolf stands its ground, a formidable presence. It might even be as strong as a demonic beast from the Demon Sea beyond the northern wall. That would explain its strength. It won't be easy to deal with. The demonic wolf lunges, its claws extended, ready to tear through anything in its path. Theo narrowly avoids the attack, his movements swift and precise. If only he could replicate that ray of light. Theo recalls a memory he saw when facing Father's single strike. That breathtaking and splendid technique. A blinding light fills the air, a beacon of hope in the dark dungeon. Pure white arc. Theo prepares to unleash the technique, his sword and shield at the ready. He unleashes the pure white arc, a radiant beam of energy aimed at the demonic wolf. The demonic wolf is struck by the attack, the force of the impact sending it reeling. He'd sked, realizing that copying the technique wouldn't be so easy. Single strike, a shortened way to say single strike to bring certain death. He unleashes the strike. If the key to it is putting my all into a single sword strike. I'll hone in on the sword skills and secret arts that rely on speed. That Evelyn taught me. Instead, the wolf is struck. The sword continues its descent, piercing through flesh and bone. Crimson blood drips down the blade, painting the snow-covered ground. A deafening howl echoes through the forest, a sound of pain and fury. The sword, slick with blood, remains embedded deep within the beast. The wolf's paw, stained crimson, twitches in the snow. The wolf's face contorts in agony, its red eyes burning with hatred. Theo stares down at the wolf, his expression unreadable. Good, he mutters. He grips the hilt of his sword, knuckles white against the worn leather. The wolf, wounded but not defeated, glares up at Theo, its breath misting in the frigid air. A surge of determination floods his mind. I can do this. Meanwhile, 2 months later. Training ground number 4. The air is crisp, the sky a brilliant blue. Theo's companion notes that there are even more people around now. The silver-haired man suggests that they should change training grounds at this point. Word has spread that the clan head taught Theo a single strike, and more people want to spar with him. The blonde man greets the others, calling them lackeys. The blonde man asks when Theo is coming. Henry Morris, apprentice swordsman of Plum Blossom Palace, has been missing training for 2 months. One of the men guesses that the coward ran away after the fake story of his spread went too far. The silver-haired man looks displeased. The blonde man says it might be a total lie since he did win the trial, but there were no witnesses, so he must have exaggerated it. Henry is running towards the group. Sybil, face contorted with rage, shouts, "How dare a dropout fucker like you?" A silent, ominous crowd looms in the background, their presence amplified by the echoing tension. A lone figure stands ready, his sword reflecting the dim light, a silent promise of violence. Sybil, his voice dripping with disdain, continues his tirade. "You hideous shitfaces, you're nothing compared to the young master." A calmer voice interjects, "Sybil, You of all people shouldn't comment on someone's appearance. The glint of steel flashes as a hand grips a sword hilt, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. Sybil, undeterred, declares, "Whatever. I never liked how these assholes kept coming here to cause trouble. But now they dare insult young Master Theo." The order rings out. Draw your swords. A chorus of metallic scrapes fills the air as blades are unsheathed. The declaration hangs in the air, heavy with the promise of bloodshed. This is war. The speaker continues, "These dropout losers must really have a death wish." A serpentine tail, shimmering with an ethereal blue glow, coils amidst a field of stars. A wave of shock ripples through the assembled warriors, their faces etched with disbelief. The warriors stand poised, swords raised, ready to unleash their fury upon the approaching enemy. A man wonders aloud how it happened, while another calls out the name Ray. The name Ray Ragnar echoes in the air. Sybil Dree remains silent. The text identifies one of the four hounds of the north as Frost, Sword Ray Ragnar. Someone laughs boisterously. A figure wonders how they could be left out of the fun. A large man stands with a massive sword. The text identifies another of the four hounds of the north as Black Bear Hulkus Lank. Someone notes that even Lank is here, stating that these are two of the four hounds. Hulkus Lank remarks that it's just them. Hulkus Lank asks where Luster Tiger is, as another figure excuses himself. Someone shouts, asking if they are deaf, and repeating the question about Luster Tiger. A hulking warrior, muscles straining, grips a massive blade, ready to unleash its power. A woman stands firm within the master's training ground, her resolve etched in ice. A declaration echoes, someone is here to challenge Theo Ragnar. Deep within a cavern, a figure stands silhouetted against the falling snow. Tears stream down his face, each drop a testament to his struggle. A sword hangs at his side, a silent promise of battles to come. A digital chime rings out, "You have leveled up." The cavern stretches before him, a path shrouded in mystery. The message repeats, a constant reminder of his growing power. "You have leveled up." Again and again, the words flash before his eyes. "You have leveled up." A new achievement unlocks. You have hunted 170 demonic beasts. The air hangs heavy with the stench of ozone and blood. Theo Ragnar sits atop a massive, slain beast, its lifeless eyes staring blankly into the darkening sky. A close-up reveals the exhaustion etched onto Theo's face, his dark hair matted with sweat and grime. The ground is littered with the corpses of demonic beasts, their forms grotesque and twisted in death. Swords lie scattered amongst the carnage, stained crimson with blood. A gaping maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, is all that remains of one of the fallen creatures. The air vibrates with the silence of death. The cork pops free from the glass bottle, releasing a faint medicinal scent into the air. Theo tips the potion back, the liquid gurgling as it slides down his throat. The metallic tang of the medicine lingers on his tongue. He sighs in relief. The beginner's healing potion recovers health and wounds by 10. It was pretty rough at the start, but it got easier as he leveled up. Standing amidst the corpses of demonic beasts, Theo reflects on his journey. Blood stains the cavern floor, a testament to his progress. But time flies, for it to have already been 2 months. A flicker of determination hardens his gaze. A low, guttural growl echoes through the cavern, vibrating in the bones. That usually means the boss is about to appear. Entering the 5th floor. Boots crunch on the stone steps, the sound swallowed by the oppressive silence of the 5th floor. The sound of footsteps echoes. He examines the blade in his hand. The sword is not usable, he thinks. Theo approaches a glowing blue screen embedded in the stone wall. He stares at the sword, a gift from his mother. Is this all that he has left? Theo remembers the ceremonial sword his mother gave him as a birthday present. He recalls the friction between him and his mother leading up to the awakening ceremony. He tossed it aside in his room and left it to rust. Now that he's taking a closer look at it, Theo realizes it's a good sword, forged from white snow steel. The sound of metal rings out. Theo remembers his birthday party. His mother surprises him, waiting for midnight to shower him with gifts. The awakening ceremony is upon him, Theo thinks. Theo stands with 2 figures. He has no time to waste on birthday presents. He states that someone should know better than anyone, while equipped with good equipment. A woman asks someone to please leave, stating that it doesn't change one's bloodline. Whatever the case may be, he vows not to repeat the mistakes of his previous life. Theo walks forward, his footsteps echoing in the icy expanse. He stops short, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he senses something ahead. Massive claws, sharp as obsidian, scrape against the frozen ground. A monstrous snout, wreathed in frost, exhales a plume of frigid air. The dragon's armored scales shimmer with an unnatural blue light. Theo looks up, his eyes widening in disbelief at the colossal form looming above. A dragon. He notes that it's thankfully just a lesser drake. The lesser drake lies in wait. Ragnars are said to be the descendants of dragons, and the final boss of this weird quest is draconic. Theo draws his sword, wondering if this is merely a coincidence. He doesn't know, but one thing is for sure. He needs to defeat this thing to clear the quest. Theo raises his sword, preparing to strike. The scenario quest is to take over Camellia Palace and uncover its secret. Camellia Palace is at January 1st, but the secret is at 0/1. Demonic beasts in the dungeon are at 1/171. Theo wonders if he can actually win, but it's still a kind of dragon. Theo decides to try using the single flash. He recalled the countless hours spent honing his skills against the dire wolves. It was time to put that training to the test. The lesser drake, already bearing the marks of battle, glared with malevolent intent. It might not be on par with fathers. Channeling his inner power, Theo unleashed the dragon flash. The skill surged forth, a torrent of blue energy aimed directly at the drake. The dragon heart, utilized to its maximum, promised to seriously wound the beast. The impact sent a spray of blood into the air. Crimson droplets rained down, painting the cavern floor. A deafening roar echoed as the drake's maw opened, spewing forth a torrent of blood. A surge of relief washed over Theo. It worked. The drake faltered, its massive form beginning to tilt. Sword drawn, Theo watched as the beast began its descent. The drake crashed to the ground, the impact shaking the very foundations of the cavern. He had hoped to pierce the drake's brain with that attack. But it seems his attack didn't reach far enough. But he has seen the possibilities. The blade of his sword gleams. Theo prepares to use the secret technique, Jester's footwork. He thinks he might be able to win. He prepares for another attack. If he can distract it first with a normal attack, he can then go for a weak point. The lesser drake's fear dominates the battlefield. Theo prepares to strike. The fear status effect has caused a 10% decrease in movement. Theo curses his body. He launches himself forward, a crimson aura blazing around his legs as he closes the distance to the lesser drake. The air crackles with displaced energy as he moves with blinding speed. Theo slashes out with his sword, the blade leaving a shimmering trail in its wake. The sound of his movements echoes through the cavern, a testament to his power. The air vibrates as he continues his assault, each step carrying the force of a thunderclap. Debris rains down as the battle tears through the cavern, the very stone groaning under the strain. Theo grits his teeth, realizing the drake is a boss for a reason. He knows he can't let this drag out. The sound of impact reverberates, a deafening roar that shakes the very foundations of the cavern. He steels his resolve, knowing he needs to aim for its weak point for a quick finish. The lesser drake's jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. And a dragon's weak point is. The final blow lands, the sound echoing through the cavern as the battle reaches its climax. The lesser drake's scales shimmer, a formidable defense against any ordinary attack. He plummets towards the beast, his sword aimed with deadly precision. The blade finds its mark, piercing the drake's reverse scale. The reverse scale shatters under the force of the blow. The impact reverberates through the drake's body. The force of the strike sends tremors through the air. Theo stands firm, his sword still embedded in the drake's hide. The drake's face contorts in pain and fury. Theo, bloodied but triumphant, exclaims, "It worked." The energy from the strike surges outwards. The impact resonates with devastating force. The drake's eyes widen in disbelief as the attack takes its toll. The warrior, bloodied and enraged, stands defiant. Ray Ragnar is confronted by his comrades. They ask, "What are you saying, Ray Ragnar?" Theo Ragnar declares, "Theo Ragnar needs to fight me first." A woman with blue hair stands beside him. Theo's face contorts with rage as he recalls. That was 3 years ago. Theo's fury intensifies. Skills improve by the day. 3 years is more than enough time to close the gap. The woman with blue hair looks on, her expression unreadable. Theo clenches his fist, declaring, "Fine, let's have another duel." A manic grin spreads across Theo's face. The winner gets to face Theo Ragnar. The blue-haired woman stands ready, her sword gleaming. Theo turns away, his expression hidden. Two figures watch the scene unfold. One says, "The heck is going on?" The other replies, "I don't know, but I'm scared." A figure walks away, their destination unknown. He grits his teeth, a scar visible on his cheek as he prepares for what's to come. A voice booms, filled with anticipation. "So you're finally here, Theo Ragnar." The skill, Lesser Drake's Fear, washes over the battlefield. The Lesser Drake's lifeless eyes stare blankly ahead, its massive head resting on the ground. A close-up reveals the intricate details of the drake's armored scales. The drake's jaws hang open, exposing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its thick, purple tongue lolls out from its mouth. Theo stands atop the fallen beast, his sword held loosely in his hand. The system congratulates him on successfully hunting a lesser drake. He thinks to himself, remembering the drake's last thrashing moments, "I really thought I was done for." Theo surveys the massive corpse. He recalls, good thing it wore itself out over time. The scale is still its weak spot, after all. Wounded and kneeling, he catches his breath. A system notification appears, displaying information about the lesser drake's tooth, a material that enhances durability when used in weapon crafting. Another notification appears, this time detailing the lesser drake's claw, an enhancement material that increases sharpness. Theo considers the materials. He thinks he should use them to repair his sword, which is in tatters. He recalls that he got the sword from his mother, and that hunting the drake really wore it down. A new system notification appears, informing him that he has obtained the skill Lesser Drake's Fear. Theo expresses his surprise. A skill? The system displays the skill's details. Lesser Drake's Fear, a D+ rank skill that releases dragon-killing intent, overwhelming those nearby, and inflicting fear on targets weaker than the caster. Dragon-killing intent. He recalls hearing that only the chosen ones can use that skill. Theo grips his sword, thinking he never thought he would get the chance to try. He holds his hands out, a holographic display showing his sword and the Drake materials. Even then, Theo isn't really sure this will be useful in Ragnar. A voice echoes, stating that the place is swarming with powerhouses. A figure emerges from the depths of a cavern. A system message appears. Camellia Palace dungeon cleared. Theo stands before an ornate door. A system message confirms the completion of the quest. The system congratulates him on successfully clearing scenario quest number 1. For clearing the scenario quest, Theo receives the following reward. A glowing orb rests in his palm. The system identifies the item as a nest compass, a miscellaneous type that guides the holder in the direction of the nest. Theo examines the compass, wondering what it is and if it's related to the next quest. He slams his fist into a holographic screen, the action echoing in the otherwise silent room. Theo thinks to himself, deciding, I should just go back to my room to rest. I'm so exhausted. Staggering slightly, he makes his way down a long hallway. Evelyn Narraville rushes toward him, her expression conveying urgency. There's something urgent. Evelyn exclaims, oh my, look at you. Just where have you been? Theo replies, nowhere really. What's the matter? A notification blares. There's a brawl happening in training ground number 4 right now. He looks off to the side, a question forming on his face. What? Shortly after, a chaotic scene unfolds, 2 figures locked in combat amidst a swirl of red energy. The intensity of the fight is etched on a combatant's face, illuminated by the crimson glow. A figure is consumed by a torrent of red energy, the outcome of the brawl hanging in the balance. A skill activates. Lesser Drake's Fear engulfs the battlefield. A single red eye glows with malevolent intent. 3 figures are drenched in blood, their faces contorted in pain and shock. A red-haired warrior surveys the battlefield, his expression grim. The warrior's grin widens, radiating overwhelming killing intent. Laughing maniacally, the red-haired warrior swings his massive sword downwards. A figure walks forward, silhouetted against the light. The red-haired warrior declares, You're mine, Theo Ragnar. Let's see how strong you are. The sword continues its descent, leaving a trail of purple energy in its wake. The purple energy intensifies as the sword hurtles downwards. The blade closes in, a blur of motion and deadly intent. The red-haired warrior brings his sword down with tremendous force. Theo Ragnar meets the blow head-on, sparks flying as their weapons clash. The warrior, Evelyn Narraville, stands beside Theo Ragnar, observing the unfolding battle. Hulkus Lank brings his sword down, declaring it his strike. Theo wonders if the attack was deflected that easily. He thinks to himself, processing the situation. Theo is shocked that his attack was deflected. Hulkus Lank continues his assault, his sword a blur of motion. Hulkus Lank refuses to accept defeat. The narration box identifies the attacker as Black Bear Hulkus Lank, who was always considered the weakest of the 4 hounds of the north because he didn't round out his arsenal and wasn't all that smart either. Hulkus Lank's sword glows with a menacing red aura as he presses his attack. Hulkus Lank challenges his opponent to try blocking his next strike. The text identifies the defender as Theo Ragnar, who, as a member of the Lank clan, has never once been outmatched in terms of strength. And yet, the sword of that very Hulkus. The swords collide with a resounding crash, sparks flying as the force of the impact reverberates through the air. He parries the blow, the blade singing as it deflects the incoming strike. The clash of steel echoes, a testament to the raw power exchanged between the combatants. A blinding flash erupts, momentarily obscuring the battlefield. Theo Ragnar follows up with a swift kick, aiming to disorient his opponent. Theo Ragnar thinks to himself, is being parried by me. I can even counter it. Theo Ragnar's stats appear before him. It really was worth leveling up. Hulkus Lank coughs violently, blood splattering from his mouth. Hulkus Lank's face is contorted in pain and shock. Theo Ragnar stands triumphantly over the fallen Hulkus Lank. Hulkus Lank's eyes are wide with disbelief as he stares up at Theo Ragnar. Theo Ragnar reflects, I ended up using my full strength to swing without realizing. Good thing it was Hulkus. The man looks on in disbelief. Hulkus Lank, known for his toughness, was on the receiving end, but he just fainted. A wave of cheers erupts. Theo Ragnar stands tall, his sword held low. The crowd roars. Young Master Theo has defeated Black Bear. He took down one of the 4 hounds with a single strike. Another man exclaims, wait a second, Lank is still alive and well. The sword lies broken. The crowd murmurs in confusion. Theo Ragnar stares at the broken blade. The sword mother gave me. A fist clenches in excitement. As expected of young Master Theo, he even broke his sword in a single strike. Someone asks, why are you so happy about that? 2 armored figures stand side by side, observing the scene. The figure's eyes glow red. Snow falls against the dark sky. Bare feet stand in the snow. A figure in a green coat asks, who are you? The figure in the green coat looks down at a child with light blue hair. The figure asks, why are you walking around in the cold like this? Aren't you cold? The figure with black hair offers, "How about I put this around you?" The figure drapes a red scarf around the child's shoulders, then thinks, you still look cold. This won't do. The figure looks at the child, blowing a small puff of air. "Let's go to my house for now." The figure smiles warmly at the child. The figure, now closer to the child, says, "I'll take you home once the snow stops." The scene fades to black. Elsewhere, a woman with long, light blue hair stands in front of a building. A close-up shows the fur trim of a garment. A knight in full armor stands in a courtyard as the woman from before approaches. Did she just? Ray Ragnar looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Smile? Ray Ragnar smiled. Meanwhile, shortly after, in the evening at Camellia Palace. Camellia Palace stands tall, its architecture a testament to grandeur. Ray Ragnar, now wearing a festive party hat, sits at the head of a long table. A banner proclaims, "Congratulations, Luster Tiger, on your title." Staff members applaud the young master. The table is laden with a feast fit for a king. Well done on being given the title of Luster Tiger. You've worked so hard for such a long time, a voice says. Now, you just have to keep this momentum going all the way to the awakening ceremony. You can do this. A woman presents a large dish. My son, try this abalone dish. The mollusks are only caught in very limited quantities from the Adriatic Sea, and they are slowly roasted with butter we only managed to get from the farms around the Fuhall Mountains, as we slowly. Ray Ragnar looks up at the woman, his eyes widening slightly. And mother, try this too. It's meat from chickens fed only acorns from the western Laziria desert. The fowl were carefully slaughtered at just the right age, then simmered with ginseng imported from a country in the Far East called Joseon. A woman holds out a spoonful of food, her expression warm. Elsewhere, Theo Ragnar stands with a sword. His red eyes glint in the dim light. Theo nods, a subtle acknowledgement. The woman, his mother, says, "It's delicious, mother." Theo sits, his expression unreadable. The window behind him glows with the setting sun. The woman gasps, covering her mouth in shock as the man next to her looks on. A sword lies on the table between them, its presence heavy with unspoken meaning. The sword, ready for training. He apologizes, explaining that the sword she gave him for his birthday is broken. Theo looks distraught. A question mark appears above the pair as they stand over the broken sword. The sword lies in pieces. His mother asks if it was made of ebony steelwood from the southern Gaia jungle. She exclaims that it was a complete lie, as he claimed only rare and precious materials were used. If what he said was true, then it shouldn't have broken so easily. The text explains that ebony steelwood is a peculiar plant that grows by feeding on iron. It's considered a rare material because it retains the flexibility of wood while being as sturdy as steel. Theo thinks he knew it was a good sword, but he didn't realize it was that valuable. He wonders where she got this kind of sword. His mother says this won't do, and she'll go ask him for an explanation. This time, he'd better get her a sword that is perfect for her son. Theo says he's fine, really, and he can just use another sword. His mother says absolutely not, and people have finally come to. The need to see true worth is emphasized, requiring even more meticulous attention than before. The awakening ceremony is less than a week away. Theo states that he cannot allow someone to attend the ceremony carrying a shabby old sword. Since they are already talking about it, the mother suggests they go right away. Someone asks where they plan to go. The best workshop in all of Winterra is mentioned. The sign for the Basque workshop is displayed. The interior of a workshop is shown, filled with blacksmiths at work. The Basque workshop stands tall, one of the three weapons. The manufacturing workshops of Winterra are vast. The workshop's fame is tied to its sheer size, rivaling a factory, but that's not all. A figure stands in a workshop, holding a weapon. A person categorized as special rank by the intelligence agency. A blacksmith with the title of Master Craftsman. Two other Ragnar artisans hold. Also known as the Elf of Capitalism incarnate. The Demon Craftsman. Curson. Well, look who this is. To think I'd ever meet this tycoon. Just how does Mother know the Demon Craftsman? The clack of a heel echoes as Mother stands before Curson. Nearby, Theo's eyes glow red as he wonders what is happening. Mother addresses Curson. "Mother? I'm sorry, dear customer, but our relationship as parent and child ended the day you chose to." Theo thinks, "I thought Mother was an orphan with no remaining family, but you're telling me the high elf Curson is her mother?" Theo's eyes widen as he realizes. "Wait, then that means I'm a quarter elf. So that's the reason for my dashing looks." Curson asks, "So, what brings our dear customer here when she's never visited before?" Mother holds out a sword, stating she is there to return a defective product. A small, goggled creature wonders if the sword is defective. Curson is speechless, but dares to ask how Mother could call the sword defective. Curson's eye twitches in disbelief. Curson examines the sword closely, muttering that this is. Curson asks, "If that's not a defective product, then what is it?" Theo is still reeling from the revelation that he is part elf. He examines the sword, his brow furrowed in thought. Who wielded this sword? Curson asks. Mother replies, "My son, obviously, who else?" Curson glances to the side. "Behind you." Mother's voice hardens. "Watch your mouth. He is the genius who will rule over Ragnar from here on." Mother continues, "Theo Ragnar of Camellia Palace. It is my honor to meet the renowned." The master of the Basque workshop holds the sword, examining it closely. Right? Well, I've heard of you. You've raised your son well. Anyway, back to our topic. Were you really the one? Mother replies, that is correct. The master of the Basque workshop states, what did I tell you? It was defective. A voice echoes through the building, commanding, follow me inside. The interior of the building is vast and ornate. Person asks, Mother, how are you related to the demon craftsman? Mother replies, it's exactly as you heard. A forge stands silent, its fires long extinguished. Evelyn Nereville asks Theo Ragnar, so she's really your mother? Theo Ragnar responds, you wouldn't know since I speak so little of the past. Evelyn Nereville thinks to herself, although it was for a short period of 6 months. Theo Ragnar thinks, she's my foster mother who cared for me. Oh, her foster mother. Theo Ragnar thinks, mother loves anything she considers beautiful. Mother thinks, whether it be jewels, music, theater, even people. She must have liked her a lot, mother mused, finding the past pointless to dwell on. The other woman scoffed. She bet mother didn't actually think that. The woman wondered how she ended up leaving that place. She walked away on her own 2 feet, saying she'd become the Ragnar clan head's wife. Mother's expression hardened, a flicker of pain in her eyes. She'd go to such a miserable place willingly. What a fool she was. It's commendable she survived this long. The clan head was just too handsome, so dashing and manly, and he loved her dearly. But despite running away from home like that, she came crawling back last year, asking her to forge a sword to gift her son. She'd never seen such shamelessness, mother thought. Geez, why would you say that in front of my son? Am I wrong, though? The other woman exclaimed. The woman had never seen mother talk like this. She reflected, realizing she never truly learned anything about mother in her past life. She wondered if she was too obsessed with the clan, too consumed by it. Moreover, the demon craftsman seemed to care about mother. So why didn't she do anything in her past life? The sound of a boot hitting the ground echoed. They had arrived. This was her room, the master office. One of the men asked why she brought them so far inside. Mother told Cecilia to wait outside for a moment, adding that she'd better give him the best sword ever to make up for it. A loud bang reverberated. A voice called out, questioning if it was mother. The words mother, son, appeared in a speech bubble. The 2 figures stood in the room. Cecilia stated that she would ask straight and frank. Cecilia asks if they have a relic. The camera focuses on a hand holding a relic of the primordial dragon. Theo seems surprised. The voice questions the primordial dragon, asking if it's the ancestor of the guardian dragon that protects the clan. The voice continues, stating they've heard the legend that their progenitor distributed the primordial dragon's treasures across Winterra for the descendants of the Ragnar clan. Cecilia feigns ignorance, claiming it's just a legend. Theo stares intently. Cecilia exclaims in shock, wondering how her sword ended up in such a state. Cecilia questions how much the sword costs, apologizing. Theo wonders why she is going on about a relic, then tells her to forget it. Theo says it would be faster to show her instead. A hand touches chains. The elf-eared woman reaches out, her hand hovering near the heavy chains binding the dark metal coffin. Cecilia asks what he sees. Theo's gaze intensifies, his eyes glowing with a faint light. The coffin emanates a faint blue glow in the distance. Theo recognizes that blue glow, recalling the same light he saw from the door to the dungeon in Camellia Palace. Cecilia admits that she doesn't see nor feel anything from it. The woman with elf ears looks at the coffin. Cecilia states that Theo must see something, judging from his reaction. Theo stands in front of the coffin. The text reveals that the coffin contains the primordial dragon's relic. A long time ago, in the age of myths, the primordial dragon removed one of its fangs and forged a blade from it. A monstrous dragon with glowing eyes and sharp teeth. The text reveals that the blade is the monster sword, White Moonlight Blade. The White Moonlight Blade gleams, its dark metal reflecting the ethereal light. A disembodied voice echoes, promising the White Moonlight Blade to anyone who can break the seal on its case and successfully remove the sword. Theo's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The voice warns that one may lose their life in the process. A figure peers down, their expression unreadable behind goggles. The figure asks if the other wants to give it a try. Theo smirks, his red eyes gleaming with ambition. He thinks to himself, that sword is mine now. The sword is known as the White Moonlight Blade, the sword of the leader of Black Snow, and one of the 9 dragons. The figure known as the Black Dragon stands silhouetted against the backdrop of falling snow. Very few people knew what the sword looked like, because almost everyone who'd seen or talked about it had died. A figure lies prone on the ground, bloodied and defeated. The sword either died or went missing. The figure gazes out at the horizon, lost in thought. He asks if the other can actually see this thing. By sheer coincidence, he ended up seeing the true form of the White Moonlight sword. The figure wonders why the Black Dragon let him live, realizing this is trouble and questioning what he should do. The Black Dragon's White Moonlight sword is here, and it's actually a relic of the primordial dragon. For years later, he ran into the Black Dragon. Curson still had the sword during this time. A figure asks if someone wants to give it a shot. In that case, a figure states that they need to obtain something no matter what. That sword is mine now. This is similar to the Camellia Palace. In that case, with this blue key, a blue key is displayed. A figure wonders about a key. A key is inserted into a lock. The key is turned in the lock. A surge of energy envelopes him, the world around him crackling with raw power. He cries out, a sharp intake of breath as the light intensifies. The energy pulls him down, submerging him in a pool of shimmering darkness. What's going on? He exclaims, his voice laced with confusion and fear. A wave of disorientation washes over him, blurring the edges of reality. He cries out again, his voice echoing in the distorted space. Crimson streaks flash across his vision, painting the darkness with a violent hue. His mind struggles to grasp his surroundings. Where am I? He wonders, his voice a mere whisper. Before him looms the Rose Palace, its silhouette a haunting reminder of a forgotten past. Why am I here again? He asks, then a flicker of recognition crosses his face. Oh. Two figures stand silhouetted against the fiery sky, one brandishing a gleaming blade. A figure lies broken on the ground, a pool of crimson spreading beneath them. He had forgotten. He had been incredibly weak. Because of that, he needed a lot more power. Power to defeat Rendon and crush the Camellia Palace. Theo stood before a massive, bird-like creature, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. A surge of energy erupted around him, crackling with raw power. His eyes burned with a crimson intensity, reflecting the inferno within. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Theo reached out, his hand gently touching the creature's beak, to try and take over someone's mind by using their desire for power against them. He grabbed another figure by the collar, his grip tight. I guess it isn't a monster sword for no reason. Why, you insolent? How did you? I already conquered the despair you showed me long ago, dummy. You think I'd be tempted by your measly power when I already have quests? What are you going on about? He notes that the griffin is quite different from the one in his memory, as the beast demands to be let go. The griffin recalls being over 10 meters tall, but now it is similar in height to Theo. It wonders if it is because it was sealed for a long time. A fist clenches, as a voice declares that whatever the case, it is good for him. Red eyes gleam as a man declares, "You're mine now." The griffin is labeled as the Moonlight Sword. A voice pleads to talk things out like civilized people. A woman kneels beside a coffin, calling out to her dear son. A voice begs someone to wake up. Cecilia Ragnar looks on in shock, questioning the meaning of this and why her son is like this. A man with goggles states that he was asked to forge a sword, but never asked to do this to him. A man with a pipe is shown. The monster energy is linked with his bloodstream. A figure lies prone, unmoving, their face obscured by a mask. They have never seen or heard anything like this. A man's face is shown in close-up, his expression grim. He states it is because the person already possessed a relic. Cecilia Ragnar's face is etched with worry, tears welling in her eyes. She thought it would be okay, but now fears something terrible will happen to her son. A woman with pointed ears and goggles snarls, vowing to never forgive someone. A hand clenches tightly around the handle of a large, ornate axe. A woman in red stands protectively in front of a prone figure, both surrounded by swirling energy. A figure plummets downwards, engulfed in a torrent of blue energy. A question mark hangs in the air. A lone figure stands amidst a swirling vortex of blue energy. The figure is surrounded by a swirling vortex of dark energy. A man's face is framed by swirling blue energy, his expression intense. Cecilia Ragnar kneels beside Theo, who lies unconscious. Her face is etched with worry. Cecilia Ragnar leans over Theo, her voice a whisper of concern. Theo? Cecilia embraces Theo tightly, concern etched on her face as she calls out to him. Tears welling in her eyes, Cecilia expresses her worry. Theo reassures Cecilia, telling her that he is fine and there is no need to be alarmed. A woman with pointed ears sighs in relief. Theo and Cecilia stand together as a system message appears, indicating that Theo has received ownership of the White Moonlight Sword as a reward. Theo reflects on his recent battle, acknowledging that he was lucky. He notes that the griffin was easy to defeat because it was freshly unsealed. Theo stands before the defeated griffin, thinking that psychological warfare didn't work on him. A system message appears, stating that Theo's magic power has greatly increased by absorbing the monster energy of the White Moonlight Sword. A system message appears, indicating that Theo has gained plus 30 magic power. A system message appears, stating that Theo's magic power has surpassed 200. Theo smiles, a blue glow emanating from his hand. A system message appears, stating that Theo's magic power has increased to the level of a high-rank swordsman, and he has gained the special ability, Divinity, which enhances his body and provides plus 1.5 per second magic power recovery. He thinks to himself that it's a shame he can't use all of his magic power right away. Theo knows he has to hold himself back until the awakening ceremony. A system message appears, congratulating him for surprising the elf and succeeding. Ed Troyven asks if he'll keep his promise, and the elf retorts, questioning if he doesn't know that elves can't lie. Theo looks at the sword with a confused expression. The sword is being defiant, and it seems it hasn't acknowledged him as its master. Ed Troyven states that's not quite it. The sword probably feels stuffy after being trapped for hundreds of years. Since it's finally out, it wants to release all the pent-up frustration. The sword is finally out into the world, and it wants to release all the pent-up frustration. Ed Troyven suggests that Theo swing at that wall with all he's got. Someone wonders if it will be okay. Cecilia holds out a glowing orb, her expression unreadable as she speaks to Theo. Theo scoffs, dismissing her concerns. What a useless worry, even if it's the white moonlight sword. The Basque workshop looms in the background. Theo thinks to himself, can't damage the Basque workshop? That's kind of irritating to hear. Theo's eyes narrow, a hint of mischief in his gaze. Is that so? He strides forward, thinking, since I can hide my dragon heart whenever I want, why don't I take this as an opportunity to test out the white moonlight sword? Theo grips the white moonlight sword, channeling his magic power. Then please excuse me while I impose. With a surge of power, he swings the white moonlight sword, the air crackling with energy. The white moonlight sword gleams, its blade radiating an ethereal blue light. A description appears, a monster sword possessed by a griffin, and a relic of the primordial dragon. He continues to swing the white moonlight sword, the blue energy intensifying with each strike. Cecilia and Ed watch with a mixture of surprise and concern. Henry and Sybil look on, equally astonished. Wait. Energy begins to gather at the tip of the white moonlight sword, a low hum vibrating through the air as the blade prepares to unleash its power. The energy intensifies, coalescing into a blinding flash of blue light that threatens to overwhelm the senses. The concentrated power shatters the very air around the sword, the sound like glass breaking under immense pressure. He swings the white moonlight sword, the blade a blur of motion as it cuts through the air with terrifying speed. The sword's energy tears through the sky, leaving a trail of shimmering blue light in its wake as it hurtles towards its unseen target. The energy slams into a distant building, the impact sending shockwaves through the structure as it crumbles under the force of the blow. The ground beneath the workshop cracks and splinters, the force of the sword's power radiating outwards like a miniature earthquake. Cecilia and Sybil watch in stunned silence, the sheer destructive potential of the white moonlight sword leaving them speechless. A voice echoes with excitement, claiming, "My workshop! My workshop!" A surge of raw energy erupts, filling the space with blinding light. In the distance, a figure exclaims, "My money ye!" A woman with dark hair and piercing red eyes expresses concern, muttering, "This might be a bit too dangerous." A hand grips a sword, a voice lamenting, "It absorbed all my magic power." A hand adorned with multiple rings reaches out, bathed in an ethereal blue glow. A figure observes another with surprise, thinking, "When did she's fast?" A figure with pointed ears and a mischievous grin looks on. A voice comments with a hint of condescension, "Goodness, you really aren't proficient with magic at all." A voice questions in disbelief, "Did you really do this just from the blade's sharpness?" A close-up reveals a character's face, their expression unreadable. The woman's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. "Is a genius." The unseen speaker continues, their voice booming with pride. "And this genius." The voice crescendos, declaring with absolute certainty, "Is my grandson." The woman with pointed ears grins, her eyes gleaming with shrewd calculation. A hand adorned with rings clenches slightly. The text declares, "Theo Ragnar." The woman with pointed ears leans forward, her expression intense. "I shall be your patron from now on. You just need to." The hand with rings remains clenched, the unseen speaker urging, "Spread your wings and show the world your skills." A close-up of a smiling mouth, the unseen speaker promising, "You'll become the Basque Workshop's live advertising board." Theo Ragnar's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise in their depths. The woman with pointed ears looks down, a hint of sadness in her expression. "Mother." The woman with pointed ears gazes intently, her eyes narrowed. "I see the money in your eyes." The woman's touch lingers on Theo Ragnar's face. A carriage awaits outside. A woman walks towards the carriage. Elsewhere, a woman hefts a large, unwieldy object. She says, "Please use this for the wall repair funds." The loot from a drake. He must have acquired it while obtaining the relic. She thinks, that daughter of mine sure raised an incredible son." The demon craftsman says, "Long time no see, demon craftsman." She stares intently, her purple eyes narrowed. A bird perched on a branch asks, "HMPF? Why are you here?" The demon craftsman stands tall, her expression unreadable. The bird's eyes glow red in the darkness. 5 days later, it is awakening ceremony day. Theo Ragnar swings his sword downward with a determined yell. Sybil Dree blocks the blow with ease, her own blade singing through the air. The two spar, their swords flashing in the light. The clash of steel echoes through the training grounds. Sybil brings her sword down in a swift arc. Theo smiles, thinking, "Your swordplay has gotten stronger and swifter." He thinks, "That's a relief. To think Evelyn would ever praise me." The young master grins, a predatory glint in his crimson eyes. A collective gasp rises from the onlookers. It has been half a year since Theo Ragnar began to change, and he's already grown strong enough to push back. On top of that, if he awakens his magic power today, a surge of power crackles through the air. The air shimmers with heat and energy. Theo clashes with Sybil Dree, their movements a blur of steel and skill. It'll be the birth of a monster. A voice whispers, "You've done a great job." Theo and Sybil stand face to face, swords drawn, ready for the next exchange. You may even aim to become the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony, young master. Sybil states, I shall pray for your success. He smiles, expressing his gratitude. Thanks. It's all thanks to you, Evelyn. The pink-haired character looks surprised. What? Why would you? Several figures cheer, one exclaiming, oh, me too. Me too, young master. Another voice calls out, eager for recognition. Please mention my name too. A smaller bubble notes, geez, it's tough being popular. The pink-haired character and the dark-haired man exchange a look, a silent moment passing between them. The dark-haired man announces his departure. All right, I'm off now. The scene shifts to a grand view of central headquarters. A meticulously designed garden stretches out before the headquarters. Legs stride purposefully across the paved ground, passing by two guards. A speech bubble declares, Theo Ragnar of Camellia Palace. Theo Ragnar stands tall, his expression unreadable. A low murmur sweeps through the crowd. Theo Ragnar gazes upward, his expression unreadable. Two onlookers react with shock, one clutching a fan. Footsteps echo through the halls. Every participant wishes to obtain good results at the awakening ceremony, and as swordsmen of Ragnar, it is the first place they can be acknowledged and honored. A panoramic view reveals the city of Ragnar, a sprawling metropolis of towering structures. Theo Ragnar smirks, a hint of arrogance playing on his lips. Since everyone of the Ragnar clan is watching, including the clan head Kyle Ragnar sits in his imposing throne, his gaze sharp and assessing. Two older men stand guard, their expressions grim and watchful. The Nine Dragons. Former clan head Hilda Ragnar, 2 generations removed, sits bound in chains. The more Theo Ragnar looks at Hilda Ragnar, the less she appears to be 150 years old. Regardless, it's a relief to see her attending again. A resounding boom echoes as a large drum is struck. A man with a prominent mustache shouts, attention. Vanna Ragnar, the Dragon Gate's swordsman and judge, announces, we shall proceed with the start of the preliminary examination. A wide shot reveals the platform where the examination will take place. Swords stand upright, leaving marks on top of the steel wall on the platform. 2 men observe the proceedings with anticipation. Vanna Ragnar states that ordinary steel blades will not be able to scratch the wall whatsoever. But it all changes if you pour magic power into your attacks. Vanna Ragnar declares, I shall now hand out Soma to you. It is an elixir that will help you open your mana halls. Swallow the Soma and open your mana hall in the Danteon. Only then will you be able to cut the white snow steel wall with those swords. The depth of your cut will determine your results. From now on, the participant whose name he calls will grab a Soma and participant number 1, Theo Ragnar. Come forth. In his past life, Axion was the valedictorian. Theo receives something from the armored figure. A sword is drawn. But not this time. Theo walks towards the swords. Scenario quest number 3, Victor of the Awakening Ceremony. Become the valedictorian of the Awakening Ceremony. So that's the one, Kyle? 2 figures observe the ceremony from their thrones. The man remarks about the boy that was mentioned before, adding that he must have caught someone's interest. Of course, curiosity was piqued after the mention. The figure states that someone was keeping an eye on him. The woman says that they should have a look. The text expresses amazement at how competent this descendant truly is. A bead of sweat trickles down Theo Ragnar's brow as he steadies himself, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. The awakening ceremony awaits. The grand hall echoes with an expectant silence, broken only by the soft rustle of his robes. He admits to himself that he is nervous. It has been a while since he has faced such a pivotal moment. A voice calls out, and Theo looks up towards the speaker. The voice instructs him to swallow the Soma. Theo reflects on his past life, remembering how he swallowed the Soma and failed to control the mana, severely injuring his Danteon. A deep breath fills his lungs, the air cool against his skin. However, he thinks, in this life, something like that won't happen. A steely resolve hardens his gaze. The air crackles with anticipation as Theo prepares to swallow the Soma, his hands trembling slightly with contained power. Again, Theo looks up towards the speaker, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. With a surge of energy, Theo swallows the Soma, the power coursing through his veins like liquid fire. A man's face contorts in rage, his eyes burning with fury as he witnesses the event unfold. The sheer magnitude of the mana wave threatens to overwhelm him. An unseen observer notes that he isn't able to properly control it. A disembodied voice warns that when one swallows the Soma, one needs to use it very carefully. The voice continues, explaining that one must allow the mana hall to settle in the Danteon. Another voice observes that the more talented Ragnars have so much mana. Theo is submerged in the overwhelming mana. The disembodied voice warns that if they aren't careful, they can become disabled. A man with a stern gaze watches the spectacle unfold. A voice declares that Theo is done for as well. The mana wave intensifies, threatening to consume everything in its path. Theo struggles against the overwhelming force, his body straining to maintain control. The man's expression shifts to surprise as he witnesses Theo's struggle. A voice wonders if he endured it. He grins, finally ready. Theo declares that he has both a dragon heart and a mana hall. The young master finds it almost disheartening, unlike in his last life, where he succeeded too easily. Theo states that from now on, he's officially allowed to use mana. He declares that he's now using this vast amount of mana. Theo moves with purpose, mana swirling around him. He raises his sword, ready to strike. A determined look hardens his features. The air crackles with energy. Theo states that he just needs to refreshingly pour it all out. He is engulfed in a torrent of pure mana. 3 armored figures stand ready, their expressions a mix of anticipation and concern. A colossal, dragon-like entity materializes, its form crackling with raw mana. The mana intensifies, coalescing into a blinding surge of power. The energy crackles, a symphony of arcane force. A single flash erupts, momentarily blinding all. Theo watches, his expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. A figure stands with arms crossed, observing the unfolding events. The ground cracks, a sign of the immense power at play. The fissures deepen, revealing the landscape to come. The air vibrates with anticipation. A field of countless swords stretches before him, a silent testament to trials past. A booming voice declares, Theo Ragnar, pass. Theo strides forward, his gaze fixed on an unseen point ahead. 2 observers remark on the unprecedented mana unleashed by the young master's sword slash, unseen since Thorkel. The curse of bad luck that plagued Theo has finally ended, and his fame begins to spread throughout the world. Theo's eyes widen, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he realizes the change in his circumstances. Finally, it's only now that he is able to reach the same starting point as the others. Many people have shown interest in his great performance. Osa Ragnar Plunus wishes to take him in as a disciple. Julius Ragnar is discontent at the amount of interest being focused on Theo. Robert Ragnar is cautious of him. Hilda Ragnar shows interest in Theo. Cecilia Ragnar smiles, her expression hinting at a hidden amusement. The Lady of the Rose Palace sits gracefully, her posture radiating confidence. Footsteps echo in the distance. A voice narrates, while the Black Dragon and the Sword Dragon were unexpected. Hilda Ragnar stands among others, a voice musing. Most importantly, the fact that I've caught Hilda's eye makes me especially happy. A figure stands tall, a voice declaring, she has the heart of Garuda, after all. The figure's face is partially obscured, the voice thinking, if I can just obtain that. The figure's gaze is intense, focused on an unseen goal. Energy crackles, a sign of power being unleashed. Sybil Dree prepares for battle, her stance firm and ready. Sybil's determination is etched on her face. A man smiles, declaring, I also succeeded, young Master Theo. Ray Ragnar stands amidst a swirling vortex of energy, ready to strike. A burst of red energy surrounds Hulkus Lank as he prepares to strike. Remington Narcio lunges forward, his sword gleaming in the light. A figure surrounded by blue energy moves with incredible speed. The aftermath of a powerful attack leaves ice shattered and scattered. A man with slicked back white hair states, all of the 4 hounds of the north had monstrous results. He continues, but not a single one of them have made a mark as great as the young masters. A long, empty corridor stretches into the distance. A voice booms, now the only one left is. Figures stand ready, their legs clad in dark armor. A man with dark hair and a stern expression stands firm. A figure calls out, Axion Ragnar, come forward. A figure stands with a sword, ready for battle. He considered the situation. At this rate, it was a contest between the Luster Tiger and Dark Tiger. The man with the dark hair realized that not even Axion would be able to do that. He thinks to himself that the Luster Tiger was at that level. Theo draws his sword, the steel glinting in the light as he prepares to face his foe. Somund. With a determined yell, Theo swings his sword, leaving a bloody arc in its wake. A voice calls out, oh wait. The blade cuts through the monster's flesh, causing a burst of red energy. The red monster looms, its form radiating raw power. The monster's maw opens, revealing rows of jagged teeth. The monster's claws scrape against the stone floor. The air crackles with energy as the monster prepares to strike. The monster lunges forward with incredible speed. The red crystalline structure pulsates with an unseen energy. The man with the meticulously groomed mustache observes, they sure have surprised me several times today. The crystalline structure glows intensely, its sharp edges reflecting the light. A resonant hum emanates from the crystalline formation. The crystalline structure looms large, the word Axion emblazoned upon its surface. One of the men exclaims, how could this be? They're almost identical. A disembodied voice declares, in this case, the precision grading will determine who wins. The young master stands amidst the snow-dusted architecture, his sword glinting in the pale light. He exhales slowly, his breath misting in the cold air. The grand architecture of the arena stretches into the distance, dwarfing the figures below. The man with the mustache announces, with this, the first stage of the awakening ceremony is over. Good work, everyone. A figure expresses satisfaction, noting the significant increase in scores this year. An announcement is made. Those who passed are to prepare for the second stage of the awakening ceremony in 4 days. Then, finally, the rankings that everyone was waiting for will be announced. A collection of faces, each a study in anticipation. A cascade of light, a visual representation of the shift in events. The valedictorian for the first stage of the awakening ceremony is 2 figures, split down the middle, their expressions unreadable. A close-up on ceremonial attire, hinting at the importance of the upcoming events. The announcement booms. The valedictorian for the first stage of the awakening ceremony is... The grand architecture of the academy looms, its spires piercing the sky. Two figures are shown in profile, their expressions intense. The glint of a sword catches the light. The crowd erupts as Theo Ragnar's name is announced. A wave of sound washes over the scene. A man with a mustache declares, "You got a perfect 10 out of 10. The voice continues, "It was all flawless. Technique, magic power, control, speed." The Flash Tiger took first place, someone exclaims, unable to believe Axion lost. The depth of the sword mark was similar to young Master Thorkel's record. The question hangs in the air. Was he close to young Master Thorkel? Thorkel Ragnar is introduced. Thorkel is said to be one of the 5 major candidates, the people said to be closest to succession. The salutatorian is Axion Ragnar, who also got a perfect score of 10. However, Axion has been designated salutatorian, as his sword mark was shorter than Theo Ragnar's. Theo's expression is unreadable. Remington Narcio is in 3rd place, Ray Ragnar is in 4th place, and Hulkus is in 5th, Lank is in 6th place, and Erica. The speaker announces, "Good work, everyone." The second stage of the awakening ceremony will be in 3 days at the Winter Mountains. To all 87 examinees that have passed, make sure you come fully prepared. You're dismissed. The examinees celebrate. The tavern is filled with cheers, celebrating 1st and 3rd place victories. The exhausted examinees lie sprawled on the ground, having proven their might in training ground number 4. Congratulations are offered to Sir Theo and Sir Remington. Theo raises his glass. "Thanks, everyone." A voice declares that the competition isn't over yet, their goal being to pass the second stage together. Another voice adds that they will be the final valedictorian and salutatorian. The crowd cheers. A pink-haired woman raises her glass, telling them she's sure the two of them can do it. Remington congratulates young Master Theo on getting valedictorian, adding that it's great to see his hard work bear fruit. At the same time, Theo looks down, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He admits that he is ashamed of himself for how much he has fallen behind. Remington, holding a glass, asks why that matters between friends. Remington says that he was simply lucky this time. The words hang in the air. Why does that matter between friends? Theo looks up, a small smile gracing his lips. Theo is thanked by Remington, who says that he has helped clear his mind. 2 glasses clink together in a toast. The pair resolve to try their best in the second stage as well. The snowy mountains stand tall. The snowy mountains stand tall. He stands amidst the snow, the landscape a blur of white and blue. The memory of the awakening ceremony echoes in his mind. 1st place in the awakening ceremony. The desolate landscape stretches before him, a stark contrast to his past life. He thinks, "Wouldn't have even dared dream of in my past life." Theo surveys the scene, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. "I can hardly believe it." A gust of wind whips through the snow, mirroring the turmoil within him. His fist clenches, a silent promise forming in his mind. But this is only the beginning. Having stopped Rendon is far from enough. He was just a lackey. Theo's gaze hardens, his thoughts turning to those he truly holds responsible. My true enemies are Axion and the Sky Dragon. His eyes glow with determination, a vow of vengeance etched on his face. I will use everything at my disposal. The burning desire for retribution consumes him. To get the ultimate revenge. Theo's expression hardens, his resolve unwavering as he sets his sights on the future. The snow continues to fall, a silent witness to his vow. Anyway, this compass. It's pointing towards the Winter Mountains. The compass hums with an otherworldly energy. What the nest this compass is referring to is. The wind howls as snow swirls around him. His eyes narrow, a flicker of determination igniting within them. A figure emerges from the blizzard. The figure demands, "Who are you?" The figure stumbles back, exclaiming, "Whoa, when did he?" He continues, "W8. I'm not someone suspicious." The man announces, "I am Gatsby Jotun of the Gale Sword Platoon." Gatsby explains that the platoon captain sent him after seeing Theo's performance at the awakening ceremony. He gazes off to the side, a thoughtful expression on his face. The captain is offering him an opportunity to take an admittance qualification test. Theo's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. Gatsby Jotun asks if Theo wants to take a test, rather than just join. That's correct. He is sure Theo has heard the reputation of Gale Sword Platoon. Just being given a chance is already. As always, the Gale Platoon are a bunch of morons. Someone shouts, asking who goes there. Young Master Theo Ragnar is walking in the snow. The Black Iron Cavalry wishes to invite him within their ranks. How does that sound to him? Vice Commander of the Black Iron Cavalry Fire Goblin, Ian Saucely. Unlike those morons, Ian Saucely says that if he recognizes her, he should scram. Ian Saucely is surrounded by other members of the Black Iron Cavalry. She is greeted by members of the Black Sword Platoon, who offer her a promotion to squad leader within 3 years. The men present swords of law, claiming the commissioner has personally promised this. Ian snaps her fingers, unimpressed. Someone shouts for everyone to get in line, no cutting. Ian asks what line one can stand in by oneself, telling the men not to be sore losers just because they can't make a better offer. She chuckles. She thinks to herself that this is a strange occurrence. and she should slip away before things get more annoying. Ayan thinks that though she knows she will be criticized for being greedy, sullying her reputation slightly is nothing, if it means gaining a greatly talented individual. The Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, Sword Dragon, OSA Ragnar Plunus, is revealed. A woman's voice echoes, questioning if the other is the Lady Plum Blossom. The woman wonders what business the other has there, addressing her as first wife. The woman asks what the other thinks, stating they are just like her. The woman declares she has come there to see. A man in a white suit stands, observing the scene. The man is identified as Theo Ragnar. A man with a sword, eyes wide with fury, prepares to strike. The sword flashes, cutting through the air. The blade descends with lethal speed. The swordsman's attack strikes multiple figures, blood splattering. The swordsman continues his relentless assault. Theo Ragnar's eyes glow red, a sinister aura emanating from him. The world fades to black. A man watches with a sinister smile. A shimmering blue barrier erupts into existence, deflecting the descending blade. The barrier shatters like glass under the force of the blow, red energy exploding outwards. Theo Ragnar's name echoes in the air. Theo Ragnar recoils, blood splattering as the attack lands. Theo Ragnar cries out, "Why, young master dash?" A fist slams into Theo Ragnar's face. The impact sends him reeling. A hand reaches out, seemingly in vain. Theo Ragnar lies defeated, bloodied and bruised, amidst shattered stone. Elsewhere, a battlefield is littered with fallen soldiers. He lies defeated, blood staining the ground around him. Footsteps approach the fallen warrior. Crimson light flares in the approaching figure's eyes. A blade is drawn, reflecting the harsh light. The sword is held aloft, ready to strike. The figure descends, a blur of motion. The blade falls, a crimson streak against the light. The descent continues, the sword aimed true. The sword pierces the air, a whisper of steel. The point of the blade gleams, poised to strike. The figure holding the sword, face shadowed, sneers. Pathetic. The figure continues, his voice cold. Venting your anger here doesn't change a thing. Theo Ragnar questions if the person in front of him is his uncle. Someone says that at times like this, you need to cool your head and come up with a plan, then tell someone to follow them. Someone says they will tell you. Someone is wondering how to make that. The text says second stage Theo Ragnar's funeral. Someone is walking. A surge of pink energy erupts, its power palpable. The magical energy solidifies, forming a distinct boundary. A woman with a ponytail exclaims, "In no way. An isolation zone." A voice wonders if she plans to personally share her teachings. The pink energy continues to pulse, its presence undeniable. The magical energy intensifies, creating a sense of unease. Theo Ragnar stands in a reflective space, facing a figure cloaked in darkness. A description details the signature move of Lady Plum Blossom, creating a perfectly isolated space between the outside and inside. Theo looks up, realizing he is seeing something in person that he's only ever heard of, his popularity finally dawning. A woman with a bun hairstyle smirks, thinking the demon dragon will be furious once he finds out. Theo states that no one can stop her from giving him a gift. The woman with the bun hairstyle asks what he means, noting the clan head's swordsmanship is intense. Like dragon fire descending from the heavens, the sword gleams with an ethereal light. The sword is drawn, a flash of blue energy cutting through the air. It incinerates everything in its path. The blade slices through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering cherry blossoms in its wake. The sword is held aloft, a beacon amidst the falling petals. Theo states that they are different from him, embracing countless variations in their sword. Because the dragon that they pursue is one that contains unlimited change. The sword is raised once more, ready to strike with deadly precision. The blade dances across the water's surface, creating ripples that spread outwards. The sword continues its dance, a blur of motion and light. The final pose, a testament to the mastery of the blade. The tip of the blade glints, a promise of deadly precision. He raises the sword, petals swirling around him like a gentle storm. Within a single breath, the technique begins. The blade flashes, a blur of motion too fast to follow. He calls this Celestial Flower Rain, the first technique of full bloom of the plum blossoms. His eyes glow with an inner light as he executes the technique. The air shimmers with residual energy, petals dancing in the aftermath. That was unbelievable. Within a single continuous movement, there were 120 circles and variations. So it was true that in terms of pure swordsmanship, she is even above the clan head. Absorbing and applying what he just saw into his single flash, Theo admits he's not sure he deserves such a gift. It's fine as long as you enjoyed watching it. Petals fall like snow. The petals swirl around Theo. Theo looks up, a slight smile gracing his lips. A woman with a ponytail instructs others to find her after the awakening ceremony. A voice wishes for Theo to be a new wind in this place. Petals continue to fall. Theo stands amidst a sea of flower petals. A voice reflects on receiving something far too great. Theo chuckles, thinking it will be hard for him to act shameless and not show any gratitude. He considers becoming Lady Plum Blossom's disciple and joining the white-armored dragon cavalry. A chibi figure scratches its head, thinking it can think it over once the second stage is over. 3 days later. Snow falls heavily in a mountainous region. Winter mountains stretch near the northern Great Wall, a landscape of snow and ice. The harsh terrain continues, marked by the biting wind. This is the site of the second stage of the awakening ceremony. The winter mountains stretch across a vast distance from Winterra. The path leads all the way to the Demon Sea. Here, the Ragnars have shielded humanity. They have shielded humanity. From the cursed land beyond the Great Wall, the Demon Sea, where countless demonic fiends lay waste, has been held back for over 1,000 years. You all have the responsibility to one day inherit that duty. That is why this place has been selected as the site of the second stage. Jackie Ragnar, the second stage exam overseer and high-rank swordsman, addresses the candidates. However, merely being apprentice swordsman, you are not yet able to enter the Demon Sea. Therefore, the exam area is restricted to the inner side of the Great Wall. Take precautions to not enter into the Demon Sea. A voice responds in the affirmative. The exam is simple. Jackie Ragnar is shown. You have 15 days to defeat the demonic monsters that roam the Winter Mountains and retrieve the bells that have been placed on their necks. There are 7 different colored bells: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Each bell increases in point value in that order. Naturally, higher points mean more powerful demonic fiends, especially violet bell fiends, which are at a level that none of you are capable of defeating. Jackie Ragnar smirks. But they are also worth. Bring back bells before the end of the exam, saying that we can use whatever method. A voice echoes, stating that they can snatch someone else's prey or bells, adding that they are purposely sowing seeds of discord. The voice continues, declaring that it is the Rangar clan's law of the jungle. Yodi Nalan states that totems have been installed across the mountains to repel fiends. Yodi Nalan adds that inside the safe zones, supplies are buried nearby, and the candidates should utilize them to the best of their abilities. Yodi Nalan announces that the exam will commence. Yodi Nalan dismisses everyone. Yodi Nalan leaps off a cliff, ready to begin the exam. He thinks to himself that he will first secure some supplies, then assist young Master Theo. Ian saucily reacts with excitement, finding the exam fun and entertaining. Silence hangs in the air as the candidates consider their next moves. Yodi Nalan sprints forward, determined to complete the exam. A voice commands Axion to move according to the plan. A voice declares that if something is done, that place will become Theo's grave. Theo's crimson eyes narrow, his expression unreadable. Snow falls heavily on a forest of frosted trees. A lone figure trudges through the snow. He decides he should get a move on as well. Theo's gaze is distant, lost in thought. A voice asks, "Remember how you said we were friends?" Remy looks up, his expression serious. Remy continues, stating that he has thought long and hard for the past 3 days, and it seems that he considers the other person both a friend and a rival. And so, a desire has taken root. The desire to truly surpass you, young Master Theo. Remy grins, a hint of challenge in his eyes. Theo knows that feeling. Remy, I also consider you my friend and rival. Remy and Theo stand face to face, the weight of their words hanging in the air. That's a relief. I was worried that the feeling was one-sided. But that is why I will try and beat you during the second stage. That is what I've come to tell you. Remy, grinning, wishes Theo good luck. With a whoop, Remy departs. Remington has set me as his goal. Could a more thrilling feeling exist? It's delightful. Becoming someone that's truly strong. Well, let's set aside mushy feelings for now. Time to search for the dragon's nest. The young master prepares to use the nest compass, a surge of blue energy crackling around his hand. The compass needle spins wildly, then locks onto a distant point. Elsewhere, a blizzard rages across a desolate mountain range, the wind howling like a banshee. The snow-covered peaks loom like jagged teeth against the stormy sky. The wind howls through the narrow passes, carrying icy shards that sting the skin. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from a hidden crevice, beckoning the young master closer. A figure streaks forward, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in their wake. The figure commands, "Then take to the oars." The figure continues their rapid advance, the forest blurring around them. The energy trail intensifies as they move deeper into the woods. The wind howls through the trees. Halting in a snowy clearing, the figure calls out, "Come out." A voice wonders, "When did you notice?" The speaker thinks to themselves, "I thought I was following pretty quietly." A voice responds, "You're." One of the 3 figures says, "What did I tell you? I said we were too noisy." Another figure responds, "We're done for. I think he's stronger than we thought." The first figure greets, "Hi, first place." The 3 scoundrels of Vuk Mountain are revealed to be Hyde, Cow, and Rune. The words "The 3 scoundrels of Vuk Mountain" appear on the screen. Images of the 3 scoundrels flash across the screen. They were those who slaughtered civilians under the guise of accidents during missions. They are a group that arose as a side effect of the rule of the strong being so prevalent in Ragnar. The massacre they committed in Vuk village is something that cannot be forgotten. While working in the Black Snow, he was the one who personally picked up after them. So he knows that horror better than anyone else. In public records, the death toll was 761, with 220 additional people missing. The shocking part was that none of the corpses could be identified, because their heads were all destroyed. He thought that terrible nature of theirs would get in his way in the future, so he was planning on dealing with them at some point. But he's meeting them like this. The fact that they were trailing him, A voice asks, "Did Axion send you?" One of the men grunts, questioning something, while the other smiles menacingly. The scarred man asks if they really think they'd be ordered around by someone their age. He answers his own question with a dismissive no. The figure with long black hair looks back at the group of soldiers approaching. Then, he wonders. A voice declares that it's someone so high up that a bastard like them could never even imagine. The figure with long black hair states that it's the head counselor. The scarred man is shocked, wondering how he knows. The other man explains that it's obvious, given that they're talking about blood and heritage, and that they've even conspired since an exam proctor didn't come with them. The figure with long black hair is with the approaching soldiers. The man with the round face wonders if this isn't a problem for them. The figure with long black hair states that it's fine, as he's already dead. The scarred man is threatened, being told that when he crushes a good-looking face like his. The figure with long black hair holds a sword. The sword is shown, with the figure saying that he'll grind up their head real nice. Figures clash amidst a storm of blue energy, their movements blurring into streaks of light. A warrior, face scarred and bruised, looks up in bewildered confusion. A lone figure stands against a backdrop of cascading energy, the words "Triple Dragon's Claw" emblazoned beside them. A figure wreathed in crimson energy descends, a whirlwind of destruction in their wake. The air crackles with unseen force, the very fabric of reality seeming to tear. Debris rains down, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. The battlefield is littered with fragments, the remnants of a devastating clash. Crimson eyes blazing with defiance, a figure declares, "I don't want to become like you." A shadowy figure lurks in the darkness, their form barely visible amidst the chaos. The warrior's face is etched with pain and determination, his gaze fixed on an unseen enemy. A voice echoes with chilling resolve, "So I'll do the opposite. Only your heads will remain." Blood trickles from the warrior's lips, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. The air crackles with energy as he moves, a storm of power gathering around him. They weren't too much trouble, maybe because they were still young at this point. A pile of bodies lies still, a testament to the recent conflict. Celestial flower rain, a full bloom of the plum blossoms that Lady Plum Blossom showed me. After dissecting and reconstructing that style endlessly for 3 days, I'm now able to use 3 single flashes in a row. Using circles and arcs to draw curved lines, I can utilize many different transformations and applications. Of course, 120 times in a row like Lady Plum Blossom is still too difficult. Let me just throw your corpses over. And get back to thinking about how to get underground. This is an invisible staircase? A hidden quest appears, tasking someone to find the unseen stairs and explore the blue cave. So, this is the entrance. The entrance to the blue cave looms large. Currently in first place is Axion Ragnar. The number of collected demon bells is 41. He is in a group with 21 people. Second place is Ray Ragnar. How is Theo Ragnar doing? Theo Ragnar. Currently, he has 0 demon bells. He doesn't have anyone working with him either. What? We're assuming that he is moving quietly or lying in ambush. That's the case. There are no rules that say, just because he showed exceptional performance during the first stage that he is guaranteed to do the same during the second. His heart may not be prepared for real battles, especially the case since he is a natural child. The figure chuckles, noting that the scoundrels did a better job than he expected. The head counselor is asked if he has anything to do with the current situation. The head counselor responds, saying he hadn't been able to tell them beforehand, but things have worked out, so they shouldn't worry. The figure clasps his hands together, a contemplative look on his face. The figure curses, angered that the old coot is acting without permission. After Camellia Palace was taken, the figure used the opportunity to look through the Rose Palace. However, no matter where he looked, he couldn't find the primordial dragon's relic. The clue about the Rose Palace's relic is mentioned. It stated that something is definitely on that boy, Theo, and they need to kill him after getting that clue from him. Someone orders Axion to hurry up. It's revealed that the head counselor and the Central Intelligence Director are scheming something. It stated that they'll need to set up some precautions as well. He simply states no. Ed Troyven sits back in his chair, declaring that Theo isn't someone who would crumble because of something like that. He must have his own circumstances, Ed muses, suggesting they don't need to go so far. The voice continues, speaking of interfering with the test to try and help him. Ed Troyven, surrounded by flames, insists he can't just ignore the fact that Theo met him without his knowledge. Sybil Dree responds, asking if it's fine if Theo is fine with it. The voice asks if it's fine if Theo is fine with it. A monstrous skull looms. Theo walks through a dungeon filled with skeletons. A voice warns that a pretty strong mental attack trap is set up here, adding that most people would have a breakdown if they got caught in it. Theo continues through the dungeon, the voice noting that this is nothing after passing the White Moonlight Blades test. More importantly, the voice states, it never thought this was where the compass was pointing. Theo prepares to expand his senses. Eerie symbols glow in the blue-tinged air, casting long shadows across the dungeon floor. A chill permeates the stone, raising goosebumps on exposed skin. A special ability, Divinity, grants body enhancement and magic power recovery, expanding one's senses through mana. A voice echoes, declaring that it's that way. Boots crunch on the stone floor, heading towards a distant light. Theo smiles, thinking that it's been 3 years since then. A voice warns that black snow will kill the hatchling and discover the legendary item. Theo stands before a massive, ornate door, apologizing to Black Snow. A voice declares that they'll be taking it first. The Amon Grimoire is mentioned. Theo's eyes widened in disbelief. He muttered, "Heavens almighty." Theo realized, this place is no hatchling's lair. A massive dragon rested amidst a hoard of gold. Instead, Theo realized, it's the nest of a real ancient dragon. The ancient dragon's scales shimmered like a mountain of gold. Theo thought, this is quite the predicament. He realized, forget the grimoire. Facing a dragon like that is certain death. Why is such a creature here instead of a hatchling? Did the Black Snow purposely spread misinformation? Or is it because I came 3 years early? Whatever the case is, this is outside of my calculations. Theo decided, I need to flee now. He thinks it's a shame, but he'll have to come back again later, closer to when the Black Snow is supposed to discover it. A low growl rumbles through the cavern. The air hangs heavy with the scent of ozone and ancient magic. Before Theo stands an enormous dragon, its scales shimmering like 1,000 sunsets. The dragon rumbles. It has been a long time since a chosen one has visited this place. The ancient dragon's name is Lodbrok. Lodbrok booms, my name is Lodbrok. The dragon's shadow falls over Theo, the air crackling with power. Lodbrok declares, I am the master of the Winter Mountains, and the one you Ragnars call the Guardian Dragon. Theo exclaims in disbelief, recognizing the dragon before him. It is an honor to meet you, great ancestor. The ancient dragon looms, his massive form casting a shadow over the landscape. He seems to ponder the young man's words. Lodbrok asks if Theo is the significant other of their progenitor, Lord Sigurd. The dragon's words hang in the air, a strange question posed to the young man. Theo seems confused by the question. Lodbrok dismisses something as nonsense. A silhouette of Sigurd and Fridleif is shown. Lodbrok explains that it was a term of respect for a partner with whom he made a spiritual bond pact. Lodbrok questions how a dragon and a human could possibly mate with each other. The dragon's words hang heavy in the air, as Theo listens intently. Lodbrok wonders if the tales of dragon blood in their lineage were entirely propaganda. He replies, no, not entirely. Through the pact formed with Sigurd, I did share with him my dragon blood. Theo's admission hangs in the air. Lodbrok states, then our Ragnars, that's enough pleasantries. The dragon continues, I, Lodbrok, in accordance with the primordial covenant, shall begin my duty as the guardian dragon for the chosen one. Lodbrok declares, grant the chosen one who has passed the trial. Theo watches as the dragon speaks. Theo thinks, thank goodness. Instead of combat, I get to ask questions. My goal is to stand at the apex of the Ragnar clan. To achieve that, I need to become intimately familiar with my clan. Theo continues his internal monologue. I'll use this opportunity to gain as much information as possible. The words Heaven Dragon shout appear. Lodbrok's power surges. The air crackles with energy. The power intensifies. A massive dragon bares its fangs. A green container rolls on the ground. A hand reaches down to pick up the container. A voice counts, that's 57 now. Someone asks if there are any updates on Theo Ragnar. Another responds that there's still no news and that he must be hiding somewhere. Axion's lackey, Orion Gardner, wonders if Theo got scared about having to face fiends for real. Someone thinks about defeating such a high-class fiend so easily. It is thought that Axion is exceptional beyond logic, and that one must remain in his good graces no matter what it takes. Orion Gardner clenches his fist. Someone coughs in pain, questioning something. Someone states that they were never strong, asking if the other has ever seen them afraid of anything. They continue, saying that once you have power, there is nothing to fear. Someone thinks that he's clearly scheming something. A character is being squeezed, gasping for air and apologizing. A subordinate reports to Theo Ragnar, also known as Sir Axion, that there's a message from the Central Intelligence Director. Someone relays the message. He said, quickly execute the plan. Theo Ragnar coughs, standing tall as someone behind him also coughs. A voice declares, tell him that I get it, so don't rush me. Theo Ragnar thinks to himself, there's no one that wants to kill him more than me. A voice vows, I will finish him off as soon as he shows himself. A figure stands in the shadows, lost in thought. A character declares, I am ready to ask my first question. A dragon yawns, stating, finally, I've grown bored from waiting. Theo Ragnar asks, so what is it that you wish to know? What is the reason that you are here? A fundamental question designed to uncover as much background information as possible. The dragon's eye narrows, a low chuckle rumbling in its chest. The dragon states that it is a good question indeed. The dragon's eye glows brighter as it explains the reason it resides here. Theo is surprised by the revelation. The dragon explains that it is because of a monster that exists beyond the Demon Sea. The scene shifts to a view of the Demon Sea, described as the very edge of the world. The scene shows the nameless sovereign. The dragon states that for the past 1,000 years. The dragon continues, explaining that it has remained here, bound by the duty to protect the world from it. Theo says that he didn't imagine it. Lodbrok's eye is shown again as he states that what he saw in Lodbrok's eyes earlier was definitely. Theo listens intently. A single, all-seeing eye blazes with the word, fear. Theo, contemplating Lodbrok's words, wonders if there truly exists a being capable of instilling fear within an ancient dragon who has reigned as a dragon king for over 1,000 years. His fist clenches, a silent determination hardening his gaze. He wants to ask more, but there are other things he needs to learn about first. Theo's voice cuts through the silence, his second question hanging heavy in the air. What are the relics of the primordial dragon? Lodbrok's voice echoes, laced with surprise. Huh, you don't know despite possessing 3 of them? You must have been quite lucky. Theo's eyes widen in disbelief. I have 3. Theo's expression is a mask of confusion as he wonders what the remaining one is. Lodbrok speaks of the relics of the primordial dragon. They are an answer against the nameless sovereign. A massive dragon claw, wreathed in ethereal energy, hints at the power of the primordial dragon. The primordial dragon, Fafnir, created them. By splitting his soul into 31 fragments, Fafnir sought to protect humanity. The relics do not share a common form. They can be objects, experiences of sorts, or even strange phenomenon. His red eyes widen. He sees the 3rd relic he possesses. Theo Ragnar's trait has activated, returning to the regression point, the phenomenon in which he traveled 10 years into the past. Regression. It all makes sense if this is an authority created by the primordial dragon Fafnir. In other words, it's him. But that's strange. Every relic had a dragon protecting it. However, there wasn't anything like that with his regression. It's as if he has his final question. Why was he chosen? To face off against the nameless sovereign, a figure stands ready in a snowy landscape. But why a talentless hack like him? A dragon looms, its eyes glowing with ancient power. Why do you speak? The dragon's eye pierces the darkness. As if he were the only one specially chosen, the dragon's eye seemed to pierce through Theo's very soul. The realization struck him. He thought he wasn't the only one chosen by the relics. Silhouetted figures emerged from the darkness, hinting at others with similar destinies. Ed, Curson, Black Dragon. They all knew of the relics and were trying to collect them. If they were also chosen by the relics, then they could also be seeing messages like him. Or they might also be regressors. He'd gotten a step closer to the truth of the world, but this has only complicated matters. The nameless sovereign, a being that even an ancient dragon fears, as well as the possible existence of other regressors. Theo pondered the implications of the dragon's words, his mind racing with possibilities. Well, that's it for answering your 3 questions. Now that the quest is complete, it is time for your reward. He admits that he came here to acquire the Amon Grimoire, but he's changed his mind. He now desires something even greater. A system message appears, congratulating him on successfully completing the hidden quest. He has earned the opportunity to acquire a treasure of the primordial dragon as a reward. The treasure room glitters with gold, jewels, and ancient weapons. He notes that the dragon's nest is filled with treasures from all over the world. Gems, grimoires, elixirs, secret manuals, and weapons are piled high. Whatever he selects will be an object of unimaginable worth. Lodbrok looms over the treasure, a primordial dragon of immense power. The treasure room stretches out before Theo, filled with untold riches. Theo gulps, overwhelmed by the possibilities. Lodbrok declares that he will give him any one thing that is within this nest. The dragon asks what it is that he desires. He declares what he would like to have. Theo shouts Lodbrok's name. Lodbrok awaits. Lodbrok's monstrous visage fills the space, the dragon's voice booming with fury. Insolent. Surrounded by a crimson aura, Theo demands, "Are you trying to claim all the treasures and my knowledge with clever wordplay?" Theo grits his teeth, steeling himself. A guardian dragon's dragon fear. I need to hold out. A sharp intake of breath escapes Theo's lips as he reels from an unseen force. KGH. A wave of blue energy washes over the area, the words Lesser Drake's fear emblazoned within. Lodbrok's voice drips with disdain. How foolish. Lodbrok continues, his tone mocking. You think you can stand against me with a Lesser Drake's fear? The dragon declares, you, the guardian dragon, declare that I may have any treasure within your nest. Theo's expression hardens. There was no mention that Lodbrok could. Theo's eyes burn with determination. One I'm risking my own life for, but the payoff is worth it. The narration clarifies. Lodbrok, the guardian dragon that established the Ragnar clan with the progenitor, Sigurd. The narration continues. There is no greater proof of legitimacy than becoming her significant other. In order to not repeat the past, he clenches his fist, determination hardening his gaze. This is an opportunity he cannot let slip past. Theo's face is streaked with blood, but his eyes burn with unwavering resolve. Theo pleads, please give me Lodbrok. You promised me with your divine word. He demands, his voice echoing with desperation. Stand alongside me. Theo stands tall, his coat billowing around him as he awaits Lodbrok's response. Lodbrok's ancient eye opens, a golden slit piercing the darkness. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by the faint sound of crackling energy. Theo strides forward, his gaze fixed on an unseen point. A voice whispers, Sigurd. Lodbrok's massive head looms, teeth bared in a silent snarl. TSK tisk. Lodbrok relents. Fine, I accept. He stares, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. A woman stands tall, her presence commanding. The woman's voice echoes, "You have piqued my interest." She continues, "I shall give you a chance." The woman stands tall, her regal presence filling the space. The camera pans down her body. The woman smiles, amused. "A fufu. Taken by my beauty, I see." She continues, revealing her age. "But I am already over 2,000 years old. Great guardian." Tears well in Theo's eyes. "Dragon." The woman looks down at him. "Your chest." A bead of silence hangs in the air. The woman continues, her expression softening. "To tell you the truth, I lost my heart 50 years ago." She explains her situation. "And so I have been waiting patiently for my death. At best, I have 3 years left to live." The woman reveals her limitations. "Because of this, I cannot even leave my nest." She elaborates on her inability to help directly. "In other words, I am unable to help you directly. So I ask again." The woman extends her hand, repeating her offer. "Do you still want to select me as your reward?" The man's expression is unreadable. His face is etched with determination. Lodbrok declares that his answer remains unchanged. Ed Troyven states that he would like to select Lodbrok as his reward. Lodbrok thinks that Ed Troyven is foolish, but that it is also characteristic of a chosen one. Ed Troyven vows to become stronger and obtain something. More relics of the primordial dragon are mentioned. Ed Troyven declares that he will find it for Lodbrok. Something to substitute the lost heart is mentioned. Ed Troyven thinks he needs to attain something. Theo asks why the other party has more pertinent matters. The exam is only 15 days long, and he has less than half a month right now. Theo asks if he may please return after the exam is over. Though it is possible, the other party declares that they will not permit it. Theo is surprised. The other party smirks, stating that it would be no fun to simply let him go. The other party declares that the gate before the second stage ends, and that they will not permit Theo to leave until then. Theo is shocked. The second stage of the awakening ceremony is currently underway. The second stage of the awakening ceremony is currently underway. There are 13 days, 310 hours, remaining. Theo's voice echoes in the darkness. Theo stands tall, flanked by 2 figures. "I'll gladly force your hand," he declares. Elsewhere, a group advances through a dark corridor, their footsteps echoing. The members of the Scaled Dragon Society gather, their expressions grim. Others assemble at the Plum Blossom Palace, their faces obscured by shadows. The group prepares, a palpable sense of anticipation hanging in the air. It's hunting time. Theo raises his sword, a cold glint in his eyes. "We will kill the rejects of training ground number 4 one by one, until he shows up." Meanwhile, a figure moves forward, leaving a trail of disturbed snow in their wake. A woman gazes intently, her expression unreadable. Ray Ragnar holds 3rd place in the second stage, with 561 points. A chilling hiss echoes through the air. A frost lizard, a middle-low class fiend, is slain. A warrior stands triumphant over a defeated yellow demon bell fiend, its massive form lying prone and lifeless. Sybil Dree ranks 68th with 31 points. He exclaims that he'll have to brag to young Master Theo after the exam. Iodi Naren is ranked 53rd with 52 points, while Banat Ramiro is 62nd with 36 points. Only 12 hours remain until the end of the second stage. 2 figures search for young Master Theo, noting they even secured so many supplies for him. One asks where he is. One of the men speculates that Theo is seeing a bigger picture and is doing something more important than collecting points for the exam. A figure remarks that they guess survival is the only requirement to pass the second stage. Another man says that he was still excited to see young Master Theo become the valedictorian again, adding that Theo promised he'd shout him out. A figure lies defeated, impaled by a blade. A voice says, "Oh right, he also promised me the same thing dash." A close-up shows a hand gripping a sword, dripping with blood. Orion Gardner, ranked 14th with 173 points, declares that they all make him laugh. A group of figures stands over the defeated body. A shout echoes through the air. 2 men react with shock, one questioning the meaning of the Scaled Dragon Society. 2 figures stand with swords, one musing about sacrificial lambs to summon their precious young master. The figure continues, stating that they also want to see Theo, the young master, and not to resent them too much. Meanwhile, a stone pedestal sits amidst a fiery landscape. At the same time, the scene shifts to Lodbrok's nest, filled with treasure. Elsewhere, a figure remarks with surprise. A woman stands in a magical space, having partially grasped the magical principles within Grimoire, Amon, creating a new skill. A voice expresses relief that the information overheard in a past life was true. The most important factor when learning the Amon Grimoire is the quantity and quality of magic power. The figure states that they possess both a mana hull and the dragon heart. It's only natural that she can learn twice as fast as normal people, she muses, adding that this much is easy. With that, she declares that the primordial covenant has been fulfilled. She shall await their next meeting, her new significant other, the first in 1,000 years. Her hand extends outward. Energy crackles in the air. More energy surges. Footsteps echo. Meanwhile, Theo walks through the snowy landscape. He thinks, phew, it's nice that I formed a pact with Lodbrok, but I've made 0 progress with the awakening ceremony. He thinks, I only have 12 hours left. Theo sighs. It's like I'm intentionally playing on hard mode. A figure stands in the snow-covered forest, an exclamation point hovering above them. A voice echoes, a chilling declaration. Found you. The man's red eyes narrowed, a question hanging in the air. You're? Ray, clad in armor, struggles to speak, his voice weak. Ray, how did you get like that? Did a fiend? The man's expression hardens, a grim question forming on his lips. What fiend could have possibly done this to you? His red eyes reflect a burning intensity. A brutal wound is revealed, a crimson gash across Ray's chest. A sword slash. A declaration hangs in the air, heavy with implication. A person did this. The man stands beside the injured Ray, a plan forming. We can talk later. First, go to the west. A figure cries out in pain. One of the figures holds the other, warning to be careful. A close-up reveals the intricate details of a suit of armor. Ray Ragnar views his own memories, a look of surprise on his face. The air crackles with unseen energy. One of the figures asks where Theo is. There's still no news of him. A voice expresses confidence that Theo will reveal himself soon. A character explains that they left many traces and set up fiends to corner him. One of the figures hums, considering the situation. One of the figures asks if they did something wrong again. A character questions why they brought so many people, suggesting that only a few hostages would have sufficed. Bound and helpless, the prisoners are at the mercy of their captors. One taunts, amused by their predicament. Oh, you meant them. Haha. A voice booms out, cutting through the snowy air. Stop. The figure, clad in white armor, surveys the scene. He wonders, what is it? Ray Ragnar appears, his expression unreadable in the falling snow. He is questioned, Ray Ragnar? The armored figure's red eyes narrow. He declares, this is crossing a line. Ray Ragnar's gaze hardens. He asks, how does this concern you? I don't want unnecessary trouble. The armored figure responds, ignore this and go away. They're Theo's comrades. Let them go. Ray Ragnar pauses, considering the words. I see. So you are also. Ray Ragnar's expression darkens, a simmering rage building within him. He thinks to himself, drawn to that imbecile. A surge of energy erupts, the air crackling with power. A figure draws twin swords, ready to strike. Another blast of energy explodes, illuminating the snowy forest with an eerie glow. Only reading a portion of the lament thoughts, Theo's face contorts in a mix of shock and dawning horror. The question explodes from the young master's lips. What the hell happened, and why did Axion capture his comrades? Seizing him roughly, an unseen assailant demands to know how he knows that. A disembodied voice echoes the sentiment. What is going on? Blood trickles down Theo's face as he grits his teeth, enduring the interrogation. The unseen speaker reveals that Axion has been hellbent on capturing him from the start. Since Theo was nowhere to be found, Axion decided to hold his friends hostage. The revelation hits him hard. What? He stammers, explaining that he didn't come here to tell him that, as something snaps. A voice declares that there is no need to face him directly. The voice continues, stating that they only need to obtain clues to the relic using the hostages. Another voice assures that they will take care of Theo. While they are taking care of him, the voice instructs to use the summoning marbles to distract the nearby proctors. A close-up reveals a determined expression. A voice declares that there is no need to worry. A woman shouts, no. Her face is streaked with blood and desperation. She warns that they can't go to Axion. A voice reveals that the Central Intelligence Bureau proctors are in on it. Theo thinks that this is too much, even for him. A voice explains that this is no longer a competition in an exam, but slaughter. They set up a trap specifically to kill you. The woman repeats that they can't go alone, and suggests finding some other proctors to join them. He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. We don't have time for that. A voice expresses gratitude. I'm thankful for your help, but with every passing. The scene below shows a pool of blood. A moment of realization dawns. Moment, who knows what's happening to them? Theo's eyes burn with intensity. I need to go now, so tell me where he is. A figure, bloodied and determined, speaks with urgency. Are you? A warning is issued with grave concern. You'll die if you go? What's the point of anything if you die? Theo's resolve hardens, his gaze unwavering. You need to play this safer, even if it costs you. I don't want to lose my people. Theo's voice cracks with raw emotion. Never again. Two figures stand together, raising their drinks in a toast. Our goal is for all of us to pass the second stage together. Theo declares with conviction, this is the land of Ragnars. A somber scene unfolds, bodies lying still. A voice echoes, sacrifices are unavoidable. We'll all gather here again. Figures stand silhouetted against a dark horizon, their purpose unknown. Tears well in his eyes, a silent scream trapped in his throat. He cradles the figure in his arms. Because you yourself couldn't just stand by and watch. Why is the Rose Palace burning? Why are your household members dying? Because you were the imbecile of Ragnar. In the clan predicated on the rule of the strong. You were the weakest. Theo grits his teeth, a storm brewing behind his crimson eyes. I'm sick and tired of being on the losing end like a pathetic fool. He clenched his gloved hand, the leather creaking softly in the silence. Theo's crimson eyes narrowed. He couldn't keep repeating his mistakes. A spectral dragon loomed behind him, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. So tell me. Theo's expression hardened, the spectral dragon's presence a silent demand for answers. Where is Axion? The question echoed in his mind, a desperate plea for information. The supplies lay scattered, a scene of disarray and violence painted across the snow. A gloved hand reached down, grasping a box amidst the chaos. The supplies Sybil gathered. Drop bells lay nearby. And blood. Theo's face was grim as he surveyed the scene. Something's gone wrong. Don't you agree? The snowy landscape stretches out before them, the wind whipping around the figures. A text bubble appears, simply stating, Hulkus. Hulkus Lank is ranked 5th with 499 points. A woman with red hair is shown, a text bubble next to her head saying her name, Erica. Erica Lank is ranked 4th with 521 points. A man holding a book wonders, Bit. Remington Narcio is ranked 2nd with 688 points. Two figures stand face to face, engaged in conversation. The novel chapter is revealed to be 40 to 42. A monstrous roar echoes through the snowy landscape. The white-haired figure's face contorts in a savage snarl, its eyes burning with feral intensity. The figure lunges forward, bringing its weapon down in a sweeping arc. With a ground-shaking step, the white-haired figure closes the distance. Theo, sword drawn, grits his teeth. I don't have time. A voice booms, out of my way. The white-haired figure's arm, thick with muscle, descends with lethal intent. Theo plants his feet, preparing to meet the attack head-on. He retaliates, his blade a silver flash against the snow. Theo thinks, there's a high chance that Sybil and the other hostages are safe. He continues his internal monologue. Ed is likely pulling Axion strings. Ed would have set it up to only take me out, causing the least amount of controversy. He slashes at the monstrous beast, the sword a blur of motion against the snowy backdrop. The fact that the CIB's proctors are with Axion is proof enough. Theo prepares to strike again, his red eyes narrowed with determination. He unleashes the triple dragon's claw, red energy crackling around his blade. The attack lands, carving a deep slash into the monster's hide. The proctors put in place to kill me. I should restrict Axion from acting out of line. The monster roars in pain and fury, the sound echoing through the forest. Theo stands firm, facing the enraged beast. But that doesn't change the fact that I need to hurry. Axion is still volatile and unpredictable. He prepares for another strike, his stance low and ready. The sword flashes again, another arc of deadly intent aimed at the monster. Theo remains focused, ready to unleash another attack. A monstrous white beast, teeth bared, unleashes a ferocious roar. A stark warning flashes, against him. The beast lunges forward, its attack a blur of white fur and crimson spray. Elsewhere, a lone figure stands in the snow-covered forest. Yes. A voice echoes, this is how you've always been, Theo. Theo looks up, a determined glint in his red eyes. Let's go to my house for now. The snow crunches beneath his feet as he walks. A figure stands injured, blood staining their white armor. Blood stains the snow, marking a grim path. Theo walks through the snowy forest, determined. I'll be the one to help you. Muffled sounds escape from the bound man. The gag is tightened. Axion stands over the bound man, commanding him to be quiet. Sir Axion is being watched. Axion is reminded to not forget the Central Intelligence Director's orders to not cause unplanned variables. Axion agrees. 4 high-rank swordsmen from the CIB were dispatched to kill Theo. The swordsmen stand in the snow. A firm grip tightens. A voice echoes, dismissing someone as a lowly imbecile. Footsteps crunch through the snow, the sound echoing in the frigid air. Muffled cries of distress fill the air, the prisoners bound and gagged. Theo Ragnar's gaze hardens, his expression unreadable. Boots trudge through the snow-covered landscape. A voice declares that someone has finally shown their face. The falling snow obscures the scene, but the name Theo Ragnar is clearly visible. Theo Ragnar stands tall, blood staining his white coat. A boot presses down into the snow, leaving a deep imprint. Theo Ragnar's crimson eyes gleam with an unsettling intensity. The bound prisoners remain helpless, their eyes wide with fear. Bound prisoners huddle together in the snow, their faces etched with fear. His expression is cold and calculating, the scars on his face a testament to battles fought and won. The soldiers stand guard, their faces grim as they survey the scene. The wind howls through the snowy landscape, a chilling reminder of the harsh conditions. His red eyes gleam with an unsettling intensity, promising pain and suffering. The soldiers remain vigilant, their presence a silent threat. A voice booms out, laced with impatience. You sure made me wait a long time. His gaze narrows, a hint of menace flickering in his crimson eyes. A prisoner lies beaten and bloodied, his face contorted in agony. The sound of footsteps echoes through the snow, a prelude to further violence. A figure stands ready, his hand resting on the hilt of a sword. The voice acknowledges him with a title, Sir Axion. He exhales, the sound laced with a hint of amusement and something darker. A hand manipulates a complex mechanism, the gears whirring softly in the frigid air. Let's just get straight to the point. Theo Ragnar's voice cuts through the silence. If you want to save your friends, tell me, were you afraid? His voice echoes, laced with a predatory edge. Were you afraid you were going to lose to me? A cruel smile stretches across Theo Ragnar's face, his eyes gleaming with dark amusement. A voice, strained and tight, responds. What are you saying? Theo Ragnar tilts his head, his gaze sharp. Why else would you bother pulling such a trick? He continues, his voice dripping with disdain. You gathered all your goons to protect you. Those watchful glares from afar. Theo Ragnar's voice takes on a mocking tone. Not to mention this pathetic hostage game. A voice, barely a whisper, replies. It's all. Theo Ragnar's smile widens, revealing a predatory gleam in his eyes. Because you were worried you'd lose against me. He declares his opponent unworthy of the title of one of the four hounds. The unseen figure responds with a furious curse. The figure challenges Theo Ragnar, suggesting they settle things with a bout. The figure demands that Theo Ragnar face off with a sword, like true Ragnars. That is the challenge. The figure's red eyes gleam with intensity. The figure taunts, questioning if Theo Ragnar even has a shred of dignity left. The figure declares that if Theo Ragnar beats them, they will give him everything he wants, including their life. Theo Ragnar agrees to the duel, but states that if he wins, they will release someone. The figure chuckles, amused that Theo Ragnar wants a duel of swords. The figure questions if the imbecile of Ragnar is challenging them to a duel. The figure mocks Theo Ragnar, stating that his arrogance seems to know no bounds. A disembodied voice echoes, dripping with scorn. You really think I'm afraid of you? A subordinate warns, Sir Axion. It's an obvious provocation. You need not entertain it. Another voice urges. Do not fall for his ploys. Please follow the plan. A third voice snaps. Shut it. You don't trust me either? A tense silence hangs in the air. Theo responds, his voice laced with finality. Fine, Theo. A voice, tinged with a hint of a smirk, declares, I accept your challenge. Someone clicks their tongue in annoyance. A voice observes, what was expected? Our job has merely gotten a bit harder. Another voice states, we will proceed as planned if Sir Axion starts losing. This is an honorable Ragnar duel. No one is allowed to interfere until the duel is over. Theo strides forward, his gaze fixed on an unseen point. A final warning is issued. No, this is still within our part of the bet, so don't lay even a finger on them until the end. He prepares to strike, his eyes narrowed in focus. Drawing his sword, Theo unleashes a swift, arcing strike. The blade connects, a flash of light erupting from the point of impact. Energy crackles around Theo's hands as he prepares another attack. Theo speaks, thanks. Let's get started. No need to drag things out. The opponent stands ready, their long black hair flowing around them. The opponent lunges forward, their sword a blur of motion. The swords collide, sparks flying as the two warriors clash. Theo grunts, bracing against the force of the blow. The opponent sneers, nice trick for a mutt blood bastard. A surge of energy ripples through the air. The opponent is sent flying backward, crashing into the arena wall. He roars, a declaration of power echoing through the air. Let me show you. The air crackles with crimson energy as Theo Ragnar channels his inner strength. The power of a true Ragnar. Unleashing his full might, Theo Ragnar calls forth a devastating attack. Heaven dragons shout. A ripple of shock courses through the air as the unseen opponent reacts to the immense power. The heaven dragon's shout engulfs Theo Ragnar, the crimson energy swirling around him like a vortex. From the swirling chaos, the opponent prepares a counterattack, a surge of blue energy gathering around them. The figure with long black hair focuses, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light as they prepare to unleash their own power. A beam of pure blue energy erupts, cutting through the crimson chaos with surgical precision. The blue energy intensifies, forming the shape of a dragon's maw as it hurtles towards its target. The words, triple dragon, appear as the blue energy continues to surge. The blue dragon's claw extends, ready to strike. The blue energy continues to surge. He appears taken aback, his crimson eyes widening slightly in surprise. Theo Ragnar's expression hardens, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. His hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, the blade gleaming with an eerie light. His gaze narrows, a hint of challenge flickering in his eyes. Theo Ragnar's voice drips with skepticism as he questions, You sure you're good enough to be teaching me? A young Axion stands solemnly, a small blade held in his hands. A voice echoes, commanding him to take the throne of Ragnar. The voice continues, reminding him that it is for his mother and uncle, for the prosperity of the Troivan clan. A man with silver hair reveals that the Ragnar name is merely a front. The voice declares that Axion is a Troivan. The voice asks if he understands. A close-up reveals a man's face, grit etched into his expression. Meanwhile, a figure leaps forward, initiating a swift attack. Theo Ragnar's name is shouted amidst the chaos. Two figures clash, swords in a flurry of motion. A blade cuts through the air, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. He clashes swords with his opponent, the force of the blow sending sparks flying. Theo Ragnar's face is a mask of intense concentration as he grips his swords. Sweat beads on Theo Ragnar's brow, but his gaze remains unwavering. A voice echoes, thanking Axion for acting exactly as expected. Axion stands silhouetted against a backdrop of dark trees, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the camera pans across the interior of a stone building. A figure stands before a large round table where several individuals are seated. A man's voice booms, There we go? So you're finally making a move, Theo? The man laughs, confident. I knew he'd be safe and sound. His expression shifts to surprise. Huh? He wasn't taken care of by the scoundrels. A character sighs in relief. So he was alive. Thank goodness. The plan can finally be put into motion. After Axion extracts information about the relic, a smirk plays on his lips. The high-rank swordsman he selected will cut him down. Theo Ragnar, now with silver hair, receives new information. A close-up reveals a determined expression. What? A swordsman initiates a secret technique, gestures footwork. The swordsman moves with blinding speed, a trail of blue energy marking his path. He strikes with his sword, the blade flashing. The attack continues, the sword glowing with red energy. The swordsman's blade gleams with crimson energy. He's strong, having grown at a remarkable pace. The air crackles with unseen power. His eyes glow with a fierce red light, a silent glare promising pain. He's not that fast. The other swordsman grips his blade, preparing for a swift strike. Your movements. The air vibrates with anticipation. The red-eyed swordsman's gaze intensifies. I can read them all. With blinding speed, the first swordsman throws his sword. A flicker of surprise crosses the red-eyed swordsman's face. The sound of tearing wind fills the air. A sword-throwing technique? A sword hurtles through the air, a silver streak against the backdrop of falling snow. Terror contorts the face of a man, bound and gagged, as death approaches. Two men, helpless and restrained, await their fate in the desolate, snow-covered landscape. The thrown sword descends, a harbinger of violence about to be unleashed. A voice echoes through the snowy expanse. You should know. The swordsman stands poised, having unleashed a secret technique with predetermined movements. A close-up reveals the swordsman's intense gaze, his eyes burning with purpose. The sword drips crimson, a testament to the deadly accuracy of the throw. Blood stains the pristine snow, marking the spot where the sword found its mark. The sound of impact echoes through the air. The swordsman raises his blade, the red stain a stark reminder of the deed done. A voice, filled with pain and betrayal, whispers, "So it was you?" The fiery landscape stretches into the distance. A hooded figure stands amidst the inferno, their forms silhouetted against the raging flames. A voice rasps, "You talk too much." The hooded figure remains impassive, their face obscured by shadow. Crimson eyes gleam beneath the hood, burning with an inner fire. The figure's hand clenches, a silent command echoing in the air. Finish it already. A dark void looms. A surge of power emanates from the figure, their eyes glowing with an intense, crimson light. A cruel smile spreads across the figure's face, revealing a chilling determination. Rage boils over. The motherfucker who did that. The world fades to gray. A memory surfaces, the day I died. Bathed in the fiery glow, a figure stands poised, ready for battle. Axion Ragnar's thoughts drift back to a moment of arrogance. He recalls the principle. One should never use a move where they could lose their weapon. Axion wasn't 100% sure before, but seeing it again with his own two eyes, he is certain now. The sound of cracking echoes in his memory. The sword shatters. He remembers the question, laced with fury. Why are you motherfuckers so desperate to kill me? The figure stands, bloodied but defiant. The memory surfaces. He broke a sword with his bare hands. Axion reflects that this isn't like his past life. The broken sword lies on the ground, a testament to the impossible. A vow echoes in his mind. I will save myself. He grips the hilt of his sword, eyes narrowed, the polished steel reflecting the harsh light as he prepares to strike. The glint of steel catches the light as Theo Ragnar's expression hardens, his resolve unwavering. And all my comrades. The sword flashes, a blinding arc of blue energy erupting as he unleashes a devastating strike. The air crackles with raw power, the energy from the blade distorting the space around it. The sword cuts through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering blue light in its wake, a testament to its incredible speed and power. His brow furrows, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he pauses mid-strike, the weight of his decision heavy on his shoulders. Where are you aiming? What's with this half-baked imitation? Flinching, Theo's eyes widen in shock as an unseen force slams into him, the impact resonating through his very core. A surge of crimson energy explodes outward, a chaotic display of raw power that threatens to consume everything in its path. Sent flying backward, the wind screaming past his ears, Theo struggles to comprehend the nature of the attack. What the hell is this? Regaining his footing, Theo Ragnar's gaze hardens, recognizing the chilling intent behind the attack. It's no ordinary killing intent. An intense surge of red mana erupts, filling the space with raw power. Amidst the swirling blue mana, Theo Ragnar stands silhouetted, his sword at the ready. His red eyes widening, the man wonders if his opponent was hiding his skills during the first stage. In the snowy landscape, a voice echoes, questioning the situation. He clashes swords with his opponent, the steel ringing in the cold air. The force of the blow sends shards of ice flying. His eyes narrowed, the man grits his teeth, preparing for the next attack. The sword cuts through the air, leaving a trail of white energy in its wake. Theo Ragnar counters with a powerful strike, creating an explosion of energy. The explosion sends debris flying in all directions. The two warriors continue their deadly dance, each strike carrying immense force. His red eyes glowing with intensity, the man prepares to unleash his full power. He is struck by an unseen force, the impact sending a shockwave through his body. The force of the blow sends dust and snow swirling around him. His opponent smirks, a cruel glint in their eyes. The opponent taunts, "So when are you going to show me your mighty strength?" Theo Ragnar grits his teeth, a surge of anger coursing through him. He curses, "You son of a bitch." A hand clenches tightly, preparing for another attack. The opponent descends, bringing their weapon down in a swift, deadly strike. Theo Ragnar's eyes widen, fear and determination warring within him. The opponent's eyes narrow, focused and merciless. Theo Ragnar grits his teeth, bracing for the impact. The attack slams into the ground, sending tremors through the earth. He parries a swift, descending strike, the force of the blow reverberating through his arms. Dodging the follow-up attack, Theo narrowly avoids the opponent's blade as it slices through the air where he stood moments before. The opponent's eyes glint with cold determination amidst the swirling snow. The opponent's sword, a dark and menacing blade, reflects the pale light of the sky. Theo's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The opponent presses the attack, the sword blurring as it moves towards Theo. Steel clashes against steel, sparks flying as their blades meet in a shower of light. The force of the impact sends vibrations through the air, a tangible wave of energy. A sinister grin spreads across the opponent's face, revealing a cruel intent. The opponent's feet are planted firmly on the ground, a testament to their unwavering resolve. The opponent's voice cuts through the air, laced with a chilling challenge. "Do you know what it feels like?" The opponent's sword gleams, a promise of pain and suffering etched into its very form. He grinned, a manic glint in his crimson eyes. "To be pierced through your stomach?" The sound of steel echoed through the air. A blade flashed, reflecting the dim light. The sword descended, a promise of violence. A blinding light erupted, momentarily obscuring the scene. Theo Ragnar's eyes burned with an unnatural intensity. These aren't the marks of a demonic beast. No, they were dragged away by someone. And only Axion would dare to do something this bold. Axion, why would he do that when he's in first place? Did he just want more bells? I think, in order to draw out young Master Theo, Axion took his comrades hostage. He must intend to eliminate young Master Theo during the second stage. What? He should fight fair and square. What does he think he's doing? Axion, you underhanded weasel. So what? This is the Ragnar Awakening ceremony. Situations like this are commonplace. And that's why I don't like the Ragnars. Even if they believe in the rule of the strong. This is crossing the line. Someone is saying some dangerous stuff and questioning if they are serious. The young man smiles, declaring that's what young Master would do. One of the figures states that if they can provide assistance, it would be of great help. One of the figures says that they need to go, asking if they're going, sis. Erica states that she is not interested and that she needs to save her comrades. Theo states that the reason he followed her was to meet Theo Ragnar, yet Theo is nowhere to be seen. One of the figures states that they despise weak men, so they don't particularly want to save them. One of the figures asks if the other is human trash, questioning what they said. Erica is shown, and it is stated that she knows why the other wants to meet young Master. Theo is shown, and he is thinking. Theo guarantees it. Someone states that if they help him, it'll go a long way toward their goal. The snowy ground bears the marks of a recent struggle. Two figures stand ready in the snowy forest, the air thick with anticipation. Theo Ragnar leaps forward, his sword poised to strike. His eyes narrowed, focused on the unseen threat. A voice echoes, urging everyone to hold out just a little longer. Steel sings as a sword is drawn, ready for battle. The group stands firm, facing Theo Ragnar. One of them declares, "You may not go beyond this point." The assembled group stands ready, a united front against the approaching threat. Theo Ragnar faces his opposition, his expression unreadable. One of the figures mentions, the Scaled Dragon Society? Remington stands among his comrades. One of them says, "It's been a while, Remington. You ditched us to hang out with that imbecile." Another figure scoffs, "And now you're even associating yourself with these slowpoke bears?" An unseen woman's voice booms, filled with rage. "What? Who are you calling brash, stupid, meat-headed, moronic bears?" Theo Ragnar responds calmly, "I didn't quite say all that." Theo Ragnar's expression softens as he addresses Orion. "Move aside, Orion. I would rather not fight old friends." A flicker of resolve hardens Theo Ragnar's gaze. A voice declares, "I refuse." Theo Ragnar's eyes narrow, his jaw tightening. His hand tightens around the hilt of his sword. "If you have no intention of moving aside, I guess I have no choice." The steel of the blade gleams, ready to be drawn. "But to take you down." Orion and his comrades draw their swords, preparing for battle. Theo Ragnar stands ready, his sword held high. He lies prone in the snow, his face bruised and battered. A bloody blade rests against the ropes binding him. The ropes dig into his flesh, a constant reminder of his captivity. A figure descends, a blade of pure blue energy materializing in their hand. The energy blade slices through the air, aimed directly at the ropes. The blade continues its precise work, severing strand after strand. Each cut brings him closer to freedom, the cold air stinging his exposed skin. With a final slice, the ropes fall away, the sudden release sending a jolt through his weary body. A voice echoes in his mind. This is an opportunity given to us by young Master Theo. He grits his teeth. I have to cut myself free. Snow falls heavily in the forest, the wind howling through the trees. Theo Ragnar lies in the snow, gasping for breath, finally free. The world blurs into streaks of white and blue as if viewed from a speeding sled. 3 figures race through the snowy forest, their forms indistinct against the driving snow. A blade hums with power, crackling energy dancing around its edge. The swordsman meets an incoming blow, sparks flying as steel clashes against steel. A figure strides forward, their purpose unknown. His eyes wide with shock, Theo Ragnar realizes they have arrived. A hooded figure bows their head. My apologies, young Master Axion. The hooded figure's expression is unreadable in the shadows. Liam Troyven, the exam proctor and high-rank swordsman, declares, I will gladly accept my punishment after the awakening ceremony. The clash of swords echoes through the forest. A voice booms, protect the young master. The hooded figure and another swordsman respond in unison, yes, sir. The clash of steel echoes as the last embers of battle fade. The sounds of swords colliding ring out, a symphony of destruction. One of the figures addresses Theo Ragnar. You fought well, young Master Axion. Please leave the cleanup to us. Another figure approaches, offering a sheathed sword. We've retrieved your sword. His hand grips the hilt of the recovered blade. Theo Ragnar's gaze is intense, focused. His expression remains unreadable. The sound of steel being drawn fills the air. Theo Ragnar holds the blade, its surface gleaming in the dim light. With a fluid motion, he returns the sword to its sheath. The sword slides smoothly into its resting place. The sound of the blade locking into place echoes in the aftermath of the battle. He swings his sword with incredible speed, the blade cutting through the air with a sharp FWIP sound. With a burst of speed, Theo Ragnar dashes forward, his sword leaving a trail of light as he closes the distance. The swords collide with a deafening crang, sparks flying as the force of the impact reverberates through the air. The clash of steel echoes. The swords lock, a blinding flash of light erupting at the point of contact. The force of the blow sends tremors through the blades. A voice muses, I have to give him credit. The voice continues, not just against young Master Axion. I bet he could keep up even with the newly high-ranked swordsman I brought. The speaker's eyes narrow, a hint of anticipation in their gaze. The voice concludes, but he's no match for me yet. The sound of clashing swords continues. With no other proctors around, this is their only chance. It's a waste to kill a prodigy like him, the unseen figure muses. But this is all for the Trovan clan. A crimson blade descends, a promise of swift and brutal finality. The assassin, cloaked in shadow, brings their sword down with lethal intent. Farewell, Theo Ragnar. The blade continues its deadly arc, closing in on its target. A flurry of strikes descends, each carrying the weight of the Trovan clan's ambition. The assassin's eyes widen in surprise. Theo Ragnar coughs up blood, the attack landing with brutal force. A cold blade presses against Theo Ragnar's throat, the metallic tang of blood filling the air. A voice, laced with fury and disbelief, demands, what is the meaning of this? I was clear. Theo Ragnar's eyes burn with a crimson intensity, his face marred by fresh cuts. The assassin's hand tightens its grip on the hilt, the steel glinting ominously. 2 figures stand in the shadows, their expressions unreadable as one murmurs. The 2 figures stand on the snowy mountain, the wind howling around them. Sweat beads on Theo Ragnar's brow, his expression a mix of pain and determination. Blood drips from the corner of the masked figure's mouth, his eyes narrowed in fury. The masked figure stands ready, sword drawn, prepared to strike. The masked figure lunges forward, sword aimed at Theo Ragnar. One of the cloaked figures behind Theo Ragnar asks, what did you just dash? A thought bubble reveals, he butted in, thinking that I would lose. The masked figure stands, panting, as a purple aura surrounds him. That's making a mockery of a succession heir. Theo Ragnar's face is contorted in anger. Axion's gone mad. Killing his own men. Theo Ragnar's opponent says, fine. I'll acknowledge it, Theo Ragnar. The figure states, you are strong. Axion's voice echoes with cold disdain. The weak are useless. His eyes glow crimson as he continues, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Trample over everyone and rise to the top. The words hang in the air, heavy with ambition. That is what you must do to sit on the throne of Ragnar. Axion's gaze hardens, a predatory glint in his eyes. But you should be weaker than me. The red light intensifies, bathing him in an ominous glow. That's the way the world is supposed to be. His voice rises, laced with unwavering conviction. I'm destined to become the strongest and claim the throne. A sword is drawn, its blade gleaming with malevolent energy. The air crackles with barely suppressed rage. Anyone that gets in my way. The sword is raised high, ready to strike. The blade blurs, a harbinger of destruction. Axion's eyes burn with murderous intent. The sword descends, unleashing a wave of crimson energy. I will kill them all. His red eyes blazing with fury, Theo Ragnar prepares to unleash a devastating attack. A blinding flash erupts, signaling the start of the assault. The force of the blow sends an unseen opponent reeling backward. A sword whistles through the air, a deadly arc of steel. Another figure plummets from above, caught in the chaos of the battle. A gasp of shock escapes someone's lips as they witness the unfolding events. Sword in hand, the warrior prepares to strike again, his face grim with determination. Blood drips from the blade, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. Below, the others look on in dismay. Sir Liam, are you all right? One of the hooded figures grits his teeth. Damn it, I knew he was reckless, but to go this far. What are you all doing? A desperate plea rings out. Don't worry about me. Help young Master Axion. Another figure, cloaked and armed, shouts a command. Kill Theo Ragnar. Someone laments that he is so adamantly against it. Another voice declares that there's nothing they can do. A figure shouts to kill Theo, believing they are all doomed. A voice booms that Axion dies. A scream of anguish echoes. Theo Ragnar cries out in pain and shock. The attack lands, sending a shockwave through the area. Theo's face is bloodied, his eyes wide with disbelief and fury. A voice thinks that they don't believe this, questioning how this is possible. A figure reflects that Ragnar is a place where the smallest of possibilities makes the future unpredictable. Against a fierce wind, even a candle can rage into a ferocious flame. He struggles to comprehend the situation, muttering in disbelief that this could be happening. A man questions why anyone would be worried about that imbecile, referring to him as a Theo. The voice declares Theo to be a worm with no talent, stating that they will toy with him a little. A figure orders someone to teach him his place. The voice assures that the target is aware of their own limitations, and that there is no longer a large difference in skill between them. A close-up of a man's face fills the frame. A voice cries out in denial. A voice declares that they can easily tear something apart. A voice vows to tear trash like the listener apart. A man declares himself to be Axion Ragnar. A voice proclaims someone to be the one destined to be the dominator of the North and succeed the throne of Ragnar. A surge of crimson energy erupts, forming the visage of a monstrous dragon. The dragon's maw gapes open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, a testament to its raw power. Amidst the swirling red energy, Theo Ragnar stands, his hand gripping the hilt of his blade. Theo Ragnar's voice echoes, a promise of dominion. Thrown this, thrown that. His words drip with venom as he accuses. Your damn ambition led to the death of my people. Clenching his fist, Theo Ragnar vows. If you will not let go of your greed, I will force you to yield. A blinding azure light erupts, signaling a shift in power. With this power that I've been bestowed with. Bathed in the cerulean glow, Axion Ragnar prepares to unleash his might. A majestic blue dragon materializes, its scales shimmering with ethereal energy. Axion Ragnar stands poised, the blue energy coalescing around him, ready to strike. His face contorted in a battle cry, Axion Ragnar roars, triple dragon's claw. Determination blazes in Axion Ragnar's eyes, a promise of unyielding force. He unleashes a torrent of blue energy, streaks of power cutting through the air with lethal intent. The energy intensifies, the air crackling with raw power as the attack continues its relentless assault. The blue streaks multiply, a furious barrage of magical force aimed at an unseen target. The concentrated energy slams into the ground, erupting in a blinding explosion of light and force. Dust and debris billow outwards, obscuring the aftermath of the devastating attack. Blood stains the snow-covered ground, a grim testament to the attack's brutal effectiveness. More blood pools on the ground, the crimson liquid stark against the white landscape. The snow is marred by dark splashes, a trail of destruction left in the wake of the powerful assault. A figure plummets through the air, sent hurtling backwards by the force of the blast. The falling figure is shrouded in shadow, their fate hanging precariously in the balance. They continue to fall, a dark silhouette against the pale sky. The ground rushes up to meet them, the impact inevitable. A heavy thud echoes as something crashes to the ground, followed by the sound of rolling. A figure looms over the impact point, their form obscured by the falling dust. The figure stands tall, their long, dark hair swaying slightly in the aftermath of the attack. The figure's sword drips with blood, the blade reflecting the pale light. A close-up reveals the face of Theo Ragnar, marred by fresh cuts and a grim expression. Blood trickles down his cheek, a testament to the ferocity of the recent battle. Below, Wai Young's eyes are wide with shock, blood staining his lips as he struggles to speak. Theo Ragnar's hand is outstretched, his fingers stained crimson as he stands over the fallen figure. The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Axion? A blade drips crimson, the aftermath of a brutal strike. Blood trickles down from his head, a testament to the sudden, violent assault. Three figures cloaked in shadow observe the scene, their expressions hidden beneath their hoods. The assassin's face is splattered with blood, their eyes wide with a chilling intensity. A gasp escapes, a sign of pain or shock. The sword, slick with blood, reflects the grim reality of the ambush. His vision blurring, Theo Ragnar struggles to comprehend the situation. Young Master Axion? he croaks. The bloody sword looms, a constant threat. A pair of eyes, filled with malice, pierce the gloom. A single word, filled with murderous intent, echoes in the snowy air. Kill. The assassin's rage explodes, a desperate plea for annihilation. Kill him. Don't let him live. Surrounded by his attackers, the figure stands defiant, sword drawn, ready to face the onslaught. The hem of a white coat flutters in the wind. Theo Ragnar's expression is grim, his dark hair whipping around his face. Scratches mar his cheek, a testament to the recent ambush. A grim realization dawns. This is bad. Truthfully, this is a gamble. For figures descend, blades drawn. Even in good condition, it'd be nearly impossible to face 4 high-ranked swordsmen by himself. It's even less possible in his current condition. A hand grips the hilt of a weapon, ready to strike. His stamina has reached its limit, and he exhausted his mana with that previous attack. The swordsmen close in, their blades glinting in the dim light. Theo Ragnar's eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. He offers a confident smile, seemingly unfazed by the situation. A comrade declares that it's only natural to save young Master Theo. Another swordsman mumbles that Theo is more handsome up close, admitting he's never seen someone as strong and that he likes it. A voice declares that their loyalty dictates that. Another man exclaims that it's only natural to help young Master Theo, and that he cannot let himself be a burden. Sybil Dree, a 17-year-old with the talent of loyalty, is introduced. The sound of steel echoes as swords clash violently. A voice booms that intervention by a proctor is absolutely forbidden. A figure declares that directly harming an examinee is even more wrong. A voice states that it is a grievous crime. Another clash of steel rings out, followed by a grunt of pain. Sir Liam is asked what they should do, as things have gotten out of hand. The response is a question. Do they need to eliminate them all as well? Monstrous creatures stand tall, having wiped out all of the examinees. A serpentine beast looms over the carnage, its red eyes gleaming amidst the fallen bodies. A gloved hand holds up a sack. The figure declares, that is our only option. A hooded figure, shrouded in shadow, states, we will cover this up and hide all traces of the Troyven clan intervening. The floating orbs pulsate with an ominous energy. The hooded figure reveals, 20 class, 5 fiends. The figure continues, that should be more than enough to disguise this as an accident. Understood. A close-up reveals the figure's intense gaze. The figure receives confirmation. Yes, sir. The hooded figure prepares for action, energy crackling around them. Power surges as the plan moves forward. The figure stands ready, the orbs swirling around them in anticipation. A sudden, brutal strike lands. The force of the blow sends droplets of blood scattering through the air. The attacker's blade finds its mark. He spits blood, cursing the underhanded attack. Fuck. From behind again. Selford Gardner, a proctor of the white-armored dragon cavalry, demands, what is the meaning of this? Another proctor of the white-armored dragon cavalry, Aaron Bacchus, stands ready. Natasha Koppel, a proctor of the Plum Blossom Palace, wonders when they arrived. Sally Gardner, the proctor of the Daffodil Palace, stands beside her. His eyes glow with a menacing red light. The hooded figure collapses to the ground, blood pooling around him. A soldier stammers, "Yes, sir." Selford Gardner commands, "You 3, freeze. Quietly come along if you want to." The proctor continues, "Remain alive. Fight me if you want to end up like Liam." The proctors stand ready, their swords drawn. The proctors surround the hooded figure, concern etched on their faces. One of the proctors looks up, his expression a mix of worry and relief. The proctors, he thinks. Another proctor sighs, a wave of relief washing over him. What a relief, he mutters. A proctor carries Theo, his face pale and drawn. The proctor's expression is stern, his eyes filled with concern. You, he exclaims. The proctor looks down at Theo, his voice laced with worry. That was reckless, Theo. Why did you do all this? Theo's face is bruised and bloodied, his eyes closed in pain. The proctors stand over a fallen body, their faces grim. A proctor yells, his face contorted with anger. Young Master Theo, that was dangerous. Another proctor shouts, his voice filled with frustration. Why didn't you call for me? 2 proctors yell in unison, their faces a mixture of anger and concern. Theo, you can't die before we have our rematch. Under the watchful gaze of a full moon, a grand castle stands silhouetted against the night sky. An unseen figure demands, what did you just say? A man with gray hair and a scar on his face looks on, while below, a meeting is in progress around a large, round table. A figure in armor reads a document. The words, Axion is, visible. An older man with gray hair and a mustache stares intently. A woman with long, black hair and red eyes gazes with a somber expression. A man with short, black hair and an eye patch looks up, his expression unreadable. A man with gray hair and glowing purple eyes asks, dead? A close-up reveals intricate details of clothing, possibly armor. 2 figures, one with black hair and an updo and the other with long, gray hair, are engaged in conversation. The announcement of the second stage results echoes through the snowy forest. A murmur spreads through the crowd as the examinees discuss the results. The sound of footsteps on the snow. A figure addresses the crowd, congratulating them on their hard work. And so, The figure announces the completion of the second stage of the awakening ceremony. Zenith Dragon, Pharaoh Ragnar. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. It's the Zenith Dragon. What's he doing here? He rarely ever makes public appearances. 45 passed among 87 examinees. The speaker observes that there is a good number of survivors, calling this the most talented generation. The speaker was especially impressed by the valedictorian's score, a smirk playing on their lips. A tense silence hangs in the air. It's announced that everyone who passes the second stage is promoted from apprentice swordsman to low-rank swordsman. The speaker tells the participants that they can be proud of themselves, as they have earned the right to join activities. The swordsmen of Ragnar are told that everyone present has earned that right. The speaker announces that they will now announce the scores of the second stage. Theo Ragnar takes first place with 1,121 points. It's Theo again, someone exclaims, noting that he had 0 points until the last minute. Someone asks if the others didn't hear about him, and Axion. Second place goes to Remington Narcio with 926 points, and third place to Erica Lank with 843 points. Fourth place is Ray Ragnar with 789 points, and fifth place goes to Hulkus. The scoreboard continues to update, displaying Isla Lehman's 45th place finish with 28 points. A figure with a long gray beard and a dark hooded cloak congratulates the participants. Good work, all of you. A character with slicked back black hair and piercing red eyes declares that the awakening ceremony is not yet over. There is still the final third stage. Therefore, a disembodied voice booms, instructing those who have obtained the qualification to participate in the third stage to raise their hands. Whispers ripple through the crowd. One participant laments not having enough demon bells, while another admits to having enough but being unable to figure it out. A figure with spiky white hair raises their hand, a determined look on their face. Several other figures raise their hands, their expressions ranging from anticipation to grim determination. Another figure raises their hand, the gesture sharp and decisive. A figure with long, slicked-back black hair and a scar on their cheek raises their hand, a confident smirk playing on their lips. They're called hidden pieces because not only are they difficult to collect, but they're hard to comprehend. Only those who successfully master this are able to imbue the elemental attribute to their mana, as well as earn the right to participate in the third stage. In his past life, he couldn't properly comprehend the passages. However, Hatchling Synchro, reading the object's memories, getting visuals of the essence of the passages, made it possible to comprehend everything in an instant. Oh ho ho, simply having one contender is a boon. To have four, impressive. Ray and Remington failed to obtain elemental breathing in his past life. This must be a butterfly. The effect he created. Someone states that he has obtained something, starting with Theo Ragnar is named. With Axion eliminated, many more things should change from now on. But there is nothing to fear. Theo takes a step, his resolve hardening. He's certain it will be a brighter future than before. What he obtained is sparks of energy crackle in the air. Thruma, thunder. Infusion, manifestation, control, expansion, aura release. First, infuse mana with the Thruma attribute. And manifest. Lightning crashes. He stands at the epicenter, a tempest of golden energy swirling around him. The ground cracks beneath the sheer force of the infusion, manifestation, control, expansion, and aura release. The onlookers gasp in disbelief. One exclaims, in no way. Not only did he successfully infuse, but he can already manifest. The air crackles with anticipation. The golden energy coalesces around Theo Ragnar, forming a tangible aura of power. He remains calm, a stark contrast to the raw energy he commands. He thinks to himself that most would be finished here, but he is not. A close-up reveals Theo's focused gaze, his eyes burning with determination as he harnesses the Thruma. A pulse of energy emanates from Theo, a rhythmic ba-bump, resonating through the air as he exerts his control. The energy intensifies, the air shimmering with heat and power. Golden lightning crackles and dances around him, a visual symphony of raw energy. The Thruma manifests fully, a swirling vortex of golden power contained within Theo's grasp. The energy condenses, forming a sphere of pure Thruma power. The text reads, infusion, manifestation, control, expansion, aura release. One of the onlookers expresses her admiration, stating that she is really taking a liking to him. Another onlooker exclaims that he's so cool, while a third is very surprised by the display. One of the onlookers praises Theo Ragnar, saying that he'd achieve as far as control already and that he is as good as they've heard. The crowd looks on in disbelief, their faces etched with shock. A voice cries out, questioning the attack on the exam overseer. A figure chuckles, finding the situation amusing, noting that the expansion stage has already been achieved. Water droplets hang suspended in the air, a testament to the power being gathered. The technique is revealed, water current breathing. The water gathers, coalescing into a focused point of power. The attack is identified as Water Jet Cutter. The overseer acknowledges the display, stating that Theo has earned the right to be tested. Lightning crackles around Theo Ragnar, his eyes glowing with an intense red light. The crowd watches with bated breath, their expressions a mix of awe and apprehension. A voice calls out, praising Theo Ragnar's performance. The overseer offers Theo Ragnar an additional 1,000 points as a reward. Theo thanks him, as the crowd acknowledges him as the Zenith Dragon. He's generous to examinees with challenger spirits. The leaderboard displays Theo Ragnar in first place with over 2,000 points, leaving the others in awe. What a commanding lead, one of the spectators exclaims. The crowd murmurs, noting that Theo's score rivals the record set by young Master Thorkel. A gasp escapes someone's lips. An older man with a long white beard observes the scores with a discerning eye. A voice booms, "You three, show me what you have as well." Remington Narcio gains 500 points, while Ray Ragnar earns 300 points. The infusion of power manifests as a visible aura. Erica Lank gains 300 points, her power surging. The infusion of power manifests as a visible aura. The older man comments on the bountiful generation of examinees. Normally, simply scoring 1,000 points is enough to make one a valedictorian. The man continues, "Yet we have 4 valedictorian-level examinees." The examinees stand ready. Someone exclaims, "Oh my what?" A voice then says, "Good work, everyone." With the exception of the third-stage examinees, the rest are permitted to return home. They are to start preparing for the nomination ceremony in a week. Now then, time to start the third stage of the awakening ceremony. A surge of red energy erupts. The examinees brace themselves against the sudden power. One of the examinees groans in pain. The elder's eyes glow with crimson light. One of the examinees questions the surge of power. What? The red energy intensifies. Am I sensing Lodbrok's energy? A figure stands with their back to us, a white shirt contrasting against the red-tinged atmosphere. 2 figures stand together, one adorned with horns, as a conversation begins. The taller man acknowledges, "Correct. You never disappoint, Remy." He pauses, then admits, but that's easier said than done." Remy explains, "It's their way of culling people. Someone who can't properly control their magic power has no right to meet the clan head." The taller man concedes, "You have a point." Remy contemplates, "Anti-phase? Wave? Interfere?" The taller man asks, "Are you two speaking a foreign language?" He lets out a small heh. Remy elaborates, "Magic power is a type of wave. It has vibrational properties. Naturally, the clan head's aura is also composed of waves. To get through it, we need to create an opposing magic power wave to cancel it out." The figure with fur around their shoulders is visibly shocked. Remy responds, "Something like that." The taller man shouts, "You stupid goody-two-shoes. Why didn't you explain it that easily from the get-go?" The taller man walks forward, thinking, "Goody-two-shoes? I see. So that's what I need to do." Remy retorts, "Yeah, goody-two-shoes. By the way, are you really 17? You speak like a boomer." The taller man looks up, a realization dawning on his face. The scene opens on the Camellia Palace. A voice booms, filled with mirth. "Waha, my precious youngest daughter. Where are you?" Footsteps echo through the halls. "My dear Lucky Charm." A figure dashes down a hallway. 2 maids watch as the figure rushes past. "Oh my, the demon craftsman is here." The narration states that the palace has been more lively since young Master Theo became a rising star. A woman gestures emphatically as she speaks to a man in a suit. The woman continues to speak, her expression intense. A voice booms, "So you were here, my dear Cecilia." The man in the suit stands beside Cecilia. A figure in the foreground throws their hands up in exasperation. "Mother, please maintain decorum within the palace grounds." Cecilia retorts, "Decorum? Who cares about such a pointless show of manners? I'm about to become obscenely wealthy." Cecilia smirks. "Weren't you already wealthy?" She exclaims that she will soon be obscenely wealthy. It is stated that her other title is the Elf of Capitalism Incarnate. Cecilia laughs, declaring that orders won't stop flooding into her workshop now that she's become a star. She thinks that her workshop has finally reached mainstream popularity. Someone thinks to themselves that they always believed Theo would excel. The individual is now filled with worry, seeing him in action. They wonder what if he gets injured. The person can't stand the attention and pressure, feeling there's nothing they can do but stand idly by and wait. Someone thinks that the only thing they can do for him is. They think of things like this. The individual wishes they could help him in a more practical manner. Cecilia laughs, stating that the days of only making weapons are gone. A crow screeches. The crow cackles maniacally. A man with a neatly trimmed beard and slicked back hair speaks, his eyes gleaming with ambition. What he wants is the prosperity of Ragnar. He vows to take care of anything that stands in the way of that, like this. A figure walks through a graveyard, the wind whipping around them. Nothing has been set in stone yet. There's plenty of time to observe. The crow watches on. The man continues, his expression hardening. Even if it's his damn son. The sound of something breaking echoes. Another sharp crack. The sound intensifies. The man declares that his son is a regressor. The man's face is grim as the sound of shattering glass fills the air. A voice explains the elemental attributes of their world, addressing readers who may or may not need to touch grass. The voice assures that it is no problem to explain. A voice warns that the comic adaptation changes things from the novel, so there's no guarantee that everything will remain the same. Thruma is the thunder attribute. Vatan is the water attribute. There are a total of 6 primary elemental attributes in their world. Fror is the frost attribute. Elder is the fire attribute. There is also Vyre, the wood attribute, and Svik, the poison attribute. The voice highly suggests reading the novel on, recommending reading from chapter 1 to get the full experience, as this comic chapter corresponds with chapters 50 to 53. A heavy silence descends. Kyle Ragnar, head of the Ragnar clan, greets the young master. You're finally here, my son. Kyle Ragnar smirks. Theo pants, catching his breath. The young master stands amidst a field of broken swords. It took him 4 hours to climb what should normally take only one. A suffocating pressure weighs down on him. Kyle Ragnar watches. Theo asks, do you know what all this is? Kyle Ragnar explains, this place is the graveyard of broken swords. A voice says, I've been told that they're the swords of those you've defeated, my lord. Kyle Ragnar confirms, correct. That's the kind of position the clan head is. The disembodied voice echoes, describing a position of ultimate solitude, where one must stand alone against endless threats and challenges, never truly relying on anyone. A massive sword stands upright, its blade gleaming in the ethereal light, a position that obeys the voice continues, declaring the rule of the strong. One must stand tall above everyone else with their own power. A sharp intake of breath. The voice challenges, questioning whether one believes they have the right to seize such a position. A man with long, flowing hair and piercing red eyes stares intently, his expression unreadable. The man's voice, cold and measured, instructs to answer lightly. Kyle's voice, laced with resentment, declares that he has had to slay thousands upon thousands of souls to stand here. He asks if the same answer can be given after feeling their resentment. Kyle's spectral form rises, a torrent of blue energy swirling around him as he curses his target for eternity. The spectral figure of Kyle demands how his target dares to commit such a terrible atrocity. Kyle's voice, now a guttural snarl, promises to tear his target apart. Rain lashed down as he stood among the swords, his resolve unwavering. His resolve was unchanged. But why? To avenge his past life. Theo Ragnar's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, a storm brewing within him. To become the clan head and bring an end to the damned battle for the throne. He was willing to overcome any challenge to achieve his mission. But he knew that's not the kind of answer he's seeking. The swords stood as silent witnesses. Theo Ragnar declared he would answer with his sword. The older man's face was grim as he spoke of Theo's sword. The older man stated that he would now treat him not as his son, but as a challenger, and would see what he'd learned from her teachings. Theo Ragnar was taken aback. Did he just say her? As he suspected, his father was the one who took Lodbrok's. The glint of steel catches the light. His crimson eye reflects the gravity of the situation. The sword hangs heavy in his grasp. The world seems to tilt around him. Am I dead? His face is etched with confusion and a dawning horror. The armor feels cold against his skin. His vision blurs, the edges of reality fading. The weight of his mortality presses down on him. A blinding light threatens to consume him. A figure's eyes glow with an ominous red light. A raven flies overhead as a man asks, Are you worried? Chirping fills the air as the man wonders if their little prodigy will die. From behind, a figure responds, You're correct. Only those with a hardened will and resolve can break out. Harm to the clan. The figure continues, stating that it's a cruel challenge for a greenhorn in the middle of the awakening ceremony. Theo Ragnar says that resolve is only half-baked, and it's better if he dies here as a lost soul body, as he doesn't need a regressor who will only bring harm. A dark void glitters with faint light. He stood in the void, his form flickering like a dying ember. The realization washed over him. He was dead. His essence began to unravel. It was only natural, he mused, since he was cut down by his father. He had no regrets. He'd done all he could. His legs dissolved into the starry expanse. His form continued to dissipate, fading into the infinite. He recalled his past deeds. He killed Rendon and Axion. Everything, he thought, was just a stroke of luck. His torso began to fade, his hands outstretched as if reaching for something beyond. This, he mused, was a happy life compared to his past. That's right, he thought. It's time for him to go now. Rest peacefully. Wisps of light drift through the darkness. More sparks rise, like embers from a dying fire. A deep voice rumbles through the void. Hey now. The voice continues, laced with impatience. Enough already. Get up. A massive, avian creature, wreathed in shadow and light, looms over the scene. The creature's voice booms, tinged with irritation. If you were going to be moody like this, you should have let me devour you. The ethereal lights dance in the darkness. The floating embers swirl, like thoughts taking shape. The lights coalesce, drawing closer together. The creature's face is partially visible, its expression unreadable. A voice, faint but clear, responds. You're right. Thanks. The creature's form seems to soften, its intensity waning. A surge of energy crackles around him. Theo focuses his power. He thinks, I can't let this be the end. The energy intensifies. He swore it to himself. His hair billows as the power grows. The light intensifies around him. The air crackles with energy. His body is engulfed in light. Theo thinks, I may break. The energy swirls around him. He grips his weapon tightly, the metal glowing with power. The power reaches its peak. He gasps, surrounded by crackling energy. Theo's expression is unreadable. A stern figure watches. The man's eyes glow red. A voice declares, "You pass." Theo looks exhausted but relieved. The energy dissipates. 1 week later, the clan headquarters buzzes with activity. It's the day of the nomination ceremony. 2 figures stand guard. One asks, "How can you be so big yet so timid?" The other replies, "I'm not timid. You're just bold." The speaker lists the attendees, commanders of every unit. The 9 dragons, the former clan head, and the current clan head. The man with red spiky hair exclaims that so many heroes are present. The woman with red straight hair retorts that he is such a baby. She tells him to relax, stating that no one will be interested in someone who couldn't even obtain elemental breathing. He stammers, questioning what she means. The woman looks down on him. He asks if she can just tell him already what she received from the clan head during the 3rd stage. She calls him stingy, adding that her Theo would have been cool about it and already shared. He questions the mention of Theo. She asks what he is talking about, reminding him that he knows that life and ambition. He states that a lank is to be the sword of Ragnar. A voice declares that they have to bet their lives on a Ragnar. Another voice states that in that case, they want someone cool and strong, someone who has it all, power, character. A final voice concludes that that's Theo. Someone is willing to bet their life on Theo. Erica Lank refers to him as my Theo, wondering if he agreed to something. Does he have to? Someone wonders. Someone was planning on joining the same unit as him. The man doesn't know why, but the clan head said he's not taking Theo into the clan heads. So, he should be able to follow him. Thump. The sound of a drum echoes. The announcer calls for attention. The nomination ceremony shall now commence. Overall valedictorian, Theo Ragnar. Step forward. The crowd roars its approval. The cheers continue to erupt. The sound echoes through the hall. A close-up reveals a man with long black hair, a slight smile playing on his lips. The crowd's fervor is palpable. Everyone is watching you closely, young Master Theo. A voice booms. A question hangs in the air. Where will you choose? Erica Lank muses, "I'd like it if he would join our white-armored dragon cavalry, but that's a selfish dream." Theo Ragnar stands alone, a small figure amidst the vast hall. A voice congratulates him on being the overall valedictorian. Selford Gardner, holding a staff, declares, "Your ability to excel in every category was awe-inspiring." Then, Selford Gardner's gaze is intense. Ed Troyven, the Sky Dragon and director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, is revealed. A wave of murmurs sweeps through the crowd, their faces etched with surprise and confusion. One man wonders aloud if he is about to avenge Axion, but another dismisses the thought. The central director is mentioned, though his intentions remain unclear. A man with a neatly styled mustache stands in profile, his expression unreadable. A stern voice commands someone to sit back down, their intentions unknown. A character with long, silver hair gazes intently, his expression serious. The Central Intelligence Bureau is mentioned, along with the Sky Dragon, who is said to still be in shock over Axion's death. An offer is extended for the position of deputy director. The silver-haired character smiles, his hand outstretched. A character with red eyes looks up with a questioning expression. For Theo, earning valedictorian held a special meaning. As a Ragnar, he was at the lowest position. A single red eye peers out from within the cracked shell. Yet he rose up and took flight. A dragon soars through the sky. I knew that he became strong, but to think he'd kill Axion. Whispers spread among the crowd. I heard that he was even about to kill a proctor before he was stopped. Another voice added, "He's that strong? I guess I shouldn't be surprised since he crushed Axion." Theo's story of starting from the bottom and rising to the top resonated with the hearts of many apprentice swordsmen. In the end, they walked. Many more people looked up to Theo. Gazes changed. The sentiment shifts from disdain to admiration. The imbecile of Ragnar ceased to exist. A system message declares that he has become the overall valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. Congratulations flash across the screen as Theo Ragnar has completed scenario quest number 3, becoming the victor of the awakening ceremony. A system message indicates that he has obtained an ether core as a reward, and it has been stored in his inventory. Theo realizes he forgot he had a quest. He wonders what kind of item the ether core is. Considering how long the quest took, it's probably something real nice. Someone thinks about the Central Intelligence Bureau. Someone would like to offer him the position of deputy director. A man smiles. A close-up of someone's clothing. The Sword Clan. Observation. Observing Ed Troyven. Ed Troyven, age 46, known as the Sky Dragon. His talents include cunning, strategy, and ambition. His status aims to take Theo Ragnar under his wing and use him as a pawn to uncover the secrets of the relics of the primordial dragon. That's what I thought. He's aiming for the relics. In that case, he probably knows that I already have one. Unfortunately for you, nothing will ever go your way again. A fist clenches, knuckles white with suppressed rage. Will be crushed by my hands. What is the meaning of this, Central Director? I'm merely offering a position to a talented individual according to the procedure of the nomination ceremony. Is something wrong? Everyone can see that this is a thinly veiled plot to avenge your nephew. Haha, I can see why you'd think that, but you're mistaken. Though I may hold anger as an individual, as the Central Director, I only wish to recruit the best talent. Does he only care about fulfilling his objective even after the death of his nephew? The The central director observes the city from a high balcony, his expression unreadable. An unknown voice acknowledges a desire for talented personnel, but insists that formal proceedings have yet to begin. Ed Troyven then asks Theo Ragnar if he has made up his mind. Theo Ragnar stands on a balcony, considering the question. He admits that he has not been able to decide yet. Ed Troyven smiles, pleased with the response. He thinks to himself that this is what he wanted to hear. Offers there are. OSA Ragnar Plunus declares that she offers to Theo Ragnar. OSA Ragnar Plunus continues, promising not only to make him her disciple, but also to offer him the position of Junior Lord of the Plum Blossom Palace. A murmur spreads through the crowd. One man asks if she really said Junior Lord. The crowd notes that Lady Plum Blossom doesn't have any children of her own. OSA Ragnar Plunus's offer is like promising to accept him as an adopted son. He considered the possibility of becoming the successor of the Sword Dragon. 2 of the 9 dragons have already stepped up. One of the characters remarks that young Master Theo is incredible. The characters express amazement. They believe most commanders and directors won't be able to compete against such offers. Another character expresses a desire to throw their hat in the ring as well. A crash echoes through the arena. Amidst the debris, Theo Ragnar stands firm. The sound of something approaching fills the air. A close-up reveals a figure wrapped in bandages. Another crash resonates. The Black Dragon, head of the Black Snow, Robert Ragnar, makes his presence known. Robert Ragnar reveals he has been observing Theo Ragnar throughout the awakening ceremony. Theo realizes he's been watched. Someone remarks that Kyle was right, stating that the other person is quite interesting. A figure with silver hair invites someone to join Black Snow. The figure offers the rank of Null. The words Null Snow appear against a red backdrop, with silhouettes of figures below. The text describes Black Snow as an intelligence agency where the rank of Null Snow allows one to have a public persona and attain fame and honor. It is stated that when the speaker was in Black Snow, there were only 8 of them. A figure reflects on how hard they tried to attain something in their past life, only to find it easily obtainable now. A man is revealed to be Theo Ragnar, commander. The man hopes that Theo Ragnar doesn't forget about his Zenith Academy, mentioning that he left quite a lasting impression during the 3rd stage. Pharaoh Ragnar is introduced as the master of the Zenith Academy. A group reacts with surprise, noting that the Zenith Dragon is one of the 9 dragons, and that this makes 4 of them. Theo Ragnar is shown as commander. Julius Ragnar is introduced as the commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. The man with the eye patch declares that the White Armored Dragon Cavalry will not offer any special treatment to Theo Ragnar. The pink-haired woman questions if he's choosing now to stick to his guns. As expected of their commander, he believes that honor comes from proving oneself. The man with the eye patch states that it is one thing he can guarantee. He is given full support for his development and the pride of being a dragoon. The man with long black hair smirks. He understands. The man with long black hair declares that he will choose. He looks up, concern etched on his face. His red eye reflects the turmoil within. He stands on the balcony, the city sprawling beneath him. The city's lights pulse with an eerie energy. The air crackles with unseen power. Hilda sits regally on her throne, observing him. Hilda's eyes widen slightly. Former clan head, Hilda, she repeats, a hint of surprise in her voice. I have no idea what you mean. Hilda's expression shifts, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. I don't know what kind of life you lived in your previous cycle, but your acting is impeccable. Truly impressive. Theo's brow furrows, confusion clouding his features. Cycle? What is she talking about? Is there by chance a set number to regression? Hilda observes him from the balcony. Is something the matter? You don't look well. Theo pauses, gathering his thoughts. Oh, could I please be given a moment to gather my thoughts? Hilda responds, her tone measured. As you wish. This is indeed an important decision. However, don't take too long. Hilda's smirk deepens, a hint of amusement in her eyes. There's no need to hide it. After all, I'm also a regressor. Though this cycles. She speaks again, her words echoing with a weight of experience. The permission granted to her is now over, implying a shift in circumstances. Her words imply that she's regressed multiple times. A close-up reveals a character with piercing red eyes. How can that be? Could there be more regressors? If so, how many? He's dealing with a former clan head. It'll be faster to just ask her directly. By cycles, do you mean that one can regress multiple times? Hilda stands before a grand structure, her expression thoughtful. Wait, you don't know? Kyle must not have told you anything. Hilda continues, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Kyle hates regressors. I thought it was odd that he let you live. A profile shot reveals a stern-faced man. What is that? Hilda's expression is unreadable. The reason he gave me such a brutal challenge. You look like you have a lot of questions. Sadly, we don't have time. A character is shown in close-up. If you wish to learn of the secrets of this world and our clan, come find me. Kyle stands before a city, the wind whipping around him. During the 3rd stage of Kyle's face is illuminated by the sky. An older man is shown. Let's finish this conversation then. The only thing he presented me with was the heart sword. So his father harbors a deep-seated hatred for regressors. Lodbrok's energy, a power he sensed from him long ago, resurfaces in his thoughts. The stolen heart of Lodbrok, the very concept echoes with a dark significance. Could it truly be his father who stole Lodbrok's heart? The question hangs heavy in the air. Is it because Lodbrok, an ancient dragon, welcomes regressors? The thought sparks a new line of inquiry. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of determination igniting in his crimson eyes. A human defeating an ancient dragon sounds impossible, yet the possibility lingers. The image of a figure seated upon a throne looms large, a symbol of power and authority. But it just might be possible for his father, who is called a demigod. He steels his resolve, a grim determination etched on his face. He has no choice. In order to uncover the secrets of the clan related to regression. Now then, Theo Ragnar resolves to act. Has his heart decided where he will go? He will have to seek out Hilda. Decided. He will. Theo looks up, determination etched on his face. Two figures stand together, one of them being Hilda. A firm decision has been made. Two figures stand in a vast courtyard, the silence broken only by the wind. Theo Ragnar looks up, his expression unreadable. A close-up reveals the details of a dark uniform. The word academy hangs in the air. Remington became the Zenith Dragon's disciple. An older man sits upon a grand throne. Theo's gaze is intense. In his past life, Remington returned to his Narcio clan to grow stronger. The battlefield was littered with corpses, where he eventually started a rebellion against the Ragnar clan. Remington stood amidst the chaos, a dragon of destruction. But this time, he did not leave Ragnar. Theo thought, I'm certain this is another change brought on by me. It's a temporary farewell. A firm handshake sealed their agreement. Remington spoke, let's both do our best in our places and meet again stronger. Theo responded, of course, young Master Theo. I'll look forward to it. Theo and Remington exchanged knowing glances. As expected, Ray returned to the Daffodil Palace, where her mother, the Ice Dragon, is at. There was no place better suited for her. Sybil reflected that the others from training ground number 4 wanted to follow her. With this, the nomination ceremony would conclude. A voice announced that everyone was now dismissed. But Sybil was certain everyone would still try their best. Meanwhile, he was greeted with a cheerful, oh hey, Theo. The man with red hair chuckled, huh. A voice calls someone a moron. He smiles, thinking that he has also made some new friends. Hulkus says it's nice seeing Theo and Erica here. People thank him for his help back at the second stage, saying he saved them. Someone tells him not to forget that he owes them, adding that strong guys are the best. Another person exclaims that they like Theo, adding that strong guys are the best. Theo laughs. He wonders why these guys are so into him all of a sudden. Someone announces that the commander is coming. Regardless, his goal has remained unchanged. Theo smiles. Footsteps approach. Footsteps echo in the distance. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry is recruiting. Congratulations on becoming a member of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. A woman declares she will go see Hilda later. The sound of footsteps grows louder. An announcer states, now let's hear the declarations from our fresh recruits. A man with an eye patch smirks. A man with red hair declares, I want to become an awesome dragoon. Another man shouts, I want my name to be known far and wide. A woman with red hair declares her aspiration. A man declares, I want to be acknowledged by you, Commander. The recruits stand together, awaiting their fate. Theo stands tall, the wind whipping through his dark hair as he gazes towards the horizon. His expression hardens with resolve, a silent promise etched on his face. A vision of a brutal war flashes before the viewer, a maelstrom of fire and steel. The world braces itself for the coming storm, a great war looming only 5 years away. Theo declares, I will become the commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry within 5 years. His voice rings with unwavering conviction, a challenge thrown to fate itself. A palpable sense of shock ripples through the air. A nearby man with wavy blonde hair mutters, Yufu, to say that to the commander's face. Another man, his face split by a wide grin, booms, good. Dreams should be grand. Very well. You came to the right place. The sound of fabric rustling fills the air. A voice echoes, whatever reason you may have for choosing our cavalry. A figure addresses the assembled recruits, their words carrying the weight of command. There is only one thing you need to remember. A group of people raise their fists in solidarity, a promise that they will be immortalized in legend. The history of Ragnar. The group declares that today's hardship will become tomorrow's pride, their shield will not break, and their sword will not. The group is assured that their comrades will always have their back. The man with red hair is told that he and his comrades will always have each other's backs. Waiting at the end of the road forged in blood and sweat. A man smiles. Glory. A man grins. Congratulations on becoming part of the White Armored Dragon family. A man in armor stands tall. A massive dragon descends, its form wreathed in swirling energy. The ground trembles as the dragon lands. The dragon's head turns, its gaze piercing. A voice calls out, partner. A figure gestures towards the dragon. This is my partner, Gullah. He's a flying dragon, the symbol of us dragoons. More dragons soar through the sky. A man stands before a massive dragon, his expression confident. A dragon's claw descends. The dragon's foot touches down. Dragons fill the sky. A dragon towers over a building. A voice commands, now, get on your seniors, dragons. A heavily armored figure stands, the promise of action hanging in the air. A voice booms, declaring, it's time for you all to obtain a partner. A knight, clad in dark armor, sits atop a massive, serpentine dragon. The same voice commands, "Everyone, assemble at the nest." A dragon soars through the sky, a distant silhouette against the clouds. A group of armored figures and dragons stand ready, awaiting their orders. A woman with short, pink hair wonders aloud, "Will I get to have a flying dragon of my own?" Another figure rides a dragon, a determined expression on their face. A young man with red eyes looks on, a mixture of surprise and anticipation on his face. A figure on a white dragon declares, "I see you've come to the white-armored dragon cavalry." Someone calls out, "Evelyn, why are you here? Have you returned to active duty?" The young man from before replies, "Yes. It sort of happened." The air crackles with energy. Evelyn is warned about her arm. A sinister grin spreads across Evelyn's face. A metallic glint catches the light. A voice echoes, offering assistance to shine brighter across the world. A figure stands tall, clad in dark armor. A woman in armor offers her thanks. One of the figures states that they heard a favor was called in just for them. Another figure expresses gratitude, stating that they can hold the reins again, having returned to the white-armored dragon cavalry. A voice acknowledges that something should have been taken care of personally. Theo mutters that his mother must have given him the credit for it. A voice remarks that something is just like her. A woman expresses her gratitude to her mother. Evelyn Nareville introduces herself. Evelyn pledges to be Theo's loyal sword. Theo and Evelyn face each other. A voice echoes, expressing gratitude. A vast, mountainous landscape stretches into the distance. A plea for protection hangs in the air. The wind howls through the jagged peaks. Wyverns soar through the sky, their forms silhouetted against the clouds. The nest of white dragons looms, a formidable fortress of stone and ice. Evelyn states that this is the nest of white dragons, home of the flying wyverns. Evelyn continues, explaining that their cavalry carries out missions here. She adds that this is where they hold their admittance test. Evelyn asks what happens if one fails to find a partner. Theo confirms that they fail, though it is rare. A bird squawks. Theo wonders if the Lank siblings will be all right, thinking this doesn't seem like it'll suit them. He figured they can figure it out. Let's take a look around. Evelyn stands beside him, ready to explore. A massive foot comes down with a resounding stomp. The dragon's foot crushes the ground beneath it. Monster dragon species, Opterex, with a maximum height of 15 m, these large, brown-scaled wyverns are regarded as tyrannical predators. A dragon soars through the sky. Poison dragon species, Aviarii, with their long, serpentine bodies, these poison dragons are able to spray out a violet poison mist. The poisonous stinger on the tips of their tails is a lethal weapon. Blade dragon species, Sigia, as docile herbivores, they normally burrow and nest underground. When they sense danger, they will ambush the enemy from below. Evelyn and Theo continue their exploration. A flock of dragons takes flight. Speed dragon species, Velociraptor. These small and fast dragons have high intelligence, typically hunting in packs. They possess the ability to breathe fire. A massive, scaled tail dominates the frame, belonging to a creature of immense power. The dragon's face, a mask of ancient malice, fills the panel. The text describes how the wyverns are managed by the cavalry and categorized into 4 groups. A dragon soars through a desolate landscape, its wings cutting through the wind. Theo considers something, a thoughtful expression on his face. Evelyn stands beside him. A close-up of an eye reveals a deep intensity. A voice says, "There is one that I had in mind, but I haven't seen him anywhere." A massive, mutant wyvern looms, its silhouette a testament to its terrifying power. The text describes the raiding of a nest of white dragons and the slaughter of almost 100 wyverns by the white-armored dragon cavalry. The evil shadow dragon is revealed, its presence radiating an aura of dread. 6 years after the start of the Great War, the evil shadow dragon stands amidst a destroyed village, a symbol of devastation. That day, 8 villages burned down, and dozens of swordsmen perished in battle, their bodies littering the ground. After that, Ragnar labeled the evil shadow dragon as a class 2 calamity, demonic fiend, and ordered its extermination. 2 figures stood poised for battle, the wind whipping around them. One wielded a katana, ready to strike. The inscription revealed that in the end, it took the demon dragon and the sword dragon working together to defeat it. A crimson silhouette of a dragon loomed, a symbol of the power they faced. But it gained the name Evil Shadow Dragon for its ability to hide in the shadows. He thought, "I'd love to obtain a partner with such potential." In his previous life, it was characterized by his gaze narrowed, a hint of determination flickering in his eyes. Elsewhere, 2 figures stood on a cliff overlooking a vast, mountainous landscape. A dragon soared through the sky, its wings casting a shadow over the jagged peaks. The figures on the cliff remained, their silhouettes small against the immensity of the mountains. A lone figure stood on a precipice, gazing out at the endless horizon. The young man sits perched on a cliff, a massive dragon standing behind him. An unknown figure approaches. "You seem delighted," the figure observes. The young man replies, "Wouldn't it be odd if I wasn't so happy?" The figure smiles, a glint in his eye. Theo thinks to himself, "A dragon I wasn't anticipating fell within my grasp." The figure states, "Perfect. That's exactly what brings me here." The figure is revealed to be Commander Julius. Commander Julius asks, "You're planning on making Theo a pillar of your unit, correct?" The figure responds, "Being careful with your words. That's very like you." The figure continues, "You seem to be painting a bigger picture than I originally thought." A close-up of the figure's eyes reveals a calculating gaze. The figure concludes, "I haven't said a word." He assures that he came to make a proposal for the sake of that child. Theo asks what Commander Julius has in mind. Julius reflects on Theo's choice of the white-armored dragon cavalry and the impossibility of him going to the Plum Blossom Palace. He wonders what kind of proposal she could possibly make. The text bubble reads, "Joint mentorship." Commander Julius remains in place, listening to Theo. A woman asks, "How about it?" Julius listens intently. The sound of gasps fills the air. Wyverns screech and hiss as they fight. Someone observes that those rascals are at it again. A character asks if the other knows who that bluish-white wyvern is. It's revealed that he's one that's been bullied for a while now, and they've tried their best to remedy the situation. The wyvern soars through the sky, a majestic creature in a precarious situation that has, against all odds, worked out. Evelyn expresses her confusion. He's not a wyvern? Theo explains that he was the child of a female wyvern and a male viper. Selford is shocked by this revelation. Evelyn wonders how one could reproduce with a wyvern, calling it a mystery. Theo agrees, stating that it should have been impossible. Theo remains silent, lost in thought. The narration describes class 1 demonic fiends as living calamities on par with a typhoon. Even a single one crossing the Great Wall would wreak untold havoc. Vipers are powerful ghost-type monsters that dwell in the shadows of forests. The image shows a viper. Selford realizes that the abilities of the evil shadow dragon came from inheriting the blood of a viper. His birth caused a significant uproar within the white-armored dragon cavalry. They decided to accept him into the nest and keep an eye on him. The wyverns won't accept him. "We've been struggling, since we don't believe keeping him in seclusion is an answer, either. Ostracized for a difference in origin." "What's his name?" "Umbra. It means shadow in the ancient language." "Shadow, you say? What a fine name." "Young master, what are you doing?" "I'm going to pick him as my." "I'll go on ahead." A voice calls out, "Young master." She stares, her eyes wide with shock. A voice promises, "I'll help you live a different life this time, Umbra." Far below, small figures stand on a precipice. The voice concludes, "Just like me." A sudden, silent exclamation hangs in the air. She stands with a knowing smirk, light glinting off her dark uniform. A figure declares that they will go on ahead. Young plummets through the sky. Someone shouts for their master. The figure plummets downwards. The figure continues to fall. A hand interacts with a holographic screen. The figure falls through the sky. Swords fall alongside the figure. Glowing eyes stare intently. A screen displays a message about hatchling synchro, allowing the user to utilize psychokinesis to move designated targets. The figure continues to fall. A figure plummets from the heavens, the wind screaming past them. He falls, a dark silhouette against the bright sky. The ground rushes up to meet him, the air crackling with displaced energy. Evelyn watches the descent, her brow furrowed. She thinks, "My goodness, when did he learn psychokinesis? And to utilize it in such a manner?" Evelyn continues to watch, her expression a mix of shock and awe. Wow, his growth rate is unbelievable. The dragons screech and hiss, their leathery wings beating the air. A dragon's maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Theo descends, his eyes narrowed, his expression grim. A figure in the shadows mutters, "Imbecile." A figure observes the falling Theo from below, surrounded by others. Really even a Ragnar? He's too incompetent, even for an illegitimate. A pair of red eyes glint in the darkness. "Child." A sword plunges into the earth, a surge of blue energy erupting around it. Swords orbit around Theo, crackling with golden energy. Another blade slams into the ground, the impact sending tremors through the air. Breathing heavily, his eyes burn with an inner light. The swords spin faster, a whirlwind of power surrounding Theo. He raises his hand, the energy coalescing around him. Streaks of golden energy tear through the sky. The words "Dragon Mark" blaze across the scene. Raw power emanates from the earth, shaking the very foundations of the world. The sword stands sentinel, a silent promise of destruction. A dragon soars through the storm-racked mountains, its cry echoing through the ages. A dragon soars through the sky, its form a blur against the stark landscape. The dragon lands near towering rock formations, its presence imposing. A voice echoes, laced with disdain, running away at the slightest intimidation. Bullies are just cowards wearing masks. The dragon flinches as Theo watches from a distance. Theo asks, his voice calm, "Are you okay?" The dragon, Gullah, growls softly, its eyes narrowed. With a cry, Gullah takes flight once more. A thoughtful hum hangs in the air. Theo stands his ground, watching Gullah's departure. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A voice says, "He's on edge, so?" The voice continues, advising caution. "Approaching him won't be easy. You should take your time and try again later." Another voice counters, filled with determination. "No, that's why it's more important that I be by his side right now." A somber observation is made. "Why do you think he lingers around the nest despite being ostracized? He's lonely." An emotional wound is harder to bear than a physical one. Evelyn Narraville says he's hurt and couldn't have gone far, pleading for help to chase after him. The dragon rests among the jagged rocks. Gullah lies curled up on the rocky ground. Panting heavily, the dragon lowers its head to the ground. Startled, Gullah looks up. An exclamation mark appears above the dragon, indicating its surprise. The dragon stands, wary of the many who approach. He's highly cautious around people, and in his current state, it'll be especially worse. The dragon growls, a low rumble of unease vibrating through the air. Evelyn asks if someone could bring him something to feed him. In the meantime, Evelyn resolves to try and figure him out, stating that this is her admittance. Wyvern fear manifests around Gullah, a chilling aura of blue energy. The fear spreads, a wave of red and blue energy washing over the landscape. Lesser Drake's fear intensifies, the red energy swirling with greater ferocity. Gullah's face is contorted in terror, his teeth bared in a silent scream. The wyvern fear echoes, a silent scream that reverberates through the air as Evelyn takes a step forward. Gullah's eyes widen in fear as Evelyn approaches, her own expression unreadable. The Lesser Drake's fear intensifies, the red energy pulsing around Gullah's head. A wave of energy washes over the scene. Evelyn reaches out to Gullah, her hand hovering over his snout, as the fear continues to manifest. Evelyn stands firm, her resolve unwavering in the face of Gullah's fear. A healing potion is administered, promising to rapidly heal aggravated wounds and partially restore stamina. A surge of energy flows, visualized as a network of glowing purple shapes. He lets out a pained scream, the sound echoing with raw agony. The pain begins to subside, his eyes reflecting a gradual return to clarity. The pain subsided, right? Evelyn gently places a hand on his fur, offering a comforting touch. Maybe it's due to the dragon heart. Theo's crimson eyes narrow, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. He internalizes, but I can feel Umbra's emotions. A wave of rage washes over him, a burning inferno directed toward the herd that cast him out. The conflicting sadness and attachment begin to surface. He remembers that the regime is still a part of them. The long, painful loneliness echoes within him. His feelings for me are also contradictory. A figure bathed in golden light extends a hand, an aura of serenity radiating outwards. He is suspicious of me, someone who appeared out of nowhere to extend warmth. But at the same time, he hopes that I won't leave. Theo states, I won't turn my back on you. Theo interacts with a holographic interface. Theo presents a gem, its surface gleaming with an inner light. Theo says, don't worry, I know you love stuff like this. The gem pulses with a soft, inviting light. Gullah's eye widens, a flicker of interest betraying his initial suspicion. Theo asks, you want it? Gullah responds with a questioning, K-key. Gullah glances at the gem, his expression unreadable. Gullah roars, a sound that seems both playful and menacing. The dragon's chest is adorned with a necklace featuring a large, ornate gem. Theo presents another gem. He says, here, it's a gift. If you follow me, there's plenty more where that came from. Theo's eyes gleam with anticipation. Gullah makes a strange, guttural noise. Theo continues his sales pitch. I heard you don't like reins and saddles, but I could make you one encrusted with gems like this. Gullah seems intrigued by the offer. It'll be super flashy and pretty. Theo raises a finger, adding, I'll have to go rob some from Grandma. Meanwhile, a woman with goggles looks concerned. A muscular man asks, Madam Curson, are you okay? You don't look well. Madam Curson replies, I don't know why, but I feel like I'm about to lose a ton of money. Sharp spikes protrude from the ground. Theo and Gullah stand before a massive structure, the dragon's eyes gleaming. The Viper wyvern unleashes a deafening roar, the sound echoing through the desolate landscape. A system message materializes before Theo, informing him that he has been successfully recognized by the Viper wyvern as their master. Another notification appears, signaling the acquisition of a new skill. The details of the skill, wyvern taming, are displayed, revealing its rank and the benefits it provides. The Viper wyvern takes to the skies, its massive wings beating against the cold air. Theo approaches the magnificent beast, his footsteps crunching on the snow-covered ground. Closing the distance, Theo reaches out towards the Viper wyvern, a sense of connection forming between them. Evelyn watches with wide eyes, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched on her face. Theo embraces the Viper wyvern, a gentle cuddle, sound effect accompanying the tender moment. Evelyn's surprise deepens. She wonders aloud, questioning how Theo managed to achieve such a feat, as the wyvern has never opened up to anyone before. A wide smile spreads across Theo's face, a sense of accomplishment and joy radiating from him. The Viper wyvern nuzzles Theo affectionately, solidifying their bond. A voice confirms, you're back. The Viper wyvern feasts, its jaws stained crimson. Evelyn remarks that it's nice seeing him eat so well. She thanks him for the meat. Evelyn asks Theo, with genuine curiosity, how he managed to tame the beast. Theo responds that he simply looked after the wound in its heart. His heart was wavering, and the present sealed the deal. Gullah continues to devour the meat. Evelyn stares, speechless. Theo asks Evelyn if she wants him to eat that, chuckling. Gullah is told that it's fine, as he already ate, so he can have as much as he wants. Gulla's claws rest near the meat. That is so like young Master Theo. Evelyn thinks that not only is he good at charming people, but he can even charm a wyvern. Evelyn is surprised. Gulla kneels, offering its neck as a sign of trust, as a voice congratulates the young master. The wyvern has acknowledged him as its partner, offering its neck and back as a sign of trust. Evelyn shouts, questioning what he is suddenly doing. Theo mounts Gulla, declaring that they are going to take off. Even if Gulla has accepted him as a partner, he is yet to receive any flight training. Evelyn warns that it's dangerous to ride a dragon without a rein and saddle, and taking off like that is a shortcut to death. Theo smirks, stating that he has his ways. Activating the wyvern taming skill to compensate for the insufficient riding skills. With a surge of blue energy, Gulla takes off into the sky with Theo on its back. Evelyn watches them take off, her expression a mix of concern and disbelief. Gulla soars through the sky, carrying Theo towards the horizon. The wind howls through the jagged, icy peaks, a symphony of frozen fury. Gulla cries out, her voice echoing through the frozen landscape. Theo responds, assuring her that he understands. Gulla tells him that she wants to show him something and invites him to go with her. The wind whips past Theo's face as Gulla soars through the sky. Evelyn's expression is troubled. Something doesn't feel right to her. The sky stretches endlessly above, a canvas of pale blue and wispy clouds. A voice wonders how a pure-hearted dragon like Gulla could become such a terrible demonic fiend that she earned the name Evil Shadow Dragon. The wind howls through the jagged, icy peaks, a symphony of frozen fury. A waterfall of icy water cascades down a cliff face, its surface shimmering with a pale blue light. The icy water flows into a pool below, its surface disturbed by the wind. A footstep echoes through the snowy landscape. Theo thought to himself, he knew the layout of the winter mountains well from his time with the black snow. The dragon is told that it really likes shiny stuff. Theo wonders what he is looking at. Theo sees how the dragon became the evil shadow dragon now, noting that it has been eating the flower. Who? Theo stands with the dragon. The ghost spirit flower, a plant normally found only in the deepest reaches of the demon sea, grows by consuming pure demonic energy infused with moonlight. It is an invaluable elixir for demonic fiends and demonkin. Theo holds energy in his hand, thinking it is too dangerous and he will have to burn them all later. Theo and Gulla stand in the snowy mountains. Theo says not to worry, he won't mess with any of the crystals. Theo walks through the snowy mountains, wondering what is going on. Chains hang in the snowy mountains. A corpse hangs in the snowy mountains. A close-up of the corpse's face. Theo says that it is a corpse and looks like they've been dead for at least a decade. Theo notes that the corpse has very minimal rot, and he is sure the cold played a part, but it's a sign that whoever this was had tremendous magic power. A high-level martial expert somehow died while bound in a place like this. He peers into the distance, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Like this? Theo's expression hardens with suspicion. He mutters, how suspicious. I'll have to come back later and investigate further. He resolves to deal with another matter first. First, I need to take care of the ghost spirit flowers. A monstrous roar echoes through the mountains, the sound vibrating with unnatural power. Kyyyyyyyyyyyyyyyyyy. The source of the sound is revealed, a colossal skeletal dragon, its empty eye sockets burning with crimson light. The air crackles with an ominous energy. Theo's eyes widen, a flicker of recognition and disbelief in their depths. Did it just say Kyle? The skeletal dragon moves with terrifying speed, blurring through the landscape. The full form of the skeletal dragon is revealed, a towering figure of bone and shadow. Theo sprints away, his face etched with a mixture of fear and determination. The skeletal dragon bellows, its voice a chilling echo. Umbra. The skeletal dragon snarls, its jaws snapping shut with a sound like grinding bones. The skeletal dragon howls, the sound echoing with a distorted cry of Kyle. His eyes glowing with a crimson intensity, Theo realizes Umbra is in danger. The skeletal dragon's form looms, a macabre visage of bone and shadow. The skeletal dragon roars again, the name Kyle, ripping through the air with a chilling resonance. The skeletal dragon vows, I will never forgive you both. Theo coughs, realizing, I wasn't imagining it. He's clearly saying father and the black dragon's names. A voice wonders, who could this possibly be? A sword is drawn, glinting in the light. A figure prepares to unleash the blade barrage. The air crackles with the energy of the impending attack. The forest floor lies in wait below. A voice calls out, asking if the young master is all right. Another voice cries out, demanding an answer from Evelyn. Theo Ragnar, looking distressed, offers an apology. He winces in pain, the agony almost unbearable. The toxin from the corpse is infused with demonic energy. His strength continues to drain away, and without an antidote, his condition will only worsen. The voice from before offers to quickly transport him to HQ, warning that it might be painful, but asking him to bear with it. Evelyn cries out. The pink-haired woman exclaims, questioning the idea and insisting that she's not going to hurt him, but is trying to save him. Gulla nudges Theo. The pink-haired woman shouts, telling Umbra to stop, even if they are the young master's partner. Evelyn, barely conscious, asks them to wait and to hold on a moment. The pink-haired woman asks Umbra if they have a solution. A tear streaks down Theo's face, his red eyes filled with a haunting resolve. A grin stretches across his face. He thinks he'll leave his life in Umbra's hands. Evelyn shouts, worried about the young master. She warns that Theo will be in grave danger if they don't return immediately, as he's been poisoned with corpse toxin mixed with demonic energy. The poison, mixed with demonic energy, has less than a 30% survival rate, even with proper treatment. His red eye reflects a desperate hope. Theo wants to trust Umbra's method. Umbra evolved into a class. 2 demonic fiend is created by eating the ghost spirit flowers. He's likely tangled with that corpse before. And as a result, he's learned how to subdue demonic energy and corpse toxins. Theo pleads, trusting and following Umbra's lead. Evelyn calls out to her master as a dragon roars. The dragon's claw crushes the flowers. The flowers are crushed. A faint tremor runs through the ground. Crystals and strange flora litter the ground. An unseen figure asks Evelyn, "You want me to blend this and feed it to him?" Gullah nods, the massive dragon's head bobbing in silent agreement. Evelyn's expression is troubled, her brow furrowed with concern. The strange crystals and plants continue to surround them. Theo lies prone, sweat beading on his forehead as he remains motionless. Evelyn clenches her eyes shut, a visible struggle playing out on her face. With a sigh of resignation, Evelyn declares, "Fine, I'll do it." Evelyn holds a glowing substance in her hands, preparing to administer it. She pours the viscous, purple liquid into Theo's unresisting mouth. Theo remains still, the liquid dribbling from the corner of his lips. Evelyn watches with a worried expression, Gullah beside her. He is covered in sweat, tears streaming down his face as he recovers. Theo stands, his heart pounding in his chest. Evelyn exclaims in disbelief, "I don't believe this." A blue aura surrounds him as he continues to recover. A voice declares, he's actually recovering. Golden energy crackles around Theo and Gullah, but something is changing. The golden energy shifts and darkens. The energy pulses with a dark power. The golden energy is almost entirely consumed by darkness. Evelyn observes, the color of his magic power attribute is changing to black. "I've never heard of such a thing." A voice wonders, "What's going on?" A surge of power erupts. Evelyn is on the ground. Someone exclaims, "Young master?" A system message appears, stating, "Commencing body cleansing purification." The system announces, obtaining the trait of the evil shadow dragon. Meanwhile, a banner bearing a dragon emblem hangs in Commander Julius's office. A man with spiky brown hair looks up, muttering, "What?" A figure in white armor asks, "Has Black Snow verified this report?" One of the figures states, after cross-checking the facts, they say they're 89% certain that this information is authentic. A close-up of a man's face. His eye glowing red, the man grits his teeth, saying, "I don't believe this. I should have." The man continues, "Expected some bad news to rain on our parade. But still." The voice echoes, declaring that something is completely outside expectations. Theo stands amidst the shattered remains of what was once a grand hall, the air thick with dust and the scent of destruction. The white-armored dragon cavalry, along with the 15 men who accompanied them, are confirmed to have been lost. Explosions still echo in the distance, a grim reminder of the battle's ferocity. Swords lie scattered across the blood-soaked ground, silent testaments to the fallen. The stark declaration rings out, all have perished in battle. A figure in shining armor stands as a silent sentinel amidst the carnage. Body cleansing purification, an ancient secret technique that forcibly purges impurities from the body. The purification process begins, refining one's constitution for better magic power cultivation. However, the procedure typically required multiple experts with tremendous magic power to channel their energy for days on end. And even then, it was only proven effective on those under the age of 5. So, body cleansing purification occurring on Theo was the result of multiple coincidences overlapping. The extreme corpse toxin that had infected Theo. That corpse toxin had within it an incredible amount of magic power. Additionally, the corpse's magic power also contained demonic essence as a result of feeding on ghost spirit flowers for decades. Then there was the fortunate happenstance of Umbra instinctively understanding how to make the antidote. These events created the perfect balance, where instead of Theo's body being overrun, the purification process took hold. Or expelling the demon shadow toxin, he was able to absorb the essence of the demon shadow toxin. A vortex of purple energy swirls around him. A jolt courses through him. Evelyn kneels beside Theo, concern etched on her face. "Young master, are you okay?" she asks. He murmurs her name, Evelyn. Evelyn supports Theo, her expression a mix of relief and worry. A smirk plays on Theo's lips. He apologizes, "Sorry for worrying you." Evelyn smiles, relieved, as Gullah looks on. The screen displays Theo Ragnar's profile, highlighting his title as Flash Tiger and Millennium's greatest prodigy, along with his various talents, including Evil Shadow Dragon. Theo stares intently at the screen, a slight furrow in his brow as he considers the information displayed before him. The text warns that improper management of the toxin could transform him into the second Evil Shadow Dragon. His crimson eyes gleam with a dark intensity as the power of the Evil Shadow Dragon courses through him. The screen details his enhanced stats: Strength 112, Dexterity 62, Magic Power 238, and a growing list of skills, including Lesser Drake's Fear and Wyvern Taming. He acknowledges the surge of power within him. An additional 85 stats is a tremendous amount. The crystals inside the cave shimmer with an otherworldly light, resonating with the energy he now commands. A condensation of pure nature energy swirls around him, a testament to the purification process he has undergone. That energy diluted the toxicity of the ghost spirit flowers, making it function as a medicine. He thinks to himself, expressing his gratitude. He is glad he trusted Umbra. A Ragnar's body can already be considered perfect. Now, on top of it, he gained not only the body-cleansing purification, but also the evil shadow dragon's trait. A sinister grin spreads across Theo's face, his eyes gleaming with newfound power and ambition. He clenches his fist, a surge of energy coursing through his veins as he tests the limits of his enhanced abilities. He can't begin to imagine how fast he'll grow now. The cave floor is littered with debris and strange markings. The question now is who this old man is. What's... Evelyn notices something written on the wall. A journal? Yes, but to be able to inscribe letters so cleanly onto the hard cave walls, he must have been a high-level martial master. The ancient script covers the stone. The inscription reads, "This place, my hiding place after Kyle and Robert defeated me, seems a fitting place to prepare my revenge. However, my body is already... Kyle, Robert." The inscription continues, "My body is quickly degrading. Perhaps it is because Robert injured my mana hall." The inscription concludes, "The ghost spirit flowers I'm eating to survive might be driving me to death." He's starting to lose his mind, its demonic nature taking hold. Damn it all. He hasn't even been able to begin his revenge yet. So why? He's starting to lose consciousness and rampage more frequently. He is now forced to make a decision. He needs to accept reality. There is no longer hope for him. He has chosen to leave everything here and bind himself by melting down his precious emerald serpent sword. He wishes that someone will one day discover this place and fulfill his dying wish by avenging him. His successor will surpass them. He leaves his legacy here. Theo's eyes widen in shock. A bead of silence hangs in the air. Theo realizes that the section after this is the flying sword technique and the god of tempest. The legendary man is said to have freely wielded the wind. The current clan head fought in the battle for the throne 40 years ago. The Wind Baron, Hector Ragnar. He heard that Hector Ragnar died then, but for him to have survived in this cave all this time. Tears stream down Theo's face. Evelyn asks what he is doing. The rules dictate that harming a potential successor is a capital crime, deserving of summary execution. Theo is told to stop that nonsense. The one he killed was not a Ragnar, but a madman. Evelyn asks what other choice he had to save her. Evelyn orders that everything that happened there will be kept secret. A voice echoes, questioning if something is forgiven, but if it still bothers you. The figure nods, stating to take the secret techniques of the Wind Baron. The secret techniques of the Wind Baron are said to be capable of rivaling even the techniques of the 9 dragons. A figure kneels among the white flowers, declaring they are not worthy of them. The figure continues, stating to become the successor of the Wind Baron and grow stronger, and in the end. The figure states to carry forth his legacy. The kneeling figure is silent. The figure states that should allow the Wind Baron to finally rest in peace, and as his disciple, you cannot be questioned for your... A voice asks, "Did you not swear to?" The figure asks Evelyn to become his sword. The kneeling figure remains silent. A close-up of the kneeling figure's face shows a determined expression. A close-up of armored shoulder plates reveals intricate designs. Evelyn Nereville declares herself a high-ranked swordsman of Ragnar. A figure kneels, head bowed in solemnity. A voice pledges loyalty to serve Master Theo Ragnar as a faithful vassal. A character asks that their great and esteemed lord accept their humble vassal's oath. Theo thinks to himself that Evelyn is always so uptight and by the book. Theo Ragnar declares himself. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, ready to accept an oath. The blade of a sword gleams, reflecting the light of the oath. Theo accepts Evelyn Nereville's oath of loyalty, engraving it upon his heart and soul to stand by his side on this long journey. A figure stands before a dragon, the oath binding them together. Theo hereby declares Evelyn his first sword. The dragon soars through the sky, a majestic silhouette against the horizon. Its scales shimmer in the light as it navigates the winds. The dragon descends, its massive form casting a shadow over the land below. The landscape stretches out beneath it, a tapestry of mountains and forests. The sky burns with the colors of sunset, painting the clouds in hues of orange and gold. Below, the white-armored dragon cavalry headquarters stands as a testament to power and order. The headquarters tower pierces the sky, a symbol of the dragon rider's authority. A voice booms, filled with self-assuredness. Even the great Theo has yet to return. Maybe I'm more talented as a dragoon. The speaker, a burly man with a fur-lined coat, grins widely. He stands tall, his posture radiating confidence. A dragon head peers over his shoulder, seemingly surprised by his boast. Theo Ragnar is back. A voice booms, questioning what he has brought back. Someone asks if that is Umbra, wondering how he got such a disobedient brat as a partner. One speculates that Theo is called the Millennium's greatest prodigy for a reason, implying that even picking a partner requires talent. A sigh escapes from an unseen character. High-ranked swordsman Evelyn Nereville and low-ranked swordsman Theo Ragnar have returned after completing the aptitude test. Evelyn signs a document. A dragon asks where the commander is. A woman speaks to someone off-panel. He rushed to his office a moment ago after receiving an urgent message. An urgent message? Evelyn and Theo stand together. Theo Ragnar looks up, a flicker of concern crossing his face. A surge of energy erupts, the air crackling with unseen power. A figure is seen in action, surrounded by a whirlwind of motion. The figure continues their assault, the air shimmering with displaced energy. A messenger, mounted and armored, apologizes. Sorry to relay this news right after you've finished the admittance test. But everyone present will be. A grizzled warrior with a scarred face and an eye patch stares intently, his expression grim. A close-up reveals the intricate details of the warrior's armor. A woman with flowing black hair wonders, "We're being deployed into action." Murmurs ripple through the crowd. It's happening. A figure with long red hair and piercing eyes is shown. The series Merchant Guild hostage incident at Fort Blanky. A plan to obtain the Dragon Slayer's sword Bomung for a coup. Evelyn Nereville smiles confidently, her expression suggesting a plan is in motion. The commander with the eye patch states that everyone is present. The armored figure will be deployed to Fort Blanky. A murmur spreads through the assembled group. One of the soldiers asks what's going on, addressing the commander. The commander wonders what mission could be so important that they're deploying new recruits who've yet to receive proper training. A sword is drawn, glinting in the light. It is revealed that 14 subordinates under his command have gone missing. Theo appears shocked by the news. Trainer Isvan is introduced. The oldest knight in the white-armored dragon cavalry. Even Julius would ask Trainer Isvan for his advice. Someone thinks that he's not one to go down so easily, wondering what could be happening. He stared intensely, a single tear escaping his eye. Part of the butterfly effect he created? According to a report by the Black Snow, there is an 89% chance they are dead. Even if they are alive, they will be in no state to continue their mission. The currently available troops will be the new, temporary Platoon 5, and carry on. Trainer Isvan declared that the captain of the temporary Platoon 5 will be Evelyn Nereville. As mission deployment will be in 3 days, finish all the basic training by then. Theo clenched his fist, declaring, "I don't believe they have died." Trainer Isvan's expression hardened. He stated firmly, "But we still need to avenge them." 2 figures plummeted from the sky. The landscape stretched out below. The Black Skull Bandits' kidnapping of the series Merchant Guild. It was an incident without any casualties due to the hard work of the white-armored dragon cavalry. The white-armored dragon cavalry descends from the sky, their forms mere specks against the darkening horizon. One of the figures aboard a dragon peers up at the moon. Why does the moon look funky? The moon hangs in the sky, its light distorted and unnatural. A dragon rider soars through the air, clad in dark armor. A voice cries out, recognizing the approaching force. It's the white-armored dragon cavalry. Sound the alarms. It's the white. Trainer Isvan gazes up at the sky, his expression grim. A surge of magical energy crackles through the air. Trainer Isvan prepares for battle, his hand gripping his weapon. A voice shouts an order. "Everyone, bombs away." A figure prepares to launch an attack, their arm raised and ready. The white-armored dragon cavalry descends, their dragons poised to strike. Bombs hang suspended, ready to be unleashed upon the enemy. The white-armored dragon cavalry descends, their arrival heralded by a storm of dust and debris. The impact of their landing sends a shockwave rippling through the area. A desperate cry rings out. Hide inside the castle, avoid a meaningless death. A member of the cavalry strikes with brutal force, their sword cutting through the air. Another warrior descends, poised to deliver a devastating blow. An axe swings down, a whirlwind of steel and death. The cavalry's assault continues, a relentless barrage of steel. Blood splatters, painting a grim tableau of the carnage. The white-armored dragon cavalry advances, their swords gleaming with deadly intent. 2 warriors stand ready, their blades poised to strike. A voice screams, demanding they pay the price. A figure declares that they will kill every last one of them for messing with the white-armored dragon cavalry. A building burns in the distance, smoke billowing into the snowy sky. Snow falls heavily through the dense forest. A voice shouts in frustration, "Damn it, they said they would handle the cavalry." A heavily armored figure stands in the snow, their sword held ready. The armored figure states, "Whatever, as long as I deliver this, my mission is done." A soft chuckle escapes them. A close-up shows the armored figure's sword. The figure thinks, "All that's left is for me to kick back and enjoy the rest of my dash." A figure is impaled by a sword, blood splattering. A cloaked figure stands silently. A sword is shown covered in blood. Snow continues to fall in the forest. The cloaked figure stands on a snowy hill. The cloaked figure remains silent. Boots crunch through the snow, the wearer's destination unknown. A cloaked figure, face partially obscured by the hood, asks, "The goods?" Another figure responds, "Here, sir." "Good. It's the..." His hand rests on a wrapped object. A voice booms, declaring, "We have acquired the target. Prepare the next stage of the plan." A chorus of voices replies in unison, "Yes, sir." Looking out over a burning settlement, a figure states, "All that's left." The cloaked figures stand in formation, their intentions unknown. Red eyes glow from within the shadows of a hood. A disembodied voice declares, "Is exterminating the pests." A figure, face contorted in what could be rage or triumph, announces, "Subjugation complete." The subjugated stand before their conquerors. A figure laughs, the sound echoing with cruel satisfaction. "Ha ha, that was easy." Theo states that it was too easy. 5 was wiped out. Not to mention, activating hatchling synchro. Reading the target's memories. This guy as well. He knows they stole Bombong, but he hasn't actually seen it in person. Seen it in person? I would get that with the lower pawns, but how can that be with even their executives? Theo wonders if he is missing something. Evelyn asks Theo what's wrong and if there's a problem. Evelyn says that she was just lost in thought. Hee. You may be called the Flash Tiger or whatever, but I guess a newbie is a newbie. You can be honest and say that you were just nervous for your first mission. Since we rescued the hostages, let's... Yes as you wish. He grimaces, a hand raised to his face. Theo mutters, wanting to go home soon, reeking of gunpowder. The clash of steel echoes as two figures engage in combat. A figure sprints forward, sword in hand, ready to strike. Evelyn asks what's wrong with him. Theo wonders if he hated the way he smelled. Evelyn and Theo exchange a look, question marks hanging in the air. A close-up reveals a determined warrior, blade gleaming in the dim light. The sound of clashing swords rings out once more, the battle intensifying. A wall crumbles, the structure unable to withstand the force of the ongoing conflict. Evelyn stands alongside a figure in a white uniform, their expressions a mix of concern and urgency. A voice booms, demanding, "What's the meaning of this, Theo?" Evelyn's eyes widen in shock, her expression mirroring the gravity of the situation. Explosives are revealed, hinting at the source of the destruction. The remnants of the explosives litter the scene. Someone shouts, furious at the treachery. Were they planning on taking everyone down with them? The group knows they have no time to lose. They need to escape immediately. A voice agrees, resolute. The explosion's energy still lingers, a dark sphere of contained power. The shockwaves ripple through the air, distorting the sky. She stands among the others, surveying the damage. The survivors gather, their faces grim. Theo screams, his face contorted in rage and frustration. The air crackles with residual energy. Debris rains down, illuminated by the fiery glow of the blast. The devastation is widespread, the landscape scarred by the explosion. Theo orders them to reload. The cannons are prepared, ready to unleash another volley. The cannons stand in formation, a silent promise of retaliation. A gloved hand is visible amidst the chaos of an explosion. The explosion intensifies, sending debris flying in all directions. The destructive force continues to spread, consuming everything in its path. Shockwaves ripple outwards, leaving a trail of devastation. Meanwhile, Theo Ragnar smirks, a sinister glint in his eyes. A voice echoes, barely a whisper, calling out to someone. A towering structure looms in the background, its architecture both imposing and elegant. A woman's voice coos, there, Axion, my baby." She continues, her tone laced with concern. "Did it hurt a lot? Mommy will." The woman's face is contorted with rage and grief, tears streaming down her face. Her voice drips with venom as she vows, "Bring you the head of that filthy vermin." The battlefield stretches out, littered with debris and signs of a fierce conflict. A lone figure advances, sword held high, ready to strike. The polished steel of the blade gleams, reflecting the harsh light of the battlefield. Evelyn Nereville commands, her voice ringing out across the ravaged landscape. "Don't let a single one get away." The soldiers respond in unison, their voices echoing across the battlefield. "Yes, ma'am." Two figures plummet from above, their descent a testament to the battle's ferocity. Evelyn wonders how these guys defeated Captain Trainer's Platoon 5. A sense of unease settles in. Something is amiss. Evelyn's expression hardens, a flicker of concern in her eyes. Her gaze sharpens, a sense of foreboding washing over her. A sudden impact echoes through the air. A blinding flash engulfs the area as someone shouts, "Captain!" Two figures in cloaks stand amidst the destruction, the source of the bombardment looming above. A figure braces for impact, arms raised in a defensive stance against the onslaught. Sweat beads on a brow as a character grits their teeth, muttering, "Fucking hell." From a low vantage point, the realization dawns. It's a bombardment. The force of the explosions sends a figure tumbling through the air, debris raining down around them. A desperate cry rings out amidst the chaos. "Everyone, hide out." A searing blast erupts, accompanied by a scream of pure terror. The ground trembles as another explosion rips through the area, sending shockwaves in all directions. The relentless bombardment continues, each blast more devastating than the last. Streaks of light cut through the air, signaling the relentless barrage. Amidst the chaos, a group of survivors huddle together, one of them desperately calling out, "Captain!" Amidst the chaos of the bombardment, a voice cuts through the din, "Good timing. We're being bombarded. We need to get out of here now." Another voice responds, understanding the urgency. "I understand. I say we head toward the outer walls opposite from the artillery." A digital chime rings out as a system message appears. Mind gate opened, unlocking the limits of your brain. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of red light dancing within them as the mind gate opened. The system's voice echoes in his mind, announcing, your thinking speed and sensory perception have been enhanced. The world around him seems to accelerate, blurring into streaks of light and color. A surge of energy courses through him, heightening his senses to an almost unbearable degree. Reality warps and shifts, revealing hidden pathways and intricate details previously unseen. The very fabric of space seems to unravel, exposing the underlying code of the universe. His eyes glow with an otherworldly light, reflecting the infinite possibilities now open to him. A voice, sharp with urgency, pierces through the enhanced sensory input. Why are you just standing there, Theo? The voice continues, desperate. Snap out of it. We need to. A voice commands, run to the outside of the fort. Evelyn Nereville demands, what is the meaning of this? We don't have time. We need to dash. Another voice insists, no, we need to head inside. Theo Ragnar's expression hardens with resolve. The armored figure stands ready. Evelyn's eyes widen with concern. Dust and debris fall around them. The fort groans under immense pressure. Sharp fragments rain down the hallway. Theo demands, why don't we come back inside where we might get squashed? The group expresses their dire situation. We've got 21 lives on the line here. Damn it, are you sure we shouldn't have escaped the fort? He realizes that the only thing waiting outside the fort is more artillery and an ambush, a trap they've set. Activating the skill, Hatchling Synchro, to read the memories of the building. The skill reveals that their enemies assume surviving inside the castle is impossible. But they can absolutely survive with this ability. With the opening of the mind gate, the scale of Hatchling Synchro has dramatically expanded. To the left are hidden explosives. To the right is the artillery bombardment, and down the central stairs they go. The dungeon rumbles ominously. The group finds themselves at a dead end. Panic sets in as the adventurers realize their path is blocked. A dead end? One of them exclaims. Another shouts, hey, you told us to trust you and follow you. The group turns to Theo, desperate for answers. Theo, you have a plan in mind, right? One asks. Another cries out, we can't even go back the way we came from. Suddenly, the ceiling begins to collapse. The adventurers look up in horror as chunks of stone rain down. Evelyn and Theo brace themselves as debris falls around them. A massive chunk of the ceiling plummets towards them, illuminated by a hellish red glow. The falling debris fills the corridor. The situation grows increasingly dire as the ceiling continues to collapse. A large piece of debris hurtles towards the viewer, threatening to crush everything in its path. Darkness descends. The dungeon floor explodes in a cataclysmic eruption of stone and fire. Dust and debris rain down as the echoes of the blast fade. Theo speaks with a hooded figure, his expression grim. A voice declares that they have exhausted their artillery shells. A gloved hand grips the hilt of a sword, determination etched into every line. The figure vows to avenge young Master Axion. An order is given to bring the head of the corpse, no matter how many pieces it takes to assemble. A figure lies prone amidst the rubble, eyes closed. The shattered remains of the dungeon floor stretch into the abyss below. The survivors huddle together, relieved to be alive. Someone exclaims that Theo had a plan all along, praising him for destroying the floor at the last second. From above, a gruff voice demands to know who they are and how they got there. He wonders about the presence of the Black Skull. Theo realizes there was a space deeper beneath that hallway, and his eyes widen in surprise. A long hallway stretches before them, a group of figures visible in the distance. A chained man with a weathered face looks up, startled. Heavy chains bind his muscular torso. Someone exclaims, Captain Trainer Isfin? A prison cell stands before them, the bars cold and unforgiving. Another voice expresses relief. I'm glad you're alive, Captain Trainer. Evelyn says, but I can't believe it. To think the Central Intelligence Bureau of our Ragnar clan are the ones behind this. The sound of chains breaking echoes through the dungeon. A foot steps forward, the first sign of movement from the prisoners. A group of chained individuals stands before them. One of them says, you say that, yet you don't seem all that surprised. A figure reflects on the ambush, suspecting internal collusion was necessary for it to have been so large. Someone expresses outrage that their fellow clansmen would raise their swords against each other. One of the women agrees, stating that they need to get payback. A voice tells someone not to be so haughty. A man with long gray hair states that they must be careful in their response. Someone notes that the enemies were fully prepared from the beginning to get them, and it will be difficult to face them with their current manpower. A voice states that the first priority should be notifying the black snow outside. A woman with long black hair states that the fact that the black snow have not come to their aid indicates that the enemy has also taken out the black snow agents who were waiting nearby. One of the women states that was why she decided to run inside the castle instead. The man with long gray hair says there is a chance. A voice states that their enemies have tried to bury even their pawns with them. The woman with long black hair states they are aiming for a perfect cover-up of this incident, and so they will definitely come to confirm their deaths. Theo states that their enemies will be reveling in victory, searching for their bodies. The plan is to ambush them by hiding in the rubble. A close-up reveals a determined expression. Theo declares that they will have His eyes narrow, a plan forming. A glowing orb pulses with energy. It's observed that this kid has already opened his mind gate at such a young age. The man reflects that he must be old to have given up prematurely when facing so small a crisis. A hand rests on the ground, amidst the debris. It's noted that the new recruits have a good head on their shoulders. The man agrees, stating, "You're exactly right." He declares that the white armored dragon cavalry can't just take this lying down, and that they will go forward with the plan. The plan he described involved the white armored dragon cavalry. Two figures stand ready, their expressions grim. Prepare for battle. A figure cloaked in darkness watches from above. A desolate landscape stretches under a bruised, twilight sky. Shattered earth and pulverized structures mark the aftermath of a devastating conflict. Distant figures pick their way through the ruins, their silhouettes stark against the fading light. The air hangs heavy with the scent of dust and destruction. A heavy boot crushes a fragment of stone, the sound echoing in the stillness. Each step is a testament to the scale of the devastation. A voice, weak and desperate, cuts through the silence. Save me." The plea is repeated, barely a whisper. "P please, J just once." A figure with crimson eyes stares ahead, the word crunch hanging ominously in the air. A voice calls out, laced with urgency. "Did you find them?" The response comes, heavy with disappointment. "We haven't found them yet." The speaker continues, their tone grim. There were no reports from the ambush team either. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable. But why? The grim reality dawns. Are the bodies of the white armored dragon cavalry the only ones missing? One of the figures calls out, asking if anyone has seen the white armored dragon cavalry. The group seems surprised by something. A figure clad in dark armor raises their sword, energy crackling around the blade. The sword descends, a furious strike aimed at an unseen foe. A figure with pink hair meets the blow, their own sword flashing with light as they parry. Steel screams against steel, the clash echoing through the ruins. The dark-armored figure presses the attack, their movements a blur of lethal intent. Another strike lands, sending sparks flying as the pink-haired figure struggles to maintain their defense. The force of the blow throws the pink-haired figure back, staggering. The dark-armored figure advances, relentless in their assault. Gathering their strength, the pink-haired figure prepares to counter, a fierce determination burning in their eyes. They launch themselves forward, their sword a streak of light against the encroaching darkness. A figure shouts a warning, announcing an ambush by the white-armored dragon cavalry. A voice commands a change in formations amidst the chaos. Swords clash as the battle erupts, one figure already falling amidst the fray. The chaotic dance of blades continues, with more combatants succumbing to the steel. A close-quarters struggle unfolds, a desperate defense against a relentless assault. A swordsman leaps into action, a whirlwind of motion and steel. A blade glistens crimson, a testament to the brutal exchange. A voice declares judgment, invoking the laws of Ragnar. The sentence is pronounced, execution for treason. A lone sword falls, a symbol of defeat or loss. Amidst the fallen weapons, a figure stands, surveying the aftermath of the battle. The woman declares that further resistance is futile. Another figure states that the moment their ambush succeeded, they had no chance of winning. The man demands that they willingly surrender. He continues, stating that they will at least let them keep their lives, all members. The man allows the usage of the secret technique. A figure stands with a spear. The man wonders what the secret technique is. Energy crackles across the ground. The energy intensifies. A close-up reveals the man's glowing red eyes. The energy continues to build. The man is shocked by what he is seeing. Theo Ragnar screams, activating the reverse blood surge technique, a forbidden art that drains one's life force. A hand clenches, drawing power from the technique. He is struck with immense force. An explosion erupts around him. Coughing up blood, Theo reels from the impact. His eyes widen in pain and shock. Multiple figures descend upon him, blades drawn. The glint of steel, slick with crimson. More blades, more blood. He is impaled, the blades piercing his flesh. A voice whispers, "Inubi, run." Theo, covered in blood, stares defiantly ahead. Despite the brutal injuries he sustained, Theo Ragnar steels himself, preparing to unleash a devastating technique. His face contorts with a mixture of pain and resolve, every muscle strained as he pushes his limits. A fierce determination burns in his red eyes, a testament to his unwavering will as he gathers energy around him. A voice booms out, filled with rage. "You bastards dare." The air crackles with energy as the triple dragon's claw begins to manifest, its power palpable. The technique takes form, a swirling vortex of energy ready to tear through anything in its path. A system message flashes, activating the mind gate. Elsewhere, a group of figures watches with anticipation. The triple dragon's claw intensifies, its crimson energy swirling with greater ferocity. The word triple is emblazoned across the scene, emphasizing the technique's power. The triple dragon's claw is fully unleashed, a torrent of energy poised to strike. Another figure prepares for battle, their stance reflecting the gravity of the situation. A surge of energy crackles through the air, the very atmosphere vibrating with unleashed power. The word unleash hangs in the air as Theo Ragnar activates his technique. Blades of pure energy erupt, tearing through the battlefield and striking multiple opponents. The energy blades find their marks, explosions blooming across the battlefield. Evelyn Nereville watches the onslaught, a question forming on her lips. The energy blades continue their assault, striking down those who stand in Theo Ragnar's path. Another opponent falls, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the attack. The battlefield is shrouded in smoke and debris, the air thick with the smell of ozone. The devastation stretches as far as the eye can see, a testament to the power unleashed. The landscape is scarred and broken, the earth itself bearing the marks of the battle. An unseen observer notes that he dealt with the reverse blood surge technique so easily. A voice filled with malice declares, "I can't let him live." Crimson energy crackles around him, his eyes burning with an unnatural light as he pushes his power to the limit. The unleashed force erupts in a blinding explosion, shaking the very foundations of the area. A blonde-haired man watches with a mix of surprise and concern. The blonde-haired man wonders when Theo learns something like that. He realizes they'll have to be more careful. Diligent as well, Theo thinks to himself. Theo reflects that it was too much for his current self. The energy converges, focusing into a single, devastating point. Theo Ragnar's name is called out in alarm. Theo Ragnar declares that, at the very least, he'll take someone to hell with him. A close-up shows the strain on his body as he pushes beyond his limits. Theo's mana hull is twisted, and he cries out in denial. He grits his teeth, veins bulging as he strains against an unseen force. The air crackles with energy. He's going to blow himself up? An eye widens in shock, the pupil shrinking as it witnesses the unfolding power. A figure stands at the center of a swirling vortex of green energy, the words God of Tempest emblazoned above. Theo Ragnar roars in agony, blood splattering as the power surges through him. He coughs up blood, the crimson droplets hanging in the air. The vortex intensifies, the green energy swirling faster and faster. The words God of Tempest hang in the air, a declaration of immense power. A figure wreathed in green energy stands defiant, the power of the Tempest at their command. A hand glows with emerald light, the energy crackling around it. The word Maelstrom appears, hinting at the chaos to come. The figure is silhouetted against the swirling green energy, a tempestuous force unleashed. Theo Ragnar's torso is engulfed in the green energy, the God of Tempest skill fully activated. His eyes widen as he registers the devastating power of the mana hull explosion. The catastrophic blast was stopped. A figure stands amidst the fading green energy, the afterglow of a desperate gambit. The last tendrils of emerald power dissipate into the air. Lying amidst the rubble, a figure is battered and bloodied, the cost of victory etched across his face. Theo Ragnar sits up, gasping for breath, his body aching from the exertion. A voice calls out, "Good work, Theo." A voice booms, declaring, "As expected of the man I recognized. I've already taken the position of Lord Theo's first sword, so don't even think about it." A group of figures celebrates, their faces alight with relief and joy. A man smiles, the tension of the battle finally easing from his face. A voice expresses heartfelt gratitude. "We live thanks to you. Thank you, truly." He looks up, his expression a mix of relief and lingering shock. A faint tremor runs through his body, a delayed reaction to the explosion. The sound of settling debris echoes in the air. A firm handshake seals a silent pact of survival. Evelyn Nereville asks, "You and the platoon leader, when did you learn skills like that? Knowing will only hurt you." A group of survivors embraces, a fragile moment of unity amidst the devastation. An older man's eyes reflect the weight of the long night that has passed. The long night has passed. The landscape is scarred, but the sky begins to lighten. A bright new dawn has greeted us again. The sun rises over the horizon, casting long shadows across the ruined landscape. The Rose Palace stands tall against the twilight sky. The Rose Palace, a place of secrets and power. A figure coughs violently, struggling to breathe. A voice explodes with fury. "You damn bitch." His face contorted with rage, the man's one visible eye glows with a menacing purple light. His hands clench into fists, knuckles white with fury. He bellows, "You don't know your place, do you? To do such a thing, my lady." The figure continues to cough, struggling against unseen forces. Holding a document bearing a seal, he demands, "What were you thinking? Stealing my seal." His voice rising, he accuses, "You ordered them to kill the white-armored dragon cavalry and the illegitimate child of Ragnar. Do you know what you've done?" The figure lies prone on the floor, defeated. She screams, a raw, guttural sound of fury and despair. How dare such a lowly thing ruin the great plan of the Troivans? Tears stream down her face as she vows to cut off the head of the bastard who did that to her Axion. Her hand trembles slightly as she clenches it into a fist. Was that such a hard ask? The woman's face contorts in rage. That damn child, and everyone he has a connection to. She grits her teeth, her eyes burning with hatred. She needs to tear and burn every last one of them, so she can feel better, so Axion can rest in peace. Her hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, as if grasping for something just out of reach. "Axion!" A sharp slap echoes through the room. You dare forget your duty because of the death of one lousy child? Her foot slams down with a resounding stomp, the sound filled with barely contained fury. Axion, you have lost us the Dragon Slayer's sword, the most crucial part of the plan. From now on, you are no longer a daughter of the Troivans. A figure with long white hair glares, their expression a mask of cold fury and disappointment. The camera focuses on the shoulder of a figure in dark armor. Those eyes, a figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of stars, their gaze intense. They're like fathers. Tears stream down a bloodied face, reflecting the dim light. A voice cuts through the tension. And clean up the pests. We can't have any information leaking. A desperate plea echoes. Please reconsider your decision. If you spare me, I promise I'll do anything dash. A figure with long white hair glares, their expression a mask of fury. A wounded figure cries out, save me dash. Standing amidst the fallen, a voice laments. The coup I painstakingly planned has been ruined. Eyes blazing with rage, a voice seethes, of one single bastard. Theo Ragnar's face contorts with fury. Theo Ragnar vows, I promise I'll kill you with my very hands. Elsewhere, a figure studies a holographic screen, their expression unreadable. The blade gleamed, reflecting the light of the room. He held the Dragon Slayer's sword, Bamong, its weight substantial in his grasp. The sword's description floated before him, a great sword of mystic origin, its requirements and effects currently unknown. It was sealed, the mystic power locked away until unsealed. Theo Ragnar scrutinized the blade, his expression thoughtful. A surge of energy pulsed from the sword, a visible zap crackling around its surface. He recoiled slightly, a grunt escaping his lips as the energy flared. Theo Ragnar observed, I see. It's not called a Dragon Slayer for nothing. His grip tightened on the hilt, the energy resonating within him. The sword pulsed with power, its surface shimmering with an ethereal light. He mused, I don't think I can use it without unraveling the secrets of the mystic. Mystics, the legacies from the primordial mythic age. The sword's power seemed elusive, a mirage that rarely fell into someone's hands. He is said to obtain quite literally a mystical power, like the heroes of the mythic age, if one obtains and unlocks its secrets. Legendary items. In his previous life, Ed Troivan definitely obtained the mystic of Balmung. When he thinks back to his movements at the time, one place comes to mind, and a grin spreads across his face. Until he can go there to solve the mystery, it'll just have to rot in his inventory. Knock, knock. Evelyn wonders. Evelyn asks, Evelyn. A voice says, sorry for visiting you this late in the night, young master. Could I have a moment of? The commander wishes to see you. Trainer Isfin says, I'm glad you made it back alive. And yet, you wish to decide. He sits, hands clasped, a deep shame etched on his face. I'm ashamed to say it. The commander continues, his voice heavy with loss. But as you can see, not only did I lose my leg, but I also lost my dragon Rocinante during the last mission. He raises a cup, his expression weary. And in my old age, I don't have much strength left in me. Kirsten responds, her tone dismissive. Like to return to my hometown and mourn for my comrades who have already gone to the afterlife. It's not like there's anyone who can change your stubborn mind. You geezer. Do whatever you want. The commander is thanked. Trainer Isfin continues, a new topic arising. This might not be enough to repay you for the favor, but I have to tell you about the new recruit, Theo Ragnar. The commander sips from his cup. Go ahead. Umbra's voice echoes, laced with intrigue. Has he surpassed the wall that divides normal humans from superhumans? The sound of a footstep echoes. Umbra continues, his tone certain. I'm certain that he's not a genius who was born with an open mind gate. Umbra concludes, a hint of mystery in his voice. There was a strong indication. He had forcefully opened a gate that was closed shut, the sudden burst of light momentarily blinding. But that means his vessel has suddenly become larger, the implications rippling outwards like the surface of a disturbed pool. Indescribably larger, the potential now vast and unknown. More than what he holds right now, the reflection in the water hints at a power yet to be fully realized. Why? We need to fill his bigger vessel. That is all this old man has to share with his junior. The rest is now up to him to learn and master. The figure stands silhouetted against the light, his expression unreadable. He walks along the high structure, the wind whipping around him as he continues forward. The path stretches onward, a seemingly endless journey into the unknown. He is greeted with news of his accomplishments during the last mission. Theo humbly credits his comrades for the success. The other man tells him there's no need to be so humble. The man grins, inquiring about how much Theo's martial theory has advanced. Theo wonders if he is talking about his combat prowess. He feels more comfortable with combat than before. The man clarifies that he's not simply referring to the level of Theo's combat techniques, but to his sword. Theo is surprised by the question. He asks if that's the question. Theo admits he's not so sure, having been solely focused on striving for the clan head's sword. The man replies that everyone is like that. The man prepares his sword. A figure plummets through a blue-tinged space, a look of utter shock etched on their face. This place. He finds himself standing in a crimson expanse. It's the demon dragon's isolation zone. It's different from the isolation zone the sword dragon showed him before the second stage of the awakening ceremony. Is it because This is a world painted with his own martial theory? My sword is demonic. Theo's eyes glow with a faint red light as he contemplates the nature of his blade. The swordsman raises his blade, a crimson aura enveloping him as he prepares to strike. He brings the massive sword down with incredible force, the air itself seeming to crackle with energy. The downward swing intensifies, a powerful gust of wind preceding the blade's descent. Completing the arc, the swordsman unleashes a devastating attack, the red aura flaring brighter. His eyes glow with crimson intensity as he focuses all his power into the strike. The sword cuts through the air, a blinding flash of light accompanying its passage. The force of the swing creates a vacuum, the air itself bending to the will of the blade. Sweat beads on his brow, his red eyes burning with fierce determination. The ground shatters beneath the force of the impact, the world around him trembling. A wave of destructive energy erupts, consuming everything in its path. He stands amidst the devastation, a lone figure surrounded by ruin. The aftermath of the attack continues to spread, the landscape forever scarred by his power. A flurry of crimson energy slashes through the air. The red energy intensifies, leaving trails of destruction in its wake. The crimson energy swirls, forming a vortex of power. Theo Ragnar asks, "What do you think?" The question hangs in the air as a figure stands amidst the aftermath of the crimson energy. Theo Ragnar's gaze is intense, awaiting an answer. A voice responds, its strength and destruction. The speaker's expression is serious, their words carrying weight. Theo Ragnar replies, "Correct. That is the essence of demonics. It's direct and intuitive. The sword technique is described. Even if it means breaking, it cuts in a direct line, trying to cut and break through everything. Explosive and destructive strength." The narration continues. That is the foundation of swordsmanship. It is death itself. Theo Ragnar listens intently, absorbing the explanation. He inquired about what Lady Plumblossom's sword was like. "It was flashy and beautiful," came the reply. The man nodded, stating that may only be natural, as Lady Plumblossom's sword holds the essence. The process of a seed germinating and growing was described. Into a flower represents life itself. It's slow but gentle, with countless variations. Even if it needs to turn and bend, it does not stop spreading out. So this is martial theory. For two of the 9 dragons to have such widely different interpretations of the sword. A smirk crept across Theo's face. Life and death, living and violence. Do you think that these two interpretations are polar opposites? Are they not? A figure in black stands on a precipice, a white-armored knight beside him. The figure in black says, "It wouldn't be fun if I just told you." His red eyes narrow, a sudden intensity gripping him. He holds the book aloft, a question mark forming in his mind. The book's contents seem to trigger a thought. The text on the page reads, "It is a debate that Lady Plumblossom and I had over the principles of the sword." A realization dawns on him. Does that mean? The text bubble reads, "It is something quite unusual, but..." The text bubble reads, "You have become the disciple of both." He holds a book in his hands, its pages filled with ancient knowledge. Theo stands bathed in light, a serene expression on his face. 2 figures sit perched atop a jagged cliff, the wind whipping around them. A hand, clad in a white glove, meticulously writes in a leather-bound book. Silence hangs heavy in the air. A close-up reveals a man's weathered face, a stern gaze fixed on some distant point. One of the figures declares, his voice laced with possessiveness, "You're so cruel. He's already mine, yet you want me to share him with you as our joint disciple." The other figure retorts, a hint of amusement in their tone, "Don't be so jealous." The man's voice echoes, "At the end of the day, this is all for Theo's sake. You won't deny that, will you?" A woman's face is shown, her expression unreadable. A voice states, "I'm sure you're already aware, but Theo has garnered expectations that rival the other successor candidates." The man's face is shown again, the voice continuing, "His talent means he's growing at an unprecedented pace." A lone figure stands atop a cliff, the voice concluding, "But he'll also hit a wall that much faster. This will help Theo overcome that wall." Evelyn Narraville holds a small device, her expression unreadable. "But what if?" Trainer Isfin's face is partially obscured by an eye patch, his gaze intense. Theo becomes the clan head's known enemy of Ragnar. Evelyn's expression is serious, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. "You know as well as I do. Most people that grew rapidly like this." Theo sits alone on a boat, surrounded by water and flowers. Meet an unfortunate end. Precisely. If history repeats itself, the teachings we are sharing with Theo might return as blood spilled for the Ragnars. How unexpected. I thought your head was only full of love for him. But after hearing his fears, she is now certain, a smirk playing on her lips. Evelyn Narraville holds a tablet, her expression confident. "You are indeed the right person to hold on to. Watch over Theo. When you are certain." Captain Trainer Isfin looks at the tablet, his brow furrowed. That he will remain untainted by greed and has grown into a Ragnar who can value every moment. Pass it on to him only then. Trainer Isfin pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face. A book is shown, its pages glowing faintly. The 2 dragons who are said to be number 1 and 2 with the sword. A man with piercing red eyes looks on, a sinister smile on his face. To become a joint disciple of both the Sword Dragon and the Demon Dragon. Evelyn Nareville looks up at Trainer Isvan. Am I really worthy of this? Trainer Isvan looks down at her. No need to be so humble. I'm only giving it to you because I believe you are worthy. The man with red eyes grins. Thinking back on it, he was only able to grow this far thanks to them. Even though he hasn't done anything for them, they continue to help him unconditionally. He promises to repay this. A foot stomps down with immense force. A figure leaps forward, intent on repaying that favor now. A voice booms, let's duel Theo. The speaker grins, revealing sharp teeth. It's been a while since he had a fun new toy. He means a new disciple. He can't call himself the commander and just sit still, can he? The real lessons start now. Faster. Theo cries out in pain. Ka-chunk. A lock slides into place. A desperate voice cries out. Save me, Evelyn. Someone cries out, apologizing profusely to the young master. With a resounding crack, the chains binding someone are broken. The severed chains lay scattered on the ground. Evelyn bursts through a set of imposing doors. Her eyes widen in shock. Someone calls out, Master. A hand reaches out, and a voice asks, Are you okay? Theo sits with his eyes closed. Evelyn stands before Theo, concern etched on her face. A voice confirms, more importantly, as you ordered, I've confined him in the underground detention cell. He remains confined, a prisoner in the underground detention cell. A voice echoes, questioning the decision to leave him as he is. Theo, his expression grim, reflects on the situation. To refrain from doing anything at all. His hands are bound by heavy chains. He reassures himself, stating that it's all part of a plan. Meanwhile, a woman with spiky blonde hair urges someone to come closer. Her green eyes widen, a hint of surprise or concern flickering within. The Plum Blossom Palace looms in the distance, its architecture a blend of elegance and imposing strength. A closer view reveals the intricate details of the Plum Blossom Palace. The palace training ground awaits, a vast expanse ready for trials and challenges. A grand staircase leads to the palace training ground. A figure stands silhouetted against the light, welcoming Lady Plum Blossom. The figure declares that they have been waiting. She stands on the platform, a figure of regal authority amidst the falling cherry blossoms. Below, someone approaches the platform. A voice asks, Did you get the present that the Demon Dragon and I prepared for you? The camera focuses on the speaker, his expression unreadable. Lady Plum Blossom extends a hand, her expression serene. A collection of swords stands at the ready. Petals dance in the air, illuminated by a soft, ethereal glow. The petals continue to fall, swirling around the platform. The platform stretches out, a stage for the coming lesson. She responds, I'm glad you like it. The speaker stands on the platform, surrounded by swords. Lady Plum Blossom continues, I want to continue teaching you about the building blocks of technique that one might easily overlook. She finishes, the root of swordsmanship. A blade gleams, promising a discussion on how to blossom life with the sword, starting with this, and at the end. Lady Plum Blossom stands tall, her expression unreadable. A close-up reveals the intricate details of her attire, adorned with delicate floral patterns. She states that she will ask again. Theo Ragnar is present. Lady Plum Blossom asks, Will you become my disciple? Theo's expression is thoughtful as he looks up. Before giving his answer, Theo asks if he may ask something first. Theo wonders what it is he is asking. Theo looks up, his expression serious. Lady Plum Blossom is surprised by the question. The Heaven Dragon Sword Master? Lady Plum Blossom realizes that Theo knows something that is a secret to most. Plum blossoms drift on the wind, their delicate petals swirling in the air. She admits that she will not deny it. The woman declares that the Heaven Dragon Sword is a secret school that passes its teachings down through only one disciple. She is its sole inheritor, the Heaven Dragon Sword Master. Lady Plum Blossom asks if Theo wants to know her true intentions, then offers her apologies. She states that it is fine, she wasn't going to scold him, and that she doesn't have any ulterior motives. From the full bloom of the plum blossoms to the Heaven Dragon Sword. She was going to pass on all of it to him. A bead of sweat trickles down Lady Plum Blossom's face. Plum blossoms drift on the wind, their delicate petals swirling in the air. Theo walks through a garden filled with plum blossoms. Someone calls out to him. The voice demands, You there? He is addressed as the new recruit of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Theo Ragnar, right? Theo responds with a curt reply. I am. So what? Theo's expression hardens. One of the Plum Blossom Palace members reacts to Theo's curtness. What a curt reply, not even exchanging proper greetings. The Plum Blossom Palace members lecture Theo. Since you have now become a member of the Plum Blossom Palace as a disciple of Lady Plum Blossom, you should be showing the bare minimum of respect towards your seniors. Theo begins to walk away. He scoffs. I was wondering what this was about, but it was just an immature attempt at protecting your fragile egos. One of the members retorts, Senior, my ass. You're not even my direct superior officer or anything, so why do our ranks matter? The Plum Blossom Palace members are taken aback. What? Another member exclaims, What do you mean we're not your direct superior officers? You're now a disciple of the Plum Blossom Palace. What are you, if not our junior? Theo states, You seem to be gravely mistaken about something. but Lady Plum Blossom's offer to become her disciple. I rejected it. He stares intensely, his red eyes gleaming with an unknown emotion. A man looks on with shock and disbelief, sweat trickling down his face. What could the reason be? The offer hangs in the air, to inherit the full bloom of the plum blossoms and the heaven dragon's sword. Does that not sound enticing? He sits, legs crossed, a box before him. But to tell you the truth, I don't understand why you cherish me so much. I haven't done anything for you, and yet. The other man reaches out, his hand gently touching Theo Ragnar's face. It's just that you remind me of Kyle, the man says. I remind you of the clan head? That's right. You are exactly like him in his youth. And I'm not talking about just your appearance. He too used to chase after his dreams and ideals when he was young. No, perhaps he might still be dreaming of them. That is why he could not despair. He worked hard to break through any trials and challenges. Every day was an unending hardship. Despite everything, he stood firm. Not once did he yield or bend his principles. When he sees in you the side of him that he fell in love with. How can I? I currently have too many teachers. Stand by and remain still? If that sates your curiosity, it's time for you to answer. All right. Though it is an attractive offer, I will have to decline. I currently have too many teachers. How can I? Along with you, Lady Plum Blossom, who has taught me many things. The reason being? The demon dragon, Commander Julius. My senior dragoons, Evelyn, Selford, and Aaron. My friends and comrades, Remington, Hulkus, and Erica. Even Axion and Ed Troyven. They are all my teachers. To even call Axion and the Sky Dragon your teachers. He admits that he hadn't expected her to be at odds with Ed Troyven. Lady Plum Blossom states that is exactly why. She continues, explaining that the hardship they created is what built her current self. Lady Plum Blossom seems to have an epiphany. Her sword has learned and changed because of everyone who has either loved or wronged her. Lady Plum Blossom admits that for that same reason, she is not confident she will be able to uphold the school's tradition and pass it down to the next generation. She states that one cannot carry on tradition because her sword is ever-changing. That, she says, is both endearing and regretful. But even if she cannot be his disciple, Theo wonders. He declares that he will gladly be her son. Lady Plum Blossom looks on. Cherry blossoms sway gently in the moonlight. Beside a tranquil stream, Lady Plum Blossom reclines in a chair as her attendant stands nearby. Lady Plum Blossom raises a glass of wine, a serene smile gracing her lips. Lady Plum Blossom's attendant pours more wine into her glass. He's taken a liking to him, Lady Plum Blossom muses. Of course. Lady Plum Blossom continues, her voice tinged with melancholy. Because the heavens doth not permit, I have not been able to have a child of my own. Lady Plum Blossom's eyes soften. And yet a child who is just like him promised to be my son. How could I not be delighted? Lady OSA replies. It makes me happy knowing that you are happy, Lady OSA. Lady OSA stands attentively, holding a bottle of wine. Lady Plum Blossom smiles. I should thank Theo for finally making me a mother. Can you prepare a letter for me to send to my husband? Lady OSA pours more wine. What would you like for me to relay? Lady OSA's expression is serious. It's about Theo's promotion exam. Lady OSA continues. Pardon my words, but he is a rookie who has only just finished the awakening ceremony. A hand hovers over a pond filled with koi fish. The speaker reflects that if he were to garner too much attention at such a young age, the koi swim peacefully among the lily pads. The speaker continues, suggesting he might end up falling into danger. Lady OSA should know that better than anyone. A gloved hand rests on a table, a glass of red wine held delicately between the fingers. The speaker declares that is why she needs to hurry. A disembodied voice wonders aloud. Before the great winds that are on their way to the Ragnar clan consume everything. Lady OSA stands, a wine glass in her hand, her expression unreadable. The speaker declares that she wants to give him as much as she possibly can. Meanwhile, a figure is silhouetted against the bars of a prison cell, chained and alone. The chained figure sits slumped against the stone wall, his body wrapped in bandages. Chains bind his wrists and ankles, the cold metal a stark contrast to his worn clothing. A close-up reveals the figure's face, scarred and weary, his red eyes burning with an inner fire. A voice echoes, stating that he is finally here. From above, a figure in a hooded cloak overlooks a chained figure. The cloaked figure states, "Do not resent me. This is all according to his will." The chained figure, looking up, replies, "I would never question it. Now kill me." The chained figure's torso is shown, wrapped in bandages. The camera pans up to the ceiling. The cloaked figure's hair is shown. The chained figure is surrounded by a yellow aura. The cloaked figure is shocked. The chained figure falls through the floor. The cloaked figure looks up, thinking, from the ceiling? The cloaked figure shouts, "I've been waiting for you, Evelyn Narraville." The cloaked figure realizes, damn it, this was all a trap. She clashes with the cloaked figure, wind energy crackling around them as they exchange blows. The cloaked figure raises a hand, preparing to counter. The air shimmers with the force of their attacks. The cloaked figure's mask remains impassive, but sparks fly around him. The cloaked figure and Evelyn Narraville face each other, a tense standoff in the midst of the battle. The cloaked figure thinks, though it's a shame I couldn't take out Sidra, things will become worse if I am caught. Evelyn unleashes a torrent of wind-based attacks. Evelyn declares, "I ain't letting you just waltz out of here." The air crackles as Evelyn's wind blades intensify. Evelyn presses her attack, a whirlwind of motion. The cloaked figure coughs up blood, the attack having landed squarely. The cloaked figure realizes getting caught like this won't do. He needs to get rid of any evidence quickly. The cloaked figure is surrounded by green energy. The figure wonders why they all make the same attempt when things go wrong. The cloaked figure is running down a corridor. He thinks that won't work on him twice. A large building is seen in the distance. A small building is seen in a forest. The interior of a building is shown. The time is 1:15 a.m. Evelyn Narraville captured an assassin who snuck into the underground jail alive. This assassin has been confirmed to be from Serpent Season. Serpent Season is a sub-organization of the Eastern elite clan, the Troyven clan. It's believed that they are connected to the Sky Dragon, Ed Troyven. This pretty much confirms our suspicion of having a mole in our midst. Correct. We are holding the meeting at such a remote place to avoid any more intel being leaked. A remote cabin stands nestled amongst the snow-covered pines. According to our information, the Serpent Season is currently based out of an ancient castle in the Calhelm region. Within 3 hours from now, they will consider the mission a failure, burn any evidence, and run away. We need to ambush their base before that, round up all their members, and extract information. That is the crux of this joint mission. Cleve, a Null Snow, concludes his report. The man in the military uniform stands at attention. To think I'd get to personally meet an agent with the rank of Null Snow. There is one more thing to add. The man with the eye patch clicks his tongue in anticipation. This mission shall also serve as a promotion exam for Theo Ragnar. He stares at something out of view, a question hanging in the air. Theo Ragnar wonders aloud if he has already earned the qualifications for a promotion exam. Trainer Isvin confirms that he has, but it's not all roses and daisies. Theo Ragnar looks surprised. Trainer Isvin explains that as one rises through the ranks, it's normal for the difficulty of the exam to escalate. Trainer Isvin continues, stating that what is not normal is assigning a mission that can lead to a civil war for a mid-rank swordsman promotion exam. He adds that he heard Theo Ragnar ordered Evelyn Narraville to stake out the cells because he knew an assassin would come. Evelyn Narraville states that since he started this on his own, he is being asked to see it through. Theo Ragnar offers his apologies. Trainer Isvin says that as an heir, it is disrespectful of him to plan things without discussing it with the higher-ups. He adds that since it has come to this, he must complete his mission flawlessly. The sound of a punch echoes. Trainer Isvin punches Theo Ragnar in the face. Theo Ragnar smiles, unfazed. He thinks to himself that this incident is beginning to revolve around him, and he didn't think he'd become the center of attention like this. A look of surprise crosses Theo Ragnar's face. A scenario quest appears before him, titled Dark Ties of the Previous Life, giving him a chance to clean up the dark ties of his previous life and stop their insidious plot. Theo Ragnar thinks to himself that he's always been curious. He wonders what tied him and them together to cause all this. Theo Ragnar is asked if he has a problem, to which he replies that he does not. Theo Ragnar thinks about this mission. Theo Ragnar declares that he will complete it no matter what. The table slams as someone declares, "Good, now that you've been briefed." Someone states that it's time to start. A group of people are shown as someone declares the snake cleanup mission. A close-up of Theo Ragnar's face is shown. A figure with short brown hair stands with a confident smirk, clad in a dark, ornate outfit. A grand building stands under a starry night sky. Snow-covered pine trees fill the landscape. Figures kneel in the snow-covered forest. Due to the possibility of a mole, the mission has been limited to 3 people. One of the figures states that the mission is limited to the 2 of them and himself. Their target is an assassin organization, and as swordsmen, they should have the advantage in direct confrontation. The figure acknowledges that they are at a disadvantage when it comes to numbers. Whatever the case, one of the figures says to never let your guard down. The other figure responds, "Understood." 2 figures stand at a table covered in documents. One of the figures says that more or less takes care of the documents. One of the figures suggests they leave as soon as he returns. The other asks how long it has been since he left, and is told it has been a little less than 2 hours, so he should be back soon. A figure descends from above, a knife glinting in their hand as they initiate a surprise attack. A sudden, violent impact rocks the room. Realization dawns on one of the figures, an ambush. The air crackles with unseen energy as the attack continues. 2 figures react to the unfolding chaos, caught off guard by the sudden assault. One of the figures recoils, a gasp escaping their lips as they are struck. The masked attacker's gaze is cold and unwavering, their intent clear. A ragged cough tears through the air as the masked figure spits out blood, a sign that they are not unscathed. The figure's expression is hidden behind a mask, but their eyes betray a flicker of something unreadable. A foot comes down, crushing scattered papers underfoot, a symbolic gesture of dominance. The sounds of a struggle echo through the room. The area is cleared. Evelyn states that she and Trainer will take care of things up here, while Theo takes the basement. A voice narrates that she took down 3 people in an instant. Someone responds with, "Yes, ma'am." A figure moves quickly through the building. A voice narrates that if the blueprints they got during the mission briefing are accurate, then right up ahead will be the stairs to the basement. Theo moves quickly through the building. He continues his descent. His eyes narrow. He grits his teeth. He sees something ahead. His expression hardens. Another figure moves quickly through the building. Energy crackles around the dungeon floor. He extends his hand, gathering the energy. Using the skill, Hatchling Synchro, he begins to read the area's information. Not only are there traps, but men lie in wait for an ambush. The skill activates, revealing the dangers ahead. He prepares for what lies ahead, his eyes glowing red. The skill Thunder Dragon Breathing and the Dragon Mark are active. The dungeon pulses with unseen threats. The air crackles with magical energy. The dungeon floor is littered with debris. The traps are set, waiting for their prey. He seems surprised by what he has discovered. Hell. A cloud of dust settles in the wake of an unseen arrival. He surveys the area, his crimson eyes narrowed in assessment. Theo notes, if security is this tight, there must be something in the basement. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple, a sign of the tension he feels. A voice echoes, "Oh my." Theo's senses sharpen. I can smell the stench of impurity all the way over here. A figure stands cloaked in shadow, their presence radiating an ominous aura. The cloaked figure declares, "You are an impatient follower." The figure's footsteps echo through the halls, each step deliberate and menacing. Theo's expression hardens, his eyes blazing with fury. To interrupt sacred prayer time with slaughter. The Holy Demon Church. A doctrine proclaims that the apocalypse is imminent. A savior will descend from the heavens. They are a cult that has captured the ignorant masses. They are also the culprits behind the great wars that will collapse the empire. A figure in the distance is surrounded by a crowd. A man in a red outfit states, "You seem to know who I am." Theo's eyes gleam with an inner light. Using skill, Hatchling Synchro to read the surrounding flow of mana. A red eye watches. Someone thinks, I can't believe this. A mysterious mana that doesn't follow the basic rules of mana is flowing from his broken, open mind gate. The man in red says, the so-called grace referred to by blood priests? Sadly, it seems that you are still a non-believer. He grips the sword tightly, his red eyes burning with intensity as energy crackles around the blade. Life and death are a natural cycle. And using death as a nutrient, life blossoms. They're not two powers, but one. If I apply that principle on the force that's wasted by being applied too widely, gather it into a single flash of light. The sword hums with power, drawing in the surrounding energy. Theo looks down, preparing to unleash the gathered power. To be so foolish. Have you not yet realized that your sword does not work on me? The energy intensifies, swirling around the sword in a blinding vortex. Dragon Flash. Theo prepares to unleash the Dragon Flash, the air shimmering with anticipation. He is engulfed in a torrent of dark energy, the air crackling with unseen power. The figure in the wide-brimmed hat observes, red eyes gleaming. Though it's louder, it's not any different from before. The figure's eyes widen in surprise. The disembodied voice echoes, it's like the attack is alive. The figure in the hat stands firm, a crimson aura beginning to emanate from his form. A figure lies prone on the ground, seemingly defeated. Theo is surrounded by a vortex of dark energy, the power swirling around him like a living entity. A figure in white stands tall, their expression unreadable. Blood splatters against a brick wall, a grim testament to the ongoing battle. The figure in the hat declares, to attain knowledge during slaughter, you are a seed of evil. The figure continues, I cannot allow you to sully the Lord's world any longer. Theo's power intensifies, the dark energy coalescing into a tangible force. A figure emerges from the darkness, bathed in the harsh glow of neon red. Their expression is one of shock or fear, eyes wide with an unknown terror. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning the nature of reality. What is this? Who are you? It asks, the words distorted and fragmented. A face looms, pale and gaunt, framed by wild, white hair. The eyes burn with an unnatural light, reflecting a deep inner turmoil. The question hangs in the air, stark and accusatory. What are you? The voice demands, its tone laced with suspicion and dread. A figure floats within a fragmented reality, trapped within a red rectangle surrounded by floating blue blocks. The scene feels like a digital prison. The world dissolves into swirling chaos, a vortex of dark colors and indistinct shapes. The air grows heavy with an oppressive silence. A single eye opens, its iris a swirling galaxy of turquoise and black. Within the pupil, a tiny figure stands, dwarfed by the immensity of the gaze. The swirling chaos returns, a dark and formless void that threatens to consume everything. A sense of impending doom permeates the air. A chilling declaration echoes through the void. That you disturb, the voice whispers, a promise of retribution for some unknown transgression. A multitude of eyes stare out from the darkness, their turquoise irises glowing with an eerie light. They watch, they judge, they wait. Tears stream from some of the eyes, a silent lament for a loss that cannot be named. The weight of sorrow hangs heavy in the air. A final question lingers, a desperate plea for solace. My sweet slumber, the voice whispers, a fragile hope against the encroaching darkness. The figure gazes upward, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. He demands, his voice echoing in the void, if this is the being that the Holy Demon Church worships. He demands an answer. A colossal eye looms, its gaze piercing. The eye watches, unblinking, as if judging. The space that the cultists are always on about. He questions, a tremor of disbelief in his voice, if it wasn't a lie. The eye seems to recognize him. Ah, it's you. Their god? Theo Ragnar declares, a chilling certainty in his tone, that it knows who he is. Holding a red object, Theo states that he has been searching for you. The eye watches, its depths unfathomable. A swirling mass of dark energy pulsates, a voice echoing from within. The blight of this world. A figure's eyes widen in shock, a silent question hanging in the air. The swirling mass intensifies, its chaotic energy threatening to consume everything. Tendrils of darkness reach out, grasping at the edges of reality. The swirling vortex continues to grow, its power seemingly limitless. The chaotic energy crackles, a storm of destruction brewing. The vortex pulls everything inward, a singularity of annihilation. A figure of pure gold descends, radiating immense power. Golden light floods the area, pushing back the encroaching darkness. The golden figure stands tall, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. He stands before the golden figure, a determined glint in his eyes. The golden figure bellows, Lodbrok. The unseen entity's voice booms, asking, "How are you?" Lodbrok responds, stating that the significant other, that thing, is not a being the entity can face yet. It is a being that even if you reach Sigurd's level, I cannot guarantee your victory against. What? Lodbrok tells the entity to leave this to him. Lodbrok. Jinwoo kneels on the ground, catching his breath. He wonders aloud, I'm back. Jinwoo wonders what that was just now. Has Lodbrok been standing up against a thing like that all this time by herself? He couldn't believe it. How could a non-believer like him be chosen? He had dedicated his whole life, and yet he had not been graced by the presence of the Lord. So, how did a non-believer like him? A vision of a monstrous face filled with rage. A sudden realization struck him. He wanted him either. But more importantly, the god that the Holy Demon Church worships. A swirling vortex of blue energy pulsed with an ominous power. Lodbrok told him about the nameless sovereign. For the past 1,000 years, he had remained here, bound by the duty to protect the world from it. But because Lodbrok lost her heart, she said she won't last more than 3 years. In 5 years, the Great War will break out, centered around the Holy Demon Church, the death of the Guardian Dragon, and the rise of the Holy Demon Church. The text declares that the rebellion was started by Ed Troyven, suggesting a deeper conspiracy at play. It continues, stating that there is no way that all these events just happened to occur alongside each other. The realization dawns on Theo Ragnar. No, they're all connected. The sound of a body being supported echoes in the aftermath of the battle. A voice praises, "Great work, young master." The pair stand together, the smaller figure supporting Theo Ragnar. Theo Ragnar's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed in thought. A fallen figure lies amidst the debris. The smaller figure looks up at Theo Ragnar, saying, "Incredible, Theo Ragnar." The masked figure reflects, by defeating a blood priest alone. The figure's stance is confident, hands resting on their hips. A voice declares, "You have proven yourself enough." The documents have been reviewed. The man with long black hair states that the evidence is all circumstantial and nothing is a smoking gun. He says that he found something in the basement and asks for it to be checked out. The man holds a small, ornate box. A woman wonders if it is what she thinks it is. A flashback shows the object collected on the young master's behalf before the awakening ceremony, and the secret trade logs between the Ceres Merchants Guild and the Troyven clan. The woman wonders why he hadn't used it yet, and if he saw this far out. The man reads a trade log of the Ceres Merchant Guild. There's even a trade with Ed Troyven logged in here, and it has their official seal. Theo is told that he did excellent work. With this, the man states that they can prove that Ed Troyven was planning treason and the involvement of the Holy Demon Church. He states that they now have sufficient evidence. After submitting a quick report, they stand amidst stacks of documents. A masked figure declares that they will immediately strike the Ceres Guild. A voice promises that Ed will get what's coming to him. Theo thinks that it's finally time for someone to be crushed. Someone exclaims that they knew rotten Ed Troyven would betray them. Another figure reflects that they knew he would one day. A voice cries out that they have been betrayed. Someone wonders if they are a fool, despite suspicious circumstances. The fact that the mighty Black Dragon is sharing this information means that this has gone beyond the stage of suspicion. A masked figure states that they should not waste time on unnecessary speculation. Judging by the response, it sounds like he was aware of it, yet let it happen. Theo Ragnar holds a cup, the steam curling around his gloved hand. According to Cleve's report, he defeated a blood priest by himself. Hey now, let's not go there. He is a talented individual, more suited to the black snow. Hand him over to me. What's gotten into you now? Excellent perception and deduction. The ability to see the bigger picture from the tiniest clues. His methods greatly resemble those of the black snow. The cup is held steady, despite the tension in the air. Stop trying to justify it. I already called dibs, so keep your grubby hands off of him. Big bro, you and OSA are both such thieves, seriously. How nice. Kyle, OSA, me, and you, Julius. It feels like it was just yesterday when the 4 of us became sworn brothers and sister. Your sob story won't work, so scram. You're going to regret it if you try to take. He demands that they release Theo from him, as it seems they still haven't realized it. Another voice chimes in, stating that it's only natural for a big brother to take from their little brother. A close-up reveals a stern expression. The figure walks away, muttering that it will be more expensive next time. The first speaker explodes in anger, musical notes floating around him. The figure is seen running. The figure is relieved to see that there isn't a mole in the white-armored dragon cavalry, as few places have managed to stay free of the sky dragon's clutches. He doesn't think it will hurt to leave this mission to him. He looks up, thinking they should be arriving soon. The figure continues to run. The text states that they are going to attack the Ceres Guild on today, of all days. A view of a window with a blue sky outside. A voice muses that things will be quite interesting. The Ceres Merchant Guild's central branch wedding chapel stands tall. A lone figure walks away from a gathering of people. Naven Bacchus, second son of the Bacchus clan, introduces himself. Quodrak Ceres, the guild master of the Ceres Merchant Guild, introduces himself. Quodrak formally requests a betrothal between his family and the Bacchus clan. Quodrak presents his daughter, Lily Ceres, the fourth daughter of the Ceres family. It is announced that the two will form a matrimonial bond, connecting the Ceres family and the Bacchus clan by blood. The ceremony proceeds. Tension hangs in the air. The unseen figure thinks, finally, it's within his grasp. A sinister smile plays across his lips. He thinks, this is just the beginning. He will make the Ragnars pay for looking down on them. The figure vows to enact his great vengeance. His eyes gleam with malice as he anticipates the suffering to come. A figure with long, dark hair observes the unfolding events. Quodrak Ceres, guild master of the Ceres Merchant Guild, makes his presence known. Quodrak Ceres officially offers a marriage proposal to the Bacchus clan. Naven Bacchus, second son of the Lily Ceres, presents himself. From this moment on, the two shall be united in marriage, and the clans of Ceres and Bacchus shall swear kinship by blood. The declaration echoes through the hall. Cleve scoffs at the proposal. How dare a mere merchant put his clan's name before the noble clan of Bacchus, one of the 6 snow clans? A hand clenches tightly around his sword hilt. But Cleve must endure this. The dowry from this marriage could save their clan. Another figure couldn't care less what happens to that illegitimate child. Quodrak Ceres' expression hardens, his gaze unwavering. His true intentions are so obvious it's almost laughable. Naven Bacchus smirks, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Does he truly believe those shrewd merchants? Quodrak Ceres sits at the head of a long table, addressing his clan. A voice from the crowd asks, would help us? Then again, considering he doesn't even realize that the merchant guild holding his clan's assets as collateral belongs to them. Cleve kneels, his expression unreadable. My days are numbered anyway. Naven Bacchus looks down, a dark resolve hardening his features. Still, I'll make sure to see the fall of that cursed clan before I go. Cleve stands before a woman with long white hair. Lily Ceres says, pleasure to meet you, Lily. Lily Ceres declares that as the son-in-law of the Ceres clan and her husband, she will give her whole heart. Quodrak Ceres questions how she is going to prove that. A close-up reveals a man's intense gaze. Another man states that it seems she wants something. A close-up of a man's face shows his determination. Quodrak Ceres curses the damned, illegitimate bastard. Lily Ceres exclaims that Theo Ragnar is the one who made her arm like this. Lily Ceres demands that they bring Theo Ragnar's head before her. Quodrak Ceres thinks that this woman clearly isn't sane, considering she's requesting the assassination of an heir in a public setting. 2 men converse, their voices hushed. A man's hand is shown. Quodrak Ceres tells Lily Ceres that she can't say that in such a public place, but agrees to her request. Lily Ceres and Quodrak Ceres react with surprise. Theo Ragnar states that he will bring it to her, since the young bride wishes for it. Meanwhile, wyverns soar through the sky. One of the men wonders what they are, remarking that they look like wyverns. Someone exclaims in shock as the wyverns and soldiers begin to fall from the sky. They fell off of them. The soldiers plummet towards the ground. A man recognizes the insignia with a gasp. A banner bearing the Ragnar insignia snaps in the wind, its presence a stark declaration of authority. The very air seems to vibrate with the weight of its pronouncements. Ragnar. From this moment on, in the name of Ragnar, justice is hereby pronounced. The soldiers stand firm, their faces grim as they deliver the decree. They've discovered a connection to the Ceres Merchant Guild, a link to those who attacked Ragnar. Therefore, the investigation begins. A search to investigate them on suspicion of treason will commence. If anyone dares to interfere or hold them back, they will face the consequences. They shall be executed immediately for the same crime of treason. The merchants react with shock and disbelief, the weight of the accusation heavy in the air. Executed immediately. Plot of treason? The accusation echoes through the grand hall, its implications hanging heavy in the air. Come forward and willingly cooperate with Ragnar's investigation. The demand booms, promising dire consequences for those who resist. Damn it, did they notice already? A wave of anxiety washes over him, the threat of exposure looming large. The Ceres Merchant Guild. No, there's no way we should actually come off strong here. The gravity of the situation settles in, the need for a careful approach becoming clear. Treason? What are they talking about, Sir Ceres? Quodrak's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable behind the mask. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Ceres, come out at once. The demand is sharp, leaving no room for negotiation. C-Clan head, what should we? Don't make me laugh. The threat hangs heavy, silencing any dissent. The man booms, his voice filled with rage. That mere piece of paper. Two figures walk away from a grand building. One declares, there's no doubt that this is a conspiracy to frame us. No matter what dirty tricks you bastards are using. The accusation rings out. It's clear that the Ceres clan are loyal confidants of Ragnar. Your lies will soon be exposed. An aerial view shows soldiers marching in formation. The text declares, soldiers of Ceres. The man's face contorts in fury as he shouts, subdue those who dare to impersonate Ragnar. Another man addresses Quodrak Ceres. Hey, Sir Ceres, do you mean you won't cooperate with their investigation? A hand slams down on a table with a resounding crack. Then, let's pretend this marriage never happened. One man speaks to another. How foolish. Do you think I'll let you get away with this after coming all this way? The charge is none other than treason. The man declares, I'm sure you, someone from one of the 6 snow clans, knows better than anyone what treason means in Winterra. Two men speak closely, one asking, do you think I'll die alone? The text reads, besides, if they truly had solid evidence, they would have brought more than those 3. An army large enough to blacken the sky would have come. The text emphasizes, do you understand now? Soldiers stand in formation, their weapons at the ready. A soldier issues a final warning. This is your last warning. If you don't move aside, we shall charge you with treason and execute you immediately. A man watches with a stern expression. Energy beams strike a building, causing explosions. Soldiers charge forward, engaging in combat. A man thinks to himself, in any case, the people of Ragnar surely enjoy instantly executing people. A man and woman react with shock. The city is under attack, with explosions and chaos erupting everywhere. A close-up of a man's determined face. The man looks up, the words Swords of Ragnar appearing above him. Theo says, especially Theo. I never thought I'd say such words in our first meeting. Who would have thought we'd meet here? A silhouette of a figure stands on a hill, overlooking a scene of destruction. The text reads, during the Great War, the member of the Ceres Merchant Guild, together with Troyvin, who caused great turmoil in Ragnar. Naven, the Phantom Sword, is introduced. Theo Ragnar smirks, a predatory glint in his eyes. Theo vows to take his opponent's head. Naven's eyes widen in shock. A group of figures rush forward, their intentions unclear. Naven grips his sword, preparing for battle. Theo muses that using information from his past life could grant him overwhelming power. Theo declares that he will be taking on this man. Lily Ceres expresses her worry about the young master. Two figures discuss the situation, one stating that it's fine to leave it to him this time, while the other mentions destroying evidence. Naven resolves to give it his best. Theo believes that if they don't interfere, it'll work in his favor, but someone questions his certainty. He smirks, declaring that he may not look it, but he is pretty strong. He vows to return those words right back at Theo. Theo asks if he may ask one question before that. Theo states that pointing a sword at Ragnar is clearly an act of treason, asking if Naven is declaring himself a traitor right now. Theo wonders if this is truly to bring down the Bacchus clan, or if Naven is trying to get his mother's revenge. The oh-so-great young master of Ragnar is mentioned. Theo says that Naven is digging up such unpleasant memories. A man stands with a sword. Theo declares he will cut Naven into pieces. Naven tells Theo to listen to him until the end. Theo speaks of revenge. The fall of the Bacchus clan is mentioned. Theo speaks. A hidden quest appears. Recruit the Phantom Sword Naven as your ally. Read on flamecomics.com for faster updates. Naven Bacchus stands tall, his sword gleaming in the light. The Bacchus clan's unofficial strongest sword. Even though his skill rivaled Thorkel's, his clan never acknowledged him. Because he was born in a brothel to a concubine. In fact, because of his extraordinary talent. His mother was someone who had to be erased from this world. Because of that, Naven has a deep-seated desire for vengeance against the Bacchus clan, and I'll use that fact to scout him. Naven says, I'll help you to fulfill your revenge and bring down. Naven states, okay, well, I don't know where you got information about my mother, but one thing is certain. A surge of power emanates from Naven Bacchus, his eyes flashing with intensity. The energy crackles around him, a visible manifestation of his resolve. The air shimmers with the force of his presence, a silent declaration of defiance. The power intensifies, causing cracks to form in the ground beneath him. Naven states, I have no reason to accept your offer. His stance is firm, his gaze unwavering as he rejects the proposition. Naven continues, even if I don't join hands with you, young master. He finishes, the Bacchus clan will be ruined because of treason anyway. Naven acknowledges, you're right. The Bacchus clan will disappear today, even if I don't help you. His eyes glow with a dark resolve as he adds, along with you, that is. He thinks to himself, no need to worry about that. I have nothing to live for anyway. I'll just disappear along with the clan. Fever. A slight flinch. Theo Ragnar asks if it's the reason behind that. A disease born from being unable to handle one's overwhelming potential at a young age is easily curable with early treatment. But if the timing is missed, it becomes incurable and sharply eats away at your lifespan. You have about 5 years left. Theo says, as expected of a young master, you just had to dig into my past. But you knowing that doesn't change anything. Today here, I'll erase Bacchus. Etheric energy flares. What if I could cure you? Nonsense. There's no cure for ether fever. Rays of light pierce the darkness as a figure stands silhouetted against the sky, a massive weapon held at the ready. Theo acknowledges the truth in the statement, recalling that the treatment was developed in his past life as well. Years after Naven's death, a symbol glows on Theo's chest, signifying something of great importance. A voice booms, declaring, I'm the only one who knows the treatment method. A voice counters, stating, you're wrong. It can be treated. Theo stands before a grand structure, his massive weapon casting a long shadow. A voice declares, 100% as the hero. A close-up reveals Theo's conflicted expression, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. Theo's voice resonates, declaring that the Bacchus clan will be wiped out even if they refuse to join him. A hand extends, offering an unseen opportunity, but only if they do. Theo's expression hardens, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he speaks of being the hero. A voice echoes, questioning who helped Ragnar. A figure with dark hair and a stern expression watches the unfolding chaos. Two figures stand in the middle of the town square, seemingly observing the conflict. A voice cries out, shoot. Projectiles streak through the air, aimed at unseen targets. The projectiles slam into the side of a building, leaving trails of destruction. A figure leaps from a rooftop, joining the fray. Energy blasts erupt from a figure's hands, illuminating the chaos. The dark-haired figure expresses their annoyance at the situation. One of the figures in the square wonders how long it will be until Theo arrives, while the other notes that the fighting has stopped and they seem to be talking about something. Projectiles impact the ground, kicking up dust and debris. The dark-haired figure seems to be contemplating something, their expression unreadable. A voice questions, with a hint of dark humor, kill everyone? The unseen speaker advises, try not to intervene without reason. A gloved hand carefully holds a dark, bulbous bottle. A voice declares that their top priority is gauging his potential. The silver-haired figure muses, about time for a refill. He considers keeping an eye on him. The figure confirms that he caught the blood priest, but admits he didn't see it firsthand. That's right. Setting a glass down on a leather-bound book, a voice emphasizes, that's why we need to be sure of it. Getting an accurate picture of the future leader of Ragnar is one of our duties as Black Snow, after all. A woman reminds the others, remember, it's Theo's duty to secure extra evidence in this operation. Cleve is instructed to focus on evaluating Theo's capability. He replies, understood. A voice then asks, what's the boundary to intervene within reason? The silver-haired figure acknowledges, there was a connection with the Holy Demon Church, right? A voice declares, you can intervene in case it's a bishop rank or above. Arrows rain down, piercing the figure. Got nabbed at again. She thinks to herself that the more this mission is delayed, the later she gets off work. A blade flashes. Cleve is caught off guard by a sudden attack. A sword is raised, ready to strike. Someone recognizes the attacker, Naven Bacchus. Cleve is shocked by another attack. The attacker rushes forward. Naven Bacchus engages in a sword fight. The battle continues. The sword fight rages on. Cleve says, excuse my discourtesy up till this point, ladies. She states that this is an apology for earlier. Naven Bacchus remarks that they are on the same side now. A shout rings out, ordering someone to stop him. Another voice commands to stop him from getting close, no matter what it takes. The enemy forces advance. An order is given to shoot him down, claiming he won't be able to defend himself in the air. Naven Bacchus is caught off guard. Blue energy crackles through the air, scattering debris in its wake. Amidst the chaos, Naven Bacchus plummets downwards. The blue energy intensifies, swirling with destructive force. Naven's eyes widen in shock as he witnesses the devastation. Red energy explodes outwards, a sign of immense power. Debris rains down, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Naven Bacchus is engulfed in the crimson aura, struggling to maintain his footing. Lodbrok's voice booms with rage. Naven, you little dash. I raised you, you ungrateful bastard. How can you turn your sword on your own family? Lodbrok's face contorts with fury, the scars on his face standing out against the crimson light. My family, you say? Naven Bacchus stands defiant, his sword at the ready. There's no family. Lodbrok's eyes narrow, a sinister smile spreading across his face. For a filthy illegitimate child, is there? The air crackles with tension as the two prepare to clash once more. The sword is sheathed. The city lies in ruins, destroyed. As expected of someone who was on par with young Master Thorkel at the awakening ceremony. How did you convince him, young master? I simply promised to give. We shouldn't just stand here either. Let's go catch Quodrak series. Theo Ragnar falls. Footsteps echo. Clan head, our soldiers are losing. You think I don't know that? We're running out of time. We need to burn any incriminating documents right now. First we should start with documents related to Troyven. No, don't you dare touch those documents. A monstrous maw, lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, gapes open. The man's face contorts with worry. Why not, Clanhead? Please think logically. If we want to reduce unnecessary casualties, we have to. Desperation etched on his face. He wonders, how will I get the money I invested in Trovan back without those documents? A menacing figure looms over him, grabbing his collar. You want me to lose that fortune just to save trash like them? A voice booms, laced with disdain. Oh, sentient beings, blinded by greed. You can't even see the bigger picture. The bearded man's expression is unreadable. He thinks, I just happened to really. A figure shrouded in darkness, eyes burning with crimson light, declares, need help right now. You showed up at just the right time. A hand adorned with a golden bracelet is shown. A scream of agony pierces the air as blood splatters. A figure races towards a grand building, their destination unknown. A voice declares, good, the end is near. We'll keep going and push through to the entrance. A figure wielding a sword battles against unseen foes, their movements a blur of motion. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning if uninvited guests are stirring up trouble. A warrior's gaze hardens, a storm brewing behind his eyes. A voice booms from within the structure, commanding believers to rejoice. A monstrous hand reaches out, claws extended, as if to grasp at something just out of reach. A call to arms rings out, promising a chance to rise for the holy war. The banners of war are raised, their crimson hues reflecting the flames of conflict. The shadow of impending doom looms large, casting a pall over the world. Sentient beings, blinded by greed, fail to see the bigger picture. The bearded man states that he just happens to really need help right now. The armored figure remarks that the Holy Demon Church sent their bishop and asks for help. The figure in the red robe declares that they came at the perfect time. A close-up shows the red robe. The bearded man proclaims that he knew the universe wouldn't let him die in vain. The armored figure repeats the sentiment of the Holy Demon Church sending their bishop and asks for help. The figure in the red robe states that they are basically in the same boat with the Trovan clan after all. The figure in the red robe sincerely asks for help. The figure in the red robe says they'll need the bearded man when Judgment Day comes, so they'll help, but before that. The bearded man asks where the documents related to Trovan are. A figure questions why someone is looking for them. The man with the white beard is shown in a close-up. The figure in the hat looks down, his expression unreadable. He calls the other arrogant, just another fool. The figure asks if he is trying to defile the Great Lord's grand plan. A close-up of the bearded man's eye reveals a cold, calculating gaze as he thinks, worthless non-believer. The figure in the hat dismisses the other, saying to just kill him, as they have people standing in queues to fund them anyway. Meanwhile, a figure is sweating profusely, fear etched on his face. He begs for forgiveness, his voice trembling. The figure continues to apologize, stammering that he has committed a great sin and discourtesy. A tall figure stands before him, their back turned, radiating an aura of authority. The figure's hand is shown, long fingers tipped with black nails. A figure lies prone on the ground, groaning in pain. A stern voice commands, burn all documents related to Trovan, right now. The same voice warns, don't even think about running. That'll be best for you. A deep voice resonates, because the Lord is watching everything. A figure urges, make haste if you want to live. Bottom text present. A figure, panicked, flees through a doorway. A voice commands, we'll continue this and push through to the entrance. Figures charge forward, weapons drawn and ready. Bottom text present. A voice proclaims, rejoice, believers. A pale hand, adorned with a golden emblem, reaches out as if beckoning. A voice booms, declaring, this is your chance to act for the holy war. Torches flicker, illuminating the faces of the hooded figures. The fabric of their robes shifts in the wind, a silent promise of violence. Crimson eyes narrow, a voice echoing, finally, you've shown yourself. The bishop of the Holy Demon Church strides forward, bathed in golden light. The bishop's hand remains outstretched, a symbol of power and authority. A chorus of voices rises, proclaiming, with our blood, the God shall descend. The hooded figures chant in unison, worship our Lord. The word worship echoes with fervent intensity. The hooded figures stand shoulder to shoulder, a unified force. The cry of our Lord reverberates through the air. He strides forward, his expression grim as he surveys the scene. Two figures stand behind Theo Ragnar, ready for battle. Blood splatters across the sky. A voice echoes, I already suspected the Holy Demon Church would be hiding here. Theo Ragnar narrows his eyes, thinking, but I didn't expect them to send someone as high-ranking as a bishop. His red eyes gleam with determination. Two hooded figures emerge, blades drawn and ready to strike. A blade descends with lethal speed. Another blade follows, mirroring the first. The blades clash, a shower of sparks erupting in the confined space. A swarm of hooded figures descends, their blades a blur of motion. One figure stands amidst the chaos, blade poised for the next strike. He finds himself surrounded, outnumbered by a swarm of enemies. Theo Ragnar grits his teeth, realizing the situation is more dire than he initially thought. Damn it, they just keep coming. Is this really okay? Sweat beads on his brow as he steels himself for the onslaught. His expression hardens, a mask of grim determination settling over his features. Meanwhile, A figure observes the unfolding battle from a distance, a fortress looming behind him. He mutters, "This is going to be way more of a hassle than I thought." A hand grips the hilt of a sword, ready to be drawn. Theo Ragnar glances at his blade, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. This is a good thing. The sword gleams, reflecting the harsh light of the battlefield. The figure from the fortress declares, "Then enough reason for me to step in. In the end, we're back to where we started." Theo Ragnar stands his ground, the enemies closing in. The battle intensifies, a whirlwind of steel and fury. He leaps into the fray, his sword a blur of motion. The clash of steel echoes as combatants engage in a fierce struggle. Surrounded by swirling purple energy, an unknown figure prepares to unleash a devastating attack. A voice declares, "I won't allow those standing in Ragnar's way to get away with it." A masked figure grips their sword, vowing, "I'll annihilate them all here and now." A woman's voice rings out, "Don't forget why we're here. We have to secure the documents before they destroy them." "Theo, it seems I overestimated you. Now that the Holy Demon Church has shown itself." An axe-wielding figure stands ready for battle. "We don't need any more evidence." "No, I disagree. In fact, since they're trying to stop us right now." He looks up, inquiring, "I understand, but what's your plan?" A voice booms, declaring, "No matter what, we need to get through here before anything else." The same voice continues, "Right. But by then, they'll have already destroyed the evidence." Theo Ragnar stands ready, his gaze sharp and focused. Theo Ragnar states, "I have a solution for that." A system message appears, expanding the hatchling Synchro's domain by connecting to the Mind Gate. Another system message reads, "Using hatchling Synchro to scan the surrounding terrain." The hatchling Synchro scans the city, its energy signature visible. Theo Ragnar thinks to himself, he doesn't have any solid proof, but considering what Black Dragon said, I'll wait and watch. Lodbrok roars, "How dare you get distracted in front of me?" Theo Ragnar remains vigilant, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Lodbrok relents, stating, "All right, I'll trust you, just this once." A figure stands ready, declaring, "We'll handle things here, so go and get the evidence." The figure leaps forward, shouting, "Leave it to me." Sword drawn, the figure descends into a throng of shadowy figures. The blade flashes, carving a path through the enemy ranks. Enemies fall, their forms dissolving into the darkness. The figure continues the assault, a whirlwind of steel and shadow. A voice declares, "My humble self has cleared the way for you. Go ahead, my lord." A beam of blue energy pierces the darkness. Figures clash amidst a storm of red energy. One of them says, "Thanks, both of you." A lone warrior is suspended in the air, surrounded by a crimson aura. The battle rages on, the title Dragon Mark emblazoned across the scene. A figure with long, white hair brandishes a sword, ready to strike. From the shadows, a voice declares, "They wouldn't leave the task of destroying classified documents to someone else." A hand reaches down as a voice proclaims, "The right person for the job would obviously be Quodrak Series, the guildmaster." A grand building stands silhouetted against the sky. A crowd murmurs with anticipation. A figure with a long beard announces, "Found you." Quodrak Series stares intently, his blue eyes gleaming with determination. A lone figure stands silhouetted against a crimson sky, overlooking a sea of shadowy figures below. A close-up reveals a determined expression. Blades of light erupt, illuminating the darkness. The figure descends, a blur of motion and steel. A voice echoes, "My humble self has cleared the way for you. Go ahead, my lord." The speaker continues, "Your humble self? And since when did you start calling the young master lord?" A surge of energy crackles through the air. The figure stands ready, sword drawn. Naven Bacchus declares, "I'm Naven Bacchus, the lord's first sword." He retorts that the title of first sword is a bit excessive as a joke. Judging from Naven Bacchus's reaction, the other man acknowledges that he is indeed the first sword, stating that it's a relief. The first sword stares intently. Theo Ragnar declares that if he's the first, then Naven Bacchus supposes that he'll settle for second. Theo Ragnar says that it sounds like Naven Bacchus thinks he can beat him. The first sword's eyes glow red as he responds, "Of course." Theo Ragnar states that the stage is set anyway, so let's settle it now. The first sword stands ready. Theo Ragnar prepares to fight. Theo Ragnar declares that whoever kills more of these fanatics is first. He states that they are in the middle of a mission and that there is no time for jokes. Naven Bacchus's expression is serious as he speaks. Theo Ragnar retorts, asking if Naven is scared he might lose. Naven's eyes widen in surprise at the taunt. His expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. A wide grin spreads across Theo's face, a hint of madness in his eyes. Naven raises his weapon, preparing for battle. He looks forward to the coming fight. Naven declares that he will show Theo why he is his first sword. Theo warns Naven not to say he didn't warn him. Theo's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. He is looking forward to it. Sunlight streams through the windows of a stone-tiled hallway. The hallway opens into a room with a bar and stools. A staircase descends into the depths below. A bald man stands in a dimly lit room. He grips a torch, the flames licking at the air. Quodrak Series stands over a wooden chest, the torch casting long shadows. Evidence to get money from Troyven. The guild master clutches the torch, his face etched with determination. I just need to burn this. That way, I'll be free of the treason. Charges. Sweat beads on Kodrak's brow as he hesitates. Really have to burn this? A monstrous face looms, teeth bared. It's worth so much. No way I can recover this once it's gone. He considers his options, knowing he needs more resources. Kodrak thinks about the businesses he handed over to the Sky Dragon, realizing he has to shore up his reserves. His eye reflects the gravity of the situation. The weight of his decision is etched on his face. He mutters that anything is better than dying. Suddenly, a hand wreathed in flame reaches out. Water ripples, as if something has broken the surface. A sound echoes as something enters the room. A figure stands amidst the shadows, holding a flickering flame. The figure is revealed to be Theo Ragnar. Theo Ragnar stands on the stone floor, asking how he got in here. Theo Ragnar's red eyes glow as he states that Kodrak's fourth daughter's arm wasn't enough. Kodrak lies on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth and nose. He stammers, sorry. Kodrak begs, I'll do anything. Please, just spare my life. A blurry image of Theo Ragnar looms over him. A voice echoes, in Ragnar. The voice continues, treason means execution. Kodrak remains prone on the floor. A woman states, no wonder the Holy Demon Church took action. Another woman reveals, the secret ledger I gave Cleve. A man says, should be enough to incriminate Ed Troyven. But a voice declares that they need to get all of Troyven, not just Sky Dragon. With these documents, the voice continues. The voice states that they can take down all of them. He thinks that all of these are important, unsure of what to take first. He wonders what the reason could be. A hand flips through the pages of a book. A voice questions if it is the Rose Palace investigation report. He exclaims that this is it. The text warns to be cautious of interference and surveillance from the Black Dragon while acquiring the relics. The text reveals that it is Ed Troyven's handwritten report. The text states that so far, 2 relics have been secured. The text assumes that Rose Palace is assumed to have undiscovered ones. He pores over the documents, his brow furrowed in concentration. Rose Palace's relics? What's this about? Therefore, as part of the future plan, a voice declares, we shall eliminate Cecilia and Theo Ragnar. The voice continues, all for relics that might not even exist. He continues to read, the implications of the documents weighing heavily on him. Does that mean all the unjust charges, false accusations, and my tragic end in my past life were because of? The document reveals a name, Ed Troyven. A gloved hand grips the edge of the book, knuckles white with suppressed anger. A pregnant pause hangs in the air. He exhales slowly, trying to regain his composure. My anger isn't going to change anything now. His eyes narrow, a cold resolve hardening his gaze. I just need to keep taking my revenge step by step. And for that, his gaze drifts towards a bookshelf, filled with ancient tomes and mysterious artifacts. A voice echoes, declaring, I'll take the precious relics he worked so hard to collect. A system notification appears, stating, you have discovered 2 relics of the primordial dragon. A vast army stretches as far as the eye can see. 2 figures stand silhouetted against the horizon, surrounded by the fallen. One of the figures recalls, I remember now, Naven Bacchus. 2 figures wearing red hoods stand in the foreground. A voice booms, recounting, that heretic who passed the awakening ceremony 7 years ago as the runner-up and then vanished. A figure raises a sword, light glinting off the blade. A voice questions, but do you really have the time to be thinking about that right now? A voice declares, at this rate, I'm going to take your place as the first sword. A sword is drawn, ready for battle. A figure smiles menacingly, responding, I'm honored you remember someone like me. An army of figures wearing red hoods stands ready, the god of Tempest's secret manual, Squall Tug at their disposal. He stands over the fallen figure, the battlefield stretching out behind them. The disembodied voice declares, it's a tie now. Sweat drips from his brow, his expression a mix of exhaustion and determination. Theo Ragnar smirks, you're right about that. A blinding light erupts from his hand, illuminating the scene. Theo Ragnar's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with intent. A figure streaks across the battlefield, a blur of motion. A radiant aura envelopes the figure, power surging around them. From the battlefield, a voice echoes, you lowlifes. The armored figure bellows, think you can dare interfere? Interfere with the great god's plan. The red-haired man declares, let's end it with this guy. He smirks, I'm glad we agree on that. Let's settle the wager with this guy. 2 figures, faces contorted in rage, demand if someone would dare touch him. A blonde-haired individual looks up, surrounded by question marks, utterly bewildered. Dark shapes plummet from the sky, harbingers of destruction. The white-armored dragon cavalry clashes against the enemy forces, a storm of steel and fury unleashed upon the battlefield. A monstrous claw tears through the ranks, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. A commanding voice orders the white-armored dragon cavalry, all of the 5th platoon, into the fray. The order rings out, annihilate the Ceres Merchant Guild and Holy Demon Church forces. The battle rages on, a chaotic dance of death and destruction. A dragon descends upon its prey, claws extended, ready to deliver the killing blow. A monstrous figure unleashes its fury, teeth bared in a savage roar. The face of a demon, twisted in rage, embodies the horrors of war. A building stands scarred and broken, a silent testament to the devastation wrought by the conflict. A dark doorway stands open, promising passage into an unknown realm. A voice echoes, yearning for the end as the blood-red sky heralds a new sun. The imposing figure urges, do not falter. Embrace it in faith. A voice promises, blood be your guide, and bring you peace. The figure sits, legs dangling, a sense of grim determination etched on their face. A close-up reveals a face hardened by conflict, eyes narrowed with resolve. The figure sighs, reflecting, being calculative about stuff doesn't sit right with me after all, after going wild like that. A lone figure stands surrounded by swords, a silent sentinel amidst the coming storm. Defeated, a figure lies prone, a pool of blood staining the ground beneath them. The scene shifts to a courtyard, where ranks of figures stand in formation, awaiting orders. A voice cuts through the tension, asking, can I leave now? The line at the desk continues to move as the clerk announces that trade association IDs are free to go. The clerk directs those with damage claims to the desk at the far left. Someone demands to know if the platoon leader even needs that report. A voice commands someone to bring it to them now. Someone shouts, questioning who ate the Flying Dragon's cargo horse. Another voice asks if the platoon leader will get a special allowance for this mission. Platoon leader Evelyn is surrounded by requests and demands. The requests for platoon leader Evelyn continue. The platoon leader grits her teeth in frustration. Evelyn explodes, declaring that she sucks at paperwork. Someone frantically asks where Black Snow is and wonders where they ran off to after dumping them there. Someone states that this is the file the guildmaster tried to destroy. There's evidence of stealing property and intel from Ragnar, even a detailed treason plot. He stands amidst stacks of documents, a stark white coat contrasting against his dark attire. Everything has been meticulously documented. Theo Ragnar, the mid-rank swordsman, receives praise for his good work. Theo listens intently, his red eyes gleaming. A woman with long blue hair offers her thanks. She inquires whether he will accept the Black Dragon's offer. Theo stammers, appearing flustered. She assures him that she was only joking, though it's hard to tell. The woman reveals that she has good news for him. She explains that he works well, like someone who's already been with Black Snow, and then mentions the Sky Dragon arrest operation is underway. The ledger from last time was enough to prove their treason after all. Theo smirks, hinting at something. The woman confirms that Black Snow's elite arrest team is on the way, likely taking them to the capital right now. The sound of impact echoes across the battlefield. The masked figure receives bad news. The warrior looks on, questioning the situation. The name Ed Troyven is declared. Snow falls on the desolate battlefield. Ed Troyven is confronted, accused of hiding his power. A figure slashes through the air with a sword, leaving a trail of blood. A voice declares that only a fool reveals all his cards. The swordsman stands victorious over a fallen foe, blood staining the snow. The aftermath of the battle is a scene of carnage. Congratulations are offered to Theo Ragnar. A boot steps through the snow, marking the end of the conflict. The words Camellia Palace hang in the air. Theo Ragnar surveys the destruction. Ceres lies in ruins, stained with blood. Theo Ragnar's eyes narrow. He snarls, you're seriously tearing it all down. The man's face is splattered with blood, but he seems unconcerned. He thinks to himself that he is not leaving a single trace behind. Theo Ragnar's gaze drifts upwards. Bloodied and bruised, Theo Ragnar clenches his fist. Theo Ragnar's expression hardens. He says, go wild all you want. Meanwhile, because Troyven's plan is still in motion, Theo Ragnar grips a massive sword, declaring that having it is more than enough, even if they lost the Dragon Slayer's sword. Elsewhere, Ed Troyven stands in a snowy forest. Glowing symbols surround him as he thinks that the time is coming soon. Father. The snowy forest stretches out before him. Ed Troyven thinks that the time they'll need to call him forth is coming. The Camellia Palace stands tall, its spires reaching towards the sky. A grand building bustles with activity as crowds gather in the courtyard. Inside, the atmosphere is electric with anticipation as preparations are underway. A voice muses, admiring a design and inquiring about the deadline. A hearty laugh echoes through the halls. A question hangs in the air, when will the fabrics arrive? The response confirms their arrival and correct quantity. A woman with goggles perched on her head stands amidst the activity. The atmosphere grows increasingly hectic. A woman announces someone's arrival, addressing them as Mother. A new business is set to open, a high-end brand using luxurious fabrics and jewels. The woman with goggles looks on, her expression thoughtful. A close-up reveals a subtle smile. The woman with goggles holds a pipe, a hint of amusement in her eyes. The woman's smile was even more beautiful than before, more precious than any jewels. The woman placed a hand over her chest, her expression unreadable. A voice declared, so don't worry about the damages. The two women held hands, a silent understanding passing between them. The woman with auburn hair asked, didn't you come because of that? The silver-haired woman responded, you're so damn quick. The woman with auburn hair continued, well, not just because of that. I came because I have some news to tell. A voice declared, it's about the Rose Palace. The woman with auburn hair looked shocked. The silver-haired woman stammered, "And nothing happened to my son, right?" The woman with auburn hair thought, "Emil, that vicious human must have." The elf's face is etched with worry, sweat beading on her brow. "How much must you have struggled?" A disembodied voice echoes, urging, "Calm down." A hand adorned with multiple rings rests on a surface, hinting at wealth and power. A figure with golden hair looks down, a tear tracing a path down their cheek. Instead, what happened is the opposite. Drawing on a pipe, the woman with auburn hair thinks, "Emil, that woman." A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. A grand castle looms against a stormy sky, its architecture both imposing and ominous. A close-up reveals sharp, bloodied claws, hinting at a violent encounter. A scene of carnage unfolds, the air thick with the scent of blood and death. A group of people look up with concern, their faces etched with worry. A red background with ominous symbols suggests impending doom. A crowd gathers before a grand entrance, their expressions a mix of anticipation and dread. A figure falls to the ground, defeated, as another stands over them in victory. He apologizes, telling his mother he is sorry. Emil is relieved to know that it's finally over. His mother embraces Emil, offering comfort. Her hand grips his shoulder tightly. Emil asks if she has ever seen an elf fly. All this time, he's never shown it, but it felt like he was walking on top of knives every day. Blamed. And even assassination attempts. Now it's really. Tears stream down his face. A close-up reveals the intricate details of dark, ornate armor. A voice echoes, questioning if it's over. Tears well in Emil's eyes. A woman's voice confirms that it is all over. A voice expresses sympathy, acknowledging the hardships endured alone. Emil is embraced by a woman with long brown hair. A voice expresses pride, acknowledging the hard work of their daughter. A man's voice remarks that he heard Emil has become famous. A man's hands rest on a railing. The man states that Emil is later than he thought. Someone pours tea, asking if it has been dealt with well. The young master sits on a lavish couch, his expression unreadable. Theo Ragnar thinks to himself that the Bacchus family will be destroyed. The camera focuses on Theo's armored legs. A long receipt is shown, with the question of who stamped it. Theo thinks that someone will at least be deprived of their status. He continues, thinking that they got what they deserved, and with this, the Bacchus family. Theo asks if that is enough. At a table, Theo asks Naven what he means. Theo tells Naven Bacchus to let him give him a suggestion. Theo suggests that Naven become the family head of the Bacchus family. Naven looks surprised. Naven asks if he should become the family head. Theo's gaze hardens, a storm brewing behind his crimson eyes as he contemplates the impending conflict. If everyone but you is deprived of their position, there's no one else to continue the family aside from you. Theo's voice drops, a silken thread of persuasion woven with steel. Please become my power in the war that will happen. A shadow crosses Theo's face, a hint of grim satisfaction in his tone. Soon against Troivans. Haha, a war against thee. Theo muses, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. This punk, has he been planning this since the beginning? The continuous psychological battle under the water has been brought out. Theo sips from his cup, his expression unreadable as he considers the implications of the coming war. So an all-out war with the Troivans will begin soon. Whispers fill the air as figures gather before a strategic display, the weight of the impending conflict palpable. We have confirmed that the Sky Dragon's rebellion is related to the Troivans and the demonic cult. So we're trying to find out what they're planning to do in the north. It's practically a declaration of war. He remarks that since the Troivan and demonic cult incident has been revealed, they won't stay quiet. However to a terminally ill person like him, war is something furthest from his mind. Theo lies back, seemingly exhausted. A flicker of something unreadable crosses his face. A sudden shift in the air. Theo rises, his expression unreadable. This is... A voice echoes, stating that he can cure Theo's illness. Naven explains that this is the recipe for treating the ether fever, and this is an ingredient for it, the ether core. The recipe is written on an ancient scroll. Theo states that although this is information not yet known to the public, the ether fever is a disease that impaired the... Naven finishes the thought, saying that core can fix the mana circulation. He thought that he would be cured to a point where he wouldn't die, and used as a leash. That's unexpected. Theo looks on, a question lingering in the air. An unseen character asks what he is going to do. If they give everything at once, will he run away with it? The unseen character states that if Theo wants to do that, they don't care. Theo states that there are lots of problems if he focuses on only power, just like Ragnar now. The unseen character states that he and Theo are the victims of that culture. The unseen character states that what they want is not overpowering with powers. Theo listens intently. Theo states that what he wants to share with everyone is a relationship. The unseen character states that it should be with trust, not pressure or threat. Theo listens. Theo states that he meant to not underestimate the unseen character. He looks down, his expression unreadable. A voice says, but turns out, you're an immature romanticist, so you don't want it. The cup reflects Theo's face, his gaze lowered. He raises the cup to his lips, taking a sip. The liquid settles. Meanwhile, Naven Bacchus sits in a grand chair, his expression serious. He grips the hilt of his sword. The sword rests across his lap. The light catches the edge of the blade. Naven Bacchus declares, "I, the Bacchus family's family head, Naven Bacchus." He continues, "Pledge an oath." Naven Bacchus holds his sword, his expression resolute. The ambition burns within him to become Theo Ragnar's. His red eyes gleam with dark intent. The high collar of his coat frames his sharp jawline. Theo Ragnar wonders if that will be enough. He decides that it is. His gloved hand tightens into a fist. A teacup sits undisturbed on the table. The room is opulent, yet cold. Theo Ragnar declares a war with the Troivans. A city burns, consumed by flames. A corpse lies face down in the dirt. Everything is progressing faster than it was in my past life. Theo Ragnar stands in the room, confident. But I have no worries, because everything is going smoothly. A voice declares that they will open the treasure chest. He holds out his hand, a treasure chest materializing in his palm. A sub-quest appears, conquer the 2 recovered relics. Progress, 0/2. Theo Ragnar muses, let's start with the treasure box, shall we? A gloved hand carefully holds a box. The disembodied voice states, the primordial dragon relics I have absorbed so far are Lesser Drake and Griffin. Theo Ragnar, holding the box, thinks, they're very effective. A ring sits inside the box. The voice states, then, this relic must be. Theo Ragnar smirks. Primordial dragon relic. Thirsted ring, has been equipped. Entering the dungeon, a vast landscape stretches out before them. A skull lies on the ground in the desolate landscape. He trudges through the seemingly endless desert, the horizon offering nothing but sand and rock. Is this the desert he read about? The heat intensifies, becoming far more oppressive than Theo Ragnar anticipated. Sweat beads on his brow as Theo Ragnar wonders what he's supposed to do in this desolate place. A holographic display flickers into existence, informing him that he must survive for 72 hours. What? 72 hours? Theo Ragnar already feels like he's having a heat stroke. He has to survive here for 3 days? The heat shimmers around him as he continues his trek. His boots sink slightly into the scorching sand with each step. The air itself seems to writhe with heat. Something catches Theo Ragnar's attention, causing him to stop abruptly. He breaks into a run, driven by an unseen threat. Theo Ragnar's eyes widen in disbelief. Holy shit. A system notification appears. Boss, Desert Worm, has appeared. The Desert Worm lunges, its massive form a blur of scales and teeth. Its jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The creature detects an intruder. Its eye glows with an eerie red light, locking onto its target. Dodging the worm's snapping jaws, Theo Ragnar narrowly avoids becoming its next meal. He channels his energy, preparing to unleash the Thunder Dragon breathing technique. Blinding blue energy erupts from his hand, crackling with power. Theo Ragnar focuses, channeling the Thunder Dragon breathing, Dragon Mark. The Dragon Mark glows intensely, a symbol of immense power. The energy slams into the ground, sending tremors through the desert. The earth cracks and shatters, leaving a gaping crater in its wake. Theo Ragnar's expression hardens. Dragon Mark did nothing? Lightning crackles as the Thruma monster begins its assault. The monster's face contorts into a menacing snarl, its red eyes burning with malice. More bolts of lightning erupt from the creature, searing the air with their intense heat. The lightning intensifies, the air thick with ozone. The ground trembles as the lightning strikes closer and closer. Theo Ragnar narrowly avoids the barrage, his movements a blur against the chaotic backdrop. It's a Thruma monster. The narrator explains that the previous attack was ineffective because they possess the same element. The Thruma monster roars, "Intruder, die!" Theo Ragnar continues to evade the relentless assault, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Another blinding flash of lightning illuminates the battlefield. He sprints away, a cloud of dust billowing behind him as he puts distance between himself and the monstrous Thruma. A sudden, unseen force slams into something, the impact echoing through the desolate landscape. The unseen assault continues, the air crackling with energy as the target is battered relentlessly. The final blow lands with earth-shattering force, the ground itself buckling under the strain. Theo Ragnar thinks, my escape route is, as he plans his next move. A monstrous arm, scaled and powerful, looms into view. The Thruma monster's grotesque head, a nightmarish visage of teeth and shadow, fills the frame. The monster towers over Theo Ragnar, a terrifying predator closing in on its prey. He sprints away, a desperate bid for survival against overwhelming odds. Dust and debris explode around him as Theo Ragnar flees, his every step a testament to his will to live. The monster gives chase, its shadow looming ever closer as Theo Ragnar pushes himself to the limit. The distance between hunter and hunted shrinks, the air thick with tension. Theo Ragnar's feet pound against the earth, each stride fueled by adrenaline and desperation. He grits his teeth, enduring the harsh conditions. 71 minutes and 55 seconds. The timer ticks down, a stark reminder of his dwindling chances. He thinks, I can't survive like this. The desert stretches endlessly, a desolate expanse that dwarfs him. The narration explains, the desert worm travels underground, so it's hard to attack. The heat shimmers, distorting the already alien landscape. Dodging a sudden burst of energy, he narrowly avoids being incinerated. Leaping back, he avoids a massive strike from below. The narration continues. Thunder Dragon breathing does nothing to it because they're the same element. Even the terrain seems to be against him. A flicker of understanding crosses his face. He mutters, "Wait, terrain? Maybe." A confident smirk spreads across Theo Ragnar's face. An idea is forming. Gathering energy, he prepares to turn the environment against his foe. He stood his ground, facing the massive form of the relic guardian fairy dragon. The dragon's presence filled the cavern with an oppressive aura. Its scales shimmered with an ethereal blue light. The relic guardian fairy dragon spoke, its voice echoing through the cavern. "It's been a while since I saw a chosen one." The dragon continued, its words laced with disdain. "You did something pretty reckless." A faint, magical energy began to coalesce around the fairy dragon. The energy intensified, forming intricate patterns in the air. The dragon's eyes narrowed as it declared, "Pay for your foolish arrogance." Theo Ragnar, surrounded by a blue aura, dashed forward, ready to strike. The fairy dragon unleashed a torrent of magical energy. The energy coalesced into a blinding wave of power. The wave slammed into Theo Ragnar, sending him flying backward. The relic guardian fairy dragon agrees with an unseen statement. It declares that there can't be two guardians in one place. Theo Ragnar looks surprised. The relic guardian fairy dragon roars, "Die, worm." The dragon unleashes a powerful energy attack. A voice booms, "Intruder." The voice continues, "Die." The text declares that the two relics are fighting for priority. He grimaces, struck by an unseen force. Stumbling backward, Theo Ragnar struggles to maintain his footing. He observes the battlefield, noting, it's almost over on their side as well. A blinding light erupts as a powerful energy attack shatters the ground. The energy intensifies, creating a blinding flash that scorches the earth. The attack reaches its peak, obliterating everything in its path with raw power. The relic guardian fairy dragon observes the devastation, its eyes narrowed. A beam of pure energy descends from the heavens, a harbinger of destruction. The beam slams into the ground, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that shakes the very foundations of the world. The dragon growls, its body tensing as it prepares to unleash its own power. A monstrous creature emerges from the chaos, roaring its defiance to the heavens. The relic guardian fairy dragon looms, a colossal figure against the desolate landscape, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. Its eyes widen as an unseen force strikes, the first sign of an ambush. Blasts of pure energy slam into the dragon, the air crackling with destructive power. The onslaught continues, a relentless barrage of light and force engulfing the relic guardian fairy dragon. The landscape is scarred by the energy attacks, the ground scorched and broken. A direct hit sends shards of the dragon's scales flying, purple energy radiating from the wound. The air vibrates with the force of the unseen attacks. The sound of the energy blasts echoes across the barren plains. Energy spears pierce the dragon's hide, pinning it in place. The purple energy intensifies, burning into the dragon's flesh. It coughs, a wet, rattling sound that speaks of grievous wounds. More energy spears slam into the dragon, driving it further into the ground. The relic guardian fairy dragon roars, a sound of pain and defiance echoing through the air as the unseen assailant continues its relentless assault. Another unseen blow lands, the force creating a shockwave that ripples through the surrounding space. The dragon's head recoils, a grimace of pain contorting its features as the attacks continue to find their mark. A more powerful strike slams into the dragon, the shockwave now visibly cracking the ground beneath it. Wounds begin to appear on the dragon's face, each strike leaving a visible mark of the unseen enemy's power. A rapid barrage of attacks rains down, blurring together into a storm of unseen force. Blood splatters across the dragon's scales as the attacks intensify, each blow carving deeper wounds. A concentrated blast of energy slams into the dragon, the force of the impact threatening to shatter its very being. The dragon's face is now a mask of pain, its eyes wide with a mixture of agony and disbelief. Another blast, this one focused and intense, tears through the dragon's defenses. The final attack overwhelms the dragon, a blinding wave of energy that seems to consume everything in its path. The relic guardian fairy dragon's eyes fade, its form dissolving into motes of light as the unseen enemy claims victory. The remains of the relic guardian fairy dragon lay scattered, a testament to the unseen force's devastating power. The air hung heavy with the scent of ozone and decay. A lone figure stood in the distance, the only sign of life in the desolate landscape. The wind howled, carrying whispers of the dragon's demise. The silence was broken only by the crackling of energy, a prelude to the storm that was about to be unleashed. A blinding light erupted, casting long shadows across the battlefield. The air crackled with anticipation, the scent of ozone intensifying. Eyes glowing with crimson intensity, Theo declared, taking out one of them first. A beam of pure energy shot forth, cutting through the air with blinding speed. The ground trembled as the attack hurtled towards its target. The energy intensified, reaching a critical point. The air vibrated with raw power, a silent scream echoing through the desolate landscape. The beam continued its relentless path, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The scent of burning earth filled the air, a testament to the attack's ferocity. A purple aura enveloped Theo, his gaze fixed on the point of impact. Determination burned in his eyes, a promise of further destruction. The energy beam carved a path through the ruins, obliterating everything in its path. The ground glowed with residual energy, a warning to any who dared to approach. Theo's expression hardened, his resolve unwavering. "Go wild," he muttered, unleashing the full force of his power. Suspended in the air, he unleashed the full fury of his attack. The world seemed to bend around him, a testament to the sheer power he wielded. The air crackles with residual energy, the landscape warping under its influence. A voice cries out, filled with alarm, "Griffin!" The distorted air shimmers, revealing a colossal form. The ground trembles as something massive descends. A dragon-like creature, wreathed in swirling energy, materializes from the chaos. A close-up reveals a single, dilated eye, reflecting the surrounding destruction. The dragon's head snaps into focus, its gaze piercing. A wave of shock reverberates from the creature. The dragon's silhouette looms large, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The dragon-like creature's expression shifts to bewilderment. What on earth? The landscape is scarred and broken, a testament to the power unleashed. Someone stands amidst the devastation, their presence a stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. A system message appears, congratulating the user on successfully hunting down the desert worm and indicating that the sub-quest to conquer the 2 relics retrieved is 1/2 complete. Theo observes the system message. He thinks to himself that it was a boss hunt. Theo walks forward, wondering if this counts as conquering the relic. A voice calls out to the Chosen One. The Relic Guardian Fairy Dragon suggests they talk this out. Theo and the Relic Guardian Fairy Dragon stand in the snow. Theo asks what they are talking about all of a sudden. The Relic Guardian Fairy Dragon stammers, saying that this isn't how the great primordial dragon intended for the relics to be conquered. Theo hums, thinking that the Relic Guardian Fairy Dragon exists to test his wisdom, Chosen One. The Relic Guardian Fairy Dragon says that Theo must solve its riddle. The Relic Guardian Fairy Dragon states that is perfect then. Theo thinks that he already proved his wisdom enough as the Chosen One. The Relic Guardian Fairy Dragon is confused, stating that it didn't give Theo the riddle yet, and that it is the one who made them 2 fight each other. The Relic Guardian Fairy Dragon seems taken aback. Wait, Chosen One. He continues, questioning Theo's wisdom. If you really are the wisest of guardians. Theo retorts, his eyes glowing with power, accept your defeat. The dragon responds, "Yes, sir." Theo suggests, let's just go with the riddle. A beam of light descends from the sky. A system message appears, congratulations. You've successfully hunted down the fairy dragon. 2 ornate boxes sit side by side, their lids open to reveal their contents. A gloved hand reaches out towards the relics. A sigh escapes him. Theo states that he cleared both relics without any hiccups. A system message appears, congratulating him on clearing the subquest and conquering both relics. He thinks he can finally rest a little. His red eye glows intensely. A sword hums with power. A question hangs in the air. He wonders about Griffin. A figure stands in a room, holding a glowing sword. A small creature lurks in the shadows. Theo Ragnar's form is surrounded by a dark, viscous substance. A voice booms, declaring its desire to devour Theo's heart. The entity's form solidifies, a monstrous silhouette against the gloom. The air crackles with unseen energy. The entity's form shifts, becoming more defined. Theo curses under his breath, frustration evident in his narrowed eyes. The entity speaks of lowering its guard and the nature of a monster sword, its words laced with a sinister undertone. The entity's form writhes, a mass of dark energy and sharp edges. Theo wonders what it was doing on their way back. The realization dawns on Theo, it was absorbing the Guardian's powers. The entity's form pulses with stolen energy. A figure in the distance expresses shock at the revelation. He cursed under his breath. It was far stronger than before, now that it had devoured 2 whole dragons. The tendrils of dark energy writhed around him. At this rate, he realized he was going to be. The world seemed to shrink around him, the unseen entity tightening its grip. The next to be devoured. A voice echoed, promising, "I'll devour you right now." Theo's eyes widened, a cold dread washing over him as the entity's power intensified. The voice continued, a haunting whisper in the darkness, and chased the moonlight once again. A single, malevolent eye opened in the darkness, its gaze fixed on its prey. The darkness pulsed, a suffocating presence closing in. The entity's power seemed to warp reality itself, twisting the world into a distorted reflection. Confusion clouds his features. He finds himself standing in water, the surface rippling around him. The world swirls around him as he wonders, this place is? He is inside the stomach of a monstrous being, its glowing eyes and sharp teeth visible in the dim light. The young master sits, resigned, within the belly of the beast. The dragon's voice booms, declaring, "Griffin, in the end, he even devoured you, Chosen One." It seems he was waiting for the chance. The dragon continues, promising, "He'll devour your heart soon." Theo thinks to himself, I see. Am I going to get devoured by him after all? The dragon's voice echoes, "Oh, you foolish chosen one. Can't even control Griffin yet. This is what you get for coveting our powers. What happens after he devours my heart? Death. Only for you, of course." The dragon continues, "When you guardians don't die, you die alone." He's right. The dragon muses, "Though waiting for the next chosen one will be quite boring. We'll just return to being relics even if you die." His crimson eyes narrowed, the dragon's words echoing in his mind. The dragon asks if he has forgotten the mission the primordial dragon gave him. The relic guardian fairy dragon looms, its expression unreadable. The dragon continues, stating that the guardians must aid the chosen one to fight the nameless sovereign. The dragon says that if he dies here, this world will collapse once again. It adds that it didn't know the two of them were so irresponsible. The dragon's snout twitches as it awaits a response. Theo smiles wryly, muttering that he guesses it's the end. The dragon scoffs, comparing him to Griffin, a self-serving, dim-witted guardian. It asks how he dares. The dragon's form crackles with energy, its eyes burning with contempt. The dragon continues, questioning how he dares use the name of the primordial dragon to bluff in front of them. Energy crackles around the dragon, the air thick with anticipation. The dragon sneers, saying that he is just really eager to die, isn't he? The dragon finishes, stating that they can just wait for the next chosen one just fine. The dragon's maw opens, its voice echoing, "Then kill me." Theo scoffs, his expression hardening. "Enough of your pathetic threats." The dragon repeats, its tone unwavering, "And kill me." Theo's voice drips with venom. "If you want to watch this world collapse." He continues, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Helpless, inside your relics, that is." The dragon pauses, a flicker of something unreadable in its eyes. A moment of silence hangs in the air, thick with unspoken tension. Crystals of energy drift in the air, reflecting the strange light. The dragon finally speaks, a hint of respect coloring its tone. "You're brave, chosen one." Theo stands amidst the floating debris, his expression unyielding. "Humph, impressive." The dragon's gaze intensifies, its voice almost admiring. "I like your confidence at least." A surge of energy pulses through the chamber, the air crackling with power. The relic guardian fairy dragon declares, "I'll open the door that lets you out of here." Golden light emanates from the dragon as he prepares to open the door. "Open, open." Bubbles float in the dark space. He states, "But that's the limit of what we can do." The dragon continues, "The rest is up to you." The dragon urges, "Go on." The relic guardian fairy dragon reassures, "Don't worry." Theo declares, "First thing I'm going to do is teach him his place." A ripple effect spreads outwards. Ripples spread across a dark, reflective surface. Dark feathers bristle. The relic guardian fairy dragon cradles a glowing orb in its claws. The dragon mutters, "I just need to swallow this," and a dark, shadowy force descends upon the dragon. The shadows coalesce, a voice echoing, "His body will be mine." A guttural sound erupts, "Kiak." The shadowy tendrils tighten their grip. The dragon is consumed by the darkness. The shadows writhe and twist. A surge of energy pulses through the darkness. The dragon, now infused with dark energy, rasps, "Kiokiak." The young master's expression is one of intense focus, his red eyes narrowed. A distant figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling energy. The relic guardian fairy dragon, now consumed by darkness, curses under his breath. "Damn it." The dragon wonders how he was able to escape his stomach. The young master accuses the dragon of helping him. Theo stands before the dragon, his expression challenging. "Where's your pride as a guardian?" The dragon thinks that if it weren't for him, he'd already have. The dragon is shocked. Theo smirks, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "You sure talk a lot. Guess you already forgot how we first met." The dragon pleads, "I'll let go and let's talk it out." The sound of a struggle echoes through the air. The dragon states that he is not even asking for his cooperation. The corrupted dragon and Theo stand in the water, the reflections shimmering around them. But when? The dragon's voice rumbles, acknowledging their shared predicament. They're in the same boat, and one side has all the power. It's only going to tire us out, right? So let's. The dragon's yellow eyes narrow. The dragon's voice echoes, laced with a hint of challenge. "We're here too." Theo's voice cuts in, a low warning. "Be smart and not make trouble for each other." Theo's red eyes glint in the dim light. "Smart choice." The dragon's maw opens, revealing rows of sharp teeth. "Blake you." The dragon continues, his tone laced with ancient weariness. "Long time, chosen one." Theo's voice echoes, a cold calculation in his tone. "Make them compete with each other to control them." Others use this same tactic too. Theo stands silhouetted against the massive form of the dragon. "Others." The dragon's voice is low, almost a growl. "You mean other chosen ones? You don't need to know yet." A voice echoes, promising growth. The relic guardian fairy dragon stands tall, its scales shimmering in the dim light. The dragon recoils slightly, a guttural sound escaping its throat. A figure stands atop a towering structure, their silhouette outlined against the bright sky. A voice declares that they will be watching the next steps. A disembodied voice speaks of great expectations. A system message appears, fairy buff, activated, protecting the body from monster energy through enhanced defense. Another system message flashes. Immunity. A new message appears. Worm Eater, activated, resisting monster energy through boosted attack power. A figure stands amidst swirling energy, their form obscured by shadows. A warrior stands ready, energy crackling around them. A hand clenches into a fist, energy surging. How shocking. The guardians he thought died while he took the relics were actually alive inside him. His crimson eye reflects a dawning realization. Theo walks away, the revelation settling within him. The blade of his sword gleams in the dim light. The sword rests on the floor, a silent testament to his power. Theo sits at his desk, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Feeling calm now. An empty chair sits opposite him, bathed in the room's eerie glow. Theo holds his sword, his gaze intense. It might just be for the better. Thanks to this, I understand the primordial dragon's power better than before. His hand slams on the table, the sound echoing through the room. Well, like it or not, Theo declares, his voice laced with a hint of defiance. From above, Theo sits at his desk, a figure of newfound understanding and resolve. A voice echoes, stating that someone is counting on an individual. The scene shows a snowy environment with swords sticking out of the ground. Swords are seen sticking out of the ground. A figure walks through the snowy landscape, surrounded by swords. The snowy environment stretches into the distance. Someone questions if they really intend to name antagonist Tichio as a rightful candidate for heir. A voice acknowledges that antagonist Tichio is talented enough to stand tall alongside the other 5 candidates, but the speaker asks if there is worry since antagonist Tichio is a regressor. The response is a simple, affirmative, yes. The speaker questions if the family head doesn't detest regressors. The voice states that they killed all of Ragnar's. The speaker accuses someone of being regressors themselves. He confirmed the statement. Dark fabric bore crimson markings. A hand gripped the hilt of a sword. A voice echoed, expressing a desire to test the blade. He stared at the sword, a thought crossing his mind. Could it be? A voice declared that everyone must follow the right procedures to become an official heir candidate. Gazing at the sword, he thought it was far too dangerous. His expression was unreadable. Holding the sword, he mused that there was nothing better, since it was the sword of the regressor he killed himself. The figure stood cloaked in darkness. The text declared it was the sword of the Mad Dragon Emperor, the former family head. Theo Ragnar sat in a chair. An authoritative voice echoes, commanding him to prepare for departure. The family head has summoned Theo Ragnar to the graveyard of broken swords. Theo Ragnar's expression hardens, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at the unexpected summons. A forest of swords pierces the snow-covered ground, each a silent testament to battles fought and lives lost. The wind whispers through the graveyard, a mournful dirge for fallen warriors. The snow crunches underfoot, each step sinking slightly into the frozen ground. Theo's crimson eyes scan the desolate landscape, a flicker of melancholy in their depths. His ornate armor, trimmed with gold, stands in stark contrast to the bleak surroundings. Theo stands amidst the graveyard of swords, a solitary figure against the backdrop of snow and steel. The weight of the past presses down on him, a burden he carries with every breath. So heavy. He reflects on the karma of the graveyard of broken swords, feeling its weight more intensely than ever before. Graveyard of broken swords' karma feels heavier than before. He clenches his fist, a realization dawning on him. It must be because I'm much younger than before. A grizzled figure with a scar over his eye looms in the darkness, his purple eyes glowing with an ominous light. Don't take it as an easy answer. Can you really give the same answer after bearing your son's grudge? He smirks, finally understanding what was meant back then. A close-up reveals a crimson glint in his eye. Mid-rank swordsman, Theo Ragnar greets the incarnation of the great dragon. Enough of the formalities, Theo Ragnar. His fingers tighten around a pendant. First, it was the sword instructor who mooched off of you, no? Next was your brother, Axion. And now, the head of Rose Palace has fallen. And it's not just that, is it? All 3 branches of the series Merchant Guild have been annihilated. Most of the Central Intelligence Bureau were executed as well. All of them cried out your name in the end. That. He hears a voice demanding he not give wretched excuses. Theo reflects that silently bearing that burden is the path of the clan head. A voice declares, I bestow to you the Mad Dragon Emperor's sword. The Mad Dragon Emperor's sword looms large before Theo. The sound of footsteps echoes. Theo recalls the tyrant who massacred hundreds of thousands. A man with gray hair awaits his reaction. Theo thinks that the man is the former clan head, and he knows that much. Theo knows he needs to be careful, as any information on the Mad Dragon Emperor is still not known at this point in time. A voice asks if he did not get enough information about the Mad Dragon Emperor in his past life. Tears stream down Theo's face. His eyes widen, a silent scream trapped in his throat. A single tear traces a path down his cheek, a testament to the turmoil within. Crimson eyes burn with an unholy light, a silent promise of retribution. More tears fall, each one a drop of boiling rage. Theo's thoughts solidify into a burning declaration. He detests regressors. A figure stands silhouetted within a crimson aura, a symbol of impending doom. A voice echoes, condemning those who dare to reshape the world to their liking, branding them as greedy and foolish. They see this world as nothing more than a plaything, a game to be won. A chessboard, easily overturned, a fragile foundation for their ambitions. Theo hardens his resolve. He has made up his mind. Each time he encounters a regressor, a burning hatred ignites within him. He will personally ensure their demise, a promise etched in blood. Pure killing intent radiates from him, far beyond a simple threat. A surge of power emanates outward. He reflects on his father, a figure of immense strength, yet not a regressor. The thought of drawing the sword of the Mad Dragon Emperor crosses his mind. He challenges an unseen opponent, daring them to act. He vows to overcome his grudges, acknowledging the weight of his past. A moment of silence hangs in the air. However, from this point forward, Theo Ragnar will only tolerate the human within himself. A figure with glowing red eyes questions his meaning. The man's gaze intensifies as he prepares to explain. He declares that all connections gained as a regressor will disappear from this world. A vision of those he couldn't meet and couldn't save flashes before his eyes. Connections he couldn't have gained, all those connections. He vows to erase them. The snow falls around him. An exclamation pierces the silence. A gloved hand clenches into a fist. Theo declares that in that case, he declines. A voice booms, stating that he cannot decline. The unseen figure states that he told him he would kill any regressor there is. He is told that he only has two choices. The voice continues, saying to decline his offer and die here, or renounce his filthy past as a regressor, and be acknowledged as the sixth heir. Now, make your choice. It's true that he wanted to be acknowledged. A field of swords surrounds him, each a testament to battles fought and choices made. If this is how he must earn it, Theo would rather decline. Did he think this title was so lightly earned? Crimson energy crackles around him, a visual echo of the power he wields and the path he treads. His boots stand firm against the snow-covered ground, each step deliberate and resolute. Did he think that he could get it? Without even that much of a sacrifice. The red energy intensifies, a visible manifestation of his inner turmoil and growing resolve. A groan escapes him, a physical expression of the internal conflict raging within. Or resolve. A sword stands bathed in red and blue light, a silent testament to battles fought and choices made. A hand reaches out, as if grasping for a different outcome, a desperate attempt to rewrite what has already been written. Witnessing your foolish and impulsive choice, there's still such a huge difference in our. The voice echoes, declaring that witnessing his actions makes him think he's no different from the other regressors. The question hangs in the air. You probably think you can just regress one more time, don't you? The hand continues its reach, a symbol of the relentless desire to undo the past, even as the consequences loom. Theo Ragnar's voice cuts through the haze of regret. Don't get it wrong. His regression, the very act weighs heavily on him, a constant reminder of what he's lost and what he's become. Theo's voice rises, laced with a desperate resolve. Me coming this far, he declares, his voice cracking with the weight of his burden. It's all so I can take the responsibility. His face contorts in a mask of anguish and determination, a storm of conflicting emotions raging within. Theo's voice rises to a scream, fueled by desperation and defiance. For everything that fell apart because of me, if you're going to stand in the way of that, if you're going to acknowledge me only if I give. He looks up as a figure descends, surrounded by a blinding light and a storm of ethereal swords. Everyone up. A voice echoes, filled with determination. Then right now, right here. The voice continues, declaring a challenge. I will surpass you. The figure is revealed, cloaked and surrounded by a swirling vortex of spectral blades. The ethereal swords hang suspended in the air, crackling with blue energy. The scene shifts, a visual representation of the building tension. Theo looks up, his expression unreadable as the figure descends further, the swords now a deadly rain. A wave of shock washes over Theo, his eyes widening in disbelief. The swords transform, now glowing with a malevolent red energy. The red swords pulsate with power, ready to strike. The figure stands poised, a dark silhouette against the storm of crimson blades. The blue energy flares once more, a final surge before the inevitable clash. A dark hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, as if grasping for something just out of reach. Explosions erupt around him, forcing Theo to weave through the chaos, dodging shards of debris and bursts of flame. He continues to evade the relentless assault, each step a calculated dance through the inferno. A figure wielding a sword appears, eyes glowing with a menacing red light, poised to strike. Theo now faces a colossal, dragon-like creature, its eyes burning with an eerie blue intensity. The dragon's massive form looms over him, a silent threat amidst the chaos. Darkness descends, obscuring the battlefield in shadow. From the darkness, a swift sword attack hurtles towards him. He parries the blow, energy crackling as the blades meet. Kyahyok unleashes a furious roar. The figure prepares another strike, the blade glowing with intense energy. The battlefield is littered with swords, a testament to the ferocity of the ongoing battle, as Kyahyok watches from the edge of the fray. He lies defeated, his body sprawled across the icy ground. A figure looms, their face obscured by the shadows of a fur-lined collar. The ground is stained with a dark, viscous liquid. The observer stands tall, their gaze fixed on the fallen warrior. I didn't expect him to charge from there. The voice muses, reflecting on the fallen warrior's peculiar nature. He's definitely peculiar. All the regressors we've fought till today have been people who'd use others as disposable chess pieces. A close-up reveals a stern face, the eyes narrowed in contemplation. Yes. The voice continues, a hint of intrigue in its tone. But he's different. Theo's face is a mask of pain and defiance, blood streaking his features. The voice questions, a hint of curiosity in its tone. A regressor who fights with his sword to take responsibility for his deeds. Huh. The observer looks down at Theo, a flicker of amusement in their eyes. How interesting. I'm amused by you. A sword stands plunged into the ground, a silent testament to the battle that has transpired. The observer's face is revealed, a hint of a smile playing on their lips. I now acknowledge you as the sixth heir. As proof of that, Hyehyuk bestows the sword of the Mad Dragon Emperor. Hyehyuk explains that the sword belonged to his father, who was a regressor just like Theo. Hyehyuk wonders how different Theo's in will be, considering he walks a different path. Theo's eyes glow with anticipation. I'll be looking forward to it. Theo finds himself in a new location. This place. He wonders, where am I? A towering skyscraper pierces the sky, its glass facade reflecting the pale light of dawn. The city sprawls beneath a hazy sky, a dense tapestry of buildings and streets stretching to the horizon. Cars crawl along the avenues, tiny figures moving with purpose through the urban landscape. A lone speech bubble hangs in the air. People wait at a bus stop, their faces obscured by shadows as they go about their daily routines. The city skyline rises against the twilight, a modern metropolis nestled amidst distant mountains. The realization dawns on Theo. This view I'm seeing. He reaches out, his fingers pressing against the cold glass. Theo's eyes widen, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. The shock reverberates through him. He whispers, it's all. His expression hardens, a grim acceptance settling over his features. Theo realizes, with chilling certainty, that it's over now. Sunlight streams through the ornate window, illuminating the quiet room. He lies in bed, eyes closed, his dark hair tousled against the pillow. Sitting up, Theo runs a hand through his hair, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. What was that just now? A voice calls out, asking, are you up now, son? A woman smiles softly, whispering, mother. A man with white hair inquires, you're sleeping late? You must have been really tired. A woman's voice, laced with concern, asks, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Standing behind a bouquet of roses, someone says, I want to ask you that. A woman watches him, a look of shock on her face. I was so shocked. A man's voice reassures, seeing you worry about me, you must be fine. Theo reflects. Could it be that he said all that? A voice calls out to him, are you up now, young master? Evelyn stands beside Commander Julius, the sunlight glinting off his armored shoulder. Congratulations echo, directed towards Theo. He has apparently passed the clan head's test. The news spreads quickly. He is the talk of the town. Announcements flutter down like falling leaves. The breaking news whips through the crowd, causing a stir. A sixth official heir of Ragnar has been born, the announcement declares. Someone walks purposefully down a stone path, the news likely weighing on their mind. A hand clutches a document, the words sixth heir prominent. Two figures read the news. It says they have a new youngest sibling now. That's a new heir candidate, huh? A lone figure stands on a rooftop under the crimson glow of the moon. A figure stands cloaked in shadow, their intentions unknown. A gust of wind sweeps through the desolate landscape. A figure walks away through the snow. One of the figures states that he just became an official heir candidate next in the order. A voice cries out in frustration, lamenting the waste and regretting not bringing him into the Black Iron Cavalry. The figure resolves to meet him once. Ian is told not to beat himself up over it, as he failed because the lady of the Plum Blossom Palace got in the way. Theo Ragnar's name is spoken. The figure stands in the snow, cloaked and armored. The head of the Black Iron Cavalry, Thorkel Ragnar, stands tall. The gray-haired swordsman shouts, no, not at all. The gray-haired swordsman clenches his fist, his expression furious. The black-haired swordsman and the gray-haired swordsman clash, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. The gray-haired swordsman says, you should have swung a bit more to the right here. How many times do I have to tell you? The black-haired swordsman thinks, Rindon, this rascal, what's this weird inverted L and L sword style? The two swordsmen continue their duel, their movements a blur of steel and determination. The gray-haired swordsman instructs, swing it slightly more in the inverted L and L shape. The black-haired swordsman retorts, as if anyone in the world would fall for it. The clash of swords intensifies, the air thick with the scent of ozone and the clang of steel. The two swordsmen continue their battle, the setting sun casting long shadows across the training ground. As Troyven failed to provide an explanation within the given deadline, war is declared upon them. This moment. Those bastards from Troyven must have been preparing for this for a while. Nine Dragons Meeting Hall. The movements of the Northern Continent's warlords are suspicious. Kuhaha. I bet they're gathering a bunch of unskilled soldiers. You still manage to laugh during this meeting? While the clan head continues to remain silent, we can't keep delaying the discussion. Isn't it too soon to discuss that here? The figure with white spiky hair states that he used to think this was the right time. Voices rise in disagreement, demanding respect. They need to minimize the variables, but someone thinks that was rude. A hand reaches up. A voice pleads for them to stop. It seems they need to gather all the parties. The figure with long black hair says he will arrange it. Someone thinks there's a suitable event coming up, if that's the case. The room stands empty. They decide to see for themselves. Candles flicker in the darkness. A figure stands with a sword among the candles. Tears stream down a face. A sword is drawn. A hand, calloused and strong, tightened around the hilt of a blade, knuckles bone white with the intensity of the grip. Steel sang as the sword was drawn, a whisper of deadly intent slicing through the air. The blade rose, catching the light, a promise of violence held aloft. His gaze hardened, a storm brewing behind his eyes. Them. The command echoed in his mind, a brutal mantra. Kill them. A surge of raw desire, a hunger for power. Take everything you want. The sword, now an extension of his will, gleamed with deadly purpose. He moved, a blur of motion, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Sweat beaded on his brow, each drop a testament to the burning resolve within. Muscles coiled and ready, a testament to years of brutal training. His eyes burned with a crimson light, reflecting the inferno of his will. Guardian Dragon Lodbrok is identified as the vengeful spirit of the Mad Dragon Emperor. Sweat trickles down Theo's face as he looks up. He admits, "You're right." Theo reflects that even though it has been a while since his father bestowed the half-sword to him, the vengeful spirit keeps trying to interfere. It's not that it irritates him. Theo thinks that the fact that it belongs to the Mad Dragon Emperor bothers him. Theo says that he was able to catch a glimpse of the Mad Dragon Emperor's level thanks to that. The Mad Dragon Emperor is a name that he will never forget. Theo thinks, forget. Lodbrok says that it is because he was the one who took her heart. Lodbrok holds the sword. Theo says that he sees Lodbrok mention that before too, and that is why it's confusing him more. He wonders why entrust him with the Mad Dragon Emperor's sword. Lodbrok tells her companion not to be too hasty, and if she continues to rush like this. A woman with horns stands tall, a sword held in her hand. She declares that someone will face something beyond their ability, just like last time. One of the figures asks if the other's severed arm has fully healed. The other confirms, thanking the high-ranking priest who reattached it immediately. The figure wonders if she is worried about him. The figure notes that someone looks like they've completely recovered, and asks why they are staring at them like that. The woman tells someone that they should head back now. Someone is looking for you, and also, stop messing up my nest. What do you do whenever you come here? One person makes a mess, and another person cleans it up. The Camellia Palace stands tall. I didn't expect you to come looking for me. What do you mean, young Master Theo? He muttered, seemingly to himself. Don't mind me. I was talking to myself, Sybil. A figure holds a rolled document. It's an invitation, they stated. That's right. A woman with short white hair looks out over a grand palace. Can see, she says. It's an invitation to a banquet at Daffodil Palace. The figure continues. It's the 18th birthday celebration of Lady Ray Ragnar. Another figure sits in a chair, questioning. Even if it's his daughter's birthday, how could he host a banquet before a war? The figure continues. And does it have to be such a large-scale one? A man holding a document wonders. I mean, why are they holding a grand banquet in such a chaotic time? He then mutters, pardon? Another man states, because of Troyvin's betrayal. A voice narrates, the internal power structure of Ragnar shifted. A figure sitting in a chair declares, instead of Axion, who was supported by Troyvin, I became the 6th candidate. On top of that, a voice continues, because of Ed's treason, there is now a vacant spot within the 9 dragons, who maintains balance and power. An invitation is sealed with a red wax stamp. The murmurs spread through the crowd. Finally, he's here. He had recently become a candidate. The observer watches from a distance. His footsteps echo through the hall. Young Master Theo Ragnar has arrived. He thinks they're paying attention to him, as expected. Of course, this celebration is just an excuse. They must have come here to see the new heir candidate. And if I want to leave an impression on everyone here, it seems like you couldn't hold back and did something big. The observer continues to watch. The observer says, I was waiting for you. A sinister smile spreads across his face. A voice whispers, my lord. Among the heir candidates, a grin stretches across Theo Ragnar's face. Why is he genuinely happy over a new competitor? Theo Ragnar and Thorkel Ragnar clasp hands. Captain Thorkel Ragnar of the Black Iron Cavalry. Theo Ragnar of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. The handshake is sealed. A surge of power emanates from the two. It looks like the youngest values formality. There's no need for you to be so formal. Theo Ragnar's smile widens. Call me Hyungnam. He is surrounded by a fierce, red aura. Blue energy crackles around Theo Ragnar. The blue energy intensifies, swirling around him. A voice asks if he wants to be called that. Theo Ragnar responds, Hen, I will do so, Hyungnam. The blue energy continues to surge. The energy crackles around his form. Kiehyok's expression twists in disbelief. Oh, he mutters. His face contorted in rage, Kiehyok bellows, Elder Dragon Nim. Power surges around him, crackling with dark energy. He lunges forward, a blur of motion and fury. His armored hand slams against something, the impact echoing. Hyehyok's voice drips with scorn. Did you really think strapping on that pathetic toy would bring things back to the way they were? His eyes narrow, a dangerous glint in their depths. He spits out a venomous decree. If you're trash, then live like trash, crushed and crawling on the ground. His face is a mask of fury, every line etched with hatred. Tears stream down his face, but his voice is a cold promise. If I see you again. The threat hangs in the air, heavy with malice. I'll tear you apart. He lies broken on the ground, defeated. Blood pools around him, a testament to his failure. A woman with glasses stands next to a man with a fur collar. She laughs, stating that the stench is starting to clear. The man with the fur collar declares that he will report this to the tribunal. An older man with a beard muses about the tribunal, finding it interesting. A voice from below says to do as they please, adding that they will learn once again. The woman with glasses speaks about what Ragnar's law of the jungle is. The scene shifts to a view of snowy ground. The view of the snowy ground becomes blurred. A man with red hair thinks to himself that he knew it and shouldn't have. The man with red hair angrily demands someone to come there. The text reveals that he tried so hard to overcome it. The man with red hair, sitting on the ground, angrily says that if they dare call him father with that filthy mouth one more time. A man with short black hair declares that he will tear them apart. The group stands together, glasses of wine in hand, unaware of the impending chaos. A primal scream tears through the hall. The young master watches with wide eyes as the scene unfolds. The gray-haired man roars, his face contorted with rage. DDOU-. He is struck, blood erupting from his body. A voice booms, laced with disbelief and fury. Do you realize what you've just done? White-armored dragon cavalry commander. His face, a mask of fury, is illuminated by a hellish red glow. The name echoes through the hall. Julius Ragnar. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the halls. The man with the white mustache gapes, his face a mask of disbelief. His shock quickly morphs into rage. Realize what you've just done? White-armored dragon cavalry commander. Julius Ragnar stands silently, his eyes burning with an eerie red glow. The man shouts, Julius Ragnar. He looms over the fallen man, his expression unreadable. The Grand Hall stands as a silent witness to the confrontation. Julius Ragnar says, I told you, didn't I? He finishes, that I'd do the same to you. Julius Ragnar's face contorts in anger, his eyes burning with defiance. An unseen figure accuses him of turning his back on Ragnar. A voice commands that he be restrained immediately. Tribunal members advance, surrounding Julius Ragnar. The tribunal closes in, their armor gleaming under the hall's light. Swords are drawn, the metallic shriek echoing through the chamber. The tribunal members encircle Julius Ragnar, their blades pointed inward. Voices announce the arrival of the tribunal. A tribunal member declares, Commander, Julius Ragnar, you are to be detained for injuring the head counselor. The tribunal member asks for his cooperation. Julius Ragnar snarls, and if I refuse? The tribunal member's expression hardens, his helmet obscuring any hint of emotion. Ragnar's clan code dictates that oaths made upon the sword must be honored. A close-up reveals a stern expression, the weight of the oath heavy on his features. For years ago, he swore before those old men. If they ever laid a hand on her again, crimson energy flares around him, a promise of retribution. What happened? The demon dragon shattered the elder dragon's arm. The tribunal won't be nearly enough for this. Shouldn't we run? This didn't happen in my past life. What happened? His eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning. I see. A woman speaks, her expression grim. The tribunal won't be nearly enough for this. Evelyn Nareville's story begins. A hand grips fabric tightly. A hand reaches out, as if pleading. Evelyn was Wolfgang Ragnar's illegitimate daughter. Wolfgang valued pure bloodlines above all else. Evelyn's existence as a bastard was a problem. It was simply a shame he wanted to bury at all costs. He planned to exile her from Ragnar. But the demon dragon saw her potential and recruited her into the white-armored dragon cavalry, ruining Wolfgang's plan. After Evelyn rose to prominence and became vice commander, Wolfgang, fearing his disgrace would be exposed, used a mistake as an excuse. He tried to kill his own daughter. She barely survived, but she lost her left arm and couldn't hold the reins anymore, so she retired. She's been managing training ground number 4 since then, so he wouldn't have known she'd be here. In the end, this whole mess is the result of my actions after regressing to the past, which means it's only right that I set things straight. Everyone look at him. See how the demon dragon mocks the elders who protected Ragnar. A voice booms, accusing someone of using the authority of the 9 dragons, bestowed by the clan head. Another voice rises in response, declaring that if this isn't blatant treason, what is? A figure, face obscured by shadow and a bandage over one eye, curses, calling someone a son of a bitch. A voice questions the audacity of someone using authority, especially considering who they are. A gloved hand rises, seemingly attempting to calm the situation. Someone believes they are both too worked up. The scene shifts to a banquet hall, now marred by conflict. A voice laments that because of their conflict, a friend's birthday banquet, meant to be filled with joy, is now turning into a night of something else. The figure with the bandaged eye clears his throat, the sound cutting through the tension. An older man with a thick beard clicks his tongue, a sound of disapproval. A group of individuals stands together. One asks if they should settle it this way. The figure with the bandaged eye declares, with a stern expression, trial. A figure with long, dark hair and a formal suit remains silent, the tension palpable. The upcoming spectacle promises to be entertaining. The figure gazes down at the arena, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The announcement booms, declaring that from this moment forward, the duel will proceed under the tribunal's watchful eye. The duel trial is officially underway. To ensure absolute fairness, the use of magic is strictly prohibited. Everything that transpires in this duel is protected under Ragnar's law. Both parties must swear to uphold the rules. The man's face is split between red and blue light as he prepares to swear the oath. He swears. Then, the call goes out. The first duelists from both sides must step forward. The sound of footsteps echoes. His defense is full of openings, Theo thinks, wondering if he is trying to bait him again. How dare he look down on him so much? Theo thinks. You think the same trap will work twice. Your counterattack. Theo thinks. I'll counter it, and strike right back. Does this sound better? Theo thinks. Fucking bullshit, kill them nonsense. Theo says, I can handle it myself, so shut. Theo asks, what the hell are you babbling about, you rascal? He cries out as the attack lands, the force of the blow staggering him. A hail of ice shards streaks through the air, each one a deadly projectile. The shards find their mark, tearing into Theo's flesh. The ice bites deep, a frigid agony spreading through his veins. His hand is pierced, the force of the impact threatening to shatter bone. A figure stands amidst the storm of ice, radiating an eerie calm. The observer remarks, he's truly exceptional. The voice continues, noting his power even without magic. The battlefield is littered with ice, a testament to the ferocity of the assault. From a high vantage point, another watches the unfolding conflict, a silent observer of the carnage. Theo's face contorts in a scream of pain, blood dripping from his wounds. His arm is a bloody mess, the ice shards embedded deep within the flesh. He stands amidst the wreckage of the first round, the air thick with dust and the scent of ozone. The announcement booms, the first round belongs to him. Ragnar's eyes burn with an inner fire, the name echoing in his mind. What was that sensation? It felt different from the usual grudges that haunted him. It was a strange feeling, as if someone was guiding him. When he surrendered himself to it, he could unleash power on a whole new level. Entrusting himself to the grudges, he knew it was a dangerous idea. But if he could just control it properly, he can become many times stronger. A surge of power courses through him. Then, let's begin the second round. Both duelists step forward. He declares, stating his desire for a consecutive match. The announcement rings out. Theo Ragnar will be the defendant's second-round duelist once more. The man growls, calling him an arrogant bastard and promising to kill him for good. Theo looks forward to the fight, the young blood of Ragnar. The sword, a mystique sword, former Dragon Gate, swordsman Paige Grayson. Someone wonders how he can wield that sword without magic. Another voice expresses their admiration for the sword's size. Someone asks why he is so serious. The crowd expresses their worry. One asks why they don't have other things to worry about. One person believes he won't win, but surely won't die, while another says that is what worries them. He seems taken aback by the situation. Unlike the first round, where they sent a high-ranked swordsman to preserve their honor, a counselor is stepping in themselves. That means that in this duel, they intend to kill Theo. A dry chuckle echoes. A voice declares, I surrender. A voice stammers in disbelief. How can a mid-ranked swordsman possibly defeat a counselor? Even a newborn could tell you'd win, even without seeing the fight. The announcer declares that the second-round winner is Paige Grayson. Someone remarks that the Elder Council just got played, and another notes that Sir Theo is quite the strategist. The council has no honor left to lose now. Even at full strength, it'd have been hard, but with that arm, the third round. Theo thinks to himself that he planned this ahead. A woman comments that she's never seen that man so flustered. A man apologizes to the young master, saying it's all because of him that he had to. Another man tells him not to be sorry, saying that comrades have to help each other. Evelyn says yeah and to watch her. It's announced that Evelyn Nereville should join the white-armored dragon cavalry. Someone says that Evelyn is too talented to be rotting in a place like this. He asks if she thinks she can just retire because she can't ride a dragon anymore. He tells her to come back and take responsibility for the guy who brought her in, but she didn't. A man with dark hair asks, you promised to become my sword, Evelyn? Another man responds with a sinister grin. I'm going to resolve both of your long-standing grudges. A woman thinks to herself, both of them think and do so much for me. The text reads, yet at the center of it all, a figure stands silhouetted against a bright light, thinking, I can't just be down, trapped in the past. A kneeling woman clutches her head, muttering, yeah, this cursed. The text reads, relationship, commander. Two men stand side by side. One says something inaudible. A text bubble simply reads, a pair of hands clench tightly, as a voice declares, I'm going to end it. A woman with short red hair exclaims, with my own hands. I have something. The text declares, finally, the third round of the duel trial. The announcer calls out, demanding both duelists step forward. A figure stands ready, a large sword held firmly in their grasp. A fierce gaze pierces the distance, the warrior's expression a mix of determination and suppressed fury. The word hangs in the air, a heavy declaration. Father. The revelation strikes him, leaving the older man speechless with shock. A voice scoffs, finding the situation ridiculous. There's a limit to reckless bravado, it claims. The man with the monocle asks if his opponent is going to beg for mercy. A voice retorts that if anyone should beg, it should be the other party. The woman in red declares, it's you. A burst of energy crackles in the air. The woman wonders if what she's hearing is true, stating she's met his wife before. The man with the monocle simply states, Father. The man is shocked. Two figures discuss Evelyn of the white-armored dragon cavalry, questioning if Elder Dragon is her father and if she is an illegitimate child, noting they don't look alike at all. A figure surrounded by eyes wonders if it's all really true, mentioning having met his wife before. The man with the monocle exclaims, You wench. Father? What the hell is that nonsense? A stern face, etched with age and experience, fills the frame. A woman with short blonde hair speaks, her expression a mix of defiance and sadness. If I'd known you'd like it this much. A young child huddles in the rain, clutching themselves for warmth and comfort. You used to say, How dare you call me father, you damn bastard. A woman's face, contorted with rage, stares down, a sword held aloft, and beat me right to the brink of death when I was a child. The sword descends, the woman's eyes burning with hatred, and to hide the fact that I'm your illegitimate child. A voice explodes with fury. Shut up. The man's face is a mask of rage, his eyes wide with disbelief. What's so wrong with that? In the Ragnar clan, only the strongest survive. His expression twists further, a snarl forming on his lips. The revelation hangs in the air, the onlookers stunned. Looks like it's really true. An illegitimate child at his age. He's been going on about pure bloodlines this whole time. The crowd murmurs, their faces a mixture of shock and disapproval. He was always so reckless, and now look at this mess. I warned him repeatedly about a day like this. Yeah, why'd he even let his illegitimate daughter live? A crimson eye stares back through a magnifying glass, the pupil a slit of predatory intent. Two figures stand at the top of a long flight of stairs, their shadows stretching before them like harbingers. One of the figures speaks, his voice a low rumble. What you want, I can. The other sighs, a puff of visible breath in the cold air. Don't worry so much. Just trust her and watch. The command hangs in the air, watch. A stylized image of a sword, its blade gleaming with an otherworldly light. The faint outline of a sword, barely visible against the stark background. A lone figure stands amidst a field of swords, each blade a silent testament to battles fought and lost. A figure raises a sword to the heavens, a torrent of energy cascading down the blade. Stylized symbols shimmer and fade, their meaning lost to time. Energy crackles and arcs, a chaotic display of raw power. A figure moves with incredible speed, surrounded by swirling pink and white energy. The swordsman is enveloped in a vibrant, cyan aura, his expression intense. The man's eyes widen, a spark of realization igniting within them. That's... A scroll unfurls, revealing the title, God of Tempest's Secret Manual. The scene shifts to a landscape ravaged by swirling winds and shattered earth. A figure executes a precise sword technique, the blade leaving a trail of shimmering light. The words echo in the air, God of Tempest. One of the men observes, Isn't that the swordsmanship of the Wind Baron? The woman wonders, just how on earth did she learn the lost techniques of the Wind Baron? A vortex of swirling energy crackles with power. The crowd murmurs, impressed by the display. She's blocking his attacks. She's even pressuring him. Impressive. Another voice adds, How'd she master Wind Baron's lost swordsmanship? A third voice chimes in. Compared to her, Elder Dragon's skills are subpar. A voice declares, Of course, you can't use mana in the duel trial. Any skill gap caused by magical powers is meaningless here. The two figures clashed, their swords meeting in a shower of sparks. If not for the solid foundation of his pure blood, his skills wouldn't be nearly enough to be one of the 9 dragons. The brown-haired man roared, How dare a wench like you? His sword blurred through the air, a deadly arc aimed at his opponent. The pink-haired woman grunted, barely managing to parry the blow. Her eyes narrowed, a fierce determination hardening her gaze. The swords clashed again, the sound echoing through the arena. Locked in a deadly embrace, the brown-haired man sneered. You'd better think carefully. He continued, You really think you can escape my grasp? The gray-haired man's face contorts in anger, his red eyes blazing. Are you only gonna? He begins, his voice a low growl. The red-haired man's expression is one of cruel confidence. He sneers, Come to your senses when I beat you until you beg for your life? The gray-haired man's eyes widen in shock. He exclaims, his voice filled with disbelief. The gray-haired man faces off against the pink-haired man, their swords drawn and ready for battle. The pink-haired man prepares to strike, his sword gleaming in the light. See you try that, he taunts. The red-haired man's eye widens in disbelief. What? He stammers, his voice filled with shock. The pink-haired man reflects on the past, his expression softening. When I was a kid, you were the only one in my world. That's why I was scared of you, he admits. The gray-haired man stands with another figure, his expression serious. I have plenty of people I can trust, he declares. The black-haired woman's expression is resolute. And people who trust me, I'm no longer, she declares, her voice filled with determination. The brown-haired woman sits alone, her expression filled with despair. The figure looks down, sneering, the weak little kid. A hand clenches tightly. The figure plummets downwards. The descent continues. The older man grits his teeth, his expression a mask of fury. The figure yells, who'd cling to you? Evelyn Nareville is shown with other figures. A sword stands tall. The figure shouts, defeated the elder dragon. The older man's face is contorted in rage. The figure grits his teeth, exclaiming, damn it. Don't be ridiculous. The figure declares, the duel isn't over yet. The older man's face is etched with a deep scowl, his eyes narrowed with displeasure. Standing over her defeated opponent, Evelyn Nareville declares, if you truly are one of the 9 dragons, stop your disgraceful behavior and accept your defeat. Jagged shards of ice glint in the dim light, remnants of the fierce battle. The announcer's voice booms, declaring, the 3rd round winner of the duel trial is Evelyn Nareville. A booming voice declares, your verdict is not guilty. The arena lies in ruins, a testament to the intensity of the duel. Evelyn steps forward, her boot crunching on the shattered ice. A radiant smile spreads across Evelyn's face, her eyes sparkling with triumph. The older man embraces Evelyn, congratulating her. You did great, Evelyn, he says. A close-up reveals the subtle details of Evelyn's face, illuminated by the warm light. Her eyes are closed, a peaceful expression gracing her features. A voice whispers, all thanks to you. The group surrounds the head counselor, concern etched on their faces. Are you okay, head counselor? One of them asks. Another voice chimes in, offering assistance. I'll take care of your sword. A third voice suggests tending to injuries. Your injuries are severe, so let's get you treated first. A voice, filled with rage, erupts. You wench. The same voice continues, promising death. I'll kill you no matter what. The figure's eyes glow with an ominous red light, a silent promise of violence hanging in the air. He snarls, the threat laced with a chilling certainty. Want to lose your remaining arm too. A clash of steel echoes as the battle intensifies, the air thick with the scent of ozone and spilled blood. A group watches from a distance, their faces etched with concern as the conflict unfolds. Panic flares as the cry goes out. We're under attack. Troyven launched an attack on us. A stern voice booms, cutting through the chaos. Everyone, return to your posts immediately. The urgency is palpable. Theo, Evelyn, we're in wartime conditions. The order rings out, clear and commanding. Return swiftly to the white-armored dragon cavalry. Fury contorts his face as he bellows. Why, you rascals? How dare? He roars, desperate to regain control. Stop. Stop right now. The duel isn't over yet. The battle rages on, a blur of motion and steel. The elder dragon commands, his voice resonating with ancient power. I said stop right there. A gleaming sword stands tall, its blade inscribed with glowing runes. A stern decree echoes. I won't say it twice. A lone figure stands amidst a field of swords, each one piercing the ground like a silent sentinel. A warrior stands firm, his grip tight on the hilt of his sword, ready for battle. The camera focuses on the blade of a sword, the inscription warning, do not disgrace the 9 dragons any further. The elder's voice rumbles, a hint of concern in his tone. Ice dragon. He mutters, then demands, don't you care? A voice echoes, laced with bitterness. At all, that they humiliated me. I mean, the council? A hint of uncertainty colors the question. The woman's gaze is sharp, her voice laced with doubt. Well, I doubt everyone else thinks any differently. A murmur rises from the assembled crowd, a question hanging in the air. The elder's face is etched with concern, his brow furrowed in thought. The voice is firm, resolute. No matter how rock-bottom the council's honor has hit, we can't have someone who swings his sword around because he can't accept the duel's outcome as our representative. A sudden exclamation pierces the air, followed by a scene of a lone figure standing against a vast, snowy landscape. The warrior's gaze falls, his expression unreadable as he kneels on the cracked earth. The warrior with the eye patch declares, it's finally over. Under the watchful gaze of the full moon, the night sky stretches out. The grizzled old man is labeled as one of the disgraces of a greedy old man. Ed Troyven sits upon his throne, a calculating look in his eyes. With the Central Highlands successfully occupied, Harmon Castle will soon fall as well. The question is posed, are the Ragnar forces moving? The voice scoffs at the foolish Ragnar rascals, stating it's just as he thought. Ed Troyven muses that it's time to show them this war is only part of a much bigger plan. The question lingers, how are they? While they concentrate their forces on the Highlands, they're going to occupy this place right here. A figure stands amidst a downpour of crackling purple energy, a sinister grin twisting his features. One of the cloaked figures dismisses the idea of providing support, suggesting it's a sign to leave Ragnar. A man with a smirk reacts to the statement, questioning its validity. A voice questions the truth of the matter. From the forest, a cloaked figure stands near another, listening intently. A cloaked man with a stern expression stands with his arms crossed. Two figures stand in the forest, their conversation unheard. A voice declares the operation a success. The cloaked man demands to know if everyone heard something. A large group of cloaked figures stands together. Two cloaked figures walk through the forest, one suggesting they wrap things up. An order is given to move quickly and head back. He cries out, his face contorted in a mix of shock and disbelief. The world around him shimmers with an ethereal blue light, the air thick with an otherworldly energy. A voice echoes, apathetic and slurred. What a life. A guard passed out drunk. The voice continues, well, it makes things easier for me. You can drink the rest of the booze. He exclaims, in the afterlife. His eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips as the reality of his situation sinks in. A hand reaches out, beckoning him forward into the unknown. The man asks, you want to use a mid-rank swordsman's independent operation rights? The response comes, firm and unwavering. I can't make you an exception. This is a war-related matter. He presents a document, his expression serious. Please take a look at this. His eyes narrow, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Is this true? The confirmation arrives, cold and factual. Yes, Troyvin's primary targets for invasion right now are Harmon Castle and the Central Highlands. It means he wants to take action himself. In that case, approval is just a formality. If it's Theo, he must have already made preparations. A blade descends. The sword cuts through the air. A hand grips the hilt of a sword. The figure's eyes narrow behind the mask. A determined gaze pierces through the shadows. Correct. A sinister grin spreads across a face. Theo is ready. The man's gaze is intense, his expression unreadable. A drop of liquid falls, suspended in the air. A voice echoes, laced with concern. Geez, be careful. The man stands poised, a blade glinting in his hand. He wonders aloud. If you get hurt, how am I supposed to face our lords? The text identifies the speaker as Naven Bacchus, Bacchus clan head. The man responds, his voice strained. Why yes, sir, I'll be more careful. Naven Bacchus chuckles, reassuring him. Just kidding. Relax, make yourself comfortable. The man's eyes narrow, and he says, to do that, there's something you need to help with. Can you? The man's expression is obscured by shadow. Naven Bacchus smiles, asking, could you light the fire for me? I've got something to discuss with my... The man smirks, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The man exclaims, just kidding, kidding. I'll do it. A brazier blazes atop a stone pillar, casting an orange glow against the night sky. Figures scale the outer wall, their movements silent and swift. A sharp sound echoes in the distance. Armored boots stand on a ledge, overlooking the scene below. A voice wonders just how far ahead the enemy is. The man looks down, a grim smile playing on his lips. Below, a swarm of figures moves through the darkness. A voice wonders if their lord has seen the intruders. An older man observes the scene from above. A voice declares that Troyvin's rats have snuck in. A sword is drawn, ready for battle. A figure commands to defend the Bacchus estate and eliminate the intruders. The sound of a brutal impact echoes through the air. The fortress walls tremble as something plummets downwards. A figure is sent hurtling towards the ground, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. The sounds of battle intensify. Perched atop a massive, armored dragon, a figure surveys the battlefield. Has the battle already begun? The dragon descends, its massive claws finding purchase on the fortress walls. Looks like we arrived just in time. From a distance, a figure watches the arrival, a grim smile playing on their lips. I'll finally get to see. Energy crackles around the dragon, a sign of immense power. The dragon's eyes glow with an eerie light, its gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Streaks of light pierce the sky, illuminating the chaos below. The distant observer's voice echoes, filled with anticipation. Some familiar faces. Theo recalls training together during their apprentice night days. Cleve expresses that he is truly grateful to the palace guards. Theo asks if Cleve is impressed. Cleve admits that he didn't expect much at first, but after a few days of carrying out missions with them. A knight's armor gleams in the light. Even if their skills are a bit lacking, Theo could tell they're trustworthy. Hearing him say that makes Cleve proud. Cleve pauses, considering something. Now that the vassals and knights have all left, the Bacchus territory needs a knight order, right? How about training them? Will they become the Bacchus clan's knight order? A gruff voice booms out, laced with irritation. Hey, you little punk. Watch where you're going. The large man looms over a hooded figure, a sneer twisting his lips. Oops, guess you didn't see me because you're so tall? He slams a heavy mug onto the table, the wood groaning under the impact. Let me help you get to my eye level. The man's face contorts in rage, his teeth bared in a feral snarl. Meanwhile, chaos erupts in the bar. Oi, there's a fight, someone shouts. Who do you think will win? I bet on the big guy, another yells. A spilled drink earns a curse. Fuck, it spilled on me too. Servants bustle about, carrying various items, their footsteps echoing on the wooden floor. A woman hurries forward, laden with mugs, announcing their imminent arrival. A heavy wooden door stands slightly ajar, hinting at the discussions within. To summarize the request, starting today, the 15th, the autonomous territory of Floating Archipelago is asking for regular tribute. A lone figure stands before a large window, the sunlight illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. All these costs are for renting a Dragon Slayer sword. One of the men barks, "Request my foot." That's a threat. The Spinola clan, led by its next clan head, Antonio Spinola, is mentioned. The man questions, "And what now?" "Rental fee. They stole the Dragon Slayer sword, and now they want us to pay them to borrow it back." Another voice interjects, "Huh, what a joke." But the discussion continues, with one stating, "We don't really have a choice." Without the Dragon Slayer sword. He looks out over the scene, a deep furrow etched into his brow. The weight of recent events seems to press down on him. A fist clenches, the knuckles white with strain. "Damn it," he mutters. "If we hadn't lost the Dragon Slayer sword, we wouldn't be at the mercy of those bastards." His hand rises to his face, a gesture of despair. Is there really no hope left for our floating archipelago? A heavy silence hangs in the air, punctuated only by the distant sounds of chaos. A younger man watches the scene unfold, his expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. From the doorway, a voice cackles with manic glee. "Ha, that's right. Use the chair. Smash him with the chair." A booming voice erupts, laced with fury. "You damn hooligans." A figure descends with brutal force, a boot connecting with someone on the ground. "I've already got enough headaches." A voice cuts through the chaos, demanding answers. "What bullshit are you up to again?" Amidst the wreckage, a group gathers, their faces grim. One of them speaks, his tone laced with resentment. "I never stopped you from drinking, did I?" Another man steps forward, his eyes narrowed with anger. "If you're going to drink, just do it fucking quietly." A new figure emerges from the shadows, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Finally, he shows up. He eyes Antonio Spinola's gear, noting its pristine condition. "Your gear's brand new, so you can't be a mercenary looking for work." The new figure continues, his footsteps echoing in the space. "And you just happened to start a brawl where I was." Antonio Spinola considers the proposition. The leader just happens to know I have a ship bound for the archipelago. The figure smirks. "I would have been disappointed if you hadn't figured it out. All right, let's get straight to the point." He gestures, elaborating on the situation. Armed resistance group fighting for the liberation of the floating archipelago. The text reveals Antonio Spinola's identity. Leader of Black Skull, Antonio Spinola. The new figure proposes a deal. "Would you let you on board? How about a deal with me?" The camera focuses on the new figure's legs as he stands confidently. Antonio Spinola's expression hardens. "How did you find out I'm the leader of Black Skull?" The new figure remains unfazed. He dismisses the question. "Well, that's not important right now, is it? It's not about how I found out. It's about what I know." The new figure reveals his hand. "For example, that Dragon Slayer sword you're so desperate to get your hands on. The Dragon Slayer sword, it is said, created an updraft that holds the archipelago aloft. It also served as the medium that stabilized the mana. But recently, after Troiven's theft of the Dragon Slayer sword, mana currents began to become unstable. If the sword isn't returned in time, the archipelago will sink into the sea. The people flee in terror as the floating city begins to crumble. Yes, this isn't a joke. It's a matter of life and death for the residents of the floating archipelago," Antonio Spinola emphasizes. "And return it to us, we'll grant you anything you ask for." That's not a fundamental solution. The Troiven scum could steal it again at any time. Plus, I'd have to give up the Dragon Slayer sword forever. All right, let's continue with the deal. What do you want? The man states that if it's money, he has plenty. He continues, saying he doesn't need money. He figured they'd say that, so he came prepared. Theo states that it's a way to keep the Dragon Slayer sword and save the floating archipelago. His eyes glow red. Theo demands to be taken to the floating archipelago. Antonio Spinola looks surprised. Theo states that it is finally in sight. The floating archipelago. Floating archipelago. A trade alliance with a history and tradition so distinct that even the emperor recognized it as an autonomous territory. But Troiven has occupied it ever since the Great War. After being reduced to a mere manufacturing center for military supplies. A swirling vortex of water fills the panel, hinting at the turbulent history of the floating archipelago. All the islands sank underwater and were wiped off the map around the end of the Great War. For the sake of both Ragnar and the floating archipelago, I need to remove any trace of Troiven from the archipelago. A gray-haired man asks, "You weren't bluffing, right?" Theo stands beside him, his expression resolute. "Your promise to save the islands. What you said about preventing them from sinking." From the deck of a ship, the floating archipelago comes into view. By moving the islands. A close-up of Theo's face reveals a determined smirk. A ship sails through the waters, leaving a trail of white foam in its wake. Because the sea dragon that lies on the ocean floor beneath the archipelago is the primordial dragon's guardian. He is asked how the sword looks to him. One of the dragon-like creatures declares it's a relic. The creature repeats that it is a primordial dragon's relic. As he thought, the sword crackles with energy, but he wonders why it's incompatible with Ragnar. It's hard to say, but it seems the guardian of the Dragon Slayer sword abandoned its duty and ran from the relic itself. The creature asks if someone ran from it, stating it's happened before, even if it forgot what it was meant to do. One of the creatures clears its throat. The dragon-like creature asks if someone ran from the relic, and if he can also do that if he pays the price for it. The creature exclaims that it's crazy. The creature states that only that guy could escape. The creature continues, saying that only that guy could still make it out alive, so not just anyone can do it. Theo thinks that no wonder the mana released from him is enough mana to lift an entire archipelago. He wonders if he can overpower him. He wonders if he could move the islands himself. The dragon-like creature responds that in theory, it's possible, but he'd have to seal him again first. The creature asks if Theo can handle that, even if he lost most of his power after escaping the relic. The dragon-like creature states that he's still one of the strongest guardians. Theo asks if he can even reach the ocean floor, then smirks, stating that of course, he's got a plan. He explains how to get there. Theo continues, explaining how to seal him. The dragon-like creature wonders if that huge statue really has the power to save the islands. Theo mentions a plan, one that even the natives don't know about. He asks if the dragon-like creature is still suspicious even after he showed him the Dragon Slayer's sword. The dragon-like creature clears his throat, stating that he's not suspicious, just worried, as his homeland's fate is at stake, and he hopes Theo understands. Theo responds, well yeah, just get me there. He clashes with his opponent, the force of their blows creating a shockwave. Sir Grey swings his blade, a crimson arc cutting through the air. The bald man's eyes widen in disbelief. He realizes that Theo has vanished. Blurring into motion, Theo uses his speed to circle behind his adversary. Sir Grey whirls around, trying to locate his elusive foe. The bald man's eyes dart around, searching for the elusive figure. When did he get behind me? A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he realizes the danger. Plummeting from above, Theo prepares to strike. One of Sir Grey's subordinates calls out, "Are you okay, Sir Grey?" Theo holds a potion, a sinister smile playing on his lips. But he's powerful. Don't rush in carelessly. The air crackles with energy. A deafening crack echoes through the chamber, causing the guards to halt in their patrol, weapons raised in alarm. From above, the assembled guards murmur in confusion. One asks if anyone heard something. Another guard, eyes wide, replies that it sounded like something shattered. He urges the others to look. A guard screams, his voice cracking with terror as he shouts about the Colossus of Creamhild. Theo grits his teeth, a curse escaping his lips as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Another guard cries out, confirming that it is indeed the Colossus. The ancient structure groans, stone grinding against stone as it begins to crumble. Dust and debris cascade down, obscuring the once majestic form. The Colossus is collapsing. The destruction continues, the air thick with dust and the sound of shattering stone. A dragon statue perches atop the building, its stone eyes gazing out over the city. The silence stretches, broken only by the distant sounds of the city. Why is it taking so long? The group stands outside the building, their faces obscured by shadows. What on earth are they doing inside? The man looks up, his expression unreadable. Grey and his brothers who entered with us suddenly started attacking the guest. Damn it, have Troivan's minions already infiltrated this deep inside? The sounds of battle erupt from within the building. He leaps into the fray, a blur of motion against the chaos. The clash of steel echoes through the halls. These bastards. They don't press too hard when I leave an opening. They're just stalling for time. Slashing sounds echo through the air. They've taken over the 3 maritime families anyway, and must be waiting for reinforcements. The hunter declares, I'm not going to let you have it your way. The man with the buzz cut wonders what is happening. He sprints forward, his cape billowing behind him. The city stretches before him, a maze of steel and glass. He approaches a platform, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly energy. The man's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A voice cries out, stop him. Theo leaps forward, his sword drawn and ready. Theo thinks to himself, right, I was overthinking it for no reason. Sub-quest, Dragon Slayer's sword. Bamung wishes to return to its original resting place. Locate the spot, defeat the guardian, and earn the right to be its master. He reaches out, his fingers brushing against the Dragon Slayer's sword, the place where the dragon rested. The Dragon Slayer's sword reacts most strongly here. This is where it rested originally. He descends into the depths, a bright light illuminating the path below. Sword in hand, he prepares for what awaits him. This has to be the place. A powerful force emanates from the depths. His expression hardens, a grim determination settling over his features. He unleashes a devastating attack, the force of which shatters the surrounding area. The energy surges outward. What could the reason be? The air crackles with anticipation. The ground trembles as the power intensifies. Had he lost consciousness? But seeing as he was still alive. It seemed, as expected, he was inside the relic dungeon. The air hung heavy with the scent of decay and ancient magic. This was his base. Theo wondered what was with those bizarre forms. A familiar voice echoed, explaining that they manifested directly by using his mana as a medium. Another familiar added that because his magical power was lacking, they looked like a joke, adding that only he could see them. One of the familiars mused that it was strange for a relic guardian to harbor such deep admiration and compassion for a human. One of the familiars exclaimed, questioning if that human was Creamhild. Another responded that they didn't know either, simply reading his lingering thoughts. Theo thought that judging by the circumstances, it was probably Creamhild. Since the relic guardian was gone, he decided to take his time looking around. The Dragon Slayer's sword, Bamong hummed with anticipation. A skeleton archer stood in the distance, bow drawn. A burst of energy erupts, illuminating the cavern with a blinding flash. The energy continues to surge, the air crackling with unseen power. He turns, his gaze drawn towards the source of the disturbance. The cavern floor is littered with debris, the aftermath of some ancient conflict. He raises his weapon, his senses on high alert. Theo thought to himself, I thought it was a house without a master. He wonders, so what is this? A raspy voice echoes through the chamber. Intruder. It's an intruder. The skeleton continues, its hollow eyes burning with an eerie light. Balmung belongs to Kriemhild. The skeleton's thoughts drift to Kriemhild. The skeleton declares, eliminate the intruder. Theo wonders, well, that's what they say. All this just to protect something a human named Kriemhild owns. He prepares to face the skeletal warriors. A voice exclaims in surprise. The skeletal warrior stands ready. Theo states that there are many of them, but they are nothing special. Theo thinks to himself that he just needs to take them down, and it sounds simple enough. A voice warns him that it won't be as easy as he thinks. The voice continues, stating those things. The voice reveals that they are not ordinary skeletons. A close-up of a skeletal hand gripping a sword. The voice clarifies that they are immortal undead soldiers. The voice further identifies them as dragonbone soldiers. A skeletal warrior with glowing red eyes stands menacingly. He grimaces, realizing the fight ahead will be anything but easy. A massive, clawed hand reaches out, its dark armor glinting ominously. An explosion of energy erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. The battlefield is a scene of devastation, littered with the remnants of a brutal conflict. A voice booms, declaring that this endless fight cannot continue forever. Theo, looking up, asks if there are any good ideas. A voice retorts, offering a piece of advice for his dumb self. The voice demands that someone hand over ownership to him. A voice questions how someone can be human if they are a legendary hero and still alive. Theo leaps into action, his expression determined. The voice calls someone an arrogant human, adding that they are too dumb for advice. Theo looks surprised, a question forming in his mind. The system informs that this dungeon is the final gift Leviathan left for Kriemhild, and tasks the player with retrieving the ownership of this gift from Kriemhild. He wonders if the system wants him to retrieve ownership of the dungeon, realizing that Griffin might actually be right then. Undead dragonbone soldiers descend from above, spears aimed directly at him. The skull of one soldier is visible, cracks running through the bone. The spears continue their descent, closing in. Dodging the initial volley, he prepares to counterattack. The spears impact the ground, splintering the stone. He continues to evade the relentless assault. Surrounded, the undead dragonbone soldiers close in. He stands his ground, ready to face the onslaught. The system announces, activating hatchling synchro. If his guess is right, then surely. The dragonbone soldiers surge forward, a skeletal tide rushing toward their quarry. Arcing tendrils of energy crackle through the air, a prelude to the storm about to break. The energy intensifies, coalescing into a blinding surge of power. Their red eyes burning with malice, the dragonbone soldiers declare, "Found you." As the dragonbone soldiers aggressively charge, one of them oddly turns his back and runs away. A voice echoes, laced with conviction. "I'm even more convinced now." The skeletal visage of a dragonbone soldier looms, its red eyes gleaming with sinister intent. The air crackles with the raw power of thunder dragon breathing. Lightning arcs and dances, illuminating the battlefield with blinding flashes. The world blurs with speed and energy, the air thick with ozone. Dark armor shifts and flows, channeling the immense power surging through the warrior's body. The blade sings with power, ready to unleash the storm. A blade descends, piercing through an unseen target with brutal force. The impact sends debris scattering as the blade continues its relentless descent. He stands over the point of impact, the air crackling with residual energy. Etched along the blade, the words "thunder stab" gleam ominously. The razor-sharp edge of the blade reflects the chaotic energy surrounding it. He grinds his heel into the remains, crushing them further into the earth. He holds aloft a fragment, dripping with crimson. A sinister grin spreads across his face. "I'll just keep collecting them like this." His gloved hand, adorned with a silver ring, tightens around the fragment. The heavy rain continues to fall, obscuring the already dim surroundings. The docks are slick with rain, the lights of the buildings reflecting in the puddles. Workers carry crates through the rain-soaked streets. "You came," a voice booms out. One figure asks if something happened, noting that they are later than scheduled. Another responds that it was nothing serious. A man remarks that the tide will make things easier, addressing someone as captain. The captain's face is grim, the rain plastering his beard to his face. Two figures huddle together, one stammering about the passengers and asking what's wrong. The rain intensifies, the sound deafening. A ship looms in the harbor, its flag whipping in the wind. Bodies litter the docks. A man lies on the ground, staring up in disbelief. What on earth?" he gasps. A figure stands silhouetted against the rain, a grim determination etched on their face. "Stupid floating archipel dash." Someone laments that ago people let the dragon slayer's sword slip right from under their noses. The figure declares that it doesn't matter who possesses something. The rain continues to fall as the floating archipelago is mentioned. The figure states that it is already in their hands. Troiven's 9 noble servitor, Noil, is introduced. Rain lashed against the ancient stone of the building. From within, voices echoed, filled with panic. How can this be? What do we do? Below, a crowd looked up in terror, their faces etched with fear as they watched the looming structure. A voice declared, the 100-year-old guardian colossus of the archipelago. The crowd scattered, their cries of alarm piercing the storm. It's collapsing. A fist clenches, surrounded by swirling energy. A system message appeared. You have recovered all of Kriemhild's remains. 206/206 inch. A figure grinned, a triumphant glint in their eyes. I finally got them all. The stirrup bone? Where is that even located? A voice questioned. He is presented with a glowing blue interface. The system asks if he would like to check Kriemhild's memories that are engraved in the remains. The yes option is selected, confirming the choice. A message appears, declaring that there's no reason to refuse. Theo wonders what the hero of the myth looks like. The interface indicates that Kriemhild's memories, engraved in the remains, are now playing. Abstract imagery fills the screen, a visual representation of the memories being accessed. Meanwhile, a voice calls out, Levi. The abstract imagery continues, swirling and shifting like fragments of a forgotten dream. The voice calls again, closer now. Levi, I'm here. The memories intensify, a kaleidoscope of light and shadow. A towering sword pierces the chaotic visions, a symbol of power and conflict. The voice pleads, desperate now. Levi, wake up. A surge of power emanates from the dragon-like entity. The energy coalesces, forming a more defined shape. The dragon's head comes into full view, its red eyes gleaming. Leviathan demands to know how many times it must repeat itself before the young human understands. The dragon's maw opens, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Leviathan declares, I am Leviathan, guardian of the primordial dragon's relic. You're not even Ragnar. How dare you call me by that nickname? But Leviathan's full name is too hard to say. Smiling brightly, Levi says, I'll just call you Levi. Leviathan retorts, sure. Call me what you want, young human. Talking to a foolish human like you will only tire my mouth. Levi carries a basket filled with bread. He wonders why the innkeeper keeps giving him bread. I know, right? Levi exclaims that something really fun happened today. There she goes rambling again. Levi mentions the florist uncle and the baker auntie. He laughs, sitting across from Leviathan, who seems to be enjoying the moment. Levi spreads his arms wide, a bright smile on his face as he sits in the cave. The smile fades as Levi stands, his expression shifting to one of concern. A massive sword stands tall, piercing the cavern floor. The blade gleams in the dim light, a silent sentinel. The sword hums with an unseen energy. Leviathan's voice echoes, strained and desperate. Geez, I tell you not to come. You just won't stop. Leviathan's form flickers with an unnatural light. What happened today? Blood pools on the cavern floor. Levi cries out, his voice filled with terror. Levi, help me. Leviathan's massive form trembles, his armor cracked and broken. Strange men suddenly barged into the town, hurting people. A woman screams in terror as she is attacked. Tears stream down her face as she realizes the danger she is in. A man sneers, gloating. Gotcha, you foolish barbarian wench. He grabs the woman roughly, asking why she ran off like that. The man holding her declares that their mighty emperor is extending his care to these rural waters, and she should be grateful. At the same time, Kriemhild says he gets to have some fun too. A figure with glowing eyes looms in the darkness. The glowing eyes stare intently. A sword is drawn, glinting in the dim light. Darkness descends. A town burns, consumed by flames. The town burns, consumed by an inferno of unimaginable scale. Buildings crumble into ash as the fire rages. Driven by desperation, the townsfolk flee, their faces etched with terror as they try to escape the encroaching flames. A guard barks, demanding to know the cause of the commotion amidst the chaos. The townsfolk continue their desperate flight, their footsteps echoing against the cobblestone streets as they seek refuge from the destruction. The scene is one of utter devastation. Fucking hell, someone exclaims, witnessing the destruction. The inferno intensifies, consuming everything in its path with relentless fury. The guard's eyes widen in disbelief as he gazes upward. Where did this monster come from? He wonders. Fear grips the observer as they look up at the source of the destruction. A monstrous dragon descends upon the town, its shadow casting a pall over the burning landscape. A woman stands defiantly, her sword raised in challenge against the monstrous dragon. Someone cries out in disbelief, realizing the extent of the threat. The woman's face contorts in fury as she realizes the dragon is being controlled. She must be the one controlling it, she shouts. A voice booms, commanding, kill that woman first. The town erupts in chaos as soldiers raise their shields against an unseen threat. A sharp intake of breath pierces the silence. A voice whispers, filled with regret, I'm sorry. The voice continues, laced with sorrow. The chosen one, but because of me. Sorrowfully, the voice laments. Everything turned out well, didn't it? But Levi, you. A gasp escapes, heavy with emotion. The voice, choked with tears, confesses, "I'm sorry, Levi. You were supposed to wait for." A plea echoes, "Don't weep so sorry." The dragon, Leviathan, looms as the name Kriemhild is called out. Kriemhild stands amidst the chaos, as a voice proclaims, "Everyone, Kriemhild saved us all with that dragon." In the aftermath, a figure declares, "You don't have to be sad. I may have abandoned my duty." But somehow he feels at peace. By his will, not the primordial dragons. A cheerful smile brightens the day as a basket is carried on their head. He could protect your smile. The great imperial army, defeated by a barbarian girl who controls the sea dragon? No, that's unacceptable. Seems he was complacent about it being a remote area. He'll dispatch his royal guard. Reclaim my land swiftly. A fearsome dragon looms, its eyes gleaming in the dim light. How fascinating, a creature. That just won't die. But if you're his master, you must know how to kill it, right? Rain lashed down as a knight on horseback surveyed the scene. The rain soaked the ground beneath heavy footsteps. Kriemhild spoke. "It's all right, Kriemhild." The dragon-like creature continued. "I'll simply go into a deep slumber, with the magic left inside the relic when I come out." The figure knelt, hand outstretched. "You'll surely be able to put me to sleep." Tears streamed down the faces of those gathered. Kriemhild stated, "I'm a guardian. I won't die. Seems we weren't granted a lot of time together." A sword shattered, its pieces falling to the ground. Levi cried out, Levi." A figure pleaded, Please don't do this. I can't do this. Perhaps our fate was destined." Kriemhild declared, "The moment I broke the rules. So don't feel guilty for." A figure with long white hair stated, "Protecting your people. I'll help you one last time." Kriemhild's voice trembled as she spoke, a hint of finality in her tone. "I had fun, Kriem." A lone figure stood silhouetted against the storm, the wind whipping around them. In the distance, a mass of people stood frozen, witnessing the unfolding catastrophe. A sinister grin spread across the man's face, his eyes gleaming with dark anticipation. The world tilted, reality fracturing as the cataclysmic force intensified. His eyes widened in disbelief, the horror of the situation dawning on him. The soldier's voice cut through the chaos, a desperate question hanging in the air. "What's happening?" A monstrous wave surged forward, a churning wall of water threatening to engulf everything in its path. A tsunami. A desperate cry for help echoed amidst the destruction. A guttural groan of agony ripped through the air, a testament to the immense suffering. A blood-curdling scream pierced the heavens, a sound of pure terror. A desperate voice cried out, filled with anguish. "Levi Dash." A colossal, shadowy figure looms, its form indistinct yet imposing. Theo observes the scene, his red eyes gleaming in the dim light. "I see," he murmurs, a hint of understanding in his voice. Kriemhild is shown in the scene. A serene landscape unfolds, dotted with ethereal lights. A voice echoes, stating that Kriemhild was never the fairy tale hero people were told she was. She was simply an unfortunate girl. Theo recalls that she wanted to be friends with the guardian. "You," he says. Theo stands on a shore, looking out at the horizon. He seems to be deep in thought. Levi's face is filled with sadness as a sword is pointed at her. A woman with blonde hair says, "So you're the chosen one." Levi waited for so long. Levi couldn't fulfill his duty. That must have pained him deeply. He wonders if it could truly be. It's Kriemhild. Kriemhild has appeared. A figure stands silhouetted against the light, a massive weapon held in their gloved hand. To save the sinking islands. Kriemhild is back. The scene shifts to the floating archipelago's underground meeting hall. Murmurs fill the hall as figures clad in robes stand in formation. One of the robed figures addresses the assembly. "You gathered quickly." The focus shifts to Noel, one of the 9 noble servitors of Troyven. Noel's companion asks, "Noel, why are you so calm? Our plan is already in trouble." Another figure, face concealed by a mask, wonders, wasn't the Dragon Slayer's sword supposed to be in Troyven? He confirms, yes. The figure with the sword is questioned, what was that outsider carrying? The text explains that because of him, everyone in the archipelago has rushed to the Colossus, chanting that he is the legendary hero Kriemhild. The text continues, stating that at this rate, the power of the 3 maritime families will end up in his hands. Noel listens intently, his expression unreadable. An unseen figure declares that this isn't what they agreed upon. Another figure explains that in exchange for the Dragon Slayer's sword, Troyven promised they'd get to preserve their status. The figure pauses, considering the situation. The figure expresses irritation at the commotion caused by such a trivial matter. Noel is asked what he takes their 3 maritime families for. An unseen force seems to be pressing down on Noel. Red energy crackles in the air. Another figure asks what the first one thinks. Noel retorts that they are obviously bugs he can crush at any time. Noel is questioned about what he is doing. The figure accuses them of being traitors who sold out their own country for personal gain, and demands they simply follow orders. The figure questions why they whine about ruling the floating isles, even as they sink. He declares that greed must have limits if one expects tolerance. The man questions if they are serious, stating that without the capital of the archipelago, Troyven will also fall. He calls someone a fool, asking if they still don't understand. The character threatens that if they don't want to be slaughtered there and now, he demands that someone shut up and do exactly as he says. The man is shocked. He demands that if they want to live, they must bring the Dragon Slayer's sword back to him, calling them pieces of trash. Someone asks to be forgiven, but asks if they may ask one thing of the ninth noble servitor. He is asked if he is really entrusting them with the retrieval of the sword. He knows what worries the other person, and says he'd prefer to do it himself too. He states that the situation doesn't allow that for now. One of Ragnar's 9 dragons, the Overlord Dragon. Since he has come, a figure shrouded in shadow looms, his features obscured by the darkness. A disembodied voice declares that restraining him is the top priority. A city sprawls beneath a sky streaked with clouds, dominated by a colossal structure wreathed in smoke. A vast crowd gathers in a plaza, their numbers stretching as far as the eye can see. From atop a towering structure, a figure cries out, desperately calling Kriemhild's name. A man with dark hair and piercing red eyes reflects. I knew they worshipped Kriemhild like a god, but I didn't expect it to be this intense. A voice declares, however, the Kriemhild I saw was neither a god nor a hero. Kriemhild, a blonde woman with gentle blue eyes, is described as just a normal, loving girl. The Dragon Slayer's sword is shown, its blade gleaming with a dark power. It is revealed that the Dragon Slayer's sword was always a relic of the primordial dragon only a Ragnar could use. From the ground, a figure looks up, pleading, "O Kriemhild, I have a favor to beg of you." The people of the archipelago are in dire straits. They lament that the entire archipelago is about to sink because of the Troivan scoundrels, and many have no way to escape. A desperate plea echoes, "If you pity us, please save us." A figure considers the situation, thinking it might be good to play along for a bit. A sword gleams, its blade reflecting the light. The sword stands as a symbol for the people of the floating archipelago. A vow is made. Kriemhild swears to do whatever it takes to save the archipelago. The declaration rings out, "I shall do whatever it takes to save this archipelago." Destruction looms over the land. A cloaked figure states, "We've been waiting for you, O hero Kriemhild." Marty introduces herself as the high priestess of the Kriemhild temple. She smiles warmly, stating that they will attend to him from now on. The Kriemhild temple stands tall against the sky. A long bridge stretches towards the Kriemhild temple, promising a path to salvation. The prophecy of his appearance coming true one day has been maintained by the priests for generations. Marty leads the way, urging Kriemhild to follow. Kriemhild wonders what this place is. Marty explains that the necklace was said to have been worn by the hero Kriemhild. The display case identifies the artifact as Kriemhild's pearl, a magical enchanted accessory and gate-link key. It is the only keepsake of hero Kriemhild and a key, an essential item to reach the sea dragon of the deep seas. Kriemhild holds the pearl, and Marty asks if they shall continue now that he has the key. A close-up reveals the determination in Kriemhild's eyes. Kriemhild states that he has something to tell her before they leave. An unseen figure assures, "You need not worry so much, Lord Ragnar." Standing beside him, Kriemhild is taken aback by the statement. Theo asks, "How did you know?" Kriemhild explains that the Dragon Slayer's sword is the primordial dragon's relic, so it's only natural a Ragnar would awaken it. Theo wonders why it was called Kriemhild's comeback. Kriemhild speaks of the sadness of having no choice but to harm her friend. He continues, mentioning Kriemhild's pain while trying to protect this island, and that she acknowledged Theo. Kriemhild states that it's only right Theo gets the deserved treatment. Kriemhild announces, "We're here." He explains that if they go to the end of these stairs and throw the necklace, a gate linked to the sea dragon will open. Kriemhild says that the item will help Theo breathe and move underwater if he keeps it on his person. Kriemhild holds the necklace. She prays. The air crackles with unseen energy. Kriemhild clutches a ring, her expression unreadable. A disembodied voice echoes, praising someone for saving the floating archipelago. A grand structure stands against the backdrop of snow-capped mountains. Meanwhile, a vast crowd gathers on a bridge, their faces a sea of anticipation. The name Kriemhild is repeated in hushed tones. A soldier's shout pierces the air, "Stop, everyone." The soldiers announce that the 3 maritime families have finished their investigation, revealing that that man was a terrorist falsely impersonating the hero Kriemhild. The crowd murmurs in disbelief. A terrorist? The soldiers declare that an operation to reclaim the Dragon Slayer's sword, which he stole, is currently underway, ordering the citizens to disperse immediately. A voice affirms that they made the correct call. Spinola Umberto, head of the Spinola family, is shown. The man's reputation may suffer, but without the Dragon Slayer's sword, his head will roll, leaving him no choice. Rather die? Who cares about damn reputation? Even he has to kill everyone here. As of this moment right now, regardless of the reason, if anyone stands in our way, eliminate them. The soldiers advance. I have to retrieve the Dragon Slayer's sword, no matter what. Meanwhile, he ascends the stairs. The figure continues his ascent. His boot breaks the water's surface. Is this it? He gazes into the water, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow. Entering the water, the surface ripples around him, distorting the light. The water swirls, pulling him deeper. The currents intensify, a vortex of blue energy. He is enveloped by the swirling water, the surface now a distant memory. The light fades as he descends further into the abyss. The water rushes past him, a symphony of unseen forces. The swirling intensifies, a spiraling descent into the unknown. He plummets downwards, bubbles trailing in his wake. The depths grow darker, the pressure increasing with every meter. Strange shapes loom in the darkness, hinting at the creatures below. He thinks, I'm inside, but I don't know where to go. He peers down into the murky depths, a sense of unease prickling at the back of his neck. His crimson eyes narrow, searching for any sign of movement in the gloom. Sword in hand, he propels himself deeper into the abyss, the water growing colder with each stroke. Looking up, Theo senses a presence, something massive lurking above. The water around him seems to vibrate with an unseen energy. His eyes widen in alarm, a silent question forming on his lips. A colossal form begins to materialize from the darkness, its scales shimmering in the faint light. The creature's massive head comes into view, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light. More of the serpentine guardians reveal themselves, their forms coiling and twisting in the water. He faces the monstrous sea serpent, its gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. The serpent's presence is confirmed, guardians of the deep sea. 3 serpentine heads, each with glowing red eyes, emerge from the murky depths. Theo looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he stares at the massive creature. He smirks, a glint in his eye. Great, if they're here. A voice booms, ordering that no one be allowed to escape. The soldiers move with haste, intent on carrying out their orders. The soldiers stand guard, their spears at the ready. A voice wonders why the 3 maritime families are doing this, and if the terrorist story is even true. Someone shouts that excessive force is being used, ordering them to stop. A man's face is shown, his expression one of anger. A voice asks on what grounds they are being stopped. A voice declares that there is no doubt he is Kriemhild's reincarnation. Someone swears on the honor of the priests who guarded this temple for generations. A voice demands to know why they don't explain themselves first. A man wonders if this is a venerable sanctuary. A stern voice cuts through the tension. Get a grip, Sir Spinola. Another voice retorts, addressing someone else. No, you get a grip, Sir Romlin. You think that'll save your life right now. A pregnant pause hangs in the air, thick with unspoken tension. Sir Spinola's face is grim, his eyes narrowed with determination. We've betrayed the archipelago once, so our only choice is to. A voice filled with rage declares, Troiven's dogs. Take out anyone who stops us. A figure steps forward, spear in hand. I'll take responsibility, with everyone else. A vast crowd surges forward, a wave of bodies ready to clash. The clash of steel echoes as the battle begins. Someone urges, you should leave, Priestess Marty. Marty responds, resolute, it's all right. I need to fight. A defiant voice rings out, as if we let you hurt him. The order is given. Everyone, hold your ground. Don't let them get through. A roar of defiance erupts from the front lines. He looks up, a question etched on his face. Steel sings as the swords meet, sparks flying in a confined space. The gray-haired man's blade flashes, a deadly dance of steel and shadow. The force of the blow sends the other man staggering back. He is sent hurtling through the air, the impact imminent. Antonio Spinola presses the attack, his sword a blur of motion. The clash of steel echoes once more, a symphony of destruction. The gray-haired man spits, you idiots. He shouts, what are you doing there? Antonio Spinola grits his teeth, it's been a long time. Antonio Spinola continues, his voice laced with anger. You gave up the air position. Antonio Spinola finishes, his expression twisted in fury, just to make this pathetic choice. A weapon points towards the sky, ready for battle. A voice questions, and what's this pathetic choice you mention? A warrior stands ready, a massive blade held high. The man's face contorts in rage. Do you mean betraying my country and killing innocent civilians? Why you? An army stands poised, a sea of soldiers ready to advance. A stern voice commands, all Black Skull members. The battle begins, a chaotic clash of steel and fury. I order you to subdue each one of these cruel men. 2 figures clash, their faces etched with determination and rage. A voice laments, I raised the morale somehow, but we're inferior in every way. A desperate plea echoes, we can't hold on for long, so, hurry up. A lone figure stands against a horde of monstrous, dragon-like creatures. The monstrous dragon's eyes glow with malevolent intent. He finds himself surrounded by a multitude of dragons. The sheer number is unexpected. The dragon's presence raises a question, what could the reason be for their gathering? The dragon's red eyes pierce through the water, their gaze intense. They are just silently watching him. Could it be? Because Leviathan's energy is in the sword? In that case, the dragons shift, their movements subtle yet deliberate. A system message appears. The sea serpent has recognized you as its master. Another system message. Wyvern taming has been activated. Taming sea serpent. It's similar to when he tamed Umbra. Their emotions are flowing into him through Dragonheart. Your emotions that Leviathan will soothe. Curiosity. The distorted mana is making the currents stronger as they go deeper. It's probably a sign that they're getting closer. Hatchling Synchro has been activated. So that's They continue to descend through the water. Leviathan swims alongside him. Leviathan's presence is announced. His magic powers as tremendous as he is. But the sea serpents are right. The man is weird. It feels different from Kriemhild's memories. Whoa, he's gone. Leviathan observes the scene, agreeing that it looks very dangerous. He already has that energy, so Leviathan thought he would know. Theo realizes he has that energy. Could it be? Theo identifies it as demon shadow toxin. Yeah, that dragon has lost all reason because of the demon shadow toxin. The masked figure, clad in formal military attire, considers the state of affairs. Their nation may be at war. The masked figure continues, stating that there's something they need to discuss. The Overlord Dragon's name is invoked. The figure, shrouded in shadow, is identified as Noil, Troivin's 9th noble servitor. The camera focuses on a bare foot. The masked figure questions if this is the time for smiles and greetings, reminding the other party of the terms of their deal. The terms of the deal are laid out. They would take the north while the other fought Ragnar, and in return, Troivin's takeover of the archipelago would remain secret. The Overlord Dragon states that he doesn't recall breaking his promise, questioning what is wrong. The ground cracks underfoot as a figure demands if someone is going to act like they don't know. Theo Ragnar, the outsider, is named. A figure in a helmet stands guard. The figure questions if they are being told that the 6th heir candidate was unknown to them. If they don't, red energy crackles. The helmeted figure declares that it ends right here, right now. Someone wonders if it could be. Demon shadow toxin is mentioned. Someone confirms, yeah, that dragon. The dragon-like creature writhes, its form distorted by an unseen force. It has lost all reason. The creature's maw gapes open in a silent scream, the interior a cavern of teeth and shadow. The demonic energy surges, the cause identified as the demon shadow toxin. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning how this could be, and if Troivin is responsible. Theo Ragnar watches, the dragon slayer's sword drawn. Once the seal is lifted, Leviathan would protect the archipelago. The voice continues, baffled by how they poisoned a guardian. They must have some bizarre way. In any case, the demonic energy has totally taken over his reason. Leviathan is about to go berserk, the demonic energy intensifying around him. A smaller figure speaks, advising someone to distance themselves, believing they haven't been noticed. The smaller figure exclaims, realizing they're being chased. Theo Ragnar leaps forward, a determined look on his face. The smaller figure sees their chance, hoping they haven't been noticed. The magical defense shimmers with an ethereal glow, trapping Leviathan within its confines. He observes the barrier, a scowl deepening on his face. Damn it, seems they set up some sort of defense. The magical energy crackles, a clear indication of its power. But that's clearly a vital point. The defense pulses with arcane energy, a formidable barrier against any direct assault. The magical barrier continues to hum, its power undeniable. Theo Ragnar grits his teeth, frustration evident in his expression. Damn it. The magical defense glows intensely, a testament to its strength and complexity. The barrier crackles with energy, a clear warning to any who dare approach. A voice echoes, seemingly from the defense itself. Chosen one, you can't run away now. Theo Ragnar clenches his fist, a plan forming in his mind. Attack his forehead, just like before. Leviathan remains trapped, the magical defense a cage around him as Theo Ragnar prepares to strike. The magical barrier continues to hold, but Theo Ragnar's determination is unwavering. But how do I get close? He watches, his expression a mix of concern and calculation. The air crackles with unseen energy. Leviathan is caught off guard, a surge of magical energy erupting around him. Blasts of raw power slam into the dragon, the force of the blows shaking the very foundations of the cavern. The magical assault intensifies, bolts of lightning and arcane energy tearing through the air. The onslaught continues, the air shimmering with the aftereffects of the relentless barrage. The magical energy continues to bombard Leviathan, the cavern echoing with the sounds of destruction. Theo Ragnar grits his teeth, his expression hardening as he witnesses the brutal assault. Ugh! His eyes narrow, a flicker of determination igniting within them as he prepares for what comes next. The magical assault resumes with renewed intensity, the air vibrating with power. The relentless barrage of energy continues to batter Leviathan, the dragon struggling against the unseen force. Leviathan is thrown back by the force of the attack, the dragon's massive form struggling to maintain its footing. The magical energy continues to pummel Leviathan, the dragon's roars echoing through the cavern as the assault reaches its peak. He faces the massive sea serpent, its blue scales shimmering in the dim light of the abyss. The serpent's red eyes gleam menacingly. Theo Ragnar grits his teeth. It's hard to move underwater, but with the serpent's help, it's a whole different story. He aims straight for the wound on the serpent's forehead. The sea serpent looms, a swirling vortex of power. The demonic energy is stronger closer to the forehead crystal. Theo Ragnar prepares to strike, his face contorted in determination. But a sword, glowing with purple energy, hurtles towards the beast. He learned a lesson while fighting the griffin. Theo Ragnar's eyes glow with a fierce red light. Activating Griffin Talon, the chance of subduing a strong enemy has increased. An eye for an eye. Fairy buff activates, enhancing immunity and protecting the body from demonic energy. Worm Eater activates, resisting demonic energy with increased attack power. Lesser Drake's Fear activates, pushing back the overwhelming pressure with a magical wave. And a guardian for a guardian. Power surges around him. Theo Ragnar grits his teeth, channeling the immense power flowing through him. Dragon's Claw. The energy intensifies. The energy intensifies. Quintuple. The power continues to build. The energy reaches a critical point. The power is unleashed. A surge of energy erupts, tearing through the air with violent force. The energy expands, a wave of raw power unleashed. The unleashed energy explodes outward, sending debris flying in all directions. The air crackles with residual energy. Theo Ragnar lies battered and bleeding, his face a mask of pain. A faint light illuminates the scene. A figure looks down, their expression unreadable. The world seems to fade into a distant memory. A new surge of power gathers, crackling with anticipation. The energy coalesces into the shape of a dragon, a symbol of immense power. A shadowy figure lurks, the source of the overwhelming force. A single, crimson eye opens, filled with malevolent intent. A voice echoes, filled with a longing that borders on despair. It admits, though, that what it desires is impossible. Theo Ragnar's expression shifts to one of surprise, his brow furrowed in confusion. The voice continues, revealing that it defied the will of the primordial dragon and abandoned the relic it was meant to guard. By leaving the relic, it was no longer a guardian. The entity adds that it was once infected by demonic energy, but Theo helped it find reason again. It accepts that its annihilation is as good as decided. Before that happens, the voice addresses Theo Ragnar directly. The entity declares that it will give Theo all the power it has left. The voice admits that this will come along with great pain. Theo's expression hardens, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. The entity responds, "Of course." The voice chuckles, "Huh, I like your confidence at least." The entity asks, "Will you please?" He grips the hilt of his sword, the metal cool against his palm. A question echoes in his mind. Use this power for those Cream wanted to protect? The sword gleams in the ethereal light, its edge sharp enough to cut through reality itself. Theo Ragnar's gaze hardens with resolve. He vows, "I swear to do so." A voice, seemingly from the depths, whispers, "Thank you, Theo Ragnar." A surge of energy crackles around him, the air shimmering with untold power. The voice continues, "Thanks to you, I can return to my friend's side now." The energy intensifies, the water around him vibrating with raw force. The currents swirl faster, the power building to a crescendo. A dire warning echoes. The sea currents from Leviathan are disappearing. Theo Ragnar stands firm, the weight of the world pressing down on him. At this rate, the archipelago will sink. A desperate plea rings out. There's no time. Hurry up and absorb his power. Theo Ragnar looks down, his expression grim. Don't worry, Leviathan. Swirling blue energy surrounds him, a torrent of power flowing into his being. The currents intensify, the raw energy crackling around him like lightning. A voice echoes, declaring, "I'll take over your power." The voice continues, and move the blue energy continues to surge, enveloping him completely. The text declares the fate of the whole of the floating archipelago. The floating islands of the archipelago are shown, small ships sailing between them. The archipelago looms, a network of islands connected by bridges and waterways. The sea currents from Leviathan are disappearing. At this rate, the archipelago will sink. There's no time. Hurry up and absorb his power. Don't worry, Leviathan. I'll take over your power. Theo begins to take over Leviathan's power and move the whole floating archipelago. The power surges through him. His eyes glow red as he grits his teeth, enduring the immense power flowing into him. Theo's face is bruised and bloodied. I was too arrogant. The Guardian's warnings echoed in his mind. But he didn't expect him to be this strong. Power surged around him, threatening to overwhelm him. At this rate, his body was going to. He was surprised by the sheer force of Leviathan's power. The energy crackled around him, a tangible force. Theo gritted his teeth, fighting to maintain control. He considered using the sword, a desperate measure. The power continued to surge, an unstoppable tide. The energy threatened to consume him entirely. A sphere of raw power coalesced before him. The energy reached a fever pitch. Leviathan observes, finding that was actually pretty clever. Indeed. A question hangs in the air. Did he use the Dragon Slayer sword to block and reduce damage to his body? The impact echoes, a desperate cry for help. The sword helped till the very end. A gloved hand grips the Dragon Slayer sword, its power evident. The moon hangs in the sky, a silent witness to the battle. Leviathan observes that it seems like him. Such tremendous magic power, as if he's holding Leviathan himself. All that struggle was worth it. The Dragon Slayer's sword gleams, its edges sharp and deadly. Leviathan warns, "Don't let your guard down yet, chosen one." Leviathan's power is finally whole. Now's the time to move the islands. Theo's face is bruised and bloodied, a testament to the battle's intensity. Theo stands tall, the Dragon Slayer's sword held firmly in his grasp. I know that. The impact resonates, a powerful force unleashed. He plummets through the air, streaks of blue light blurring around him. Leviathan's spectral hand extends, its ethereal glow illuminating the space. You must have a place in mind, right? Theo, his face marred with cuts, declares, I have the perfect place for it. A blinding light erupts, centered on Ragnar Northeast Bay, where it used to be. The light intensifies, a radiant pulse expanding outwards. The energy coalesces, focusing into a single, brilliant point. Below, soldiers brace themselves, weapons raised against the unknown. Streaks of light continue to fall, illuminating the scene with an eerie glow. A colossal wave rises before them, dwarfing the soldiers and the buildings behind them. A voice whispers in disbelief, what was that? Panic spreads through the ranks. Did Kriemhildnim do something? The soldiers stare in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief and fear. The soldiers cried out in disbelief as the ground beneath them gave way. What the hell? It's really sinking, one shouted, pointing towards the rapidly receding shoreline. The archipelago surged forward, propelled by an unseen force. It's moving, echoed across the waves. The islands continued their relentless advance, the water churning around them as they carved a new path through the sea. It's moving. Buildings crumbled and were swept away by the rising tide, the structures no match for the raw power reshaping the landscape. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure stood firm, watching the islands rearrange themselves. The air crackled with displaced energy. The figure in the helmet muttered, what on earth? He absorbed the Dragon Slayer sword's power this fast. A voice echoed, it seems like now's not the time for this conversation. A sinister grin spread across a face, hinting at the power behind the cataclysm. A voice dripped with false apology. I'll apologize, so how about we stop here? Another voice, filled with rage, responded, don't think you can get away with this, Overlord Dragon. Theo Ragnar believes the plan is a dead end. Regardless, since he solved the Dragon Slayer sword's secret, maybe it's for the better. A figure stands resolute as the archipelago shifts around him. The figure proposes, so you want me to take out your future opponent for you? You want to ride my coattails? Rather than wasting time here. Isn't that better for you too? The archipelago's really moving. That rascal actually did it. Stop fighting. The danger of the archipelago sinking is gone. The city's inhabitants react to the shifting landscape. Now let's all safely. A close-up reveals a face etched with worry. The Dragon Slayer's sword stands as a symbol of hope. Knowing it's shameless to ask for one more favor, Chartheo tells the other person not to worry and relax. The scene shows the aftermath of a battle, with bodies strewn about. The other person responds that they already know all that Chartheo did. A voice declares the need to protect them and the archipelago. The Dragon Slayer's sword walks forward, its purpose clear. Chartheo states that he will handle things here. Someone shouts at the soldiers, questioning why they are spacing out, and if they don't see the Dragon Slayer's sword walking right to them. The soldiers stand ready, weapons drawn, facing the Dragon Slayer's sword. An order is given to stop hesitating and get the Dragon Slayer's sword from him. A soldier cries out as they charge forward. Someone comments on the bloody mess that was made while they were gone. Chartheo's eyes glow red with power. Someone yells for everyone to get down. The aftermath of the attack is a scene of utter devastation. Debris litters the ground, a testament to the raw power unleashed. A crimson beam of energy slices through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The ground is scarred and torn, the very earth itself bearing witness to the cataclysm. Structures crumble and collapse, reduced to rubble by the force of the impact. The landscape is unrecognizable, transformed into a wasteland of shattered stone and twisted metal. A once proud building is now a hollow shell, its walls breached and its foundations weakened. The skeletal remains of a skyscraper claw at the sky, a grim reminder of what was lost. Dust and smoke hang heavy in the air, obscuring the horizon and choking the senses. The very fabric of reality seems frayed, the world itself torn asunder by the force of the blast. The air crackles with residual energy, a silent testament to the power that was unleashed. The ground is scarred and broken, the earth itself weeping from the wounds inflicted upon it. A swirling vortex of energy consumes all in its path, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. The aftermath of the battle paints a gruesome tableau, the ground slick with crimson. Standing amidst the carnage, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood, a figure surveys the devastation. The figure's expression is one of disbelief, the scene before them seemingly impossible. All the nobles and the guards lay fallen, their sacrifices unable to stem the tide of destruction. He spits out a curse, his voice laced with venomous anger. Stupid-ass pirates. He continues, placing blame. All this mess because you couldn't handle that kid. A man's eyes widen in shock, a dawning realization creeping across his face. Father. His face is etched with a mixture of grief and grim determination, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. He barks out an order, his voice cutting through the chaos. Act together. Evacuate with the civilians. His gaze hardens, a sense of duty settling over him. The archipelago's gonna need you. The man nods, a silent promise etched on his face. He reflects on the past, a grim acceptance settling in. He was so far, yet the best I could do was to stop the attack. An unseen figure, wreathed in crimson energy, sneers, Ragnar brat. That's it for your cocky act. The red energy pulses as a voice echoes, laced with confusion and rising dread. Just who on earth is that? The unseen figure's voice drips with malice, promising, I'll rip you into so many pieces. The voice continues, a chilling edge to its tone. Even your father won't be able to recognize you. A figure bathed in crimson energy declares that this is the end for someone's cocky act. The red figure vows to rip someone into so many pieces. The figure continues, promising to tear someone into countless pieces. The crimson figure threatens that even the target's father won't be able to recognize them. A voice wonders how someone this powerful could have appeared out of nowhere. A man with a scar across his face realizes that this means there's a big chance. The scarred man is identified as one of Troivin's noble servitors. The scene depicts reinforced humans made to counter Ragnar's 9 dragons. These reinforced humans showed power on par with the 9 dragons during the Great War. A voice wonders if they were already developed. Energy slashes fill the air. A figure moves with blinding speed, leaving trails of red energy in their wake. A flicker of crimson in his eyes betrays his shock. A sword gleams, ready to strike. He plummets through the air, caught off guard. The figure thinks, he's fast. He crashes to the ground. The figure thinks, as expected of a strategic weapon countering 9 dragons. He lands on a cracked surface, the impact spiderwebbing the stone. The figure thinks, if he really is one of Noble's servitor. He thinks, I have no chance at winning. He moves again, a blur of motion. Power coalesces around him as Theo prepares to strike, the air crackling with energy. Leaping forward, he swings his blade with blinding speed, a blur of motion against the desolate landscape. His face contorted with fierce determination, Theo presses the attack, his eyes burning with electric blue intensity. Suspended in midair, Leviathan demands, his voice echoing with disbelief. How did you absorb that power? The sword, poised to strike, hums with barely contained energy, ready to unleash its power. A red aura flares around Leviathan as he acknowledges the dragon-slaying power. Theo's sword crashes down, a crimson arc cutting through the air as he strikes. Leviathan grits his teeth, the effort visible in his strained expression. Made it hard for you to even hold that sword. The force of the blow explodes outward, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Leviathan, battered but unbowed, snarls, give up. It'll only get more painful. The attack intensifies, the sword a blinding flash of light, as it continues its assault. Leviathan prepares to counter, his eyes glowing with a fierce determination as he braces for the next strike. A burst of energy explodes outward. The masked figure scoffs, his red eyes gleaming. What a joke. We're not playing here. The figure questions if his opponent is past the age of such games. The masked figure's gaze intensifies, his expression unreadable behind the mask. A beam of light pierces through the darkness. Energy ripples through the air. The silver-haired man states he understands what Sir Ed meant after exchanging blows with this guy. The man emphasizes that he is especially talking about Theo Ragnar of Ragnar Next Generation. The masked figure orders to pay extra attention to him, and if they happen to clash with him, the masked figure commands to make sure to eliminate him. Theo stands, ready for battle. The ground shatters. A figure stands on a shattered, icy surface. At this rate, he'll definitely be a huge variable in the war. We need to take him out now. A sword drips blood onto a reflective surface. Blood falls, splattering on the ground. What are you going to do now, Chosen One? Another voice asked. We need more time to be able to help you. Theo Ragnar attempts to activate a fairy buff, but the activation fails. A system message displays, cooldown time remaining. Theo thinks, I'm not bound to lose here. Theo's expression is grim. He grips the hilt of his sword, thinking, if I could just borrow Leviathan's power again. A boat cuts through the water. Theo leaps from a building. The city sprawls beneath a heavy, overcast sky, its buildings a silent testament to the coming storm. Debris rains down, a chaotic cascade of shattered stone and splintered wood. The air crackles with the echoes of destruction, the scent of dust and ruin filling the void. A silent scream hangs in the air, a prelude to the storm about to break. He plummets from the shattered heights, a lone figure against the vast expanse of the sky. Adjusting his descent, he prepares for the inevitable impact. The ground rushes up to meet him, a dizzying blur of concrete and steel. Landing with practiced grace, he draws his sword, the steel glinting in the dim light. A blue aura flares around him, a promise of power about to be unleashed. The air crackles with energy, the scent of ozone sharp in his nostrils. He stands poised, a warrior ready to face whatever comes next. His eyes glow with an inner fire, the blades singing with anticipation. The air crackles with unseen energy, the ground beneath vibrating with an ominous power. Jagged spikes of pure blue energy erupt from the shattered earth, tearing through the debris. The force of the eruption sends a shockwave of dust and pulverized rock billowing outwards. Bruises and cuts mar his face. Theo grits his teeth against the pain, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. Drawing his sword, Theo stands amidst the chaos, a crimson aura flaring around him as he prepares to meet his unseen foe. A blinding flash of red energy explodes outwards, bathing the battlefield in an infernal glow. An invisible force slams into him, the impact wrenching a cry of pain from his lips as he is thrown back. Golden energy erupts in a radiant burst, illuminating the ravaged landscape with its divine light. The force of the blast sends Theo hurtling through the air, a trail of red energy marking his violent trajectory. His sword, still clutched in his hand, cuts through the air, leaving a shimmering trail of displaced energy in its wake. Surrounded by a swirling vortex of crimson energy, Theo fights to regain his balance, his eyes narrowed in fierce concentration. White energy blasts slam into the ground, each impact sending tremors through the ruined landscape. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts, the shockwave tearing through the air with a deafening roar. He twists, narrowly avoiding a colossal blast of energy that would have vaporized him instantly. Gripping his weapon, he prepares to retaliate, his eyes narrowed against the onslaught. Crimson beams of energy crisscross the sky, each strike carrying the force of a collapsing star. The red energy intensifies, warping the very fabric of space around him. Another beam of crimson light streaks past, leaving a trail of superheated air in its wake. He sprints across the desolate landscape, the ground trembling beneath his feet as explosions rock the area. Continuing his desperate flight, he weaves through the ruins, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burning stone. Leaping across a chasm, he narrowly avoids another barrage of energy blasts. A blue energy blast slams into the ground nearby, sending shards of debris flying in all directions. Still running, he pushes himself to the limit, his breath ragged in his chest. He gasps for air, blood trickling from a cut on his forehead, his eyes burning with a mixture of pain and determination. Sweat beads on Theo's brow as the timer ticks down, only 17 seconds remaining until the Dragon Slayer's sword, Bamong, stabilizes. An unseen figure muses that this is getting boring, needing just a little more. A figure bathed in a red aura declares that it is time to end this. Theo's eyes widen, realizing the situation is becoming dangerous. He thinks that if he could just distract him for a bit. An unseen figure questions if Theo thought they were after this. The Dragon Slayer's sword, Bamong, stands ready. An unseen figure offers Theo the sword. Theo uses wyvern taming to connect with the sea serpent. The sea serpent appears, towering over the battlefield. An unseen figure taunts Theo, saying if he can take it, that is. Theo grits his teeth, cursing the damn brat and his damn games. He summons a massive water dragon, its form coalescing from the swirling currents. The water dragon surges forward, a tidal wave of power unleashed. The water crashes and roars. A figure in a helmet questions. The water dragon continues its relentless assault, a torrent of destruction. The figure remains still. The water dragon explodes against an unseen barrier. A voice shouts, "You think a few damn fish can change the situation?" The water continues to crash. Theo stands on the water, his expression grim. The figure's eyes narrow. The figure lunges forward. A voice says, "You've been running the whole time, and now you are coming at me?" The figure says, "I don't know what you're scheming." He gathers his strength, preparing to unleash a final, devastating blow. Red energy crackles around him as he focuses. Theo vows to deliver a flashy ending. A close-up reveals Theo's intense gaze, his red eyes narrowed in concentration. A system message displays, time remaining till Dragon Slayer's sword, Bamong, stabilizes, midnight. The system announces that the Dragon Slayer's sword, Bamong, has stabilized. A voice echoes, thanking the Chosen One. Theo, his face streaked with grime, hopes to use the power he's been given. The voice continues, stating that the power was left to him to protect. The voice urges him to protect himself. A system message appears, its meaning unclear. The system announces that he has acquired the skill Nibelung embedded in the item. A spectral dragon roars, its form wreathed in ethereal flames. The Dragon Slayer's sword pierces through the swirling mass of energy, its blade resonating with power. The energy expands outwards, a ripple in reality that reveals a distant figure amidst the chaos. He gazes upwards, his crimson eyes reflecting the turbulent energy above. The swirling energy intensifies, a chaotic dance of blue and white power. From within the energy, a monstrous visage emerges, the face of Leviathan, his red eyes burning with ancient malice. A desolate landscape stretches out before them, punctuated by towering, skeletal structures that pierce the sky. A sword pierces through the water. The words dragon slaying appear. A figure in a cloak stands beneath a torrent of water. The word Nibelung is displayed. A dragon's head emerges from the water, its red eyes gleaming. A figure plummets downwards, blood trailing behind. A sword rises from the water, surrounded by ice. The sound of shattering ice echoes. A whirlpool churns, its depths obscured. Theo stands on a wooden dock, the wind whipping around him. His hand breaks the surface, fingers outstretched as if grasping for salvation. The hand strains against the unseen force, water cascading off his skin. He sputters, the words bubbling to the surface. Too bad for you. Theo lies prone, defeated on the slick stone. Seems like that was your. His face contorted in a snarl. He roars, But that's not enough to kill me. He thought the same. A distant, mountainous landscape looms, the ocean stretching out before it. A blade, gleaming with an ethereal light, stands ready. The shadows coalesce around him, as he declares, "But my power." Surging with renewed strength, Theo is engulfed in a torrent of blue energy. He stands on the precipice of a wooden dock. Is enough to sink you to the seafloor. Theo stands tall, his gaze hardened, ready to unleash his power. He is immediately ensnared by the violent sea currents. The currents pull him deeper, threatening to drag him down. The vortex intensifies, the swirling water a relentless force. Theo screams, "Now get lost at the bottom of the damn sea." His eyes widen in horror, realizing the futility of his struggle. Oh no, dash. The currents continue to drag him down, the pressure increasing. He is pulled further into the depths, the light fading above him. Theo curses his fate. Damn it. He plummets through the water, the seabed rushing up to meet him. The impact is jarring, sending a cloud of sediment billowing around him. He lies still, defeated and broken on the ocean floor. Despite his injuries, Theo whispers, "I kept my promise, Leviathan." A figure stands on a bridge, contemplating the future. If asked for one more thing, they might not live to see it. This is a first. An island is seen in the distance. Someone thinks that they are not sure if their calculations are right. They are moving at about 2 knots, someone thinks. Hitting the shore won't cause any problem at this speed. 2 figures walk together. One says, "Good work. When you said you were moving the floating archipelago." Someone didn't believe it, not that they can believe it after seeing it either. But why go through the hassle of moving the islands? Wouldn't it have been easier for you to seal the sea dragon? Yeah, definitely. Theo thinks that what happened today could happen again. That would bring immediate peace, but people like Troyven will keep coming for the Dragon Slayer's sword. The crowd is reassured that the archipelago is no longer at risk of sinking, so they no longer need to worry about that. It is declared that the floating archipelago will settle in the shallow northeastern bay of Ragnar. The archipelago will regain its stability. Butterflies flutter through a sun-dappled landscape. Theo muses that they might need to change the name. A stern-faced man stands on a rooftop, overlooking the scene. The man's face is etched with guilt as tears stream down his face. He begs for forgiveness. A man wonders what the reason could be. An older man with a scarred face states that regarding the series Merchant Guild hostage incident carried out by their Black Skull. The man from the rooftop is shown kneeling, lamenting that the white-armored dragon cavalry suffered heavy losses then. The older man declares that they can't claim zero responsibility. If they are asked to be accountable for that, they need to take responsibility right now. A stunned silence hangs in the air. He will do anything, even if they ask for his head. Antonio, he'd like him to take this. A man with long black hair smiles faintly. What will he do? With Ragnar's series Merchant Guild purged, the city lies open. There's no large-scale goods distribution in the north now. But he's sure the floating archipelago's maritime alliance can fill that void for them. But he's not worthy of everyone. Sir Antonio says he's not worthy of the title. What will he do? Think. He's in favor of him taking the position. The woman in the crisp uniform declares that everyone present has witnessed his sincerity. A wave of hands rises in agreement from the assembled crowd. Voices echo, declaring their favor and support. The crowd's gratitude swells, their voices rising with declarations of being saved. The chorus of voices continues, standing up for the citizens. Theo Ragnar watches the display of support, a subtle smile playing on his lips. His hands clench, a silent promise forming within him. The crowd awaits, their faces turned towards him with anticipation. Theo Ragnar vows to take responsibility for the floating archipelago's autonomy and security. His gaze hardens with resolve, the weight of his promise settling upon him. Sweat beads on his brow, a testament to the gravity of the moment. Theo Ragnar swears in the name of Ragnar, his expression a mask of unwavering determination. Antonio Spinola states that he is on the receiving end until the end, on behalf of the Maritime Alliance. Antonio vows to cooperate with the House of Ragnar. The 2 parties shake hands, sealing the agreement. A crowd cheers. Antonio Spinola and Theo Ragnar conclude their meeting. Meanwhile, the rumble of an engine echoes as Theo Ragnar states that they're finally here. A vehicle approaches a desolate, icy landscape. The vehicle navigates through the treacherous terrain. The vehicle continues its journey across the icy expanse. The vehicle moves through the harsh environment. The vehicle comes to a halt. Theo Ragnar coughs, the frigid air biting at his lungs. A monstrous visage, teeth bared in a silent scream, is framed by the swirling, frigid air. He coughs, struggling to rise from the slick, icy rocks. Damn you, Ragnar brat. He vows to tear off someone's limbs and chew their guts. A voice echoes, questioning if he possesses a force to rival the 9 dragons. A close-up reveals Theo's face, contorted in a mix of pain and disbelief. The unseen entity declares him utterly disappointing. Theo cries out, questioning the Overlord Dragon. The voice responds, reminding him that he needs their plan to succeed. Theo, kneeling on the icy ground, asks what they want. He begs for help, just this one time. A surge of power emanates from an unseen source. Theo stands, now enveloped in a white aura, his expression unreadable. The unseen figure begins, his voice laced with condescension. You still seem oblivious of what I wanted, so I'll tell you. The speaker's shadowed visage fills the space as he reveals his ambition. I wanted you to seize the archipelago, so I could take it for myself. The figure's expression hardens, his voice laced with accusation. No way. You planned to take it away from us from the start. A chilling amusement colors the unseen figure's tone. Yeah, taking back what was stolen has a great ring to it, no? The unseen figure continues, a hint of regret coloring his words. I could have gotten rid of that annoying brat too, but I was. The figure's voice drops, a single word carrying the weight of a threat. Wrong. The unseen figure's voice rises in anger. You're getting cocky, Overlord Dragon. A bloodied hand clenches, the image a silent promise of violence. Red energy crackles as the figure declares, I'll show you the true power of the 9 noble servitors. The red energy coalesces into a weapon, its form both menacing and unknown. The figure's voice explodes with fury. You're arrogant toward me, the great Noel. You'll regret. The figure concludes, his voice a chilling promise. The 9 dragons' time is over. He winds up a punch, his knuckles white as he prepares to strike. The punch connects, a sickening crack echoing as Noel's fist slams into Theo's face. The old 9 dragons may have lost their touch, but did he really think he could fight me with this? The force of the blow sends him flying backward, a trail of spittle and blood painting the air. Noel scoffs. Geez, damn Eastern fools always want to talk their way through a fight. Well, I guess it might actually work on the old man. Or on that damn lizard. He continues, a predatory glint in his eyes. Let's get a taste of... A wide, cruel grin splits his face as Noel finishes. What you've got, shall we? The soldiers march through the snow-covered forest, their breath misting in the frigid air. The wind howls through the skeletal trees, carrying the scent of pine and the distant echo of battle. They continue their ascent, the path winding ever upwards through the treacherous terrain. A vast army stands assembled, a silent, steel-clad force ready to unleash its fury. A figure with silver hair stands before the assembled troops, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The soldiers stand shoulder to shoulder, their faces grim, awaiting the order to advance. A voice booms out, filled with contempt. Disgusting fools. A man's face contorts in rage as he screams. You think you can defeat us, Ragnars, by doing this? The crimson blade descends, promising a swift and brutal end. The sword glows with a malevolent energy, ready to strike. The words echo with a sharp edge of frustration. He's sick of hearing it. Trouble brews for the junior family head. The report arrives, bearing grim news. The floating archipelago operation has failed. The man with silver hair stands amidst the falling snow, his expression unreadable. What about Noel? All contact has been lost. The silver-haired man seems to be observing the situation. That defective piece of equipment failed. The floating archipelago is their main distribution hub. Losing it could change the tide of the war. Please, allow me to fix this. Ein, one of Troiven's 9 servitors, looms in the shadows. It seems they are abandoning it. They've already secured the archipelago's vast capital. A scene of carnage unfolds. It's a pity, but don't let it blind you or make you forget their priorities. Concentrate the remaining forces at the center. The voice declared that the war is merely a ploy to distract them. The speaker urged them to keep this in mind. The voice continued, its words hanging in the air. The unseen figure stated that they have only one goal, and everything is for him. The text declared the purpose is for the resurrection of the mad dragon emperor. The city sprawled before them, a network of canals and grand buildings under a twilight sky. A voice suggested they could use the Ceres Merchant Guild's rails. Another voice asked if there was still no word from the Southern Guild. A pregnant pause filled the air. The man at the desk looked troubled, his hand pressed against his forehead as he considered their options. A figure burst through the door, the sudden intrusion punctuating the tense atmosphere. Is Ragnar's supply distribution giving you troubles? A figure asks. Another responds, don't say that. It's so much simpler without the unpredictable variables of the sea. Let me be honest, a voice says. I'm scared of you, scared of Ragnar. I'm grateful you freed us from Troiven, but nothing's free in this world. With a flick of your finger, we could end up in the same state, just in your hands now. I shouldn't say this in front of you, a voice admits. A sharp sound pierces the air. I get it, a voice says. A leader should always be wary of a takeover after all. But I have the opposite view. Floating archipelago was at its most vulnerable because it was on water. Being isolated meant no enemies, so you weren't used to battle. And couldn't even resist the recent incident. You can't solve national. He speaks of defense by relying on others. Even if it carries risk, a nation has to protect itself. Anyway, it's good that you were worried about that. The man asks if they know of Ragnar's white-armored dragon cavalry. Of course, they're the famous airborne unit that ride wyverns. Theo states that the archipelago had similar creatures to wyverns as well. The man asks if they mean sea serpents, adding that they swarm and smash everything. Every time they showed up, it was an emergency situation for sea serpents at the docks. Civilians, evacuate. Combatants, prepare for battle. As soon as I mention them. You don't have to worry so much. Theo stands with another man. The massive sea serpent declares that he is the one who called them. The sea serpent towers over Theo and another figure. Someone questions the sanity of summoning sea thugs. A man looks surprised. Theo reaches out to touch the sea serpent. The speaker suggests that this is just like the white-armored dragon cavalry. The speaker proposes making the archipelago's own dragon riders. A man laughs, imagining riding and fighting with them. The man states that riding sea serpents only happens in fairy tales. Someone mentions that Kriemhild also rode and fought a sea serpent in the fairy tale. The speaker suggests naming them the Kriemhild Knight Order. Someone asks Ho, in surprise. A voice remarks that someone seems to like him. Theo Ragnar stands outside, as a woman addresses him respectfully. A voice informs that he has a guest waiting. Theo Ragnar gazes into the distance, his expression unreadable. The camera pans across the interior of a building with a glass ceiling. Theo Ragnar expresses disbelief, questioning if someone did all this alone in just a few days. Theo Ragnar stands with his arms crossed, remarking that things somehow turned out this way. A masked figure speaks of top secrets known only to those with a null snow rank in Black Snow. A character states that of course someone wouldn't know, questioning what top secret means. Theo Ragnar is surprised to learn that Black Snow was investigating the floating archipelago ago, suspecting it to be Toivin's distribution hub and cash cow. Someone questions if Black Snow was already investigating it. Theo Ragnar reflects on the fact that they surely knew losing the archipelago would be bad for the war, questioning why they stay still and do nothing. A voice cuts through the air, demanding, "Are you Theo Ragnar?" Footsteps echo through the vast hall. The figure scoffs, "The great 9 dragon lords wouldn't shut up about you, so I had high expectations, but you look like some pawns who can't even do shit." A voice responds, "Well, nice to meet you anyway." Overlord Dragon, Dante Roll, declares, "Why is he here at the floating archipelago?" A voice says, "No need for greetings. Be at ease. Relax." Another voice speaks, addressing someone as Overlord Dragon Nim. A figure apologizes, Sorry I'm too late, huh?" A voice questions, "You let the archipelago's situation get this bad?" A voice explains, "So Black Snow was not investigating it themselves. So that's why it was top secret. You've put us in a very difficult spot." A voice says, "Well, sorry, but to be frank." Tension crackles in the air. He is struck by a sudden realization, the impact echoing with a surge of red energy. A chaotic scene unfolds, a maelstrom of destruction painted in shades of crimson. A voice echoes from the past, questioning if someone can truly handle the burden. The destruction intensifies, a relentless storm of red energy consuming everything in its path. He curses under his breath, frustration boiling over. Theo acknowledges the strength of an opponent, yet finds it beyond comprehension. The pieces fall into place. He understands now why Ragnar failed. A desperate plea echoes, to stop the floating archipelago from being colonized. His face contorts in anguish, tears streaming down his cheeks as the weight of the revelation crashes down. Theo cursed under his breath, his crimson eyes narrowed in disbelief. He knew he was strong, but this was unimaginable. The realization dawned on him. He muttered, "I get it now. Why Ragnar?" A voice echoed from the past, filled with regret. "Failed in my past life." A figure declared, "To stop the floating archipelago from being colonized." A man chuckled nervously. "I'm just joking. No big reason. I just missed the timing to report it to you." A figure stated matter-of-factly, "Of course, I was observing their movements." A voice questioned, "But you know, don't you?" Theo thinks to himself that the 9 dragons don't need to go after small stuff. He was going to watch it grow, and then finish it all at once, but then he showed up, and sorted it all out, to obtain even greater power. Overlord Dragon, Dante Roll, is pretending to be calm, but he must be irritated right now. A man considered strong among the 9 dragons. For more power, and he only joined Ragnar to use that authority. To obtain even greater power. Dante Roll reflects that he was suspicious of his immense financial power in his past life. Clearly, it was the floating archipelago. He has a gist of the situation. But he's one of the trickier opponents among the 9 dragons. It's best to play along with him for now. A figure kneels, offering an apology for daring to act against another's will. The other responds, stating they didn't even give the order. The text introduces the 6th heir candidate, Theo Ragnar. Theo Ragnar grins, telling someone they have an amazing personality in person. Theo Ragnar suggests they get along. The kneeling figure reacts with surprise. Someone admits they are even more confused about his intentions now. A hand reaches out. Theo Ragnar shakes hands with another figure, who asks him to flatter them. The figure then laughs, calling him humble. The figure hopes their people can learn from Theo Ragnar. A figure questions something. A figure reads new orders, stating that with the archipelago mission over, deployment is no longer needed. The orders continue, stating that all deployed forces are ordered to join the central front line immediately. The larger man flexes his fingers, a predatory gleam in his eye. He is accompanied by Theo Ragnar, who listens intently. The larger man states that they need to protect their base. Theo Ragnar pauses, considering the situation. He says that they need to get something sorted first. The orders are to interrogate him about the scouting mission for the archipelago. Was it Black Dragon? The muscular man's face is illuminated by a red glow. He wonders if they mean that damn Robert Ragnar. A figure stands with their back to the viewer, seemingly reacting to something with shock. Theo Ragnar, masked and in tactical gear, responds with a simple, "Yes, Sir Dash." "That black rascal. If you want to interrogate me, Theo Ragnar stands beside the winged figure. Come here yourself. A blurred object streaks through the air. A fleet of flying objects descends upon a battlefield. The central plateau of the Blade Mountain Range erupts in a maelstrom of war. Soldiers clash against monstrous, winged beasts amidst a storm of energy blasts and explosions. A dragon-like creature, scales gleaming, prepares to unleash a torrent of energy upon the battlefield below. Steel meets steel as soldiers engage in brutal close-quarters combat, the air thick with the scent of blood and ozone. The battle intensifies, a chaotic dance of blades and claws where survival is a fleeting luxury. A soldier's face contorts in a scream as the battle rages around him. A whirlwind of steel and fury, a warrior fights desperately against overwhelming odds. Amidst the carnage, a figure stands resolute, their blade a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. Crimson stains a silver blade, a testament to the brutal cost of war. A soldier gazes skyward, a grim determination etched upon their face as they witness the unfolding aerial conflict. The tide begins to turn. Great Fear's effect has worn off, and the battle's momentum shifts. The commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry issues orders to all units. The dragons soar through the sky, preparing for their descent. The dragons begin their descent towards the battlefield. The soldiers brace themselves as the dragons descend, ready to engage the enemy. Mounted soldiers ride across the snowy landscape, advancing towards the battle. One of the soldiers observes the flying unit, admitting they look cool after all. A soldier playfully chides another, warning that they're going to hurt the soldier's feelings. The other soldier apologizes, stating that it's just so. One soldier remarks that it's fun teasing them, but assures the other that they don't have to worry so much. Another soldier confidently states that their guys know better than anyone. A soldier remarks that they're way better. The white-armored dragon cavalry charges into battle, their lances lowered and ready to strike. The armored boots of the white-armored dragon cavalry stand firm on the snowy ground, ready to advance beyond even the swiftest of airborne scouts. The order rings out. All listen. The command continues, ordering the cavalry to crush their enemies today and step into tomorrow. The Black Iron Cavalry receives the order to charge. The cavalry surges forward, spears leveled, a storm of steel and fury unleashed. The armored visage of a Black Iron Cavalry member is seen. The armored visage of a Black Iron Cavalry member is seen. The Black Iron Cavalry continues its relentless charge, a wave of destruction sweeping across the battlefield. A member of the Black Iron Cavalry stands tall, ready to strike. The Black Iron Cavalry continues its relentless charge. The aftermath of the charge leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. The battlefield is littered with tents, a large fire burning in the center of the encampment. The exterior of a tent shows signs of recent battle. Inside a tent, soldiers celebrate their victory. It's a huge victory for us. Commander Thorkel says, "That was a great feat out there, little brother Theo." Theo replies, "Not at all, Commander Thorkel." A voice booms, "It's the feat of all of white-armored dragon cavalry." Another voice replies, "Haha, you're always so humble." Theo says, "Anyway, good work. Let's have drinks next time." Commander Thorkel replies, "I'll look forward to it, Hyungnim." Commander Thorkel stands with another soldier. Commander Thorkel stands with another soldier. A voice says, "Hoo-hoo," acting all brotherly with the Black Iron Cavalry commander. "You've made it now." A voice says, "We're not that close." Commander Thorkel asks Theo, "What did you do on the archipelago?" Another voice says, "I heard rumors that." A voice shouts, "Enough." A woman with glasses, Erin, insists that someone take a breath, concerned. She says she's fine. Erin thinks to herself, wondering why she's being so mean. The commander, Thorkel, asks how the war situation is going. He admits he doesn't know much because he joined so suddenly, but the overall flow is alright, even good. Erin thinks to herself that something is bothering her. The forces are close to Troyvin's base, yet they're not showing any movement. As if they're waiting for something. He sees. A map reveals camps surrounding the plateau area, consistent with purely counterattacking tactics. The general consensus is that they set a trap and are waiting for them. But he's got information from his past life, so he knows. Troyvin's true objective lies within the White Tower ruins. It is there that the relic of the primordial dragon slumbers. Beneath a sky heavy with clouds, a military encampment sprawls across the landscape. A flag, soaked crimson with blood, hangs limp, a grim testament to recent conflict. A desperate plea echoes across the battlefield. "PL, please spare me, dash." A lone figure sprints through the snow-covered ground, each step marked by a splatter of crimson. Towering above, a figure grips a massive scythe, its blade dripping with fresh blood. The white-haired figure muses, their voice tinged with curiosity. 9 servitors, was it? Where are those guys? The battlefield stretches out, a chaotic panorama of explosions and desperate struggles, fighting these little shits for so many days. Standing amidst the carnage, the figure with the scythe surveys the fallen, a silent reaper in a field of death. The figure's grip tightens on the scythe. Is so damn boring. The text below reveals, Ragnar Air Candidates number 3 and 4, Anshio Ragnar, Gizhar Ragnar. Don't lie, you clearly enjoyed it. A soft chuckle escapes the figure's lips. Kakik, that I did. Gizhar, your mouth hasn't changed, has it? I told you to think thoroughly before you wield your sword. That rash habit of yours. It's been a while, master. I heard about the archipelago. Someone else took all the credit for your work, huh? You still haven't kicked that rash habit. Someone below will be rising soon. Someone below? You mean Thorkel? But we can handle him. No, he's talking about number 6. That new heir candidate. Come on, master. Did you forget we're your disciples? No way that brat can surpass us. But what if that brat is the chosen one? A close-up reveals a man's face, his expression unreadable as the sound of something building echoes. A figure stands in the distance, cloaked in shadow and mystery. When the opportunity comes, a muscular man with long white hair stares intensely. Several hours before Theo arrived on the battlefield, a horse-drawn carriage makes its way through a snow-covered landscape. The carriage continues its journey through the wintry terrain. Theo studies a map, his expression thoughtful. Yeah. Theo reflects. Come to think of it, even in my past life, this was the first region Troyven seized. Theo continues. Us guardians can roughly sense each other's locations. The narration explains. So, the White Tower is also a relic of the primordial dragon? And White Tower's guardian got the biggest share of the primordial dragon's powers. Theo looks surprised. What? Theo states, yeah, he's right. Not all relics are the same. A depiction of a dragon relic is shown. The narration explains, every relic gets different powers and roles. Some get especially great strength and responsibility. The White Tower's guardian serves as a prime example of a powerful relic. A relic of immense power is displayed over a map. Theo muses that they are currently inside Troyven territory. Another figure agrees, reminding him of what happened with Leviathan. Theo explains that they know how to poison guardians and extort the primordial dragon's power. No matter what, the dragon's face is shown. The disembodied voice insists that they need to get him before they do. Theo listens intently. Back in the present, inside the demon dragon's tent, one of the figures asks if they need to head to this rocky mountain. The other figure confirms that Troyven's forces are strangely concentrated there. One of the figures states that they move for a reason after all, and that they are sure something is happening. The commander dismisses the idea of leaving the battlefront for an independent mission as nonsense. Theo has become quite arrogant with that heir candidate title. The commander asks if he thinks he'd just let him leave. The commander pauses. Not at all, he says, to make up for his absence. A close-up reveals the commander's stern expression. The commander is kidding, he trusts Theo's decision. The commander assures him that he can go on without worrying. The white-armored dragon cavalry doesn't become weak just because he leaves. Theo acknowledges the commander. The commander tells Theo to make sure he doesn't come back empty-handed, or there will be no spoils for him. The commander smiles. Theo promises he won't disappoint him. A gloved hand clenches into a fist, determination etched into every line. A towering structure pierces the sky, its silhouette blurred by the distance. The tower rises from a desolate landscape, surrounded by jagged rocks and the remnants of past battles. Riding Leviathan, Theo surveys the grim landscape below. The dragon soars through the air as the rider hears that Troyven's forces are everywhere. The dragon's voice rumbles, warning, they'll find out if we go any closer. The pair continues their journey through the desolate terrain, the wind whipping around them. Leviathan strides forward, his massive form casting a long shadow across the snow-covered ground. Theo observes, fascinating how he can change his color to hide at night. The dragon's voice rumbles. It must be a trait of an evil shadow dragon mixed with viper blood. Theo's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with determination. Theo declares, but I need to go alone from here on. Go back to base. Got it. A close-up of Theo's face reveals his unwavering resolve, despite the dangers ahead. The snowy landscape stretches out, a harsh and unforgiving terrain. A cloaked figure moves swiftly through the snow, their purpose unknown. The figure pauses, scanning the surroundings with an unseen gaze. The city looms in the distance, a beacon in the desolate landscape. Security's as tight as I thought. One of the figures calls out, their voice echoing in the cold air. Who is it? The other figure responds, concern etched on their face. What's wrong? I just saw something there. Let me look. The figure draws their sword, the steel glinting in the dim light. His face is tense, ready for a fight. He takes a step forward, cautiously. A moment of confusion passes. Sorry, I was mistaken. The figure lowers their sword, realizing their mistake. The cloaked figure remains in the distance. A soldier stands guard, alert to any potential threat. The soldier shouts, intruder. The sound of something breaking echoes through the air. Meanwhile, a ritual unfolds under a fiery sky. Torches illuminate a strange, pulsating orb. A cloaked figure stands before the altar. The figure chuckles. Hoo-hoo, what a fun sight. The cloaked figure stands before the altar, the pulsating orb looming behind them. A man with silver hair says, I never thought you Troyvens would go so far as to join hands with our holy demon church for this. Another man responds, resurrecting the dethroned mad dragon emperor? The cloaked figure stands before the pulsating orb, the ritual nearing completion. The pulsating orb glows intensely. The cloaked figure warns, his voice a low growl, watch your words. A figure with piercing purple eyes declares, the fake is acting as the ruler now. The same figure continues, a sinister edge to his tone. but soon he shall reclaim his throne. An elderly figure in ornate robes proclaims, and we, the servants of the true master, are the true Ragnars. Remember that. The elderly figure continues, adding, I'll keep that in dragon's power. A voice echoes, the resurrection ritual you requisitioned is nearly done. Another voice chimes in, but to resurrect the great mighty master from the underworld, we need the right material for him. A figure shrouded in red light states, Ragnar's body, and the primordial. The figure in red light continues, we can get Ragnar's body anytime. A cloaked figure stands atop a ruined tower, declaring, so the key is conquering the White Tower. From below, a figure asks, how's the progress with the White Tower? A voice states, the power within it is massive, so it's strongly resisting the demon shadow toxin. A surge of power emanates from him, his eyes burning with an intense, otherworldly light. He drops to his knees, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. His gaze intensifies, the glowing eyes reflecting a desperate resolve. He stands tall, enveloped in a radiant aura, the primordial dragon's power surging within him. For the great mad dragon emperor's resurrection, everything must be possible. A voice echoes, commanding him to use any means necessary to make it possible. He offers a desperate apology, regretting his short-sightedness and begging for forgiveness from the future clan head. Blood drips from his face, a testament to the brutal struggle he has endured. From afar, a report of trouble reaches the junior clan head. Confusion clouds his features, a silent question hanging in the air. The order comes, right now at the White Tower. He lies defeated, sprawled on the cracked earth, the flickering flames casting long, dancing shadows around him. The commander, standing amidst his troops and a fallen figure, orders them to search the nearby area thoroughly. The soldiers spread out, their silhouettes stark against the snowy landscape littered with bodies. The search continues, the soldiers moving through the desolate terrain. The cloaked figure muses, reflecting on someone who killed only as much as necessary and then blended seamlessly with the enemy. The figure continues, thinking that the person might have actually worked in black snow in their past life. A voice declares that this guy's more fun than they thought, expressing a desire to taste him once. Another voice orders someone to stop their useless ideas and just tail him, warning them not to get caught like they did with Thorkel. He mutters an affirmative response, his voice laced with anticipation. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he acknowledges the command. Two figures stand in the snow. One of them reports, we have trouble, junior clan head. The report continues, right now, at the White Tower. We have an intruder. The junior clan head questions the report. The junior clan head thinks to himself, that's impossible. Only a handful of people know about White Tower's truth. The junior clan head continues, and we even deployed troops in disguise to distract others. The junior clan head wonders, could it be? Eyes glowing, the junior clan head asks, is it you again, Theo Ragnar? The junior clan head answers his own question, no. One of the figures suggests, we could increase the guards and improve the search. The figures state, we'll be able to catch him soon. The junior clan head declares, no need. We're changing the plan. The man with gray hair stands amidst a snowy landscape. An official urges to leave the minimum forces at the White Tower and retreat, but someone objects. The official explains that they could lose the primordial dragon's power, but that's the point. Two figures stand on a snowy precipice, their expressions unreadable. Theo Ragnar is suspected to be the intruder. The White Tower looms in the distance, a beacon in the snowy landscape. The speaker believes Theo will surely conquer it and return with the primordial dragon's powers. A gloved hand reaches out, as if grasping for something. A surge of power emanates from an unseen source. Theo sits, seemingly in thought, as light streams around him. If conquering the White Tower is impossible for them, they'll just steal the power from him. A figure in a wide-brimmed hat and long coat is introduced, Ein. Zwei stands ready, weapon in hand. A mechanical claw twitches, as if eager for a hunt. The woman stands firm, her gaze unwavering as she prepares to give her orders. The command rings out. The moment Theo Ragnar confirms he's gained the primordial dragon's power, he must be killed, and that power stolen. A group of figures, cloaked in shadow, await their instructions. The response is immediate, as you command. The order is given, find him at all costs. The search begins. Where did he disappear to? Did he go to the tower? The commander directs the troops, search around the tower. The commander instructs the rest to come with him to search the south side. The group stands before a massive structure, the tower looming in the distance. The man's expression is grim, his resolve hardened. The search party advances through the snowy landscape, their mission clear. He wondered if they were fooled this easily. The man mused that this made things easier for him. They didn't use any password to identify friend or foe. Or rather, compared to the start, the security's even worse now than when he came. He moved forward, almost as if they're trying to lead him into the tower. Primordial Dragon's relic, White Tower, has been discovered. Even if that's the case, it doesn't matter. He reached out. A surge of light. He continues forward, resolving. Either way, I have to get the Primordial Dragon's power. Theo strides onward, thinking, before they do, and that won't change. The White Tower looms before him. He continues deeper into the tower. Theo remarks, Even though the master told us, I didn't expect Primordial Dragon's relic to be here. Guess that's why he invaded Troyven. Meanwhile, a man with gray hair laughs. As expected of the Chosen One, I guess. He muses, the Chosen One title is definitely tempting. The gray-haired man finishes, but I bet even a Chosen One can't escape this. They got his uniform to use as evidence, but it was just lying there. One of them wondered if he was trying to bait them, noting he didn't even wear it here. It didn't matter, even if he was scheming something. They just needed a justification. Gizar stated that they needed to set up the stage before he returned. The other figure declared that they were not leaving. The gray-haired man stated that he would wait for him to come out of the tower. Gizar looked up, a confused expression on his face. The gray-haired man wondered if he wasn't curious about the kind of face he makes. The gray-haired man grinned, a sinister glint in his eyes. When he dies, a blinding light filled the area. The gray-haired man's eyes glowed red. He finds himself in a grand, brightly lit hall, its architecture imposing. The hall stretches before him, its scale dwarfing his presence. A narration box states that the Guardian has the biggest part of the Primordial Dragon's powers. The narration continues, stating that the Guardian will definitely be huge and ferocious. A sudden, sharp sound echoes through the hall. A monstrous visage with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth appears. Theo stands ready, his hand gripping the hilt of his weapon. A small, blue creature greets him, exclaiming that he has finally arrived. The creature explains that some weird guys tried to sneak in by using demon shadow toxin on it. The creature states that it was annoying to stop them. A character with red eyes wonders what this is. The creature asks if the Guardian is the one with the most power. A voice, laced with what sounds like static, questions if Theo is the correct individual. He observes that the young master looks far too. The voice chides, stating that one shouldn't judge based on appearances, Chosen One. The voice continues, noting that Theo is an heir candidate despite his peacocky looks. The voice notes that he's strong enough to make them all tremble with fear. The speaker realizes he got distracted and forgot to introduce himself. The speaker declares, I'm Keratos Sukuz, the most loyal subordinate of the great primordial dragon and the inheritor of the... Keratos Sukuz continues, stating he is also the protector of the gate of the Pantheon, and that Theo can call him Kerato. Theo wonders aloud about the gate of the Pantheon. Keratos Sukuz confirms that it's the place where the gods dwell. Keratos Sukuz explains that the primordial dragon's relics are fragments that share his power, and that the primordial dragon had countless duties in the past. Theo gazes up at the towering structure. The narrator explains that Keratos Sukuz is also one of those guarding the gate that connects the Pantheon and the mortal world. The inheritor of that duty was none other than the most loyal subordinate of the great primordial dragon. And the upright vassal who preserved his power completely, Keratos Sukuz declares himself. Theo muses, stating he's only read about gods in ancient texts. Theo asks if Kerato is telling him that gods really exist. Theo looks at Keratos Sukuz, a question hanging in the air. Keratos Sukuz's name is emphasized. Theo wonders if he heard correctly, and Keratos Sukuz responds enthusiastically, asking if he was called. Theo thinks to himself that this guardian isn't normal either, recalling that he told Kerato to call him. Theo sighs, then asks if Keratos Sukuz and gods really exist. Keratos Sukuz asks if Theo isn't already familiar with them. Theo's eyes widen as he sees a message only he can see, wondering if it rings a bell. Theo is shocked by what he sees. A shadowed figure looms, its eyes burning with an unnatural light. A voice echoes, declaring, that's none other than. A collage of images flashes by, fragmented and distorted. Text overlays the scenes. You have received your reward. And you have received the right now. A swirling vortex of faces surrounds the words, God's message to you. A figure clad in dark armor stands silently, a sense of foreboding emanating from them. A sharp exclamation pierces the air, dash. The man stands before a detailed map, illuminated by the flickering torchlight. Theo asks, his voice carrying a sharp edge, if everyone knows why they've gathered at this front line. With Troyven's 9 servitors showing up, the war's getting longer. So, even the 9 dragons are preparing to directly participate. This is an important briefing related to the current war. Theo states he'll take any questions or suggestions. The Overlord Dragon reclines in his throne. The speaker declares that their matters are just as important as war. A finger points accusingly towards a figure standing in the distance. The man apologizes for barging in so abruptly, but insists the matter is urgent. The speaker asks if the listener could take a look at something. A close-up reveals the intricate details of a uniform. The focus tightens on the fabric of the uniform. Someone claims to have witnessed Theo Ragnar's betrayal. The character's intense gaze suggests a deep conviction, adding, and this right here. The speaker questions if this is the evidence. The man shouts that it is proof of the betrayal. The speaker exclaims, questioning what clearer evidence of treason there could be than throwing away his Ragnar uniform in the middle of wartime. Elsewhere, a meeting is in progress, the atmosphere thick with tension. Theo is called a brat. The man with the eye patch sits, listening. He wonders what on earth someone is doing. A figure with long black hair stares intently. A figure stands in a suit. The figure with long black hair is told that only they can see the blue message window. Someone asks if it was a message from a god, and another voice confirms it. A voice states that they cannot say in detail since they cannot see it. Someone wonders if all the chosen ones see it, but another voice says that only one person sees it. A creature states, of course. The figure with long black hair is told it's because they're. Someone groans, stating that it looks like it's getting filtered. Theo wonders just how much the other party knows. Guardian Keratosukis grins, teeth bared. A figure plummets downwards. The figure continues to fall. Keratosukis asks if he wants to find out the truth. A figure stands before a blinding light. A figure runs forward. Theo wonders about the trial of the Pantheon. Guardian Keratosukis is offering the trial of the Pantheon. The trial helps you explore your own soul and discover your true self. You'll trace through your past lives within your subconscious, but don't take your subconscious mind lightly. It's another world inside you, one you've never known. If you fail the trial, or you get too engrossed in your subconscious mind, or your mind shuts off, you'll be trapped forever in your subconsciousness. But if you just pass it, you'll be qualified to face the truth. That is, you can get a chance to meet the gods. The tower has 12 tiers in total. Keratosukis, perched on a rocky outcropping, grins. So, want to take the challenge? A holographic screen flickers to life before him. Would you like to enter the first tier of the Pantheon trial? The question hangs in the air, the red glint in his eyes betraying nothing of his thoughts. He stands before the glowing prompt, the weight of the decision settling upon his shoulders. A voice echoes, questioning the nature of truth and the identity of the nameless sovereign, while admitting to having tons of questions. A figure stands with arms outstretched, wondering if the Great War will happen this time as well. Another voice cries out, questioning why they had to be the chosen one. Energy crackles around a figure, the air thick with anticipation. The figure's expression is fierce, teeth bared in a grimace. A system message appears, announcing the entry into the first tier of the trial of Pantheon. A colossal structure looms in the distance, bathed in an ethereal glow. Another system message reveals the contents of the first tier. He states that they are inside the tower. A new system message instructs to fully enter the subconscious realm. One must suppress their consciousness and open the gateway. A strange, geometric device rests on the stone floor. Before him stands a towering, ominous structure, its purpose unknown. A grotesque, amorphous creature of pure blackness stands before him, its form shifting and unsettling. Theo's eyes narrow as he wonders. Is that the consciousness system mentioned? He scoffs, thinking, it doesn't look that dangerous considering how Kerato was scaring me. His gaze intensifies, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. He draws his blade, preparing to strike. Theo's eyes widen in surprise. Throwing a blade at me out of nowhere? His red eyes dart around, searching for the unseen assailant. A glowing blue screen appears, identifying the amorphous creature as the gatekeeper of the door to the subconscious. A gleaming blade hurtles towards him. A figure stands silhouetted against a cosmic backdrop, a planet looming behind them. Another screen flashes. I is here. Eliminate him. The scene shifts to a vast, circular arena, where a lone figure stands at the far end, awaiting him. He strides into the arena, the stone floor cold beneath his feet. Theo wonders if he needs to fight himself, or if this is a good thing. Rather than an unknown enemy with no prior information, fighting a known opponent would be. A blinding light erupts as Theo unleashes a torrent of energy. The air crackles with raw power, the energy twisting and contorting. He prepares to strike, his hand glowing with intense white light. The energy intensifies, the air vibrating with anticipation. Streaks of red and white energy tear through the arena. The energy continues to surge, a chaotic mix of red and blue. Theo prepares a final, devastating attack, a blue aura surrounding him. The energy reaches a fever pitch, the arena bathed in blinding white light. He strikes, the final blow landing with earth-shattering force. The ground buckles and shatters as an unseen force rips through the arena. He stands poised atop the crumbling structure, a dark aura swirling around him as he prepares his next move. Streams of raw energy converge, distorting the very air around them. The energy intensifies, forming sharp, crackling lines that tear through the darkness. Blades of pure blue energy materialize, shimmering with untold power. His eyes burn with crimson light as he focuses, channeling the immense energy into a single, devastating point. The converging energy erupts in a blinding flash, obliterating everything in its path. Multiple energy blades strike with the force of a collapsing star, each impact echoing with destructive force. Explosions rip through the arena, sending debris flying in all directions as the very foundations of the structure crumble. The quintuple dragon's claw is unleashed, a technique of unimaginable power. A crater remains where the arena once stood, a testament to the sheer destructive force of the attack. He exhales, the air around him shimmering with residual energy. The scent of ozone hangs heavy in the air. The arena floor lies in ruins, a testament to the sheer force he unleashed. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple, his red eyes gleaming with a dark satisfaction. A low chuckle escapes his lips, a sound that echoes in the desolate arena. Standing amidst the rubble, Theo surveys the devastation he wrought. He muses to himself, a hint of surprise in his tone. I guess I must have gotten stronger after all in the meantime. A flicker of golden light dances within his crimson eyes, a sign of the power now coursing through him. Theo exhales, the air around him shimmering with displaced energy. The ground beneath him cracks and crumbles. His crimson eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Theo smirks, a low chuckle escaping his lips. Well. A figure stands amidst the shattered earth, a swirling vortex of energy surrounding them. The air vibrates with unseen force. A figure with white hair thinks to himself, guess I really have gotten stronger in the meantime. Debris rains down. The figure is surrounded by swirling energy. The white-haired figure's eyes glow with power. Energy begins to coalesce around him, a tangible force crackling in the air. The technique, Dragon's 5 Claws, is unleashed, the air shimmering with distorted light. The energy intensifies, building to a blinding crescendo. Dragon Flash ignites, promising impossible speed. The built-up energy explodes outward in a cataclysmic burst. He moves, a blur of motion too fast for the eye to follow. A voice cries out in disbelief. He disappeared. The world warps around him as he continues to accelerate. His speed intensifies, leaving only afterimages in his wake. Theo's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Above, a figure descends from above, unleashing a torrent of power. Raw energy explodes, promising devastation. A surge of energy explodes outward. The landscape is pulverized by the blast. Theo lands gracefully amidst the destruction. His opponent stands ready, a sword crackling with energy in his hand. The white-haired figure clashes blades with Theo, sparks flying as their weapons meet. The duel intensifies, each strike carrying immense force. Their swords dance, a whirlwind of steel and energy. The clash culminates in a blinding explosion, the ground beneath them cracking. The blades grind against each other, a testament to their power. Theo thinks, so this is a fight with myself. The white-haired figure thinks, even our sword paths, down to the smallest habits, are freakishly identical. He dodges most attacks with ease and nullifies my big techniques using the same ones. Another explosion of energy erupts. The clash of swords echoes through the air, the force of the blows creating a visible pressure. But the white-haired figure is unlike him. He doesn't get tired. How am I supposed to win against him? Theo thinks, wait. If he's really identical to me, then I'm sure. The white-haired figure leaps forward, his sword a blur of motion. No time to even think, huh? Theo smirks, yeah? That's what I expect from myself. The swords meet again, the impact sending sparks flying. The ground beneath them cracks and crumbles from the force of their blows. The clash of steel creates a blinding light, the battle reaching a fever pitch. A blade plummets downwards, glinting in the light. The clash of steel echoes as the fight intensifies. A sword is hurled through the air, a desperate gambit. Theo's eyes widen in surprise. He grips his sword tighter, preparing for the next attack. Theo thinks, I figured that would fluster me. He muses, no one would expect me to use a rare sword-throwing technique. He continues, let alone the white moonlight blade. The figure stands poised, ready to strike. The figure thinks, guess you really can learn from anyone, after all. The figure is impaled by multiple swords. The figure thinks, it was a good match, my past self. A system message appears, declaring that you have won against yourself. Another system message appears, stating that you've cleared the first tier's trial. A vast, ruined structure looms, its scale dwarfing any who might stand within. A new system message prompts, do you wish to enter the second tier of the Pantheon? Theo's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed with determination. He stands bathed in a beam of light, a resolve hardening within him. He thinks, if I start something. The ruined structure looms, a silent testament to ages past. He thinks, then of course I've got to see it through. A surge of energy crackles in the air. A man with a thick beard throws his head back and laughs, exclaiming, huh, throwing. He continues, away his Ragnar uniform in the middle of wartime. What clearer evidence of treason could there be? A group of figures sits around a long table, their voices a low murmur of discussion. The questioner states that Theo Ragnar deserted his post and headed to Troyven, then asks Anshio Ragnar if this is true. Anshio Ragnar is shown with a stern expression, listening intently to the accusation. Another character confirms that they saw it themselves, that Theo crossed into enemy territory. The character states that the uniform they showed should be proof enough, implying that Theo acted on his own accord. A close-up shot shows the character's uniform, possibly the one mentioned in the previous panel. Anshio Ragnar is shown in the background as another character speaks. A character mocks the sword dragon, suggesting that Theo didn't tell him about his plans. The character states that Theo trusts him more than the sword dragon. Anshio Ragnar expresses disbelief, stating no way Theo. He thinks that he never expected things to spiral into a mess like this. A close-up of Anshio Ragnar's face shows his conflicted emotions. Another character tells someone to make sure they don't come back empty-handed, and that there will be no spoils otherwise. A character responds that they won't disappoint. He clenches his fist, a predatory glint in his eyes. Theo thinks to himself that he needs to tell someone something beforehand. A sound telepathy is being conducted between air candidates number 3 and 4. Gizhar Ragnar and Anshio Ragnar are mentioned. Theo realizes that he is being tailed right now. The man with the eye patch wonders about the twins. He thinks that they've been on his tail ever since he returned from the archipelago. Theo believes they're probably trying to get him disqualified from his position. Theo vows to turn their plan against them. The man with the eye patch is thinking. The man with the eye patch thinks he'll use this opportunity to find their weaknesses. So just do as they say. The man with the silver hair grins, his eyes glinting with malice. He thinks they don't need to worry much about Theo, that insolent brat. It seems he is confident he can play this game. Leviathan, the demon dragon, agrees with Anshio Ragnar. Anshio Ragnar states that for Demon Dragon to agree with him, he feels very supported. The masked man declares that they must immediately form a pursuit unit and chase him down. The masked man states that he already confirmed that Theo deserted his post, but there's no way the Demon Dragon didn't know that. The masked man thinks that, which means there's a strong chance this was all part of his plan. He wonders if he should go along with the Demon Dragon and see how this plays out. Black Snow has confirmed that Theo Ragnar has deserted his duty. There is sufficient evidence to support her claim, so they will accept it, and Black Snow will promptly assemble a pursuit unit. A close-up of the masked man, Theo Ragnar, reveals his intense gaze. He muses that things have gotten pretty messy, but if Theo orchestrated this, he probably doesn't need to worry too much. He thinks to himself that he probably doesn't need to worry too much. Theo wonders where this place is. The environment shifts, revealing a fiery landscape. Theo recognizes the Rose Palace from his past life. The path ahead is blocked. A voice echoes, asking if he isn't the imbecile of Ragnar. The light catches the scar beneath Theo Ragnar's eye as he stares into the distance. A holographic screen flickers to life, the words echoing in his mind. Overcome the trauma that's been tormenting you. Well, it looks like. A sinister grin spreads across Theo's face, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light as he holds up a ring. You made a mistake setting up this trial. The figure muses, look who's here. A voice echoes, dripping with scorn. Aren't you the imbecile of Ragnar? A system message appears, is being blocked by your trauma. Another system message materializes. Overcome the trauma that's been tormenting you. Theo smirks, thinking, well, it looks like. The figure declares, you made a mistake setting up this trial. Theo scoffs, what a joke. He recalls, yeah, I remember you guys being my trauma in the past. Theo, cloaked and hooded, asks, did you lose your mind because you're about to die? His expression darkens, a sneer twisting his lips as he thinks, Ragnar's imbecile. Swords clash, the air crackling with energy as the fight intensifies. Theo's long black hair whips around him as he moves with deadly speed. A sword streaks through the air, a blur of silver against the crimson backdrop. His red eyes gleam with a predatory intensity, focused solely on his opponent. Another sword cuts through the air, leaving trails of red energy in its wake. Theo stands amidst the chaos, his body radiating power. He grits his teeth, a dark determination hardening his features. I really wanted to kill you in that exact look you have now. A system message appears. You've triumphed in the second tier's fight with your trauma. The system announces, proceeding to the next tier. A resounding crash echoes as another trial concludes. The creature muses, finding the situation intriguing. He wonders if Theo might actually reach Pantheon. The creature asks if he must be looking forward to it. The creature mentions the god of causality. Another trial is completed. 2 more trials are completed in quick succession, victory over the persona and victory over the shadow self. The trial of the 5th tier is completed, victory over the collective unconscious. Another trial concludes with a resounding crash. The trial of the 10th tier is completed, victory over the ID. Theo states that he's already passed the 10th tier. He notes that it's taking less time each time. Theo reflects that it somehow feels like it's getting easier after the 1st tier. Karato Sukus wonders if it will end like this. A voice assures the chosen one that there is no need to worry, stating that the real deal is about to begin. A system message indicates that this is the cave of origin, which imitates the process of birth of life. The system instructs to ascend against the flow through the cave of origin. A voice wonders if he should just follow the passage. Theo notes that the atmosphere here feels different from the previous tiers. He continues his ascent through the cavernous space. A system message states that to reach the source, one must return to the void before birth. The system warns that as one retraces their birth, the senses gained at birth will vanish one by one. He realizes he is losing his sense of smell and can no longer perceive the sense of the world. He no longer perceives the scent of the world. What does that mean? That fishy smell of the water that filled the cave just now. It's gone. He is losing his sense of hearing. He can no longer perceive the sounds of the world. He is losing his sense of touch. He can no longer perceive the feel of the world. 4 of his 5 senses are gone. He is losing his sense of sight. He can no longer perceive the appearance of the world. Theo is shocked by the loss of his senses. With all 5 senses blocked, mana usage is restricted. He didn't expect even mana to be cut off. No way he can make it through the cave like this. Overcoming this must be the 11th tier's trial. This isn't the first time this has happened. The time Father's heart sword injured him the same way. Maybe he can overcome this in the same way as well. A griffin appears in the darkness. A fairy dragon manifests before him. A desert worm and a lesser drake materialize. The fairy dragon looms, its form ethereal. His consciousness scatters at an alarming rate, the loss of his senses taking its toll. The guardians offer no answers. The only way is to find the answer within himself. He must find the answer inside himself. A voice echoes, chiding him for tripping over his own feet and urging him to get up. The creatures swirl around him as he struggles to find his footing. There's no point in calling for help. His senses and mana are blocked. His voice won't reach him, no matter how loud. All living beings use their senses to perceive space and time. Becomes clear, and that is the primordial fear of being abandoned by the world you belong to. For humans, in the cave of origin, the self and the world are the same. But ironically, only when all senses are gone, one thing, leaving him in a state no different from death. I thought this chosen one would be different. But I guess, the disappointment's greater when you expect too much, huh? KLL. KLL. At this rate, his self will scatter apart. A hand clenches, knuckles white with strain, as a voice echoes with murderous intent. I'll kill all of you. Crimson energy surges, a visual manifestation of the rage building within. The crimson intensifies, a blinding light accompanying the surge of power. The energy coalesces into abstract forms, a chaotic display of raw power. The crimson lines intensify, carving through the darkness like veins of fury. A silhouette emerges amidst the chaos, a figure consumed by the crimson storm. Karato, observing the spectacle, wonders, what's his deal all of a sudden? Dante explains, he's suffering from madness. Dante continues, it's the mad dragon emperor's remaining ego inside him that Ragnar's clan had planted going berserk. Karato adds, with chosen one gone and not controlling it anymore. This was inevitable. How astonishing. Using madness to collect his scattering consciousness. The world blurs into streaks of light, a visual representation of the descent. Theo Ragnar, now bathed in an ethereal glow, stands as a testament to the encroaching madness. He accepted the terms. Theo would accept the deal. A voice echoed, promising power. I'll give you the power to overcome this, so steal. The voice commanded, violate, destroy everything. For me. The unseen entity's face contorted in anticipation. The voice continued, demanding, offer this world up for me. A hand reached out, a promise of power and destruction. Theo rejected the offer. No, let me cancel our deal. The hand recoiled, the deal seemingly broken. The voice expressed disbelief. That's bogus. I already gave you my power. The voice demanded, go through with our deal right now. Theo smirked, a hint of betrayal in his expression. The voice realized the truth. I see. All the power I gave you, you just... He declares that he has already given everything back. A hand crushes red shards. Theo looks up, a red aura surrounding the words, you tricked me. A voice booms, stating to consider it a kindness to his grandson. Theo is called a defiant grandson. Theo Ragnar vows to remember this. A system message appears, stating that his self-awareness is expanding and all senses have been restored. The system message continues, stating that he can use mana again. The system message declares that he has overcome the 11th tier's trial. Theo thinks that he is not sure if waking Mad Dragon Emperor up was a good idea. He thinks that it is okay since things worked out fine, and is declared the chosen one. Theo looks up at several creatures, wondering what they are. He lies on the ground, dazed. What the hell? Theo struggles to sit up, questioning, why are you all acting like this? A voice echoes, filled with relief, I was worried. I was worried. I'm glad you're fine. Another voice chimes in, if you're just gonna die like an idiot, give me your body. Stop making us worry, chosen one. Theo rises to his feet, a silent determination hardening his gaze. Sitting up, Theo hears a voice say, finally, the end. Appearing in a new, brightly lit location, Theo wonders. Barefoot, he stands on a cold, smooth platform. He lies still, draped in shadows, his face obscured by the dim light of the room. A bedroom? The thought echoes in his mind as he takes in the unfamiliar surroundings. Rather, it's clearly his first time here, a voice whispers in his thoughts. But the place feels familiar, a strange sense of déjà vu washing over him. A twitch of his finger breaks the stillness, a sign of returning consciousness. Seriously, first, he had that weird dream last time, and now this. Who are you? Why do you keep appearing before me? He wonders, staring at his reflection. His face contorts in confusion and a hint of fear, the question hanging heavy in the air. His brow furrows, sweat beading on his forehead, as a wave of disorientation washes over him. As a reward, you are now entering the Pantheon, a system message declares. The world dissolves around him, replaced by a swirling vortex of stars and cosmic energy, as he is transported to the Pantheon. He gazes upward, his expression unreadable against the backdrop of the starry sky. A grand staircase stretches into the heavens, beckoning him forward. Theo's eyes widened as he muttered, Pantheon. A voice echoed, you finally made it this far. A woman's voice responded, significant other. Theo questioned, Lodbrok. Lodbrok asked, how did you come here? You said last time you couldn't leave the nest. Theo replied, precisely, I wouldn't say it's me who's here. He muses that this is merely a manifestation of his residual thoughts. Theo observes that someone's mind gate has grown stronger. He explains that he can wander outside through this residual manifestation, his strengthened mind gate having deepened his connection with the guardian dragon. Theo states that one can now hear the guardian dragon's voice anytime, anywhere, if their mind gate has strengthened. He expresses surprise that someone reached the Pantheon, acknowledging that their rank must have increased quite a bit. Theo remarks that it was really hard all this time. A close view of Theo. He claims it's nothing special, stating that he only did his job as someone's significant other. Theo scoffs, saying that someone doesn't even bat an eye saying those fake sweet words, noting that they're still as bold as ever. A close view of Theo's hand. Theo mutters, Pantheon, huh? He states that he's sure Sigurd's also. He cries out, a sharp, guttural sound escaping his lips as unseen forces begin to close in. A vortex of swirling energy materializes around him, filled with countless eyes that seem to pierce his very soul. Lodbrok pleads, his voice cracking with desperation, begging someone not to leave his side, no matter what. He is pulled upwards, a sensation of being dragged into an unknown abyss. A dawning realization washes over him, a chilling understanding of his predicament. A colossal eye looms, its gaze intense and unwavering, boring into him with unnerving scrutiny. A voice booms out, declaring the presence of a nameless sovereign. Lodbrok's thoughts turn to bitterness, a sense of injustice fueling a desire to destroy everything. He begs for respite, a desperate plea to be left alone in his torment. A denial echoes in his mind, a refusal to accept his current reality. Lodbrok senses a shift, a dangerous change in the atmosphere, something different than before. He questions the nature of the entities surrounding him, a desperate attempt to understand the forces at play. She declares that they are called outer gods. She says she will explain later. She insists that they need to leave right now. The woman stands, her expression unreadable. A blinding light fills the area. The light intensifies, obscuring everything. The woman's gaze is intense. A man's voice echoes, greeting Lodbrok after a long time. The woman's expression is stern. The woman's attire is dark and imposing. Someone recognizes him, exclaiming, Sigurd? So he's. A dark, swirling mass pulses with unseen energy. The ancestor of Ragnar stands revealed, a figure of immense power. He grits his teeth, a wave of pain washing over him. It hurts. I said it hurts. Rage flares in Sigurd's eyes. You again? I'll kill you. The voice echoes, laced with fury. They're back even after that huge attack? Sigurd. Sigurd's power surges, a torrent of energy radiating from his form. Darkness descends, a suffocating shroud. A piercing blue eye stares out from the abyss. The eye distorts, reality bending around its gaze. Blinding light pierces the darkness. A monstrous form emerges from the shadows, wreathed in crimson energy. The world shifts, revealing a desolate landscape under a pale moon. The scene opens onto a vast, star-dusted expanse, hinting at a realm beyond mortal comprehension. He arrives, his red eyes gleaming in the dim light. You finally reached here, he states. The figure before Sigurd is surrounded by a multitude of eyes, their gaze intense. Your face tells me you have a lot of questions. The figure, adorned with a fur collar, extends an invitation. Ask. I'll answer whatever I can. Sigurd reflects, his thoughts echoing in the silent chamber. The man in my last trial. I've seen him in my dreams before. He looks up, his expression intense. Do you know anything about him? The figure responds, his gaze unwavering. Theo Ragnar regressed. Sigurd's eyes narrow, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Do you think he regressed too? A sharp intake of breath, a silent exclamation of surprise. He stares towards a distant doorway, his expression unreadable. The question hangs in the air, thick with tension. What do you mean by that? The figure turns away, his voice laced with finality. This is all I can tell you for now. But swords of light descend. Rays of light streak across the sky. The light intensifies. A figure stands amidst swirling energy. A voice echoes. I'm sure you still have many more questions. The voice continues, but I can't give you all those answers right now. Someday when you set foot in here, you'll find out. A woman's voice erupts. Sigurd, where are you doing? She shouts. Are you leaving without telling me anything again? Energy crackles around an ornate structure. A figure falls through a swirling vortex, a question mark hanging in the air. Lines of light descend. The woman's expression is a mix of anger and desperation. He stands before a towering, ethereal being, its form adorned with intricate patterns and glowing eyes. A small figure floats before the giant, seemingly insignificant in comparison. A question echoes, filled with uncertainty. God of causality? The figure moves away from the colossal entity, stepping into a realm of swirling colors and cosmic dust. The path ahead remains shrouded in mystery. A kaleidoscopic pattern unfolds, a mesmerizing display of light and symmetry. The air crackles with unseen energy. A disembodied voice booms, barring the way forward. You can't enter this place yet. He continues onward, passing through an ornate gateway, its architecture hinting at an ancient and powerful civilization. The path stretches into the unknown. A voice cries out, filled with urgency and desperation. Sigurd. A colossal eye, filled with cosmic wonders, watches intently. The gaze is all-knowing, all-seeing. A digital display flickers to life, its message ominous. The god of causality has found you. A man's face contorts in a mixture of anger and determination, his red eyes burning with intensity. Scars mark his face, a testament to battles fought. An intricately designed structure looms, its purpose unknown. The air hums with latent power. Sigurd stands before a holographic display, the message clear: congratulations. He has achieved something significant. A new message appears: you've successfully completed scenario quest number 7. A voice, filled with disbelief, whispers, Elodbrok, what on earth just? Two figures stand against a cosmic backdrop, the man with long black hair and the woman with horns. They're also going to be your future opponents. The two figures stand side by side, a sense of foreboding hanging in the air. Rules of this world don't even apply to them. Yet they relentlessly seek to destroy it. The man's expression is intense, his gaze fixed on some unseen point. Go and become stronger. To protect the world you love. The woman's face is serene, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Additional rewards are granted for witnessing the Pantheon. You can now freely wield Nirvana as the reward. You now have the ownership of the primordial dragon's relic, White Tower. A system message appears, declaring that dragonization has been activated. Another system message appears, wishing the protagonist a splendid journey ahead as she ascends a grand staircase. The system announces the protagonist as the bearer of the blessing of causality. The system welcomes the protagonist back, referring to her as the chosen one, as she stands in a vast hall. A voice emanates from the darkness, tauntingly asking if she likes her new power. Karato Sukas looks on, a question mark hanging in the air. The woman with the silver hair asks what the voice means. The woman's expression shifts to one of alarm. The woman's body is shown.